The entire earth was consumed by darkness. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. "Save me, Mom, Dad." Suddenly, a voice broadcast from somewhere. "This morning's news. It is the year 611, month 08, day 01 of the apocalypse. The construction plan for Safe Zone 337 has been completed and is scheduled to be announced today." Liu Yifei slowly opened his eyes. His last memory was being swallowed by the destructive darkness. He heard a voice echoing from a nearby loudspeaker. "Breaking news. Safe Zone 67 in eastern China has been attacked by sea creatures. Local survivors are ordered to evacuate immediately." He sat up abruptly. His body was covered in wounds wrapped in white bandages, and his head was pounding like a hammer. "My head, it hurts so much," he muttered in confusion. "Didn't that mutant kill me already?" Outside his cell, two guards were whispering to each other. "What should we do? He seems to have woken up," one said. The other replied, "Some say he won't be able to join the test, that he's unconscious because of a virus infection. But they're running the test outside right now, so I wonder if he's in trouble." The first guard drew his weapon. A wicked glint flashed in his eyes. "Then let's just kill him. The money has already been collected in full." The other guard smirked in agreement. "True, he's just an ordinary person anyway, not a descendant of an awakened one. They say it doesn't matter if unimportant people turn into corpses." He pointed his gun at Liu Yifei. He said in a phony tone, "If you hadn't woken up, maybe you could have survived." But in that moment, a powerful wave of memories flooded Liu Yifei's mind. His eyes sharpened. He realized the unbelievable truth. "Isn't this 3 years ago? I've actually been reborn, back 3 years in time. This is the very day I was supposed to take the talent test. Turns out, the reason I couldn't participate last time was that someone had set me up." The guard lost patience. "Quit blabbering and just kill him." But Liu Yifei stood up, his eyes burning with hatred. "I won't let history repeat itself. How could I let you succeed again? Fire!" The guard panicked and pulled the trigger, but Liu Yifei moved at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, he disarmed the guard and took down the other with a precise elbow strike to the gut. Liu Yifei held the cold barrel of the gun to the head of the guard, who was trembling with fear. The situation had completely flipped. Standing over the two unconscious bodies, Liu Yifei recalled his tragic life. In his past life, he missed the test and had to survive by scavenging corpses. He was homeless for 3 years before the military discovered he had god-tier talent. But by then, the Chinese front had completely collapsed, and there were no resources or time for him to grow. He remembered the desperate battles of the past. He had rushed to reach level 3 in just 7 months. But in the end, it still wasn't enough. He had thrown himself into a battle with a level 4 mutant. The pain and regret rushed back. The final image before his death flashed in his mind. "Mom, Xiao An, I'm sorry." The last sight haunting Liu Yifei was his mother clutching his younger sister tightly amidst a sea of flames. He had watched helplessly as they were consumed by the fire. He whispered with unbearable pain, "I couldn't save Mom and my sister, I'm sorry." But then, a new surge of vitality ignited within him. He gripped the gun tightly, his eyes blazing with ironclad will. "But it's not too late now," he told himself, with stone-cold determination. Carrying the hope of a new life on his shoulders, as long as he passed the test and became the strongest, he could save his loved ones and end this apocalypse. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. Apocalypse Sword God System bound. Host, Liu Yifei. Mission details. The host must touch the test crystal within 30 minutes to activate the system's functions. If the host fails, the system will disappear after 31 minutes. Mission tip. After completing the activation, any sword skill you possess will be improved 100-fold and enhanced into forbidden sword arts. Liu Yifei stared at the notification board, unable to hide his astonishment. "This is completely different from the system everyone else had in my past life. Is this a cheat skill?" He quickly calmed down, accepting this sudden change. "Perhaps it changed because of my rebirth. Whatever it is, as long as it helps me become stronger, any system will do." He looked toward the door with eyes full of determination. "I must start the test quickly and find out who is behind this." The countdown appeared. Time was running out. Countdown. 31, 0, 0. As soon as Liu Yifei stepped out of the cell, he was blocked by another group of guards. One shouted, "Who are you? Drop your weapon." Another hurried to sound the alarm. "Alert! Alert! An infected person has escaped." They surrounded him, pointing guns at him. "Stay where you are. Hands on your head." Liu Yifei calmly assessed the situation. The leader was a low level 3, awakened one. The rest were just ordinary people. He quickly mapped out a plan in his head. The The best solution now was to take the leader hostage and force him to let him out. As soon as the captain lunged to attack, Liu Yifei easily blocked his strike. The captain panicked and pulled the trigger at close range, but with extraordinary reflexes, Liu Yifei dodged the bullet. A red flash appeared in his eyes. He quickly moved behind the captain, using him as a shield and neutralizing the remaining soldiers. Liu Yifei pressed the cold muzzle against the captain's temple, making him turn pale with fear. "Stand still. I'll shoot if you move," the captain stammered. The other soldiers yelled, "Release our captain. Don't mess with us." Attacking the military in a safe zone is a death sentence, Liu Yifei coldly ordered. "Take me to the testing plaza. You have 3 seconds to think. If you think longer than that, you're a dead man." A young soldier looked at the scene in disbelief. "Is this kid crazy?" The captain in Liu Yifei's grasp screamed in panic. "What are you doing? Are you trying to take the test?" He tried to negotiate in fear. "Wait, maybe there's some misunderstanding. Let's talk about this," Liu Yifei coldly ordered. "Push him forward." The captain walked, trembling, and warned, "Kid, I advise you to come to your senses. Even if you become an awakened one, you can't escape death." At the testing plaza, an officer was speaking before thousands of people. A century ago, the apocalypse arrived in 2042, and we entered the apocalyptic era. 10 billion people, fewer than 110 survived. At that time, the first generation of Awakened appeared and joined forces with the military to save China. Today, we will undergo the important task of testing your talents. If you succeed, you will protect us as an Awakened one. And if you fail, you will leave this place and live an ordinary life. Officer Liu Tian, representing the military commission, ordered, "Now, begin with the descendants of the Awakened." Just then, an emergency notification blared from a soldier's radio. "Attention, everyone. An infected person has taken a hostage and is entering the testing plaza." Senior officers, including Liu Tian, appeared shocked and furious at this news. The guards at the plaza entrance were stunned to see Liu Yifei escorting the hostage inside. Liu Yifei threw all the guards he had taken down into the middle of the plaza, causing unprecedented chaos. He stood alone in the encirclement, facing hundreds of guns. Liu Tian shouted through the loudspeaker, "Drop your weapons! Stop resisting! If you don't stop right now, you will be killed on the spot." But facing the threat, Liu Yifei just stood there, his face as cold as ice, without a hint of fear. Liu Yifei calmly replied, his voice not trembling at all before the hundreds of guns, "I am not infected." He looked straight into Liu Tian's eyes and declared clearly, "I don't want to disturb the awakening ceremony. Actually, I'm just here to take the test." Liu Tian roared in anger. "This chaos is unacceptable. What kind of nonsense is this? Seize him for me immediately." A squad of soldiers equipped with state-of-the-art weapons lunged toward Liu Yifei, ready to follow orders. The captain held hostage by Liu Yifei hastily spoke up, trying to dissuade them. Under Article 137 of the Safe Zone, those who are awakened receive preferential treatment according to regulations, so this is a death penalty and a violation of military orders. He continued with an insinuating tone, "But as long as you contribute enough to my cause, everything can be fixed." Liu Yifei just looked at him with contempt. Seeing Liu Yifei was unmoved, the captain angrily threw a heavy punch at his face, roaring, "Awakened, huh? Wake up!" Liu Yifei fell to the ground after the surprise attack. The soldiers immediately swarmed in and pinned him to the ground. The captain screamed madly, "You lunatic! What kind of garbage regulations are you talking about?" Liu Tian pointed at Liu Yifei and ordered ruthlessly, "Execute him. That is the law." A soldier raised his glowing sword, preparing to finish him off. Suddenly, a supersonic airship appeared in the sky, casting a blinding beam of light down onto the plaza. Everyone was astonished, looking up. A soldier exclaimed, "Why is there a supersonic spiritual airship here?" A majestic figure descended from the airship. It was the supreme commander of the Tianyu military district. High commander of the Tier 3 Awakeners, Xiao Hai, landed on the ground with incredible force, creating a shockwave that sent nearby soldiers flying. A soldier thought in terror, "What a powerful aura. The test hasn't even started yet. Why is the commander here?" Xiao Hai stood there, his aura radiating the power of an expert. The military district was currently facing a shortage of high-level awakeners, and his life was constantly at risk. This was to show everyone his capabilities. A soldier watched, and Xiao Hai's gaze was sharp as a blade. He thought, if the awakening isn't successful, he will be dealt with on the spot. Xiao Hai grabbed Liu Yifei by the collar and hoisted him up. Facing the commander, Liu Yifei wasn't afraid at all. He smirked defiantly. "Just set up a test for me. I'll do it right now." Xiaohai ordered everyone in the line to disperse, and the soldiers hurriedly backed away. Creating a clear space, someone whispered, "Is he really going to be tested?" Liu Yifei walked toward the test stone, leaving behind the whispers and contemptuous glares of the descendants. This was essentially the fantasy of every ordinary person. They dreamed of awakening. Those from the bottom of society thought they had talent, which was truly disgusting. He stood before the giant black stone that would decide his fate. He recalled the tragedy of his past life. He had been manipulated and made one mistake after another. He reached out his hand, determined to change his destiny. This new life began with the first step of the test. "My fate is now in my own hands," he shouted internally, expressing his unshakable will. The moment his hand touched the stone, a terrifying event occurred. A massive beam of purple energy exploded from the stone, spreading to everyone around. Even Xiaohai and Liu Tian couldn't help but be stunned by this unprecedented scene. The crowd screamed in panic as they watched the energy wave wash over them. The beam of energy became increasingly intense, seemingly wanting to tear the very sky apart. Liu Yifei stood in the heart of the energy storm. He felt a familiar sensation as spiritual energy flooded his body. This familiar feeling, let's test it first. The notification board popped up repeatedly, displaying astonishing results. Talent test in progress. Current talent level, D. Talent test in progress. Current talent level, C. Liu Tian yelled, his face twisted in shock. Talent test in progress. Current talent level, B. He roared in disbelief. His level kept rising. Does this brat really have high-level talent? Current talent level, A. Liu Yifei tilted his head back, enjoying the pure energy purging his body. He blurted out in ecstasy. "Spiritual energy is flooding my body. This feeling is amazing." His eyes flashed with a wild purple light, and he roared with a savage smile. "Testing crystal, you can channel more spiritual energy in here." A massive energy explosion, even more terrifying than before, erupted, causing the entire plaza to shake violently. Liu Tian and Xiaohai were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Liu Tian stammered, "An ordinary person actually has A-level talent? The odds of this happening aren't even 1 in a million." Xiaohai narrowed his eyes, realizing something even more shocking. The final result hasn't appeared yet? Could his level be even higher? The purple energy beam shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds, as if to announce to the world the birth of a legend. Someone in the crowd shouted, "His level is still rising." Liu Yifei stood firm in the center of the storm. His hands emitted a blinding light, absorbing an unimaginable amount of energy. The crowd once again screamed in horror and amazement. Liu Yifei's eyes were now a completely brilliant purple. He roared as his body accepted power beyond its limits. Talent test in progress. Current talent level, S. The energy beam expanded once again, emitting an incredible pressure. Those present couldn't withstand the terrifying spiritual pressure. They clutched their heads and collapsed in pain. Xiaohai stared fixedly at Liu Yifei, his eyes wide with excitement. It's not over. His final result hasn't been announced yet. That means the test is still ongoing. This child, he's already S-level talent. This is a future Tier 3 Awakener. At this critical moment, he immediately ordered his subordinates, all local military forces, prepare to depart the city. We must ensure we stop any mass attacks from mutants. Orders were issued to deploy spiritual airships for military patrol, preventing any accidents. All roads leading to the plaza must be closed to non-military personnel. Blockade the area. Above, Liu Yifei roared one last time, releasing his full potential. His power caused the patrolling airships overhead to wobble. A massive energy vortex formed over the plaza and then slowly subsided. Liu Yifei stood there, his breathing slightly heavy. A system notification rang out. Test complete. Everyone, from civilians to soldiers, held their breath, waiting for the final result. The last wave of energy dissipated, leaving a heavy silence. Xiaohai and Liu Tian looked at each other, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Xiaohai stammered, He is really." Liu Yifei stood there, his body enveloped in a pure purple aura. The final result appeared. Pureblood SS level. Xiaohai clenched his fists, excitement clearly visible on his face. If an S level can become a Tier 3 Awakener, an SS level can definitely surpass that. It seems the whole world is about to change. He couldn't suppress his joy and burst into hearty laughter. "Good, very good. Ha ha ha. Our Tianfeng safe zone actually has such a talent." The descendants who had mocked Liu Yifei could now only look at him with eyes of jealousy and admiration. "Did you hear that? He was praised by the High Commander himself. I'm so jealous. Everything changed so fast. Just a moment ago, he was still being called disgusting. Don't say that anymore. Maybe in the future, He'll be our superior. Amidst the cheering, Liu Yifei frowned slightly, feeling a bit unsatisfied. My talent is clearly SSS, the highest level theoretically. I didn't expect the testing crystal's limit to be only SS. Oh well, that's enough. What's important now is the system's mission. He silently commanded in his mind. System, open my control panel. A virtual screen appeared before his eyes. God, sword system, loaded. Bound to Liu Yifei. Current effect. Increases skill power by 1000%. After learning any sword skill, it will be unconditionally enhanced to SSS level. Additional effect 1. Increases reversed spiritual energy by 10,000%. Unlocks the limit of all attributes. 4. Attributes can be increased to the maximum at the same time and are no longer limited by any talent. Additional effect 2. Every 48 hours a skill can be used. Without consumption, with unlimited levels. Liu Yifei breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, the mission is complete. He looked at the system panel with an incredulous expression. Wait a minute. Even with the efforts of the entire nation in my past life, we could only achieve 2 S-level skills and 1 A-level skill. But now, this system can enhance my skills to SSS level like this? A new mission appeared. Current mission. Collect 10 sword skills. Mission details. Learn as many sword skills as possible. Mission reward. Attribute points +4. Warning. Forbidden to disclose information about the system to the outside world. Will be erased if violated. A cryptic smile appeared on Liu Yifei's lips. Interesting. I have an idea to test this skill. Just then, Xiao Hai and Liu Tian approached. An officer said, Cadet Liu Yifei, congratulations on your SS-level talent. Xiao Hai patted his shoulder affectionately and laughed loudly. Tell us, what reward do you want? Uncle Xiao will definitely get it for you. Liu Yifei was still preoccupied with the system's mission, so he didn't react. Xiao Hai and Liu Tian looked at each other, a bit confused. Cadet Liu Yifei? Xiao Hai speculated. No reaction? It seems he just awakened, so he's still in shock. He burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. He threw his arm around Liu Yifei intimately. Uncle Xiao was also stunned for a long time. Just like you. Let's go. Don't just stand there. Come to my office and we'll talk. Liu Yifei finally snapped out of his thoughts and obediently followed. Yes. In Commander Xiao Hai's luxurious office, he poured tea for Liu Yifei and said in a stern but caring voice, Liu Yifei, you were set up and almost missed your test. Because of that, I sent people to deal with everyone involved. I will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation. Besides that, I've decided to appoint you as the first candidate for the incubation program, he explained further. Once you pass the high-level verification, a Tier 3 expert will be assigned as your mentor, and resources as well as equipment will be provided to you. Then he said intimately, Now, first let's talk about your talent, and Uncle Xiao will help you plan. Liu Yifei knew he couldn't reveal the massive secret about the system, so he decided to hide it. I can't tell others about the system, so I can only tell him about my initial talent. He replied, It's a psychic talent, the ability to move objects from a distance. Xiao Hai nodded, looking quite impressed. Oh, a psychic talent. It's quite rare. You might need experts from the capital to guide you, he said, before asking again. Very well, Liu Yifei. What reward do you want? Liu Yifei didn't hesitate. If possible, I would like a book on sword skills, Commander Xiao. Xiao Hai laughed loudly. That's easy enough. He turned to order his subordinates. Go get a copy, and pick one with a higher grade. The soldier quickly returned with a tablet. Here you go, Commander Xiao. This is the highest level in our reserve. Liu Yifei took it. Xiao Hai handed the tablet to him. Liu Yifei bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there is nothing else, I would like to return home. Xiao Hai smiled understandingly. You're eager to go home and share the good news with your family, aren't you? I understand. He ordered his elite soldiers. Go. A few elite troops will follow Liu Yifei to ensure his safety. If there are any issues, report directly to me. After Liu Yifei left, Xiao Hai's face turned cold. He commanded his subordinates with authority. Also, I want to report on why Liu Yifei almost lost the chance to take the test within 24 hours. Yes, regardless of who is involved, arrest them first and ask questions later. Yes, Supreme Commander, the soldiers replied in unison, bowing. An armored military vehicle carried Liu Yifei and his escort through the ruined streets, stopping in front of a rundown building. The vehicle braked hard, creating a harsh sound in the quiet night. Liu Yifei stepped out, facing the curious and surprised gazes of his neighbors. He turned to the escort. Seniors, you can stay here. I can make it home on my own now. Some neighbors began whispering, "Hey, look, isn't that Liu Yifei? Has he become a big shot? He just arrived in a military vehicle." Another whispered, "Keep your voice down. Something must be up if he's being escorted by so many awakened." Amidst the chatter, Liu Yifei saw a familiar figure rummaging through scrap metal. He called out softly, voice trembling with emotion, "Xiao An." The girl jumped and turned around. She was stunned to recognize her brother. It was Liu Yifei's younger sister, Ye Xiao An. The image of Xiao An dying in a sea of flames in his previous life flooded back, making Liu Yifei's heart ache. He whispered, "Xiao An, last time, I couldn't protect you. Forgive me." He knelt down and hugged his sister, tears welling up. He swore to himself that in this life, he would never let her suffer again. But Xiao An was confused, not understanding what was happening. She hesitated. "Brother? We haven't seen each other in over a year. Aren't you in the training camp? How did you get out?" Liu Yifei smiled, happy tears streaming down his face. "Your brother already took the test." Xiaoan asked, surprised. "Huh? But why are you crying?" Liu Yifei quickly wiped his tears, trying to hide his emotions. "It's nothing. I'm just happy to see you again." Xiaoan happily pulled his hand. "Brother, let's go home quickly. Mom has been very worried about you since you left." Liu Yifei replied, "Sure. Let's go home together and surprise Mom." On the way back, Xiaoan showed off her bag full of scrap. "Brother, look. Today I was lucky enough to find more parts. We can trade them for a cake so you can eat well today." Liu Yifei rubbed his sister's head, smiling warmly. "Silly girl, today we'll eat really well." Xiaoan asked happily. "Really? Is there meat too?" Liu Yifei confirmed firmly. "Of course, as much as you want." A hearty dinner was served with steaming white rice and 3 savory dishes. Xiaoan cheered with joy. "Wow, brother, there's so much." During the meal, their mother asked curiously, "How was the awakening test? A lot of neighbors have been asking about it." Liu Yifei smiled brightly, announcing the good news to his family. "I passed. Mom, I'm an awakened now." Liu Yifei was so happy he shed tears. She couldn't believe what she just heard. "Is that true?" "Yes," Liu Yifei replied firmly. Xiao An cheered with joy, holding her chopsticks high. "It's true. It's really my brother. You are truly my pride." She innocently asked, "Brother, since you passed, can our family eat meals like this every day?" Liu Yifei smiled gently. "Yes." He looked at his sister and promised, "Yes, you can." That night, the silver moonlight shone through the dilapidated window, illuminating the small room. His mother and sister were fast asleep, their faces peaceful and free of worry. Liu Yifei looked at them one last time, a warm smile on his lips. He gently closed the door, not wanting to disturb their sleep. He went to a corner of the room, sat down, and commanded the system. "System, activate skill book learning immediately." A notification appeared. "Mission completed. Gained 4 attribute points. Detected C rank skill. Stab. Detected sword skill. Skill update successful. Stab skill upgraded to SSS rank skill. Sword storm. A powerful blue sword energy aura surrounded Liu Yifei. Sword storm. After consuming 4,500 spiritual energy points, it summons a vortex of sword energy and delivers a destructive blow to the target area in a very short time. This skill has ultra-high speed, armor piercing, destruction, disintegration, and other traits. Note: the destructive power of the skill has been increased by 10,000% compared to the current level. Please use with caution. Liu Yifei couldn't hide his amazement. It was actually upgraded from C to SSS. Although he had seen many things in his previous life, he had never encountered anything on this scale. He checked his status board. So, one use requires 4,500 spiritual energy points. Wait, the status board appeared. Current talent, level 0. Willpower, 15 points. Spiritual energy reserve, 1,500 points. A promotion notification appeared. Promoted to level 1 primary. Willpower increased to 20 points. Spiritual energy, 2,000 points. Subsequent levels require: Level 2. Willpower, 30 points. Spiritual energy, 3,000 points. Level 3 Willpower, 40 points. Spiritual energy, 4,000 points. Liu Yifei calculated in his head, if I don't count equipment bonuses, to use Sword Storm once, theoretically, I need to reach Level 3 Intermediate. Fortunately, I can use the skill for free every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if all my spiritual energy were drained, I wouldn't be able to use it even once. He crossed his arms, thinking about the system's limitations. But the annoying thing is that the system doesn't allow me to reveal any information related to it. So, I can't explain the source of my strength or skills to others. In other words, before I'm promoted to level 2, I must avoid using Swordstorm in front of others. Now is a critical time for the commander to put him in the program, so it's better not to cause any trouble. He looked at his hands. But this is a high-level skill I've never seen in my previous life. He smiled with interest. I really want to use it right now. All right, he stood up, his eyes flashing with a light. He thought of a place. Perfect for testing his new power. Isn't that place located in the military zone? The narration echoed. Along with the apocalypse, the world is filled with spiritual energy. Many different random dungeons have appeared everywhere. With the influx of Awakened and the adventures and challenges completed, information related to the dungeons has gradually been gathered by humanity. The special military has spent a lot of manpower and resources to research and develop test dungeons. They use them to train their troops in actual combat. Compared to naturally created, deadly dungeons, risks can be avoided. In a test dungeon, security is maximized. In test dungeons, just one small mistake, and the participant will be immediately wiped out by the system. Despite those risks, Liu Yifei was still determined. He put on a hooded cloak to cover level low. Liu Yifei observed his surroundings and realized this place was created right after the apocalypse. So, the weapon provided in this dungeon is a dagger? He wondered, looking at the information board. A beam of blue light appeared in his hand, materializing into a combat dagger. He smiled confidently, spinning the dagger in his hand, just as I wanted. The weaker the weapon, the easier it is to test my skills. As he was walking down the hallway, a hideous mutant, shaped like a mass of red flesh, quietly appeared behind him. A flash of red light flickered in Liu Yifei's eyes. He immediately sensed its presence. The mutant, a giant eye and a long, slimy tongue lashed out at him. You came here yourself, didn't you? Liu Yifei calmly dodged the attack with ease. He spun around, roared, "Give me your points," and thrust his blade straight into the monster's only eye. The strike killed the mutant instantly, spraying blood everywhere. Liu Yifei smirked. "Ha ha, time to go hunting." He walked calmly toward the emergency exit at the end of the hall. He carefully peeked outside. Another, larger mutant with multiple eyes was waiting there. One more. A monster with a gaping maw full of jagged teeth lunged at him. Liu Yifei faced it without a hint of fear. He plunged his blade deep into the monster's jaw and quickly slid underneath it. The beast met its maker. Even though his current physical condition wasn't optimal, the combat skills he'd honed in his past life made these zombies easy targets. It seems if I really want to test my skills, I'll have to head into the boss area, he thought. He spotted a virtual signpost and said, "Exit this building via the stairwell." Looking down from above, he tracked his location. After passing through the stores, the boss area had to be in the square to his right. A few zombies wandered around the square below. Oh, nice. Their numbers are growing fast. It's a shame that no matter how many regular zombies you kill, your spiritual energy doesn't increase. I still need to find the boss. And I have to get rid of you lot first. He jumped down, plunging into the middle of 7 mutants. He moved fluidly through the crowd, dodging attacks and scouting for his target. A series of system notifications appeared. Boss area found. Warning. Liu Yifei stood in the center of an area surrounded by black and yellow warning tape. Level 1. Peak mutant. Corpse eater approaching. A confident smile touched Liu Yifei's lips. A giant monster with pincers as hard as steel swooped down from above, creating a terrifying blast. Fast, Liu Yifei thought to himself. If your skills aren't strong enough, Liu Yifei launched himself into the air, his body cloaked in a dark green aura. The corpse eater swung its giant pincers down, but Liu Yifei was faster. He dove from above, his dagger glowing with a brilliant blue light, aimed straight at the monster's weak point on its head. He smiled confidently, thinking, no matter how embarrassing it is, you can simply leave the dungeon. A system notification appeared. Skill, ready for use. He activated the Sword Storm skill, unleashing a devastating attack. A whirlwind of blue sword energy engulfed the monster, tearing its sturdy armor into pieces. Liu Yifei landed on the ground, surrounded by a cloud of dust. He looked at the lingering traces of energy on his hands and whispered, "This is." As the dust settled, a deep trench had been carved into the ground, and the monster's carcass had completely vanished. It ended in just one strike? If I hadn't come here to test this skill, I would never have known how powerful it was. He clenched his fist, reassessing his strength. With this power, even a weak level 2 peak mutant could be taken out. He looked at his hands, filled with disbelief and excitement. And right now, I'm only at level 1. A system notification appeared. You have killed a level 1 peak mutant. Obtained 5 spiritual energy points. The test dungeon reduces experience gains by 50%. Everything from the test dungeon comes from the military district's spirit stones. They aren't as good as regular dungeons, he thought. Then another notification appeared, leaving him stunned. Obtained equipment. Agile gauntlets. I've never heard of a test dungeon dropping equipment. Where did this come from? The equipment info window appeared. Agile gauntlets, +1 agility, +15% shooting stability and speed. He put the gauntlets on and smiled with satisfaction. In this apocalyptic world, a normal awakened might not even have a full set of white-tier gear, so even one piece isn't a bad start. He looked around the completely destroyed area. My mission here is complete, and I was lucky enough to get some gear. No reason to stay here any longer. A teleportation light surrounded him. Time to get out of the dungeon. Liu Yifei reappeared on the teleportation platform and handed the card back to the attendant. I'm done. His face turned pale with fear as he recalled Liu Yifei's words. He said he was going to test something. Could he have meant testing? To see if he could defeat the dungeon boss? Meanwhile, Liu Yifei had returned to the slums, where life remained harsh. Selling guns. Give me 7.5 kilograms of flour, and I'll give you 20 rounds of ammo. Praying mantis at 0.5 kilograms. 1 credit on sale now. He walked quietly through the market, thinking, even though I can easily defeat a level 1 peak mutant now, the situation is still dire. He saw a patrol team approaching, and everyone rushed to flee. Hurry up, the patrol is coming. Get lost, get lost. Whose kid is this? Be careful. A man snapped as children scattered. Liu Yifei watched the scene with a heavy heart, not to mention the catastrophe in a year. He recalled the painful memories from his previous life. The Tianfeng safe zone would be turned into a scorched wasteland, with corpses strewn everywhere due to the attack of a massive horde of level 3 mutants. He clenched his fists, determined to change the future. In 10 days, there will be a zombie riot in the urban area of Tianfeng City, forming a zombie wave that will then attack the Tianfeng safe zone. The danger threatening Mom and Xiaoan is still there. I need to be stronger, faster, he told himself, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. At the Central Military Group headquarters in the capital safe zone, an emergency meeting was underway. A high-ranking officer said, "The emergency report on the SS rank talent discovered in the Tianfeng safe zone has arrived." "Has everyone read the report?" another person said excitedly. "An SS rank talent, and pure-blooded at that. This is a very good prospect." Liu Yifei's profile appeared on the big screen. Liu Yifei, SS rank talent, awakened psychic system. An officer spoke up. "Recently, there have been a lot of casualties among our level 3s, so it's good to have such a talent added to the ranks." Another agreed. "Right. We must accelerate his training and get him all the necessary resources as soon as possible." Someone proposed, "How about we directly merge him into the capital military district and assign him a coach?" The commander-in-chief, an elderly general with a thick mustache, sternly interrupted. "Are you trying to break the impenetrable sky barrier between level 3 and level 4? Another general explained with a grim look. "To this day, none of us high-level awakened, whether it's the 4 great commanders or the dozens of level 3 peak soldiers in the military, even our commander-in-chief, no one has been able to reach level 4. A younger officer countered irritably, "That's because we weren't trained with the best resources from the start." The mustachioed general pondered for a moment and then nodded. "That's right. Starting like this is a good idea and worth trying." A young officer said happily, "Yes." The meeting chair, a general with a steely face, made the final decision. SS rank talent. Liu Yifei is chosen for the incubation program and will be personally trained by Li Jibin as the #1 candidate. He will be transferred immediately to the capital military district. Suddenly, a bespectacled officer, who had been silent since the start of the meeting, slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "I object." The mustachioed general asked in surprise, "Why?" He continued to question, "Why would you refuse such a talent? Is the 4th military district trying to start an argument again?" The bespectacled officer pushed his glasses up and asked sharply, "Did you not read the end of the emergency report?" He revealed the vital information. He awakened a psychic system. Type 4. In our 75 years of record-keeping, never has a psychic system user reached level 3. Those who awaken the psychic system have the weakest physical capabilities. They are usually in support roles. Fighting alone without the protection of other awakened is no different than suicide. For the leveling mission, a player, advancing from level 1 to level 2 depends on luck, and from level 2 peak to level 3, as you all know, the number of successful advancements is 0. The bespectacled officer concluded coldly. The meeting room fell into silence. The air became heavy. Another officer stood up in agreement. That's true. Treat Liu Yifei's importance as a highly precious resource that cannot be wasted. The next day, Commander Xiao Hai read the report with an incredulous expression. The selection of candidate Liu Yifei has been rejected, and his significance has been downgraded, he muttered to himself. A spiritual system user who can't reach level 3, his potential, is evaluated as only equivalent to level A, or even lower. It doesn't hold much significance. An aide asked, Commander Tio, should we still treat him as we previously decided? Xiao Hai made a cold decision. Superiors have confirmed that he has no potential. In this case, cancel the original plan and withdraw the personnel sent to protect him. The aide asked further. Additionally, the investigation into the person who obstructed Liu Yifei's test has been suspended because the suspect committed suicide. Should we continue? Xiao Hai turned away, his voice filled with disappointment and indifference. I only agreed before because of his potential, but now that it's gone, what is there left to investigate? The aide bowed. Understood. A military vehicle stopped in front of the slums. Several soldiers stepped out and informed Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei, the expert's final decision has been made. Your potential is only at level 2, and the safe zone has cancelled your plan. There is no need to participate in the nurturing program. All notifications have been issued. Goodbye. Liu Yifei stood there silently watching the military vehicle leave, leaving behind a trail of dust. He thought to himself, how is it possible that my potential is only level 2? My talent is as high as SSS. Even if the test said it was level SS, it should be enough to prove my potential. A flash of insight sparked in his mind. I understand now. He realized the deep prejudice of this world. At this time, all spiritual awakeners are still considered trash, and the fact that an awakener cannot reach level 4 because their spiritual index is insufficient, so they must cultivate their spiritual system, is still unknown. He looked up at the sky, his eyes full of determination. I never expected that, in this world, something like this would prevent the seniors from seeing my true value. Should I go to the capital and tell them that I am an SSS rank talent, and spiritual awakening is the key to reaching level 4? He quickly dismissed that thought. Forget it, no one will believe me. What I should do right now is find a way to quickly restore my strength to level 3. By then, all these problems will be solved. He clenched his fist, a black aura surrounding his body. I have the Sword God system. I have the Storm Sword. This beginning is much better than my previous life. Let's go. Time to start hunting mutants. He headed towards the wild forest, a dangerous place teeming with monsters. Just as he entered the forest, Liu Yifei was blocked by another group of awakened ones. One of them spoke up, inviting him. Hey buddy, with that rifle, do you want to join our group? Let's cooperate to hunt level 1 mutants. If we succeed, you'll gain some experience. Come with us, we'll keep you safe. Liu Yifei glanced at them coldly from under his hood. He thought to himself, forming a team? Level 1 mutants don't give much experience anyway. With so many people, how could we get enough? He flatly refused. No thanks. The leader of the group was angry at Liu Yifei's attitude. He stepped forward and growled. Hey kid, you're quite arrogant. We saw you were alone and wanted to help, but you're really ungrateful. He turned away, but didn't forget to issue a warning. Don't forget how vast this world is. Once you've awakened, we had the kindness to take you along. Isn't your attitude a bit too much? Liu Yifei slightly raised his head, his eyes glowing with a deadly red color under his cloak. He growled only one word. Get lost. The cold aura radiating from Liu Yifei made the leader shudder. He took a step back, cold sweat breaking out. His eyes are so cold. It feels like I'm being stared at by a wild beast. The whole group looked at Liu Yifei with vigilant and fearful eyes. The leader thought to himself, only those who have experienced life and death countless times have eyes like that. This kid is really strange. They dared not provoke him further and hurriedly left, leaving Liu Yifei alone to continue deep into the dark forest. He stopped at a clearing. Now, he observed his surroundings. Memories from his previous life flooded back. This decaying forest is one of the most dangerous places outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, in the deepest area of the forest, there are 2 level 1 mutants, and one of them is a peak level 1 mutant. He calculated his plan. To upgrade from level 0 to level 1, I need to kill 3 level 1 mutants. In the trial dungeon, I killed a peak level 1 mutant. Although the experience was halved, it's still equivalent to a normal level 1 creature. He concluded, I must kill 2 mutants in this forest to level up. With that, he dashed deep into the forest. He raised his rifle, ready to fight, facing a grotesque mutant. He told himself, I must try not to use the storm sword. The storm sword can kill them in one strike. He lunged into the attack, his body wrapped in a black aura. I don't just need spiritual experience, but I also need to strengthen my physical capabilities. He fought against a pack of skeletal mutants, thinking constantly. Those who have awakened the spiritual system are often considered physically weak. I must change that prejudice in the eyes of the seniors. Not just me, but also those who have the ability to reach level 3 but are hindered by weak physique, also need to be awakened physically. Otherwise, it will be too late when the level 4 mutant arrives. I must find a way to make the seniors realize the importance of the spiritual system. Gunshots echoed throughout the forest. The previous group heard the gunfire and were startled. Did you guys hear that? That's gunfire. Could it be that kid? It came from somewhere near the tree demon. The leader was panicked and urged his teammates. It doesn't sound far from here. Everyone run. Don't be greedy for benefits. That kid is courting death himself. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was being attacked by the roots of a giant tree, bristling like venomous snakes. 2 system notifications appeared simultaneously. Peak level 1 mutant, tree demon. Approaching. Mid-level 1 mutant, the binder. Approaching. Liu Yifei frowned, a bit surprised. 2 at once, he faced the giant tree demon but didn't see the other one. Where is the other one? The tree demon roared with an earth-shattering sound. The only one I can sense and see is the one in front of me, he thought, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The tree demon attacked from above, but Liu Yifei felt something unusual. He quickly dodged the sharp thorns suddenly, sprouting from the ground. He looked up. A dozen tree roots were plummeting down like a deadly rain. Too fast, he thought. His body tensed to dodge. He moved flexibly, evading one strike after another. One of the tree roots suddenly disappeared into the ground. Where did it go? Liu Yifei was alert. Suddenly, that tree root erupted from under his feet. Liu Yifei looked down at the ground, realizing he had fallen into a trap. At the same time, the giant tree demon jumped up and launched its attack. He quickly dodged. That bulky, giant form can actually jump? Liu Yifei was amazed. He faced the binder, realizing their plan. And the second one still hasn't appeared. Is it planning to perform a sneak attack? One binder lunged into attack, not giving him a second to breathe. Cornered, Liu Yifei realized there was no time to escape and no time to think. He gripped his gun tightly, his eyes full of determination. I can only fight back. He slammed his gun into the monster. It tilted its face to the sky and screamed in pain. In that moment, Liu Yifei suddenly realized an important detail. He saw a bloodshot eye exactly like the eyes of the binder hidden on the chest of the tree demon. A tree demon had struck him. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and pondered the thing he had just seen. He recalled memories from his previous life. Our team was able to defeat a mid-level 2 mutant easily, but we didn't expect to face 2 level 1 mutants. All members of the team were severely injured, and 2 people even died. If the second one hadn't hidden so well, we wouldn't have ended up like that. He realized the truth. In his past life, the tree demon and the binder were killed by an elite army. Their words at that time had misled him. He looked at the tree demon with sharp eyes. I always thought that the other one was hiding somewhere, but the answer was right in front of my eyes. The binder is on the body of the tree demon. The binder on the tree demon's chest roared, and a flow of energy enveloped the tree demon's body. Liu Yifei analyzed the situation. So, that's it. The roar of the binder is a strength buff for the tree demon, although it doesn't seem to last long, and when the buff is refreshed, the tree demon takes a step back. The tree demon lunged into the attack again, but Liu Yifei had seen through its pattern. There's no change in the movement. It's still the same style of attack as before. He smiled confidently. If I'm right, it will jump to my side again. The tree demon did exactly what he predicted. Liu Yifei smirked. After I've seen through your plan, this trick has become your biggest flaw. Binder. Liu Yifei lunged forward, aiming straight for the creature tethered to the tree demon's chest. The tree demon desperately tried to use its roots to shield its weak point. Liu Yifei swung his dagger, reinforced with golden spiritual energy, slicing through the roots with ease as he closed the distance. Dodging the tree demon's desperate attacks, he put everything into a direct strike, stabbing the dagger into the only eye of the creature tethered to it. He yelled at it. Without the tree demon's protection, you're ridiculously weak. He channeled energy into his hand. He created a small explosion, completely destroying the creature. Deprived of its power source, the tree demon let out a roar of pain and despair. Liu Yifei landed on the ground, facing the now weakened tree demon, and unleashed a series of glowing blade strikes, tearing its body to shreds. He stood there, his breathing slightly heavy, surrounded by the carcass of the tree demon. Who could have imagined that without the support of that creature, the tree demon's strength wouldn't even reach the peak of level 1? He gripped his dagger tightly, feeling his newfound power. The tree demon froze for a moment, then let out one final roar before dying. Liu Yifei swung his blade to sever the remaining roots. He looked at the mangled tree demon and said coldly, "Stop struggling." His eyes were icy, his voice devoid of emotion. "Goodbye, tree demon." He unleashed a finishing blow, shattering what remained of the monster. A small explosion occurred, marking the total end of the mutant. A series of system notifications appeared. You have killed a level 1 intermediate mutant, the Tethered. You have received spiritual experience. You have killed a level 1 peak mutant, Tree Demon. You have received spiritual experience. You have obtained white demon tree bark. You have obtained white dead tree armor. You have obtained white giant pen material. You have obtained a spiritual fruit, corpse fruit type 1. Liu Yifei looked at the info panel for the new armor. Although it wasn't ideal, it was still a good combat practice session, and he had gained a few things. The info panel displayed white dead tree armor. Usage effect. User's physique increases by 1 point, 30% resistance to bullets, and 5% to physical attacks. Negative effect. When attacked by fire, the user will take an additional 5% fire damage, he muttered. Human physique, combined with tree support, can create a decent layer of defense. He looked at the remaining item. However, there's still the spiritual fruit. The info panel displayed white spiritual fruit, corpse fruit. Usage effect. User's physique increases permanently by 1 point. It also provides a 10% increase to HP recovery rate. Do you wish to use it? Yes, Liu Yifei chose without hesitation. The fruit turned into a stream of white energy, merging into his body. He felt new power flowing through him. For many awakened individuals, upgrading a main level only adds 4 points. After defeating those 2 bosses, I've improved quite a bit. Not a bad result. Meanwhile, the group from earlier was trembling with fear. The boss's spiritual pressure, it's gone. Could that be the sound of gunfire? Is that a level 2 awakened? The leader looked around, his face full of doubt. But there's no one here except us and that kid. That kid felt very evil when we met him earlier. Could it be him? But that's too outrageous. 30 minutes later, in the inner city of the Tianfeng safe zone, in the mutant material trading area, Liu Yifei placed a large bag on the counter. The shop owner, a chubby middle-aged man, asked, "Hello, are these the materials you wish to trade?" Liu Yifei replied, "Take them all, and give me a price." He thought to himself, although I could use the system's trading channel, I shouldn't waste resources at this level. Money must be handled carefully, so this kind of transaction suits me better. A beautiful female clerk inspected the goods and said with a professional smile, "Hello. These 4 materials of yours come from a level 1 peak mutant. They can be used to craft a set of armor and attack equipment. The estimated price is about 697 credits. It seems this is your first time, so we can buy your materials at a special discount for new customers. The price will be 700 credits. Do you agree?" Liu Yifei knew the value of this amount in this apocalypse. 700 credits could buy you over 200 kilograms of meat, or hire 7 to 8 mercenaries to work for you. That was an extremely high price. He nodded. "Yes, just pay the bill, shopkeeper." The clerk transferred the money and said, "The credits have been transferred. Please check." The shopkeeper added, "We also deal in equipment, supplies, and firearms. We even offer customizations for any special requests from customers. Do you need anything else, sir?" Liu Yifei handed his credit card to him. "Do you have any skill books? Swordsmanship skills?" The shopkeeper laughed. "We do, but their levels are relatively low. In fact, in the entire Tianfeng safe zone, in general, there are only D-rank skills." The clerk said, "We have 3 books. Would you like to buy them?" Liu Yifei viewed the info of the 3 books on the tablet. D-rank skill. Mad/sword skill. D-rank skill. Sword/sword skill. D-rank skill. Continuous/sword skill. He thought to himself, they are all at the lowest level, all of them are useless. Although I don't have to worry about the power of the system's modified skills, the effect of the modified skill is still closely related to the original, so I can't just pick a random skill. He analyzed it further. Just like the Sword Storm skill, even though it's extremely powerful, there's still a short delay when casting. It's not as flexible because the coverage area is too large. If I encounter a fast, high-level mutant in the future, once it manages to escape the Sword Storm, it will be able to confront me. The shopkeeper saw him hesitating and said, "Do you not like them, dear customer? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, We can have skill books transferred from other safe zones for you, as long as you're willing to pay a processing fee. If you specify your requirements regarding sword skills, B rank would also be fine. Liu Yifei had made his decision. No need. I want that sword/skill. I want to see what a speed-boosting skill like that can be changed into. The shopkeeper thought to himself. A person who can sell level 1 peak mutant materials is actually interested in these useless skills? Could it be that he's just rich and stubborn? Well, whatever. No need to think about it. He happily ordered, sword/skill, 600 credits. Give the skill book to our distinguished guest. The clerk placed a red-covered book on the counter. Here is your item. The shopkeeper waved his hand. Take care. Please visit us again. Liu Yifei left the shop, walking down the quiet street. He looked at his credit balance. I still have 100 credits left. I should buy some good food for Xiao An. Arriving home, Xiao An looked surprised at the canned food boxes on the table. Big brother, why did you bring back so much good food again? Liu Yifei smiled, wiping his hands on a towel. I am an awakened person now. Didn't I tell you last time that good things will keep happening in the future? He pushed a box of snacks toward the little girl. Well, I picked out a few snacks just for you, he explained further. In the apocalypse, it's no longer easy to ensure your survival, so even snacks are a super luxury item. Xiao An cheered happily, hugging the box tightly. Wow, big brother, I heard that only officials have snacks at home. No one in our area has ever seen snacks before. Liu Yifei patted his sister's head, smiling gently. Eat up. There will be plenty more in the future. This is a promise. Xiao An replied happily. Yes. That night, after everyone was fast asleep, he thought, Mom won't be coming home. After working overtime today, and Xiao An is asleep. It's time to learn the skill. He sat at the table and placed the red skill book on it. God Sword System. He placed his hand on the book, and a blue light enveloped him. A system notification appeared. D rank skill, sword slash, has been acquired. Current skill slots, 2 out of 4. Changing skill, Heavenly Light Fierce slash sword slash upgraded to SSS. Liu Yifei closed his eyes, sensing the information of the new skill pouring into his mind. He opened his eyes, and a blue flash sparkled in them. The skill info panel appeared. Skill effect. After consuming 4,000 spiritual points, an instant slash is unleashed, increasing power and agility by 600%. The attack is accompanied by a destructive wave of sword intent, which can cause an abnormal crushing effect in the first strike, with a certain probability of triggering a critical hit. He analyzed. There's a 600% speed boost, and even if it only lasts for a second, it can still make a big difference. I really made the right choice. Next, I still need to find a place to test it. Where should I go now? He suddenly remembered something. Oh, I remember. He opened a drawer and took out a protective suit and a gas mask. When it comes to speed, that place is the most suitable. He quickly put on the suit. 2 hours later, in the primal outskirts of Tianfeng, a ruined city submerged in a thick layer of fog, strange mutant plants grew wildly on the buildings, creating a desolate and deadly scene. Liu Yifei stood in the middle of the desolate scene. His eyes behind the gas mask scanned the area. He nodded slightly and whispered to himself with confirmation. It's this one. It can't be wrong. His eyes stopped on the rusty sign that read, Tangyuan Central District. He sighed, his voice full of nostalgia and loneliness. It seems that whether it's my past life or this life, this area has always been a place where no one goes. Memories from the past come flooding back. Liu Yifei recalls the fated encounter. He mutters, his eyes flashing with determination and a hint of ambition. Back in the day, I accidentally discovered a Tier 2 mutant hiding here, a creature that could reach nearly maximum speed and agility. But more than that, it also has a rare, extremely valuable blue-grade piece of equipment. Lost in thought, Liu Yifei suddenly feels his feet being snagged. He looks down, frowning in annoyance as he sees a bizarre slime from the vegetation clinging tightly to his shoes. Great, just great, he grumbles. I'm stuck. Just as he is struggling to free himself, a massive shadow looms over him. A zombie with pale purple skin and blood-red eyes is growling as it approaches. Sensing a cold killing intent behind him, Liu Yifei snaps around in shock. His eyes widen in surprise behind his protective goggles. A warning flashes. Target alert. The zombie lets out a savage roar and lunges straight at him with astonishing speed, completely mismatched for its bulky frame. With reflexes honed through countless battles, Liu Yifei leans to the side. He dodges the lethal swipe by a hair's breadth with graceful precision. The monster opens its star-shaped mouth, filled with sharp, jagged teeth, a sight that would make even the bravest soul shudder. With a moment of hesitation, Liu Yifei grips the hilt of his sword. A sharp clang rings out as his sword emits a powerful blue glow. He swings the blade, creating a perfect arc. The blue light flashes, tearing through the air and easily slicing both the zombie and the strange vegetation around it in two. Watching the monster's carcass dissipate, Liu Yifei exhales in relief, his face relaxing behind the mask. He says to himself with a stroke of luck, "That was close. Good thing it was just a regular zombie. If that had been a climber, the consequences would have been catastrophic." Then, he looks down at the slimy, toxic ground beneath his feet, his expression becoming serious and calculating. He thinks to himself, "If I have to fight it in this toxic swamp, it'll be a living hell." Having assessed the situation, he quickly makes a decision. With a determined gaze directed toward a nearby warehouse, he says, "So, we'll have to change locations quickly." As he runs, he recalls the brutal battle from his past, his voice full of caution. "When I fought it in my previous life, it was already Tier 2 and wearing blue-grade equipment. Every single collision would cause injuries. With physical strength like that, if you were just a second slow, you could have been torn into pieces by that climber in an instant." Finally, he stops in front of a ruined high-rise, the perfect spot for an ambush. He looks up, scanning carefully. If I remember correctly, that climber should be around here. Suddenly, his eyes are drawn to something strange lurking under the stagnant water. He narrows his eyes, his expression full of surprise and confusion. There wasn't anything like this in my past life, was there? An idea flashes in his mind. The corners of Liu Yifei's mouth curl into a calculating smile. He says in an intrigued tone, "Perhaps I didn't notice it back then. This could be good material to craft a trap." Thinking is doing, he immediately sets to work. He uses all his strength to pull rebar from the rubble, starting to arrange his plan. Suddenly, the water surface explodes violently. A giant, purple, worm-like monster with a mouth full of jagged teeth bursts out, roaring ferociously. He is stunned to realize that a hidden elite mutant has actually appeared. Cold sweat beads behind his mask. Liu Yifei holds his breath, watching the giant worm monster charging toward him at terrifying speed. The monster slams into the ground, creating an earth-shattering impact. The force sends Liu Yifei flying backward. He quickly retreats to maintain distance, his voice low, his eyes never leaving the monster. "I need to take care of this quickly, in case that climber reappears." But then, a confident smile appears on his lips as the monster crashes into the steel trap he had just built. He crosses his arms and says with a scoff, "You fell right into my trap. That was fast. Looks like this trap really worked effectively." At that exact moment, a series of red warning signals flashes before his eyes. A system notification appears with an urgent message. Tier 2 Intermediate Mutant Climber is approaching. Liu Yifei is startled, his eyes widening in panic behind his goggles. He can't believe this ironic situation. From above, a black shadow dives down like lightning. It is the very climber he was looking for. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I have to fight them both at the same time after all." The climber lunges with dizzying speed, but Liu Yifei managed to dodge the attack by the skin of his teeth. As he evades, he mutters in amazement, sweat running down his temples. "Why do I get the feeling it's even faster than it was in my previous life?" His gaze becomes sharp, focusing intently to analyze the situation. He realizes a key principle. Because the principle of the most dangerous place is the safest place holds true. If I stay as close as possible to the climber, it'll be easier to dodge its next attack. However, the worm monster isn't just standing there either. He glances at it, his face full of worry. But the time for its charged attack is unpredictable. There is no more time to calculate. Both monsters attack simultaneously. Liu Yifei makes a decision in a split second, his voice full of resolve. No more time to think. The climber's attack must be dodged, and the elite mutant's attack can only be blocked. He spins around, swinging his sword to intercept the worm monster's attack. A loud boom rings out, and Liu Yifei is sent flying. He clicks his tongue, his voice full of regret and bitterness. This trap really wasn't necessary. Now the damage is even worse. He lands, telling himself with a serious expression, "Although I came here to test my skills, the current situation is very dangerous. If I use Sword Storm, things would be much better." He clenches his fist, blood dripping from the wound on his shoulder, his gaze determined but also full of hesitation. But now, there doesn't seem to be a way to clear the battlefield with just one Sword Storm. He watches the climber moving at terrifying speed and analyzes. The climber is too fast and won't get hit by Sword Storm. But to perfectly dodge two mutants at once, Tier 0 physical strength isn't enough. He exhales, discarding all other options. His eyes focused on a single possibility. In that case, The only skill I can use is Heavenly Light Slicing. But just like a standard slash, it's a single target attack. Both monsters roar once more and charge at him simultaneously from two different directions. In that moment of life and death, a thought flashes in Liu Yifei's mind. His eyes light up with hope. Wait a minute. I remember the skill description said its attack is accompanied by sword chi. He stares at the incoming climber, his brain calculating at maximum speed. Although I don't know how long that sword chi will be, I'll be safer if I estimate based on its shortest possible length. If there are no surprises, it should work, he mutters. And then he dashes forward, placing himself between the two monsters. He shouts in a confident and decisive voice, "By adding the length of my arm, and the length of the sword chi at its shortest setting, even if it's a single target attack, it's enough to hit both mutants at once." He swings his sword, unleashing the full power of his new skill, Heavenly Light Slicing. A massive wave of blue energy erupts, forming a destructive arc. The blue light sweeps through everything, slicing both monsters in half in a single sword stroke. Amidst the storm of energy, Liu Yifei stands firm, his gaze cold and sharp. As the light fades, the ground is covered in deep gouges, and the carcasses of the two monsters have vanished. He stands amidst the scene, his voice sounding slightly proud. "I was able to kill both of them. That's a particularly good attack." He lands on the ground gracefully and begins to analyze the results. Not only can it cause an abnormal limb-crushing effect on the first target hit, but the sword chi also has an area of effect property. I shouldn't have risked attacking both at the same time. He frowns, deep in thought, his face contemplative. No, that's not it. The special effect of the attack might not have necessarily been triggered. This skill needs to be researched further. A series of system notifications appears before his eyes, signaling victory and rewards. Looking at the precious loot. You have leveled up. You killed the Tier 2 intermediate mutant, Climber. You received a large amount of spiritual experience. You killed a Tier 1 advanced mutant, Earthworm. You received spiritual experience. You received material. White Cowfoot. You received material. Agile Core. You received equipment. Wind Ripper Claws Advanced. A satisfied smile appears on Liu Yifei's face behind his mask. He happily concludes, "Even though I just took a risk, the rewards were totally worth it." At that same time, at the Heavenly Wind Space Outpost, a blaring alarm suddenly goes off, shattering the silence. On the main screen, an energy chart that had been stable suddenly spikes to an unusual peak. A soldier on duty is startled out of his distraction. He lunges toward the control panel, his eyes widening in horror. He screams, his voice cracking in disbelief. "What is this? This Tier 3 abnormal energy, we've never seen it. It's big enough to trigger the alarm." And commanding officer rushes into the room, his expression grave. He points at the screen and shouts, "What the hell happened? Why did the alarm go off so suddenly?" A subordinate with blue hair hurried in, his face etched with worry. "Sir, abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the suburbs. Could an awakened level 3 be causing trouble out there?" The commander broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing to analyze the situation. He muttered in a panic, "No way, there's no AI registered in our Tianfeng military district as a level 3 awakened who's out today. Is this a visit from an AI from another district? Or some special operation from another nation? Damn it. Send a team to investigate immediately." 20 minutes later, at the ruins, 2 investigators in hazmat suits were carefully examining the horrific damage to the ground. One shook his head, his voice filled with shock. "This is my first time seeing such a brutal combat trace. I can't think of any level 2 AIs in nearby military zones who could pull off an attack like this." Suddenly, his partner shouted, Wait, look at this!" The other investigator held up an energy detector that was flashing wildly. He shouted in alarm, "What?" After the initial burst, the residual spiritual energy triggered by this skill is at least 4,000. The other person stood up abruptly, his voice trembling as he realized the severity. To unleash that much power, they must be a mid-level 3 powerhouse to be able to move without collapsing on the spot. The two looked at each other, fear written all over their faces. One said firmly, "This is a real emergency. This is way above our department's authority. We have to report this to the commander immediately." Meanwhile, in the Tianfeng safe zone, Liu Yifei strolled through the crowded streets, completely unaware that his actions had caused such a stir. Back in his room, he took out the rending claws, and an info panel appeared, listing its impressive stats. He smiled, satisfied with the skill and attributes. Equipment stats: agility +4, strength +2, attack speed increased by 30%. Special effect: deals 120% double damage. Skill: rending strike. Skill. Creates a melee attack effect that deals 180% damage to the target for 2 seconds. This is the best gear you could find for 60,000 credits in my past life. Hopefully, I can sell it for a good price in this one. As night fell, Liu Yifei sat in front of his computer. The white bandage wrapped around his arm was a testament to the recent battle. He muttered, "It's getting late, let me check online." He posted the rending clause for sale and hit submit. Almost immediately, a notification popped up, and Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Already? 1 second in and someone's interested? This item seems even easier to sell than the last one. A flurry of messages started pouring in. First, a man with a distinct mustache wrote, "Hello, I want to buy the rending clause. Can you give me a good price?" Liu Yifei typed back coldly, 60,000 credits. No bargaining. A wave of messages from other potential buyers flooded the screen. Liu Yifei crossed his arms, calmly reviewing them. A faint smile appeared on his lips. With this many buyers, he wouldn't need to worry about finding a customer. Then, he chuckled to himself as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "You really want it, don't you?" He started typing his conditions, his tone full of confidence. "If you really want it, credits can't be less than 30,000, but I'll accept other resources. As for the gear, for skills, I only want sword-type ones. Also, a spiritual fruit would be the best offer." Elsewhere, a muscular man who looked like a gang leader slammed his fist onto the table. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with greed and determination. "This top-tier gear must be acquired at any cost, even if I have to risk everything." He turned to his subordinates and roared, "Hurry, check the equipment vault, especially if there's anything related to the Swordmaster class." The subordinates replied in unison, "Yes, sir. We will make sure it's done." 30 minutes later, the subordinates returned with a pile of gear. One reported, "Sir, all the equipment we could find is here." The leader looked at the pile, frowning anxiously. He muttered, "I feel like this won't be enough. I need to put down a deposit to secure this item." He turned around and shouted with a frantic expression, "Go! Collect more money, and be fast about it." Back at Liu Yifei's place, a notification appeared on his phone. "Your deposit has been sent." He smirked. "Looks like this guy really wants this piece of gear." Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and a distant sorrow surfaced as he thought about his past. In his previous life, his mother and Xiao An lived in constant fear of death and never had a good day. He gripped his phone tightly, his golden eyes flashing with a spark of determination. He promised himself, "Now that I have these resources, if they still have to go through the same hardships, what was the point of me coming back? I must ensure they live the best life possible." A new message from the buyer popped up. "Boss, the rest of the money is being collected. It will arrive on time tomorrow." The next day, at Tianfeng Real Estate, a beautiful female staff member warmly greeted Liu Yifei. "Welcome. What kind of apartment are you looking for? Have you looked at any before?" Xiaoan, his little sister, was timidly hiding behind him. Liu Yifei walked to the counter and said, his tone firm and a bit impatient, "I want the best you have. You'd better hurry, because I don't have much time. What properties do you have available?" Meanwhile, Xiaoan whispered, overwhelmed, "Wow, it's so luxurious here." But behind them, a disdainful voice rang out. "A level 0 awakened dares to come here to look at houses? He couldn't even afford a single brick here." The female staff member looked Liu Yifei up and down with a contemptuous gaze. She crossed her arms and said sarcastically, "The best apartment we have costs 40,000 credits. That's a very high price. Why don't you go over there and look at the others? They start at 2,000 credits. I still have other customers to attend to." Completely unfazed by her attitude, Liu Yifei pointed at the model of the most luxurious apartment. A confident smile bloomed on his lips as he said nonchalantly, "No need. If it's only 40,000, I can transfer it right now." Xiaoan was so shocked, her jaw dropped. The staff member raised an eyebrow, looking full of suspicion and annoyance. She took out a payment device and thought to herself, "He looks dirt poor, but he's here acting like he's got money. If you don't have the money, get out of my sight. Don't waste my time," she said loudly. "Oh, if you have the money, let's transfer it directly. Shall we do it right now?" When Liu Yifei swiped his phone, an error message appeared. Current balance, 13,000 credits. Insufficient funds to complete the transaction. The staff member immediately flared up, veins popping on her forehead. Liu Yifei remained calm, raising his hand to signal, "Wait a moment. Just a few more minutes." She snapped, "Sir, you don't have the money. Are you trying to scam me? Your few minutes must be worth a lot, huh? As if you're going to receive 10,000 credits just like that." Right at that moment, a notification popped up on his phone. New message received. It was from the buyer of the rending clause. "Boss, we're almost out of time. I've collected 39,000. 375 credits, plus some equipment and a spiritual fruit. Do you think that's enough? Liu Yifei scanned the list of items attached. He thought to himself, although they're all white-tier gear, it's almost a complete set. He quickly typed his reply, his tone decisive. All right, deal. Immediately, a money transfer notification appeared. 39,375 credits have been sent. Both the staff member and Xiao An were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Liu Yifei raised his head, looked straight at the petrified staff member, and said, "Now I can pay." The staff member's attitude did a 180-degree turn. She beamed, her voice sweet as sugar. "Big brother, you're so young and talented. You're so rich." I was momentarily overwhelmed. Seeing Liu Yifei remain silent, she panicked. He asked coldly, mirroring her own words, "Are you going to process the transfer? If not, I'll find someone else." The staff member quickly replied, "Big brother, I can do it. I can. As long as you ask, I can do anything." She waved her hands enthusiastically, leading the siblings. "My dear big brother, please come to the VIP room. I will be your personal server to ensure your satisfaction." A system notification chimed softly. Transaction complete. Inside the luxurious apartment, Xiao An looked around in awe, her voice trembling with joy. "Brother, are we really going to live here from now on?" Liu Yifei gently patted her head. "That's right. From now on, you won't have to go digging through trash for food anymore." He gave her a key and instructed, "Take this key so you can let Mom in later." Xiao An looked up and asked, "Brother, why aren't you coming with me?" Liu Yifei replied, his gaze directed out the window. "Brother has things to do and needs to go out one more time." Under the full moon, a nimble black figure glided across the city rooftops. Liu Yifei landed on a terrace, deep in thought. With very few resources left from killing the Kimber, I must seize this moment to compensate. The high-level mutants around Heaven Peak have already been wiped out by the military, and the remaining boss spawns are only for low-level awakeners. His gaze hardened. His next target was clearly defined. He thought to himself, "The only option I have now is the Academy of the Dead. It is the only wild dungeon outside the city that drops spiritual fruits. There are also level 2 mutants there, and special rewards for clearing the dungeon. No one has achieved the highest ranking in this dungeon yet." This meant the rewards were still up for grabs, and with an SSS rank skill in my hands, I can definitely defeat it. No sooner said than done. He leaped from the edge of the building. He landed in front of the gate of a ruined academy. A system notification appeared. "Do you want to enter the C-rank dungeon, Academy of the Dead? Current dungeon level limit. Level 2. He didn't hesitate and replied, "Yes." A circle of blue light enveloped him. Matching successful. Number of participants, 14. A flash of light occurred, and he was teleported. The Academy of the Dead dungeon would start in 1 minute. He and 13 other players appeared in a classroom. The system began explaining the background. Current background, no anomalies or special events. There are zombie mutants and a small group of humans in the dungeon. The dungeon setting is 7 days after the apocalypse broke out. After completing the basic mission, you can exit the dungeon. A mission board appeared before everyone. Basic mission. Survive in the academy for 12 hours. Mission rewards. 1 random white tier equipment. Spiritual experience points. Optional mission. Kill the fragmented lady corpse. Difficulty. D rank. A blonde young man stood up and said confidently, "Hello everyone. I'm Cao Yun. Has anyone been to this dungeon before?" Liu Yifei stood at the back of the classroom, silently observing. Seeing no one answer, Cao Yun put both hands on the table, puffed out his chest, and said, "I have been here once. If none of you have experience, I can nominate myself as your leader." A bald man in armor agreed. "I heard this dungeon is very difficult. If you have experience, you can lead us." Cao Yun smirked, showing off his knowledge. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered medium to high among level 2 dungeons. The other players began to whisper nervously. Someone said, "If we can't cooperate well, we're done for." Cao Yun noticed that Liu Yifei didn't pay any attention to him, but was focused on the mission board. He frowned, confused. He walked over to block Liu Yifei, his voice full of contempt. "Hey, you, what level are you? Are you doing this dungeon because you want to die?" Others chimed in as well. One said, "Kid, you're in the wrong dungeon." A girl spoke up. "Don't you know this is a level 2 dungeon?" Liu Yifei slightly turned his head. A gloomy, deadly red aura radiated from him, causing Cao Yun to instinctively step back, trying to hide his unease. Cao Yun gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it. But why does this level 0 guy look so sinister?" He said loudly, trying to appear superior. If you're here as a level 0, we can't take care of you. If you can't handle it, just run away and don't cause trouble for us. He patted his shoulder, changing his tone to a condescending one. All right. Just stay with us and gain some experience. After all, you need a chance to develop. But the basic reward in this dungeon is only a piece of white-tier equipment. Returning to the group, Cao Yun crossed his arms and started lecturing. I believe everyone here is here for the hard mission, so please remember my warning. Cao Yun shouted, never accept missions impulsively, understand? Cao Yun's expression turned gloomy as he recalled a horrific memory. He said with a slightly trembling voice, last time I was here, I didn't understand this, and I ended up triggering 2 bosses. Images of fallen comrades flashed in his mind, and as a result, most of my teammates died. Only through the desperate efforts of 2 peak level 2 awakeners were we able to barely survive, and I was left behind in pure terror. It was pointless. He sighed, his voice bitter. It's hard to look back on the past, but meanwhile, Liu Yifei remained silent, looking at the mission board. After analyzing it for a while, he turned around, a plan already in his mind. He thought to himself, if I look at it this way, he rechecked his stats and made a decision. The attributes are still a bit skewed, so I guess I can't keep the spiritual fruit anymore. The information panel showed the effect of eating 1 spiritual fruit. His stat sheet updated, displaying 17 points of strength. He smirked. Ha! As far as I know, many level 2 awakeners only have 18 points of strength. But now, my stat has already reached 17 points, almost equivalent to a normal level 2 awakener. He thought with a subtle smile, his eyes flashing with confidence. With this value, plus 2 SSS rank skills, he lifted his head and clenched his fist as a blue aura erupted around him. His voice was full of absolute confidence. I can definitely destroy this dungeon. At the same time, Cao Yun stood up, acting like a commander, and said to the group, the protective shield is about to disappear. Everyone should choose the mission to kill the fragmented lady corpse. This boss is an intermediate level 2 mutant. If all 14 of us work together, we can take it down without much difficulty. The group responded in unison. We will follow your orders, Captain. The girl with the mask and big, sparkling eyes approached Cao Yun, her voice coquettish. Captain, if there's any danger on the way later, please help me. Cao Yun blushed slightly, offered a satisfied smile, and said gallantly, don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe. He stood up and shouted clearly, get ready, follow me. The group started moving. Someone whispered, let's go. As the group just left the classroom, they suddenly stopped. A member of the group exclaimed, huh? The person in front of us isn't that? The whole group stared in shock at Liu Yifei's back as he rushed forward alone. Someone shouted, that level 0 guy is charging in by himself. Others were worried. Oh my god, what is he doing? Does he want to die? Another member sounded annoyed. So what? Is that going to affect us? Cao Yun waved his hand, trying to reassure the team with excessive overconfidence. He's just a level 0, don't worry about him. You guys keep following me and don't mess up our formation. Stay focused. Leaving the group behind, Liu Yifei ran quickly up the stairs alone, his eyes sharp as razors and filled with determination. Suddenly, 2 women rushed out from a dark corner, their voices panicked and pleading, Big brother, help, help, help us. Right behind them, grotesque heads with jagged teeth protruded from the body of a man in a suit. One of the 2 women desperately said, we're trapped here. Please, can you take us out? Liu Yifei stopped, his cold gaze scanning them. Traumatic memories from his previous life flooded back. He gritted his teeth. In my previous life, my teammates thought you were dungeon NPCs who could provide side missions, so they stopped to help you. The result was they were brutally attacked and eaten alive until they died. I have never forgotten that sight. He turned and walked away. The goal was clearly set in his mind. The easiest way to get good gear in this dungeon is through the Butcher Mutant. I have to go to the rooftop and find it to lure the hidden boss out. I can use Sword Storm and take them all out at once. Meanwhile, Cao Yun's group was cautiously entering an area that looked like a dump. He explained his strategy. This dump is the spawn point of the fragmented lady corpse. Before we act, we must avoid engaging with other enemies. The group crouched low and moved. He continued. The more monsters are killed at the front of the dungeon, the more ferocious the bosses at the back will become. Therefore, it's best to hit the boss directly. As they moved through a scrap car lot, he added, after killing the first boss, all the monsters in the dungeon will go berserk. At that moment, we must hide, and wait for their buff effects to expire before we continue. The masked girl stuck close behind Cao Yun, whispering with admiration. With our captain here, this dungeon should be easy. Suddenly, another member signaled, "Shh, look over there. Is that the boss?" A blue system notification appeared before them. Intermediate level 2 mutant, fragmented lady corpse. Standing on top of a pile of cars, a deformed figure with long black hair and a dark red aura was slowly standing up. The monster let out a savage roar, revealing a torn face and sharp teeth. A team member shouted in fear, "We've been spotted. We need to act quickly." Cao Yun raised his shield and yelled, "I'm the defense class. I can't help you guys. You have to handle it quickly." An archer spoke up. "I'm an archer. I'll take the lead." The others also prepared their skills. Someone reminded, "Captain, move to the right a bit so you don't get hit by friendly fire." The whole group attacked simultaneously, creating a brilliant explosion of light. Cao Yun stared at the boss that was being pinned down. A devious smile appeared on his lips as sweat dripped down his temples. The opportunity had arrived. He suddenly yelled, "Fall back!" and jumped out of his position, abandoning his teammates to bear the boss's counterattack. The boss immediately vanished and appeared right in front of another party member. Its attack passed straight through him. The others screamed in terror, "Captain, what is happening? Why did the boss come for us?" Cao Yun pretended to be remorseful and shouted, "I'm sorry. I couldn't control it properly." He activated a defensive skill and lunged forward. He blocked the boss's next attack, wrapping his shield in a golden light, and said with a smug look, "It's fine now. Please continue your attacks as before." Meanwhile, on the academy rooftop, Liu Yifei looked down. His face was full of confusion. The butcher mutant should have been here, so why can't I see it? He opened the system interface to check his quest list and muttered, "Let me check the quest again." Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his eyes widened in shock. He realized in a panic, "Wait a minute, the quest to kill the butcher mutant has disappeared too? If I didn't accept the quest, then who did?" Just then, at the scrapyard below, a massive explosion erupted as a deformed monster with a giant meat cleaver descended from the sky. The new monster appeared right in the middle of Cao Yun's group battle. It left everyone in horror. One group member screamed in despair, "A second boss!" The monster lunged straight toward the back, slashing to death a man who was pale with fear and muttering, "Why are you here?" In a split second, a sly smirk appeared on Cao Yun's face as he remembered his plan. "Because I secretly accepted the quest, he thought to himself. As a natural defense-type awakener, he couldn't achieve high DPS, making it hard to get good gear from clearing dungeons. But if all his teammates died, and the boss was left with only a sliver of health, a wicked, ambitious smile blossomed on his lips. Then he, the only one left standing, could deliver the finishing blow. Even if his score wasn't high, he could still get good gear. Returning to the chaotic reality, he blocked an attack and shouted loudly, feigning ignorance. Who accepted the quest? Was it that level 0 guy who just ran away? His team screamed in betrayal. "Damn it! That guy wants us dead." Despite the danger, Cao Yun's hatred for Liu Yifei was even greater. He roared, Cao Yun, will never let that level 0 bastard win." He focused all his strength into his shield, preparing for a devastating blow, and screamed crazily, "Come on, bring it on." The boss charged with terrifying speed. The monster's sharp claws descended. He raised his shield to block, but shouted to his teammates behind him, "You don't need to worry about anything. Just give it everything you've got. Hurry up." The teammates screamed in despair, "Captain, but..." While the girl he was protecting looked at him with worshipful eyes, whispering, "You're so kind." From above, Liu Yifei watched it all with his arms crossed. A smile appeared on his lips as he said with a sarcastic tone, "Oh? You want to frame me and take the gear? Not a bad plan." His eyes turned cold and mocking. "Unfortunately, you picked the wrong person. There are actually 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon." His interface popped up showing 2 newly accepted quests. Accepted C-rank quest, kill the withered mutant, and accepted B-rank quest, kill the corpse lord. Immediately, 2 massive summoning circles appeared on the rooftop, and 2 giant, skeletal monsters rose up. He drew his weapon, turned around, and faced the 2 new bosses with a look of defiance. "Don't just stand there, come over here and play." He dove into the fight with the 2 giant monsters fearlessly. He jumped off the edge of the rooftop, luring the 2 bosses to chase him. He thought to himself with excitement, "They're chasing me in a frenzy. Good." The 2 giant hidden bosses pursued him like a storm. Cao Yun, struggling to fight below, was startled and turned back when he saw that scene. He was so terrified he stuttered, Is that the level 0 guy?" Liu Yifei landed right in the middle of Cao Yun's battleground, creating a whirlwind of sword aura that knocked everything back. Cao Yun stared at Liu Yifei, sweat pouring down like rain, his voice trembling. Why is he here? The two giant hidden bosses also landed right behind Liu Yifei, shaking the ground. One of Cao Yun's teammates screamed in absolute horror. "Help! Save me!" Cao Yun was completely dumbstruck, eyes wide as he watched the four powerful bosses converging in one spot. Huh? What is this? Liu Yifei suddenly appeared beside him, putting an arm around Cao Yun's shoulder like an old friend. He asked with a dangerous smile. "Don't you want to play?" He gestured with his chin toward the four roaring monsters. "Let's go play with these four bosses." Finally, Cao Yun's fear and anger exploded. He grabbed Liu Yifei's collar, screaming in his face with spit flying everywhere. You accepted all the quests?" Liu Yifei looked straight into his eyes, a cold, mocking smile on his lips. He leaned close to Cao Yun's ear and whispered, "I have to be a worthy scapegoat for you, don't I?" Finally, Cao Yun's composure shattered. He looked at Liu Yifei with eyes wide from horror and rage. Screaming frantically, You're crazy!" His mind reeled. Anger and regret were etched on his face. He thought bitterly, "I had planned to trick those Awakeners and defeat the boss in the last 3 hours, but my plan was completely ruined by this level 0 bastard." He backed away a step, the intention to retreat clear. Panic overwhelmed him. Cao Yun turned and yelled with all his might, "Everyone, run to the rooftop. Now!" The other players saw their leader running and hurriedly followed suit. One person screamed, "Everyone, follow the captain." Amidst the chaos, Liu Yifei calmly stood still, watching the group frantically run into the school's main building. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. He thought, "Good. They're all gathering in the main building. That makes it even more convenient." The group burst through the building's glass doors, the sound of shattering glass ringing out. Inside, they leaned against the walls, gasping for breath, their faces pale with terror. Before they could regain their senses, they saw Liu Yifei standing calmly in front of them. One member pointed at him and snapped, "You level 0 bastard. You sure are fast." Another player with a headband couldn't contain his anger. He drew his twin blades and lunged toward Liu Yifei. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Don't drag us down with you." With just a simple tilt of his body, Liu Yifei easily dodged the attack. The attacker was stunned, muttering in disbelief. "What is going on? No way. A level 0 like him could dodge my level 2 attack? Impossible." Liu Yifei turned to face the shocked group. He asked in an icy tone, "Did your friend die at the hands of the butcher?" Another player replied with a blank expression, "I didn't accept that quest." The rest whispered, "Wait, what?" The truth began to reveal itself. The group turned to look at Cao Yun, their eyes filled with anger and a sense of betrayal. The female archer screamed, "Did you intentionally let the corpse lady dismember Zhang Li and Ji Bin?" Another added, "Did you want to use us as cannon fodder so you could enjoy the experience points all by yourself?" Cao Yun raised his hands, trying to calm the situation. Sweat pouring down his forehead, he said, "Now is not the time for infighting. That brat accepted all the side quests. The mutants will be here soon. We must defend this place if we want any hope of survival." But his words only added fuel to the fire. The female archer screamed in despair, "Defend? How can we possibly defend this? How can we fight against 4 powerful level 2 mutants? Not to mention that Corpse Lord, it's a peak level 2. One player couldn't take it anymore and screamed hysterically, "Shut up!" His scream was drowned out by the sound of breaking glass and scratching. The monsters had arrived and were climbing the building. A player yelled, "This building can't hold us. There's a level 3. Except for the corpse lady. The other 2 monsters had heads too big to climb the building. Facing imminent danger, a calmer player stepped forward to organize the defense. "We'll split into 2 groups. One group will block and attack the 3 mutants coming from long range." He pointed toward the entrance. "The other group will block the entrance where the corpse lady and the zombies will appear." A warrior, wielding a large halberd, lunged into the zombie horde with a determined look. But he thought, "If we can survive and get out of here." He glanced at Cao Yun with hateful eyes. "I will definitely smash both Cao Yun's and that level 0 bastard's heads in." From afar, Liu Yifei watched the desperate battle. He said calmly, "Let's see if you can hold out until the end." The battle raged fiercely. The Corpse Lord roared, igniting flames. The other players retaliated with their skills, clashes of claws, ice attacks, attacks colliding, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire building. But when the dust settled, the monsters were almost unscathed. A player muttered in horror, "What is this?" The group looked at each other. Their last ray of hope had shattered. One said, "Our full strength is completely unable to stop them." The monsters charged forward, tearing through their defensive line. One player screamed, "No, it's impossible," while another whispered, "I'm running out of energy." Cao Yun watched his teammates being slaughtered. His shield emitted only a faint light, but he thought desperately, It's all over. This is truly the end. Just then, Liu Yifei's calm voice echoed. Everything has been set in motion. He stepped to the edge of the rooftop. If you want to live, he turned to face the terrified survivors, his voice filled with authority. Then jump down with me. Without another word, he leaped off the building. The others stared, stunned. Someone stammered, "What? Did he just give up?" As he fell toward the zombies below, those on the rooftop shouted curses. Damn it, he's lost his mind. What a coward. Trash. But Liu Yifei had no intention of committing suicide. Mid-air, he spun around, and energy began to gather in his hands. A massive blue energy vortex erupted from him, illuminating the night. The players on the rooftop had to shield their eyes, speechless. One of them gasped in astonishment. What an incredible power! They cautiously looked down, their faces filled with shock and admiration. One asked, "Did that rank 0 guy actually break through?" Cao Yun muttered, "How is that even possible?" They realized it was a gamble, but their only chance. Someone shouted, "We're going to die anyway. Let's take the bet. Follow him." One by one, the remaining players jumped off the rooftop, following Liu Yifei. Only Cao Yun remained, frozen in fear. He trembled, looking down, then back at the approaching monsters. He thought, "I'm afraid I'll die a more miserable death if I jump. I'm a defensive build, so I might survive if I stay here." Just then, Liu Yifei's voice echoed from the vortex below, carrying cold mockery. "Cao Yun, you were right not to jump." He was enveloped in blue energy. Liu Yifei raised his weapon, his eyes glowing with power. "Sword!" he shouted, releasing all the accumulated energy. A storm of blue sword chi swept across the entire area, destroying everything in its path, including the building where Cao Yun was trapped. In the midst of the storm, Cao Yun could only raise his cracked water shield in despair, muttering, "This is an energy storm." It wiped out all 4 bosses and the horde of zombies, leaving nothing but destruction. The remaining players, protected in the eye of the storm, looked around with utter horror and admiration. One of them asked, "Is this what a rank 0 can do?" As the storm dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation, Liu Yifei stood amidst the ruins, looking completely unharmed. He turned back to look at them and asked calmly, "Are you all okay?" The one who had attacked him earlier hurriedly bowed, his voice full of regret and fear. "Master, please forgive me. I failed to recognize your greatness. I spoke so rudely to you earlier." Another player, who had mocked him at the start of the dungeon, grinned awkwardly and said, "That rank 0 dog I mentioned earlier, it really wasn't about you." Liu Yifei just replied indifferently, "It's fine. It doesn't matter." He turned his back on them and ordered, "Now, can you go find all the zombies that escaped and take care of them?" The group bowed in unison and responded immediately. He added to himself, "It's time to go," and quickly left the scene, leaving the players stunned. A young player watched his retreating figure with sparkling, admiring eyes, whispering, "He is so handsome, powerful, and young." A girl next to her teased, "Damn, is that big brother your type? Let's go." Liu Yifei landed amidst the ruins of the parking lot. He thought to himself, "In my past life, I heard there was a blue-tier equipment hidden on the fragmented lady's corpse." He scanned the rubble, searching for loot. He muttered, "The fragmented skull, where is that skull? It seems it will be hard to find in such a vast area." Suddenly, a faint blue light caught his attention. He exclaimed in surprise, "Eh?" He cheered with joy. "There it is." A system notification appeared. "You have received blue-tier equipment, Skull of Resentment." He picked up the skull, feeling its power. The item info panel appeared. Skull of Resentment. Effect: Psychic Control. Inspection: Psychic. Guide: Place it on your forehead to use. He smiled in satisfaction. A new plan formed in his mind, but he thought, this skull is perfect for the psychic build. The main reason why the psychic build is always undervalued is because they cannot condense a move with obvious destructive power like other awakened ones. He pressed the skull to his forehead, feeling the power flowing into his body. He said with hope, "With this enhancement, the rise of the psychic build is only a matter of time." A powerful blue energy surge erupted from him. He screamed in pain as the new power merged with his body. Power surged, wrapping him in a blue psychic flame. He opened his eyes. They were now glowing with a brilliant blue light. He whispered, his voice echoing, "Psychic control power." He raised his hand, and a massive rock nearby was lifted into the air by an invisible force. He said coldly, "Shatter." The rock exploded into thousands of pieces, but he still wasn't satisfied. He continued testing his new power, controlling the debris to float around him. He shouted, "Attack!" and the shards flew like bullets, tearing up the ground. He looked at the result, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He said, "Its power is quite good. When I level up, it will be even stronger." He decided to test the remaining ability. Let's try psychic inspection. He closed his eyes, focusing energy into his hands. A system notification appeared before his eyes, displaying the location of a target. System note, 3 o'clock direction. Distance, 1.23 meters. He expanded his search range, and the system continued to provide information on the positions of the remaining players fighting zombies. He exhaled, the blue light around his forehead gradually fading. He said with satisfaction, "It seems the current limit is about 29 meters, but for now, that's enough." As other players were busy cleaning up, a massive system notification appeared before Liu Yifei. He looked at it with a relieved expression. All zombies in the Cadaver Academy have been eliminated. Cadaver Academy Dungeon. All quests completed. Exit unlocked. Upon leaving, rewards would be calculated based on performance. He was teleported out of the dungeon, and a series of reward notifications appeared before his eyes. Dungeon completed by Liu Yifei. 4. Dungeon completed 100%. Dungeon level. SSS. Rewards. Random draw for 1 blue tier equipment. 6. White tier equipment. 3 free stat points. I am Suv. 1 B tier skill book. Fragmented Lady's Corpse. Mutant Butcher. Withered Mutant. Cadaver Lord killed. Although low level, add 2 free stat points. He looked at the reward list and thought, the rewards are quite generous, and I can sell all the white tier equipment. Online. After that, another notification appeared. You have reached the peak of level 1. Please choose your promotion quest as soon as possible to fully integrate. He focused on the most attractive reward, that blue tier equipment. Let's check it first and see what I draw. He activated his draw. A black and blue energy orb swirled in front of him, and a notification appeared. You have received blue tier equipment. Thunder Boots. Equipment attributes. Agility +2. Movement speed +20%. Jump skill +20%. Special equipment effect. Additional paralyzing effect when kicking. Effect. Does not consume skill points. Equipment skill. Thunder Step. After the skill is activated, it increases 10 points of agility for 2 seconds, plus an extra dash move. His eyes lit up with excitement when he saw the skill's effect. He cheered, "Plus 10 agility points? Doesn't that make me an agility build awakened?" He sat down and put on the new boots, his face full of determination. He said, "Let's put them on and go accept the level 2 quest. Tianfeng Mission Center, evening." He walked into the high-tech building. A female employee at the reception asked professionally, "Hello, which quest would you like to accept?" He replied firmly, "A promotion quest." The female employee yawned, replying with a slightly sluggish tone, "From rank 0 to level 1, right?" He pointed to the quest screen, his voice full of authority. "I want all 4 level 2 quests." The female employee was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at the list he had just selected. She was completely shocked, stammering, "What did you say? All 4? Are you crazy? Or am I dreaming?" She turned to check his information on the computer and then laughed sarcastically. "You're actually rank 0? Ugh, haha, looks like you're dreaming. Don't you know you can't skip levels to accept quests?" She crossed her arms, acting superior, and continued lecturing. "Even if we ignore that, all 4 quests at once? Are you out of your mind? Except for Dual Build Awakened, everyone has to accept quests one by one. Don't you know what the severe penalty is for failing a quest?" Liu Yifei calmly placed his hand on an energy testing orb. He said indifferently, "If a quest fails, 50% of the main stat points will be deducted. If all quests fail, I will become useless or even die." He looked straight into the employee's eyes, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. "I am sure I can live with the consequences." He pressed his hand onto the orb and shouted, "Power ranking!" A blinding blue light erupted from the orb, engulfing him. The result appeared in mid-air, causing the female employee to be so shocked that she fell off her chair. Peak level 1. As the light faded, Liu Yifei stood there, surrounded by residual energy. "Well," he asked coldly, "can I accept them now?" The female employee hurriedly sat up and nodded repeatedly, while sweat poured down. "Yes." Just then, a deep, authoritative voice boomed from behind. "Well, if it isn't our SS rank genius, Liu Yifei?" Liu Yifei turned back, looking at the large man who had just entered with a puzzled expression. The man was identified as the captain of the Safe Zone Investigation Unit, Huang Xiao. He looked down at Liu Yifei with a patronizing air. "It's this late, and you're still at rank 0, yet you're still here taking missions? Why? Why do you work so hard? Regardless of how hard you try, your spiritual system won't ever bring you anything good. A female employee tried to interject. Senior. Actually, Liu Yifei is, but she was cut off. A squad of uniformed soldiers marched in and reported solemnly. Reporting, Captain. Everyone is present. A team member reported urgently. There are traces of a Rank 3 battle at the Corpse Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to conduct an emergency investigation. Everyone, get ready, move out. The team quickly left. Liu Yifei only glanced at them before turning away, a secret smile appearing on his lips. He whispered, "Let's go." At the same time, at the Tianfeng Zoo, this place had now become a ruin, occupied by mutated crows. A soldier muttered, "This used to be a zoo. Now it's a paradise for the undead." Another squad, led by a commander in a white cloak, stood outside. A subordinate asked the commander, "Why aren't we cooperating with the Tianfeng safe zone? For the past few days, they've been sending troops everywhere as if they're looking for something. Could it be for the same reason as us?" The commander, Hong Teng, a Rank 3 judicial commander of Zhaoyang, replied indifferently, "Most likely not." He folded his arms, revealing his true purpose, with a smug look. "My son, Hong Xing, was just selected for a program, so I just want to help him get a blue-tier item. It's no big deal," he said, with contempt. "Besides, Tianfeng has been abandoned by the higher-ups because of that SS rank genius, Liu Yifei. But since he's a thorn in their side, isn't now their weakest moment?" The subordinate agreed. "Yes, Commander. You're right." Another officer asked seriously. "Also, is that information accurate? Is there really a peak rank 2 about to reach rank 3 here? I don't want this whole trip to be in vain." Another soldier with bright white teeth grinned confidently. "Don't worry, Commander. The information is absolutely accurate. The tiger zombie will definitely produce a blue-tier item." The commander gave a satisfied smile. "Good." He waved his hand, ordering, "Move out." He gave clear instructions. "You must keep the other monsters away. I will face that tiger zombie alone." "Yes," the squad answered in unison. "Yes, Commander." Meanwhile, on another rooftop, he thought, "What a powerful pressure. Is that the tiger zombie?" A giant tiger with blood-red eyes and blood-colored fur burst out of the shadows, facing him. Hong Teng wore a warlike smile. Blue flames erupted around him. He shouted, "Just in time!" He lunged in to attack. His giant blade slashed at the tiger, creating an earth-shattering battle. Hiding in a nearby bush, Liu Yifei watched the fight. He thought, "Looks like that rank 3 guy is here for the tiger zombie's blue-tier item." He continued to analyze. No morals in stealing his kill. No reason to fight a rank 3 awakener, though. A secret smile appeared on his lips. But if he can't defeat it, then he looked at his status board and calculated. Now, not only are the monsters scattered, they are also far away. I only have one chance to use the Heavenly Light Severing Slash. If it's too far, there might be variables. I have to choose the perfect moment. The battle between Hong Teng and the tiger zombie became increasingly intense. The tiger roared, and blue energy waves collided. Liu Yifei observed carefully, noting, "He's very strong. That must be a dual type, strength and agility." Hong Teng unleashed a powerful skill. Blue lightning bolts engulfed the tiger. The tiger was knocked back, falling, but it managed to counterattack, whipping its tail at him. A clang sounded as Hong Teng's giant blade hit the tiger's tail. He was sent flying, creating a small explosion. He let out a painful shout, but he quickly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and laughed manically. As expected of a monster near rank 3, so full of energy, he realized his situation. It seems there's no way out of this without a special move. He braced himself. The blue flames erupted more fiercely than ever. He shouted, "Fury of the Flames." A giant, flaming slash rushed toward the tiger, destroying everything in its path. The tiger was engulfed in a sea of fire. As the flames dissipated, Hong Teng stood panting, his giant blade stuck in the ground. He whispered, "Whew, it's over." But just then, a gust of sword energy suddenly surged forward. A subordinate blocked it. Seeing the scene, an officer in Hong Teng's team shouted, "The commander has succeeded. No need to continue. I'll cover your retreat." He yelled to the others, "Hurry up and meet the commander." A female warrior being chased by the dog zombie screamed, "Stop chasing me, you dog. Big sister is leaving." Meanwhile, Liu Yifei had found the perfect position. He sat on a tree branch, watching the battlefield below, and thought, "This distance is good." He sensed Hong Teng's energy weakening. He said, with a determined look, "It's time." Energy began to gather around him. Suddenly, Hong Teng's scream rang out. No, his squad stared in shock at the scene. A terrifying, dark red aura erupted from the tiger zombie's corpse. From within the red smoke, The tiger zombie stood up. Its body had transformed, becoming larger and more terrifying. Its eyes glowed eerily. Hong Teng stammered, "The tiger zombie, it has reached rank 3. Liu Yifei looked at the evolved monster. He knew he had no other choice. He thought, "Looks like I have no choice but to handle this thing." He shouted, unleashing his full power. "Heavenly!" He swung his hand, creating a blade of energy. "Sword!" He roared, finishing the technique, severing slash. Hong Teng turned back, stunned by the massive surge of energy. He muttered, "This is a..." Massive blue light slash descended, cutting both the tiger zombie and the nearby dog zombie and blood bear in half. Hong Teng could only gasp in shock. Rank 3, intermediate? Rank 3, advanced? He stared at where the slash originated. Completely shocked, his squad was thrown back by the shockwave of the attack. Someone screamed, "Who? Who did that?" A soldier pointed at the tiger zombie's corpse, screaming in panic, "Commander, the mutant! Our mutant! The tiger zombie!" Hong Teng snapped angrily, "Stop screaming, I can see it myself." He stared into the darkness, grinding his teeth. He thought, "Damn it, someone dared to steal my mutant." He realized the immense power of the attacker. This person is definitely stronger than me. I can't fight them right now. I should go to the Tianfeng commander and demand an explanation. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was flying away from the scene. A reward notification box appeared before him. He landed in a dark alley and commanded, "Status board. Display item. Blue tier Grievance Tiger Gloves." The item information appeared. Grievance Tiger Gloves. Support weapon. Item attributes. Strength +3. Agility +2. Attack speed +30%. 4. Special effects. Item attack with the power of a heavy blow. Item skill. Tiger Roar. Item details. Grievance Gloves. Those who use them can withstand the terror of mutant tigers. He muttered with admiration. What a wonderful piece of equipment. No wonder that rank 3 commander wanted it so badly. He said decisively, "Equip. Grievance Tiger Gloves." A blue light enveloped his hand. Tianfeng Investigation Unit's Huang Xiao let out a long yawn and complained, "Damn it, I've checked the Corpse Academy all night. And just like last time in the Wild Forest, there are no clues about that mysterious rank 3 guy. I don't even know if it's the same person." A subordinate hurriedly reported to the captain. "Immediately after our investigation, we detected 2 more level 3 spiritual energy signals in the zombie paradise." Huang Xiao stood up, slammed the table and shouted, "Again? And 2 of them? Our Tianfeng team just happened to stumble upon a level 3 nest." He ordered everyone to wake up and assemble quickly. With a worried expression, he told his subordinate, "If we don't have any leads by the time Commander Xiao returns, we'll be in big trouble." The subordinate replied seriously, "Yes, Captain." Hong Teng stormed into the Tianfeng headquarters, roaring angrily, "Xiao, get out here." Huang Xiao stepped out. Looking calm but slightly annoyed, he said, "Isn't this Commander Hong from Zhejiang? Our Commander Xiao has already gone to the front lines. Why are you so worked up?" Hong Teng glared at him. With a look of contempt, he asked, "And who are you? Do you even have the right to talk to me?" Huang Xiao smiled professionally and introduced himself. "I am Huang Xiao, captain of the Tianfeng Investigation Department, a capable officer under Commander Xiao's command. The commander is not here, so you can talk to me first, and I'll see if I can resolve this." Hong Teng, losing his patience, shouted and pointed at Huang Xiao. "This morning, I went to the zombie paradise to kill a tiger zombie. I wanted its gear for my son." He continued to roar, his anger evident on his face. "But just as I was about to claim it, it was snatched by a level 3 person from your territory." Huang Xiao thought to himself, "Zombie paradise, so it seems Hong Teng is one of the 2 level 3s we detected." Hong Teng grabbed Huang Xiao by the collar, thrusting his face close, and growled, "I said, someone from your area snatched it from me. They robbed me in broad daylight. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Huang Xiao gently brushed Hong Teng's hand away, his voice remaining calm. "Commander Hong, you must be joking. As we all know, our Tianfeng only has 1 level 3 member. That is Commander Xiao." Hong Teng roared in frustration. "I knew talking to you would be useless. I will go straight to the front lines and demand an explanation from your commander." He turned around and shouted to his team, "Let's go!" As they left, Huang Xiao's expression turned grave. He thought, "This is serious. It seems I must report this to the commander." Elsewhere, a man in armor was sitting in a chair, talking on the phone with a furrowed brow. "What did you say?" He continued to listen, his expression growing increasingly shocked. "Tianfeng has another mysterious level 3, and they were able to snatch gear from Hong Teng?" He hung up and rubbed his temples, full of anxiety. he muttered. One or even several level 3s are hiding in Tianfeng. This is a serious potential threat. Investigate it immediately. Now is not the time to be worried or cause panic. Back at Tianfeng headquarters, Huang Xiao was giving orders over the phone. Yes, Commander. I will send people all over the region to search for records of such equipment being sold. Liu Yifei checked his list of tasks. Strength System Upgrade Mission. Destroy the Peak Level 1 Elite Zombie Dog. Agility System Upgrade Mission. Obtain the wings of a Level 2 Wind Eagle. Constitution System Upgrade Mission. Form a team to destroy a Level 2 Blood Bear. Willpower System Upgrade Mission. Survive in a basic mutated event for 24 hours. He thought, only 2 missions left. Wind Eagle and the survival mission. Then I can level up. He smiled confidently. It's not hard to find wings online. He posted a purchase request. Although they were rare, they were basically low-level materials. If someone was lucky enough to get one, they wouldn't have much use for it. And they would probably sell it immediately. A notification popped up. Wind Eagle wing request received. A message appeared. Hello, do you want Wind Eagle wings? How much do you want to offer? This is something I can get for you. Liu Yifei curled his lip and thought, this person doesn't seem very honest, but time is of the essence. No need to waste words with him. He replied, oh, is that so? How about a fixed price of 800? Elsewhere, a fat man dressed like a merchant shouted in surprise. 800? That's more money than a level 1 rank C person can earn in a year. He rubbed his hands together, thinking, clearly this guy's a big shot. I have to haggle more. He quickly typed a reply, 900. No, 1,000. Liu Yifei feigned exhaustion and replied, I worked hard to get it, you know. He thought, is he really that desperate? He smiled mischievously. He's so clumsy. He yelled at the screen, if I read correctly, you're only level 1, right? What are you doing fighting a Wind Eagle? You must have picked it up somewhere in the wilderness, didn't you? The merchant broke into a cold sweat. He thought, even though he saw my eagerness, does he still want to manipulate me? Doesn't he even know the market price? I'm in a hurry, but that's not working anymore. If not, you can just keep it yourself. An image of the merchant kneeling appeared on the screen. He replied, okay, I'll stop talking now. Yes, let's do 800 as you said. Liu Yifei looked at the screen, a cold smile on his lips. He thought, a man shouldn't be too greedy. He typed one last message, his tone full of condescension. I've changed my mind. I can only give you 400. If you don't sell it, others will flock to sell to me. The merchant wept, tears streaming down his face. He replied weakly, all right, deal. Liu Yifei looked toward the ruined building, his final target. He thought, now, the only thing left is the Youth Education Center dungeon. He continued to think as he walked in. They say it's different from other combat dungeons. He walked on the rooftop of the building, the wind blowing fiercely. No one has ever achieved an SSS rating. A confident smile appeared on his lips. He crossed his arms. Because the test itself isn't about combat. It's about the spirit. A red notification board appeared in front of him. Enter Youth Education Center dungeon? Yes or no? Without a moment of hesitation, he pressed yes. A red light engulfed him. His eyes flashed with determination. I'll use this opportunity to test just how strong my constitution can get. He felt a red current of energy swirling around him. He muttered, the sky has changed color. A headache hit him. He groaned slightly. He looked around and saw other players also gradually waking up. He realized that besides him, there were others in the dungeon. A girl named Huang Xia clutched her head and groaned. Ugh, my head hurts. Another person, Liang Dongfei, complained. This dungeon is strange. Even the teleportation is different. An older man dressed neatly stood up and introduced himself with composure. Everyone, my name is Li Jibin, peak level 1 of the willpower system. He looked at the remaining players and asked, are you all from the willpower system? A young man replied irritably. Big brother, what kind of question is that? Besides the willpower system, who else would choose an upgrade mission like this? Another girl added with a sad look. True, our system is known to be weak in combat. We can't defeat a normal mutant. Even if we team up with other Awakened, we still wouldn't be able to. Li Jibin raised his hand to cut them off with a warm smile. You're right, children. Although we're weak in combat, I believe this dungeon will test our willpower. Therefore, we will definitely have a chance to succeed, he suggested. By the way, we already have experience with 2 such dungeons. So, how about letting me lead the team this time? Someone shouted, Uncle Li has experience? That's amazing. He turned to look at Liu Yifei, who had been silent the whole time. Young man in the back, you're quiet. Do you have any objections? Liu Yifei looked at him with an impatient expression. No. I'm just in a hurry. Can we start already? A red mission board appeared in front of the group. Mission activated. Find the ghost hidden in Fuanghua Middle School and seal it. Mission Hint 1. Locate the ghost. Mission Hint 2. Do not trust the lies. Mission Hint 3. Once the seal is activated, if it doesn't hit the ghost, the mission will be considered a failure and immediately eliminated. A player screamed in fear. A ghost? Do you really have such a thing in this world? Li Zibin signaled them to be quiet. Don't panic, he explained. It's called a ghost, but in reality, it's simply the will of an individual contaminated by spiritual energy before they died. He continued. Basically, it's a variant of the willpower attribute, but ghosts are still very powerful. Not only can they protect themselves from physical damage, but they can also control the will of others. He commanded, according to the first mission hint, we must go through the building and look for clues. If you encounter it, don't act recklessly. Run and call for help. I have a way to deal with it. Someone whispered. Uncle Lee is truly reliable. It's good to have you here. He began to divide the team. Now, we should search the classroom, the archives, and the teacher's room. So, we need 3 groups. The girls are weaker, so you will come with me. Liang Dengfei will go with Fang Yuan, and Liu Yifei will go alone. If you discover anything, please share it with the rest. Don't hide any information. Liu Yifei walked alone to the archives. He searched inside the dark room. The place was almost empty, save for scraps of a newspaper. He picked up a piece and read it under his flashlight. The scattered lines told a tragic story. Teacher Li Jibin was a suspect in the assault on Wang Fang, and Wang Fang had committed suicide. Suddenly, a dark figure with long hair and blood-red eyes lunged down from the ceiling, letting out a savage roar, its face contorted with rage. Liu Yifei didn't flinch. A cold smile curled his lips as he muttered, "Freeze," he thought to himself. A female ghost? Is that really Wang Fang? A surge of purple energy erupted from him. He shouted, "Willpower overdrive." He continued to unleash his willpower, sending a barrage of purple energy blades toward the ghost, pinning her to the wall before she dissolved into black smoke. He looked out the broken window and muttered, "She ran away? Was this just to test my willpower?" Soon after, the other players started reporting their findings through a shared interface. Huangsha, Uncle Li, and I found a report. A year ago, there was a fire in the teacher's dormitory that led to the death of several teachers. Liang Dengfei, I found a contract where the school paid for psychological damages. The only signature is from Wang Fang's family. Fang Yuan, after the fire incident, there were records of the school inviting Taoist masters to place sealing charms. Liu Yifei, an assault occurred at the school a year ago. The victim was Wang Fang, who was suspected of committing suicide afterward, but the suspect was teacher Li Zibin. Li Zibin summarized the clues. The clues are clear. Wang Fang was assaulted by the teacher, and her family demanded compensation, but it failed. After she committed suicide, she turned into a ghost, started the fire, and took revenge. He continued. After that, the Taoist masters came and sealed her, but now the charm has lost its effect. Our mission is to find and reseal it. Huangsha, please tell everyone not to act rashly and ask them to gather at room 201 inches, the teacher's dormitory, where the fire occurred. We assume the charm must be there. Liu Yifei stared at Li Zibin's message, analyzing his words. He thought, this reasoning is a bit too simple. How did he pinpoint that specific dormitory? Liang Dengfei and Fang Yuan read the message and cheered. Uncle Li is right. The ghost is Wang Fang. Let's go meet them. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed through the hallway at terrifying speed, startling both of them into screaming. What? A freezing aura engulfed them. Fang Yuan trembled, clutching Dengfei's arm, stuttering. Big brother Dengfei, there's something following us. Both of them turned back to see a blurry silhouette. Dengfei screamed in a panic. Run! That's Wang Fang. They ran for their lives through the dark hallway. Their screams echoed. Uncle Li, save us. In the teacher's dormitory, Li Jibin said to Liu Yifei and Huangxia, they haven't arrived yet. I'll wait outside. You two go find the charm, Liu Yifei replied. The door is about to jam. I'll try using my willpower. He easily smashed the door and walked inside. Huangxia and Li Zibin stared at him, stunned. The girl gasped in shock, while the old man muttered, that power, is he part of the willpower system? Liu Yifei looked back at the rubble and said with satisfaction, this is better. Huangxia and Liu Yifei started searching. A moment later, the girl cheered, Uncle Li, we found the charm. Liu Yifei grabbed the charm and looked at the scorched human-shaped mark on the floor. He thought, a human-shaped mark? The charm fell out of the teacher's dormitory? He turned to ask Huangxia. Huangxia, the clues you found earlier. Did they mention a teacher being burned to death living in that room? The girl replied in confusion. No. Why do you ask? Just then, the screams of Deng Fei and Fang Yuan rang out from the hallway. Uncle Li, save us. The female ghost is chasing us. The ghost lunged and grabbed Fang Yuan. He only managed to scream, save. Fang Yuan's eyes turned blood red, filled with resentment. A stream of black gas crawled into his mouth. Deng Fei screamed in terror, Fang Yuan. The ghost possessed Fang Yuan's body, causing him to convulse. Deng Fei stuttered. Is he possessed? The possessed Fang Yuan turned back and grabbed Deng Fei by the throat. He whispered, save me. Li Zibin shouted. The ghost has caught Fang Yuan. I'll help him, but Liu Yifei blocked him, saying calmly, I'll handle him. Everyone, quickly activate the charm and prepare to seal the ghost. A red energy circle surrounded Li Jibin and Huangxia. Huangxia looked at him with a determined expression. I'll do it. Liu Yifei pressed the charm to his forehead and shouted, activate charm. He pointed his hand toward Li Zibin, who was being attacked by Fang Yuan, and roared, willpower binding. 3. A series of red energy chains tightly bound both of them. The possessed Fang Yuan roared in pain. Ah, but the person actually being affected was Li Jibin. He screamed in pain and disbelief. Hurry. I can't hold out much longer. Seal it now. A cold smile appeared on Liu Yifei's lips. He said, I'm coming. He lunged forward, pressing the charm onto the back of Li Jibin, who was revealing his true form as a middle-aged teacher. He said, Teacher Li Jibin. Li Jibin. Teacher Li Jibin gasped in horror. You. Teacher Li Jibin was sealed and roared angrily. Liu Yifei, you fool. You put it on the wrong person. If you waste it like this, everyone will die. Liu Yifei looked at him with a calm face and asked sarcastically, Oh, is that so? But when I attached the charm to your body, didn't Fang Yuan fall down? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan's body went limp and collapsed to the floor. Huangxia looked at the scene, completely shocked. She stuttered. Uncle Li was sealed, and Fang Yuan fell down. Could it be that Uncle Li was actually… Liu Yifei stared straight at Teacher Li Jibin, exposing his plan. Teacher Li Jibin, you pretended to be an awakened Li Jibin. Then, you used your willpower to turn into a fake female ghost to test the team's strength and disrupt them. You tested me first, but realized I was a tough target. So you shifted your target to Fang Yuan, who has weaker willpower. People call it possession, but it's actually just willpower control, he continued. After that, you pretended to fight against the ghost, and kept talking about sealing Fang Yuan to take advantage of the chaos, causing them to fail the mission and using the system to wipe everyone out. Huangxia sat down on the ground, her face full of fear as she realized the truth. If, she whispered, if what you said is true, if I had thrown that charm at Fang Yuan earlier, wouldn't we have been done for? Liu Yifei smiled confidently and said to Teacher Li Jibin, now that your power is sealed, you can stop acting. He shouted, releasing a powerful burst of energy. Show me your true face. The energy hit Teacher Li Jibin, causing his disguise to vanish. His body convulsed and transformed back into his true form, a deformed monster. The monster roared, his voice full of anger and disbelief. You disguised it so well. How did you find out? Liu Yifei replied indifferently. You're sealed. Our mission is finished. Why should I tell you that? He replied. Ha, you don't know there's a hidden mission in this dungeon, do you? If you don't complete that hidden mission, you won't get an SSS rating. He said, a hidden mission? The monster laughed savagely. Ha, you don't even know about it. The reason why no one has ever received an SSS rating for this dungeon? Actually, I could tell you the mission is to make me disappear on my own. But how about you tell me how you discovered I was the ghost? And I'll do it. Liu Yifei crossed his arms and thought, come to think of it, in the previous Corpse Academy dungeon, if I hadn't known there was a hidden mission from my past life, I probably wouldn't have been able to get an SSS rating. It's a pity that I didn't have time then, while my friends had difficult missions, and the military didn't let me access such dungeons. He looked at the monster and said, I believe you now. But before I tell you, his gaze became sharp. You have to tell me why you have to know first. That was because a memory flashed in his mind. You can awaken intelligence when the dungeon resets. Previous memories can be retained. The monster roared. Images of previously deceived players appeared. That's why it's better to expose your trump card. Learn from any flaws in your plan, then perfect your disguise next time and deceive and kill more awakened people. Huangxia gasped in horror. Intelligence? I've never heard of this since the beginning of the apocalypse. If that's true, it's no longer a C-rank dungeon, but a B-rank or even higher. This is a system bug. The monster laughed creepily. Liu Yifei, you are truly smart. You're right. That's it. So, now will you tell me? Liu Yifei replied calmly. It's quite simple. First, the mission hint. Second, the don't trust lies prompt. The so-called female ghost never said anything at all. Second, because you didn't speak in the group chat, that meant you couldn't use the system. He continued to explain. Furthermore, the clues only said, Wang Fang was believed to have committed suicide. It wasn't clear, but for the teacher, it was certain. And finally, if the sealing charm was used to seal Wang Fang, it must be in her dormitory, not the teacher's. He concluded, therefore, my guess is that she was attacked by you, and then she tried to commit suicide. But instead, she was sent to a mental hospital and couldn't file a lawsuit. Her family sought compensation from the school but failed, so they set the building on fire to retaliate before you died. Your will has been corrupted, and you have become a so-called ghost. Don't forget that the haunting only occurred 1 year after the fire. Afterward, the school hired Taoist priests to exorcise the ghost and seal you away. Finally, Huang Xia understood everything. She said, Liu Yifei is right. But all this time, we were all misled by Jibin, never suspecting him at all. Yet, he even after encountering the female ghost, not only wasn't bothered by her, but also remained calm. What a strong willpower. Is he really just a level 1 in the willpower system? The monster laughed in admiration. You are right, but your guess isn't entirely correct, he explained. First, the female ghost might not have spoken until she was sealed. Second, I didn't find any messages, because perhaps I was looking for clues, so I asked Huang Xia to help me. Besides, Wang Fang's suspected suicide, combined with the appearance of the female ghost, was the perfect combination. And finally, the dormitory was likely where she was attacked, so it's normal for her to linger there. Liu Yifei smiled wisely. You are right. That alone isn't enough to convince you. But let's not believe in lies. I wanted to save the most important thing until the last minute. If you want to know, vanish now. I'll tell you in the few seconds before you disappear. The monster laughed maniacally, its red eyes flashing with admiration. Liu Yifei, you are truly impressive. Fine, I'll do it now. It began to dissolve, screaming in pain and curiosity. Tell me quickly. Liu Yifei raised a finger, his voice full of mystery. The most important thing, the monster roared. Speak, you bastard. Liu Yifei's eyes flashed with a mischievous red light. He gave a thumbs up and said with a wide grin, the most important thing is I just guessed. The monster vanished completely, leaving behind a final, resentful roar. Huang Xia looked at him with a stunned expression. She screamed, Liu Yifei, you. She muttered in disbelief. What? A guess? That ghost was actually tricked. Liu Yifei waved his hand and said calmly, there's no time to think about it. We can escape the dungeon right now. When they stepped outside, Huang Xia curiously asked, Liu Yifei, did you really rely on your guess? Liu Yifei smiled mysteriously. Of course not. His biggest mistake was actually saying that. The talisman was in dormitory 201. He explained further with a distant look. After all, there were no clues pointing to that. Only the ghost would have known. But why would I have told him that? Huang Xia trembled, hugging herself. She said, You are even scarier than the ghost, she added with a light smile. But you are amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived out of here. Dungeon completed by Liu Yifei. 100% completion. SSS rank rewards. 4 willpower points. White equipment. Scorched corpse training set. Human flesh oil knife. Green equipment. Zombie beads. He looked at one of the rewards. A string of purple beads. He thought to himself, this is good. It might save my life next time. Tianfeng Safe Zone. Evening Mission Center. He walked to the reception counter and announced, I'm here to turn in missions. The female clerk recognized him and asked in astonishment, Aren't you Liu Yifei, the one who just accepted 4 promotion missions to level 2 last night? You are already done? Which ones did you complete? Liu Yifei placed the mission items on the table. The clerk looked at them, completely shocked. She shouted, Oh my God, all 4 of them? He said impatiently. Can you hurry up? The girl hurriedly typed on the keyboard, shouting, Yes, Strength System Promotion Mission completed. Strength +1 and received bonus credits. Agility System Promotion Mission completed. Agility +1 and received bonus credits. Stamina System Promotion Mission completed. Physical Strength +1 and received bonus credits. Willpower System Promotion Mission completed. Willpower +1 and received bonus points. He thought to himself as he walked out, 7,300 credits earned. Less than a week to reach level 2 with the Divine Sword system. Leveling up is much faster than in my previous life. The clerk watched his retreating figure and picked up the phone. She said, "This is really strange. I need to report this to my superiors right now." Liu Yifei looked at his new status board. Strength 19, Agility 18, Stamina 15, Willpower 35. Satisfied with his progress, he didn't count the equipment bonuses. Current quality is 0 for level 2. He thought about his next goal. But if I want to practice the B-rank sword skill I brought back last time, I still need 23 points before each attribute reaches 21. Spiritual fruit can increase it by 1. After 20, it will require more. In total, I will need at least 35 points for each category. With 6,000 points for each, I need to prepare at least 210,000 credits. He got on his motorcycle, calculating, those credits will be hard to get. The good dungeons in Tianfeng district are all done now. Only the death factory at the crossroads with Jiang remains. If I remember correctly, there is a great piece of green equipment there. It will be worth a lot of money. Suddenly, a massive swirl of red energy appeared in the sky. He exclaimed in shock, This is a sign of a zombie wave," he recalled. Although in my previous life, the global zombie outbreak happened a year later, in reality, the Tianfeng safe zone had to endure a siege by a zombie wave. Before that, leading to heavy casualties. But according to my estimation, it will be next week. He revved the throttle and sped off. Commander Xiao must be informed immediately so he can prepare early. A message was sent. At the same time, Commander Xiao looked at his screen, his face full of astonishment. Liu Yifei? A zombie wave? Liu Yifei's message appeared. Commander Xiao, within 1 week, Tianfeng district will face a zombie wave. Please deploy your men as soon as possible to ensure everyone's safety. Commander Xiao scoffed. Humph. You didn't get SSS level treatment, so now you're chasing sensational news? Or perhaps your strength is too weak that every little thing looks like a threat to you? He crossed his arms and looked out the window. Since the last great battle between humans and zombies 45 years ago, the world has been peaceful for a long time. Zombies are now trapped in abandoned cities, so an outbreak is impossible. Instead of wasting resources on non-existent threats, finding the level 3 hiding in Tianfeng is our top priority. Tianfeng Safe Zone, Conference Room. 3 men were looking at a briefing. Commander Zhao looked at Huang Xiao and asked, Huang Xiao, you said you found important clues about the mysterious level 3? Is that true? Huang Xiao reported, Yes, Commander. We have identified the most suspicious person, Liu Yifei. Commander Xiao narrowed his eyes. Liu Yifei? How could it be him? Huang Xiao presented his evidence, showing Liu Yifei's online activities and house purchases. He concluded, We find it hard to believe, but after a thorough investigation, we discovered that only Liu Yifei's activities match the timeline of the Level 3's actions. Additionally, he recently bought a villa in District 01, something an ordinary person couldn't buy. Commander Zhao looked at the report with a skeptical expression. You are actually saying Liu Yifei is the mysterious Level 3? I can't believe this. Another man in the room, Military Committee Representative Liu Tian, said with a stern face, Liu Yifei only awakened a week ago. Even with SSS level talent, it's impossible to level up that fast. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, General Zhang, an S-rank dual awakener of the strength and agility systems. Even he, with abundant resources, only just reached level 1. That makes me believe that Liu Yifei has another level 3 backing him. Commander Xiao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Although the military doesn't support Liu Yifei, other level 3s might see potential in him. With the rarity of SSS level talents, they might be secretly nurturing him like an experiment. He thought for a moment and said, If that's the case, there's no need to panic. We just need to find this mysterious level 3 and make him work for us. Suddenly, Huang Xiao received a message. He reported, Commander Xiao, Commissioner Liu, we just received news from the mission center. Liu Yifei just completed 4 level 2 promotion missions. Both men were stunned. What? Liu Yifei again? 4 level 2 promotion missions? How is that possible? Commander Zhao looked at Commissioner Liu and said, Wait, old Liu, according to your theory, is it possible that a level 3 took Liu Yifei into the missions so he could complete them while they handled the difficult parts? Just completing the level 2 missions really proves Liu Yifei is a level 3, right? But unless Commander Xiao gave the order, Huang Xiao, send 2 men to monitor Liu Yifei's house and see who is backing him. In addition, deploy more personnel to monitor the abandoned cities near Tianfeng to prevent a zombie outbreak. He thought to himself, If there is a level 3 supporting Liu Yifei, they might have warned him. Better safe than sorry. Huang Xiao bowed respectfully. Understood, Commander Tu. As Huang Xiao left, Commander Tu called him back. Oh, right. In his mind, an image of Hong Tang appeared. I'll give Hong Tang a piece of blue-grade equipment so she stops bothering me. The border between the Tianfeng safe zone and Zhejiang. The Death Factory. Liu Yifei stood before an abandoned factory. A notification panel appeared. He thought the cooldown for Storm Sword had expired. It was time to enter the dungeon. A prompt appeared. Do you wish to enter the Death Factory? He pressed. Yes. A series of system notifications popped up, explaining the dungeon rules. Entering B rank dungeon, Death Factory. Minimum level required, 22. Participants. The Death Factory is a war-type dungeon with random objectives. The dungeon consists of 7 waves. Participants will receive rewards upon surviving each wave. Participants will have a 3-minute voting window to exit the dungeon after each wave. A majority vote of 70% or higher is required to initiate an extraction. Otherwise, participants must complete all 7 waves. The first wave will begin in 5 minutes. Prepare yourselves. He was teleported inside, along with 11 other players. He observed them and thought, these people aren't ordinary. They aren't even from the same faction. His gaze stopped on a woman in black. A level 3, he thought. There's even a level 3 awakened among them. Level 3. She made him shudder as if something terrible was about to happen. A man named Trong Lam stepped forward and said, Everyone, I am Trong Lam. A level 2, advanced awakened. As you know, surviving a war-type dungeon requires unity. He looked at the woman in black and added, I was thinking of volunteering as team leader, but seeing a level 3 here. As soon as he finished his sentence, the woman moved at a terrifying speed and knocked him down. Liu Yifei watched, stunned by her speed. He thought to himself, was that done by a level 3? She was unbelievably fast. She stood over him, her voice cold as ice. One more word, and you die. Trong Lam's friends shouted. What did Trong Lam say wrong? Why are you doing this, you esteemed level 3? She commanded those with her. You 3, surround the others right now. Anyone who even thinks about resisting, I will finish them off myself. The other players were surrounded. One shouted, Everyone, stay together. Don't move a muscle. Tong Qiang, with a grim and resigned expression, muttered, I knew it. We stumbled into a group of thugs. Beside him, Lin Dang whispered in despair, his voice trembling with fear. What do we do now? Even if we're all peak level 2, we can't confront a level 3. Liu Yifei looked at the cloaked figures with cold eyes. He understood their nature well. He thought, thug groups use Awakened as cannon fodder, making them fight on the front lines while they reap the benefits. If Awakened and mutants are food for each other, these thug groups treat humans like their bait. Tong Qiang spoke to the other players urgently. Trong Lam might still be alive. We have to vote to leave right now while we still have the numbers. Just as he finished, the girl crushed the head of the man who was kneeling. Tong Qiang turned back in horror, seeing the act. Of hers. You. Linlan stepped forward, her voice sweet yet threatening. Let me introduce myself. We are the Blood Eagle Squad, and I am the leader, Linlan. This mission is under my command. Right now, your lives are in my hands. But I promise, if you survive the 6th wave and hand over all your rewards and credits, I will let you live. Liu Yifei sneered. Let us live? Damn it. Scum like you never spare anyone, he thought to himself with some regret. It's a shame Heaven Light Slash is still on cooldown. If I could combine it with Storm Sword, I would have wiped out these pests immediately. He continued to analyze the situation. Right now, only Storm Sword is ready. It's powerful, but I don't know the exact strength of this, level 3, or if she has any blue-grade protective equipment. If I can't kill her in one blow, I might die here. The best move now is to hide and see how things play out. Lin Lan smiled and commanded, the first wave is about to start. Roll call. Name, rank, ability. Let's see what we're working with. Tong Qiang replied reluctantly. Tong Qiang. Peak. Level 2. Physical type. Specialized in melee. Lindong added. Lindong, peak level 2. Agility type. Specialized in long-range attacks. 2 other players introduced themselves. Jiang Li, Ji Bin, level 2 advanced. Strength type. Specialized in melee. Huang Tu Bak. Level 2. Advanced. Agility type. Specialized in long range. Finally, it was Liu Yifei's turn. He said calmly, Liu Yifei, level 2 beginner, willpower type, specialized in long-range attacks. Lin Lan stepped forward, lifting his chin. A teasing smile played on her lips. Oh my, A willpower type in this dungeon? How rare. Such a pretty face. But then she burst into mocking laughter. What a waste, ha ha ha. Liu Yifei only thought, great, keep thinking I'm useless for the first few waves. A system notification appeared. First wave starting. 4. Enemy count. Zombie X, 100. Level 10. Mutant X2. Linlan commanded. The peak. Level 2S will lead the charge. Each of you takes a team. The rest of you, you'd better give it your all. If I feel like any of you are holding back, I will personally turn your bones into dust. Do we have an understanding? The forced players looked at each other in despair. One muttered, damn it, they won't fight at all. They're just planning to use us as cannon fodder. A zombie in front, a group of thugs behind us. Can we even survive this? Another person said with determination. Now, there is no other choice. We have to make it through these first few waves. 2 level 1 mutants, known as flesh eaters, rushed toward them with long tongues and sharp teeth. Lin Dang shouted, Tong Qiang, you and I will each deal with a flesh eater. The rest of you handle the zombies. Another warrior roared, come here, you monsters. Let's see how you like my hammer. While the others fought, Liu Yifei stood in the back, quietly observing and occasionally firing purple energy attacks. Jiang Li, Jibin shouted, unleashing his skill. Energy spikes. Liu Yifei's energy was only enough to take out a single zombie. Jiang Li, Jibin turned back and sneered. Haha, as expected of a weakling, willpower type. You can only take down one zombie with a single blow. From afar, Linlan's group observed the battle with amusement. A henchman laughed. Ha 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 ha. That guy Liu Yifei is ridiculous. How does he have the guts to come here? Linlan said with a smirk. If he hadn't been placed in a group with other awakened, he'd be dead already. This is only the first wave. How is he going to handle the rest? First wave complete. Half an hour later, the third wave was complete. The fourth wave started in 3 minutes. Tong Qiang panted, his face full of anxiety, but he said, damn it, the difficulty keeps increasing. I'm afraid a peak level 2 mutant will appear in the next wave. When will Linlan bother to get off her butt and do something? Lin Dang replied, hey, if she doesn't make a move first, we'll never have a chance to attack her. Linlan approached them, her voice filled with sarcasm. This is only the third wave, and you're already struggling? Linlan crossed her arms, her cold gaze sweeping over the survivors who were panting. Her voice was full of contempt and impatience. I don't know if you level 2s are faking weakness or if you're truly useless. Let me tell you this. I won't lift a finger before the 6th wave. If you still want to live, don't you dare hold back anymore. Her gaze stopped on Liu Yifei, the only one who still looked calm and clean after the battle. She raised an eyebrow, surprised and suspicious. You're still alive? And without a scratch? Liu Yifei gave a forced smile. His act was still perfect. He replied humbly, it's just that I'm lucky. Lucky, my foot. Jiang Li, Jibin, the man with blonde hair, could not suppress his anger. He pointed directly at Liu Yifei's face and roared, we are the ones doing all the heavy lifting. All you do is stand from afar and fire off those weak willpower attacks. Besides that, what else can you even do? Meanwhile, Tong Qiang and Lin Dong glanced at each other. They didn't believe in mere luck. Tong Qiang thought to himself, no, this kid must have some kind of trump card. Otherwise, how could he have survived to reach level 2? But his trump card probably can only be used once or twice. Lin Dong nodded in agreement. A glimmer of hope sparked in his mind. This might actually be good. Who knows? Maybe later he can help us turn the tables. A new system notification appeared. 4th wave starting. Zombie X400. Peak level 2 mutant X1. Level 2 mutant X2. Level 10 mutant X6. Tong Qiang commanded. Lin Dong, let's focus on that peak level 2 mutant, the zombie king. Those who are level 2 advanced, hold back those 2 banshee demons. The rest of you, handle the level 1 S and the zombies. But the zombie king had already targeted Tong Qiang, throwing him high into the air. Lin Dong shouted in panic, Brother Tong, look out. He fired an energy arrow to distract the monster, but one of the 2 banshee demons had grabbed another player, Jiang Li, Jibin, and attacked him brutally. The monster roared, and a wave of purple energy enveloped. Grab him, Jiang! Jibin! He screamed in pain as his body was eroded by energy. Another teammate screamed, Jiang! Jibin! Ice shield! But the monster was too fast. That player screamed in helplessness. It's too fast! I can't hit it! He glanced around the chaotic battlefield, realizing with despair that Huang Yin had fallen, and Jiang Li and Jibin were severely wounded. The others are all pinned down. We're done for. Liu Yifei scanned the battle. knowing he couldn't wait any longer. He thought, at this rate, we won't even survive until the 6th wave. If that happens, I won't have a chance to use my trump card. Seeing another player about to be killed, he decided to act. I have to intervene, he shouted. Look out! And shoved the player out of the path of the attack. He raised his hand and shouted, Telekinesis! A massive purple energy sword formed and launched toward the monster, piercing its stomach. Jiang Li and Zhu Bin, who had mocked him earlier, watched the scene with stunned expressions. He stammered, Did he just take down that level 2 mutant in one hit? Is that the same loser from before? Liu Yifei turned back, speaking coldly. You're welcome. Then he added, Don't sweat it. Just watch your mouth from now on. He turned back to the others, ordering, Don't lose focus. We still have plenty of zombies and mutants to deal with. A player replied, No problem. I'll take down that level 1 scavenger over there. From afar, Lin Lan watched with an amused smile. Heh. Seems like he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, boss. His speed are those green-grade boots? No wonder he dared to come here. A henchman asked, Boss, should we take him down right now? Lin Lan replied, Don't be so hasty. We're short on manpower. Just keep an eye on him. We'll harvest him in the next wave. That little telekinesis burst? That's probably all he's got. A psychokinesis. Awakened, he's nothing. We can crush him like a bug. Just focus on those 2 level 2 peak fighters. They're the real threats. I can feel them planning something. The henchman replied, Yes, boss. Half an hour later, the 4th wave was completed. The 5th wave would begin in 3 minutes. Tong Qiang looked at his decimated team. He muttered, We lost a melee fighter and a ranged attacker. Another melee fighter is severely wounded. I have 2 ultimate moves left. I hope I can save them for the 6th wave. Lin Dang added, Same here. We need to hold out until the 6th wave at all costs. When Lin Lan makes her move, that's our chance. We'll take her down together. The 2 of them glanced at Liu Yifei. Tong Qiang asked, Did you see that kid in action just now? Yeah, Lin Dang replied. Unlike typical psychokinesis awakeners who need cooldowns after one attack, he can chain his moves. Yeah, he's very special. Let's hope he has more tricks up his sleeve for the next wave. As long as he doesn't interfere with the plan, it's better to keep him alive. The 5th wave began. 6 zombies, 2 level 2 peak monsters, 3 level 2 mutants, and 8 level 1 mutants. A series of new monsters appeared, including giant spiders, bizarre bats, and a giant centipede that suddenly attacked, causing a player to scream, Damn it, Liu Yifei, watch out. Liu Yifei dodged the attack and thought, Oh hell no, a level 2 mutant. He realized the situation was becoming increasingly dire. It's too hard to handle these giant mutants without using my ultimate moves. It will take forever to find its weak point. The other players were also struggling. Help me, someone get this thing off me. There are too many of them. We can't focus on them all. Those bastards, the organizers, they never planned for us to survive until the 6th wave. Tong Qiang shouted to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, now, we have to use our trump cards. We're out of options. Both released their strongest skills. Lin Dong shouted, Ice Arrow, while Tong Qiang roared, Eat this. Psychic Warhammer. But Lin Lan just sneered from a distance. You fools. Do you really think you can save your energy and survive? You're even dumber than you look. A giant spider lunged toward Liu Yifei, who was distracted. He was swallowed by the monster. Tong Qiang and Lin Dong screamed in despair. Damn it, we were too late. Is that kid dead? But suddenly, a powerful blue energy burst from inside the spider. Both of them and Lin Lan were stunned. Tong Qiang stammered. He still had another trick up his sleeve. Tong Qiang shouted to the others. Hurry, if we focus our fire on the spider zombie, Liu Yifei might still have a chance. Liu Yifei burst out of the centipede, landing safely. He shouted, I found its weak point. He focused his energy and roared, Telekinesis drill. Pierce through it. He lunged forward, his weapon transformed into an energy drill, stabbing through the centipede's hard shell. A surge of purple energy erupted violently. He shouted, Shatter! The monster, surrounded by the purple aura, slowly exploded into pieces. Tong Qiang and Lin Dang watched the scene with horrified expressions. Lin Dang stammered, Did he just kill a high-level monster all by himself? We only took down that banshee because everyone attacked at once. Lin Lan licked her lips, her eyes flashing with greed. Oh, a primary psychokinesis. Awakened. With 2 green-grade pieces of equipment? Looks like we found a fat sheep. She ordered her henchmen. All right, boys, the next wave is ours. It's time to collect. Keep that brat Liu Yifei alive. Just break his arms and legs, so I can slowly enjoy torturing him. Her henchmen replied in unison, Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Tong Qiang said to Lin Dong, It'll just be us and Liu Yifei left in the next wave. Lin Lan and her team will definitely join in the next wave. That's when we strike. Even if we can't kill her, wounding her severely is enough. We can let Liu Yifei land the finishing blow. The sixth wave began. 3 level 2 peak monsters and 3 level 2 monsters. Lin Lan finally joined the battle. She shouted, "It's the final wave, give it your all." She charged into the middle of the monster horde, shouting, "If you can keep up with me, I promise I'll only take your loot and let you live." She targeted a level 2 peak mutant and roared, "I'll handle this level 2 peak berserker, but the rest of you focus your fire on the others." The monster raised its blade and brought it down heavily on Lin Lan, but she easily dodged. She unleashed a powerful kick, crushing the head of the monster she was fighting. She was suddenly attacked by another monster from behind. She quickly created a blood shield to block the blow. Blood Shield Liu Yifei watched her fight, analyzing her power. He thought, dual strength and agility, increased speed, increased damage, and that defense too. She's in a completely different league compared to that guy from Hong Kong earlier. He continued to think, and those are just the abilities she's showing. She definitely has hidden trump cards. I can't act rashly in this round. Tong Qiang and Lin Deng were also planning. Tong Qiang said, "We'll hold off this blood butcher. Once Lin Lan takes down that berserker, she's going to come to kill us." Exactly, and that's when we attack her with everything we've got. Lin Lan finished off the berserker and immediately lunged toward Tong Qiang and Lin Deng. Tong Qiang shouted, "She's coming. Get ready," she commanded. "You, distract that monster. I'll take it down." He replied, "Yes, ma'am." Lin Deng shouted, "Now, Spirit Flame Arrow." Tong Qiang also attacked, Charge Shield. Lin Lan was surrounded by their attacks. Liu Yifei watched their plan unfold. He thought, not good. They're making their move right now. No way Lin Lan would walk into that trap. She must have a plan. As he predicted, Lin Lan easily dodged both attacks. Lin Dong shouted in disbelief, "Tong!" Lin Dong's green arrow slammed into Tong Qiang instead of Lin Lan. She stood there unscathed, mocking them. "You idiots. Did you really think I wouldn't see that coming?" Liu Yifei watched with a serious expression. He thought, she swapped places with Tong Qiang? Is that some kind of damage transfer ability? Lin Lan stepped on the head of a dead monster, her blood-red eyes flashing with anger. "You forced me to use my life-saving trump card." She lunged toward Lin Deng, roaring. "Well played, Lin Deng, well played." She unleashed a series of brutal attacks, giving Lin Deng no time to react. She stepped on his right hand, crushing it. "I'll start with that right arm of yours. Let's see how you resist now." She turned to her henchman and ordered, "At least let me transfer my credit points first." He thought to himself, "The next wave is my only chance. I have to stall until it ends." A system notification chimed. Wave 6 complete. All participants may vote to proceed to Wave 7, the final battle, or not. Liu Yifei smiled, his eyes flashing purple. "It's showtime," he said aloud. "Request to enter Wave 7, maximum difficulty." He thought, not many people know this, but if you select maximum difficulty, you don't need a majority vote, and the dungeon will continue. A new notification popped up. A participant has voted to proceed to the next stage. "Boss, get ready for Wave 7, maximum difficulty." Lin Lan's henchman panicked. "The next stage? But didn't the boss say we were going to leave after looting this place? What's going on? Isn't a 70% vote required to decide? I heard Wave 7 has level 3 mutant monsters. Even the boss can't handle those." Tong Qiang, who was dying, let out a crazed laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Retribution. You scumbags are all going to die. We're all going to hell together." Lin Lan turned back and shouted, her face twisted in fury. "Tong Qiang, did you do this?" She roared in rage. "I'll kill you." A giant monster, looking like an earthworm with a mouth full of jagged teeth, erupted from the ground. Suddenly, an odd object flew toward Tong Qiang and Lin Deng. From high above, Liu Yifei called out, "Tong Qiang, Lin Deng, can you hear me? If you can move, run. Run as far as you can." The two of them looked up and saw Liu Yifei standing on a high wall. They shouted with hope, "It's Liu Yifei, we have a chance." Liu Yifei looked at the monster and Lin Lan. He pulled out a massive sword, a confident smirk on his lips. He thought, Lin Lan, you probably don't know this, but level 3 mutants possess intelligence. They are different. They have hearts, and they hate awakeners, especially ones like you. Once that thing catches you in its claws, taking out the rest of your squad will be child's play." The giant monster lunged toward Lin Lan, trying to swallow her whole, but she screamed, "Swap positions," and switched places with one of her henchmen, who was swallowed by the monster instead. Liu Yifei observed from afar. He thought, humph, I knew it. Her damage transfer ability has a limited range. She can't reach me from there. Linlan tried to flee from the monster, dodging its attack skillfully, but she still got hit. Liu Yifei knew this was his chance. He dove down, his sword glowing with blue energy. Now is my chance, he shouted, unleashing his skill, Sword Storm. Countless blue beams of light were created. Linlan turned back, shocked by the massive burst of energy. What is this power? It's on a completely different level than a level 3 mutant. Don't tell me there's another level 3 awakener here besides me. The storm of sword energy cut the monster into pieces. Trapped in the storm, she screamed in despair. The blast radius is too large. I'm trapped. When the storm cleared, a system notification appeared. Death Factory cleared. Leave the dungeon in 5 minutes. Tongqiang and Lin Dang looked at the rubble. In horror. One shot. He took down a level 3 awakener and a level 3 mutant in one shot. He's a mid-level 3. No, a high-level 3. Liu Yifei frowned, sensing a faint signal. There's still another life signal down there. Could she still be alive? He used his skill, shouting, Psychic detection, telekinesis. Lin Lan, her waist was severely injured, but she was still alive, lying there gasping for breath. She stared as Liu Yifei's dagger flew toward her. Lin Lan's eyes widened in shock. And that dagger, could it be? Liu Yifei had made his move earlier. His eyes flashed. He thought, she's still alive, and she has some kind of protective gear. Fine, I'll finish the job myself. He controlled a purple energy dagger and stabbed at her forehead, but the dagger couldn't penetrate. He roared, It won't pierce? All right, let's try piercing. The energy drilling dagger attacked her forehead fiercely, but only created small cracks. She muttered, Thank God I spent money on this one-time A-rank passive defense item. Liu Yifei realized the situation. It seems simple telekinesis won't be enough. But look at how weak she is now. She doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Guess I'll have to get my hands dirty. He lunged toward her, but she screamed. Was that explosion yours? Are you a hidden level 3? He swung his sword, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. What is this barrier? Nothing can pass through it. Lin Lan coughed up blood and said weakly, Just kill me. If you're going to, why humiliate me like this? Liu Yifei paused, thinking, Oh, she thinks I'm humiliating her? It's not that I can't kill her? A sly smile appeared on his lips. In other words, she fears humiliation more than death. That makes everything easier. I know it's a dirty tactic, but to get what I want, I guess I'll play along. He approached her, his voice dripping with mockery. Humph, you want a quick death? You should have thought about that before torturing all those awakeners, she growled. You bastard, what are you planning to do? He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Can't take it anymore? I haven't even started showing you what real humiliation is yet, she stammered. What exactly do I have to do for you to give me a quick death? He said coldly. It's easy. Just like you wanted us to do, hand over all your gear, items, and every last credit point you have, and I'll give you a quick death. She whispered. How can I trust you? He replied. You have no other choice but to trust me. She screamed in despair. No, don't. I'll give it to you. But if you dare to trick me, you will regret it. A series of transaction notifications appeared. ID 178391 has started a trade with you. Blue Spirit Flower. ID 178391 has started a trade with you. Blue Flame Bone Gloves. ID 178391 has started a trade with you. Blue Crippled Flower. ID 178391 has transferred 13,000 credit points to you. Liu Yifei looked at the loot. Damn, she's rich. Looting others really is the fastest way to make money, Lin Lan said weakly. There, I gave you everything. Now kill me. He looked at her with suspicion. That's it? You're telling me you only have 13,000 credit points? I don't believe it. You know what will happen if you lie to me, right? She roared. You trash. That's all I have, believe it or not. He laughed menacingly, still trying to act tough. Tisk, don't blame me for what happens next, she screamed. Just do it. I dare you, you filthy animal. Let's see what you've got. He stood up and said calmly, Looks like that really is all she has. Huh? She was surprised. Why did you stop? Are you afraid to do it? She suddenly realized, wait a minute, you didn't kill me. You didn't even try to lay a finger on me because you can't. That explosion earlier, you can only use it once. You're just a level 2 awakener. You could never break through my defenses. A system notification chimed. Leave the dungeon in 10 seconds. 9, 8. She laughed madly. Ha ha ha. I'm such a fool. But I actually thought you were a level 3, Liu Yifei thought. Damn, she figured me out. There's no way I can take her down now, she roared, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Liu Yifei, right? I'll remember that. No matter where you run, I will find you. And when I do, I will cut you into a million pieces. I will make you wish you were never born. You will beg for death. Ha ha ha. As he was teleported away, he thought, humph, you keep remembering me, Liu Yifei. All you want by the time you find out it's me, Liu Yifei. We'll see who's hunting whom. A final reward screen appeared. Confirming victory. Dungeon exited. Calculating rewards. Completion of Liu Yifei dungeon. 70.3%. Base reward. 20%. Boss kill bonus Sandworm Boyer. 90.3%. Rank. S. Experience reward. Psychic energy increased by 100% for defeating a higher level enemy. Obtained gear. White Morning Mask, Sin of Z. Blue Boyer's Desire. Obtained item. White Corrosive Acid. White Kitten Shell. White Sandworm Compound Eye. Obtained material. White Rotten Skin. Blue Sand Heart. Reward. 1 free stat point. Hidden title unlocked. Guardian of the Factory. +1 to all stats when participating in war-type dungeons. He looked at his spoils. A satisfied smile on his face. This trip, combined with what I got from Linlan, I can sell these and buy those psychic fruits, and raise all my stats to 25. He revved his motorcycle and sped off into the night. Tonight I'll find an inn in Zhejiang. It's time to practice that B-rank sword skill, Dark Attack. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Forgotten Battlefield. Everyone's talking about getting gear and adapting to the zombie battlefield. Elsewhere, a man screamed in despair, "Help! Someone, please!" While driving on the highway, Liu Yifei was suddenly blocked by a man in a suit who was waving his hands in a panic. The man screamed, "Help! Our car flipped over. Please, save us." Liu Yifei stopped the car and looked at the overturned vehicle and the shadowy figures lurking behind it, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Are you sure this was a recent accident? Immediately, the figures lunged out to surround him. A ringleader shouted, "Get him!" 4 highwaymen armed with crude weapons blocked his path. Liu Yifei sighed, sounding bored. "A highway robbery? Seriously?" the bandit shouted. "Quit the chatter. Hand over your credits and no one gets hurt." Liu Yifei gave a cold smile. "You're right, no need to talk at all." He charged in, knocking down all 4 bandits in the blink of an eye. The man in the suit, who had been faking for help, scrambled away in a panic. He screamed, There's another one," Liu Yifei shouted. "You think you can get away? Get him." He launched a purple energy dagger, pinning the man firmly to the ground. Liu Yifei approached and peered at the man's wound. It wasn't bleeding. He was stunned. No blood? He realized the truth. That thing wasn't human, and it wasn't a zombie either, or a mutant. The man now revealed his true form as a strange creature, weeping and pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I know where they hid the goods. I'll tell you everything." He continued to beg, "They made me do this. Please, I'm begging you, don't kill me." Liu Yifei grabbed him by the collar, his golden eyes flashing with cold, inquisitive intensity. "First things first, what the hell are you?" the trembling NPC cried. "Please, don't kill me. I'll open my status window. Just see for yourself." A status panel popped up. Name: Li Fuqi. NPC. Dungeon. Scent of Greed. Level: 0. Talent: Scent of Greed. Cunning Merchant. Corrupt. Scent of Greed. You can view the target's inventory without being detected. Cunning Merchant. While trading, you can increase prices by 10%. Before the trade concludes, the target will not realize it. Corrupt. While trading, you can siphon off 5% of the payment. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Liu Yifei was shocked. An NPC? How did you get out of a dungeon? Did you actually develop self-awareness? Li Fuqi stammered, I don't know how I got out. I've been outside ever since I gained sentience, sir. Can you please spare me? Liu Yifei thought to himself. All 3 of his skills are related to trading. They're all completely unfair. No awakened human could possibly have these. If I let him manage my finances, I could save money while simultaneously making more. He held out a scroll. Sign this contract, and I won't kill you. Li Fuqi looked at the scroll in horror. A slave contract? Once I sign, if I betray you, will I be killed instantly? Liu Yifei roared. If you don't sign, I'll kill you right now. Li Fuqi shrieked in absolute terror. I'll sign. A system notification appeared. Li Fuqi has signed the slave contract. Party status opened. Master, Liu Yifei. Level: 2. Rank 1. Slave, Li Fuqi. Level: 0. Loyalty: 60 out of 100. Liu Yifei said, "From today on, you follow me. You are my teammate now." Li Fuqi wailed miserably, thinking to himself, "Teammate? What kind of teammate is that? It's just a forced contract. Why am I always so unlucky? I've already dealt with all sorts of bandits." Liu Yifei smiled. "Go and take all the items from those bandits. They're all yours." Li Fuqi immediately changed his attitude, bowing respectfully. "Thank you so much, Master. You are the most generous person in the entire world." A notification appeared. Slave Li Fuqi, loyalty, +1. Liu Yifei thought, "Oh? His loyalty increased that easily?" He ordered, "Fuqi, help me sell everything except the blood shield and the wind eagle wings. After that, buy some spiritual fruits and also get me a storage item. I want you to keep all the items in the space and help me manage my finances." Li Fuqi responded happily. "All right, Master. Leave it to me." Back in the luxury apartment, Li Fuqi appeared on a screen. "Master, you are the most wasteful person I have ever seen. You're eating spiritual fruits like they're rice." Liu Yifei pinched his virtual face and snapped, "Go back and do your bookkeeping." A beep sounded as he disconnected the call. A series of system notifications appeared as he ate the spiritual fruits. Strength +1, agility +1, physique +1. His status panel updated. Strength 25, agility 25, physique 25. He let out a satisfied sigh. "Finally, I've raised all my attributes to 25 points." He stood up. "Time to learn the B-rank sword skill, Dark Strike." A status panel appeared. "Learn new sword skill, Dark Strike." Success. Dark Strike upgraded to SSS rank. /SSS rank. Skill effect, tear a rift in space. After entering the rift, you become unparalleled for 1 second, ignoring all defense. He smiled with delight. /, a spatial rift that ignores all defense. This is too overpowered. I'll go test this skill tomorrow. Inside the Relic Battlefield dungeon, a notification appeared. Enter Relic Battlefield, current difficulty, B rank. He chose yes. The scenery changed, and he was teleported to a rooftop along with 2 other players. A muscular man with long hair introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Tran Dung. This is my younger sister, Tran Jiao. We are both level 2, rank 1. The girl added, "The system says we're paired with a level 2, high-rank player. Is that you? But you look so young. Are you lying about your true level?" Tran Dung snapped. "Little sister, don't be rude." Liu Yifei observed them. "Judging by what they're wearing, I'd say they were born into a military family. I should be more careful." Tran Dung apologized. "Please, don't mind her. My little sister has been pampered since she was young." Liu Yifei replied, "You can call me Liu Yifei." A notification appeared. Relic Battlefield is a special event. The warm-up round will start in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Liu Yifei frowned. "A special event? I only know that the special event, the mysterious event, and the mim event are called the 3 strange events of the apocalypse. This is my first time encountering one of them," Tran Dung explained. "Brother Ye, you don't need to worry. Although the special event is a product of supernatural power, as far as I know, the Relic Battlefield is one of the safer special events. It doesn't have mission limits. As long as you withdraw from combat, you can leave at any time. This special event is about repeating a battle that occurred at the beginning of the apocalypse." He continued, "Our enemies are just ordinary zombies and mutants." Liu Yifei replied, "I understand." A loud roar echoed as hundreds of zombies and 2 giant mutants rushed toward them from the building opposite. Tran Dung said, "Brother Ye, the 2 of us will go kill those mutants. Tran Jiao will stay here." Tran Jiao watched Liu Yifei suddenly rush off. She said irritably, "Is he always in such a hurry, brother? This person has no manners at all." Liu Yifei leaped from the rooftop, plunging straight into the midst of the zombie horde and the giant mutants. He swung his weapon, creating a giant blue energy X-shaped slash, wiping out 10 zombies and piercing right through the biggest monster in an instant. Tran Jiao exclaimed in shock. As expected from a high-level 2 player, he killed them all so quickly. Tran Dung added proudly, "But you and I aren't weak either," he shouted to Liu Yifei. "Brother Ye, let's try to hold out as long as possible. When we can't hold out any longer, I will summon the immortal soldiers to fight for us, so we can maximize our rewards." Liu Yifei turned back to look at him in surprise. "He wants to summon immortal soldiers? I heard rumors about this in my past life. I didn't expect it to be real," Tran Dung shouted with a proud expression. "But this is a military secret?" Tran Jiao glared at him and snapped, "You're not allowed to tell anyone that." A mutant suddenly lunged toward her. Liu Yifei shouted, "Watch out." He launched a pulse of purple energy from his hand, destroying the monster instantly. Tran Dung watched the scene with a stunned expression. He stammered, "Telekinesis? Killing a high-rank monster in one hit?" A system notification rang. Warm-up round ended. Large-scale battle starts in 3 minutes. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Liu Yifei. "Brother Ye, want a cigarette? This is military-grade stuff. Thanks for saving me just now." Liu Yifei waved his hand. "No thanks," he added. "Speaking of which, cigarettes are very rare in the apocalypse. Looks like you have quite a background." Tran Dung smiled. "To be honest, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China Theater. My father is the commander of Safe Zone 101. Both are level 3 awakened. I also have my own team and faction. Brother Ye, you seem to be alone and haven't joined any faction. Why is that?" Liu Yifei interrupted him. "Sorry, I prefer being alone." Tran Dung was surprised. He tried to convince him. "Yi, it's not too late to turn me down after you hear me out. You just need to become my assistant. I'll give you a regiment-level reward. You'll receive 3,000 credits per month. I'll also give you an extra 1,000 credits personally." He continued to offer more attractive deals. "On top of that, I can even give you a free blue-tier item. Your whole family could join the army." Tran Jiao screamed. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Even if he's strong, you don't need to go this far." Liu Yifei turned away. "I'm not interested. The large-scale battle is about to begin. You better prepare for battle first," he thought to himself. "Trying to recruit me? When I hit level 3, I'll be the one recruiting all of you." Tran Jiao watched his retreating back and said irritably, "Many level 2s have begged me for conditions like this, yet he refused just like that? He has no self-awareness. Who does he think he is? He's just a high level 2. Even in our own family, we have plenty of peak level 2 awakened ones." Half an hour later, Tran Dung shouted, "Brother Ye, I can't hold on any longer. We need to retreat." After summoning the undead soldiers, Liu Yifei replied, "Just a little longer. Lure the monsters toward me," he yelled to the 2 siblings. "All right, now you can hide on top of the wall." He leaped into the air, swung his weapon, and unleashed a powerful blue energy wave, a massive energy slash. It wiped out hundreds of zombies. Tran Dung and Tran Jiao looked on in horror. What? Is he a level 3? No, not even a level 3 could kill that many mutants in one strike. On top of that, there were several high-level 2 mutants in the crowd. That's why he rejected your invitation. His skill is even stronger than our grandfathers and fathers." Liu Yifei said. "Now you can summon the soldiers." Tran Jiao asked back, "Why are you so strong?" Before she could finish, Tran Dung cut her off. "Since Brother Ye said so, we'll do it." He raised his axe and shouted, "Maran! Maran Ye! Maran!" A series of blue energy soldiers rose from the ground. He commanded, "Prepare for battle. Hold the front line. Support squads, prepare to charge." He told Liu Yifei, "Brother Ye, now we just need to observe." Liu Yifei replied, "These soldiers can only hold out for a while. Once this wave is cleared, they will vanish. You two wait here." Liu Yifei walked along the ruined bridge alone. He thought to himself, "After killing that high-level 2 mutant earlier, I still haven't found the legendary blue-tier item. I guess it will only appear after summoning the soldiers. Based on my instincts, it should be right here in this rubble." His eyes flashed purple. "Found it. Just as I thought." He picked up a string of glowing blue beads. A system notification popped up. "Special mission activated. Death's Wish. Find the reason for the ruins battlefield, begin, and resolve it. After completing the mission, a special reward will be granted." He opened an old, worn notebook he found next to the beads. A special mission? Death's Wish? Does it relate to this notebook? He read the first few pages. "This is the diary of a defense scribe during the first zombie virus outbreak, 65 years ago, 67. The battalion commander appointed me as the scribe. I followed the battalion to Zhejiang. We were going to build the largest defensive line there." He continued reading, 67. "I heard that the zombie horde passed through Zhejiang, but huge battalions had already arrived to block it. We recruited a batch of new soldiers. They were very effective, but I still couldn't understand their dialect. I still have so much to learn. 72 Aaron told me that the girl he likes is living inside the safe zone behind the defensive line. This kid is only 17 and is already thinking about getting married. But according to the traditions of his hometown, he had to marry young. 74. The blockade failed. The commander told me that if the battle didn't go well, as a civilian, I could retreat early. 75. The first zombie horde started attacking. I didn't expect it to happen so fast. Aran is dead. We couldn't even recover his body. 76. In the morning, The commander asked if the other soldiers had any last words. He died in the afternoon, but I didn't even have the chance to ask for his last words. Although I'm afraid of dying, at this moment, I don't want to leave. If I leave, I'll have nowhere to belong. 77. I think I'm going to die soon. We have no way to retreat. With the time I have left, I asked many people for their last words. To my surprise, these young people who usually talk so much all told me one thing. A handwritten line appeared. Moran, go home. Liu Yifei picked up the beads and whispered, the final wish, the oath. He tightened his grip on the beads. The reason, the truth. At the same time, Tran Jiao nervously asked her brother, is it possible that Liu Yifei isn't a level 3? He might have some kind of item or skill that he can only use once. Tran Dung replied, possibly, but we can't prove it. If we truly anger a level 3 awakened, no one would know we died here. Tran Jiao snapped. That brat even dared to look down on us in front of grandfather? The entire North China war zone won't forgive him. Tran Dung sighed. Little sister, you have to change this attitude of yours, or you'll suffer for it one day. Setting aside the possibility that he could kill us, if he truly is a level 3 awakened, we must do everything possible to make him join us. I believe grandfather and father would praise us. Tran Jiao asked, Liu Yifei, are we leaving now? Tran Dung said to him, these level 2 soldiers can't hold out long. When the level 3 mutants appear, they will vanish in an instant, so we must leave before the soldiers disappear. Otherwise, we'll be targeted by those level 3 mutants. Liu Yifei asked back, do you know what the end of the ruins battlefield was? How did all these soldiers die? Tran Dung replied, my father wasn't even born yet at that time, but according to what I heard from grandfather, this battle was a total failure. No one returned alive. Thanks to them holding the front line, the rear had time to retreat. My grandfather was one of the survivors in the safe zone. Liu Yifei said, since the battle was a total failure, how did they get rid of the last zombie horde? Tran Dung replied, I'm not very clear on that, but there were rumors saying that this zombie horde disappeared on its own. Liu Yifei lowered his head, a bitter smile on his lips. Disappeared on its own. I see. The two siblings looked at him, confused. Liu Yifei, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about these old stories? Liu Yifei asked. So, do you know what Moran means? Tran Dung replied. Meaning? It's a secret word passed down in our military. Regarding the specific meaning, I don't really know. We only know that when we shout that word, dead soldiers appear and fight for us. Tran Jiao snapped. This is a military secret. My brother told you because he respects you. You'd better not reveal this. Tran Dung said. Little sister, don't. Liu Yifei asked. How many times have you used them? Tran Dung replied hesitantly. About a few hundred times. We usually use them to get items, but each person can only use it once. If the same person shouts the word a second time, it won't work. Liu Yifei asked back. A few hundred times? So, did you help these soldiers kill the last wave of mutants? Tran Dung replied. No, because only level 2 awakened ever come here. Level 3 awakened have never come here. You are the first level 3 awakened to come here. Liu Yifei smiled sadly. So this is why the ruins battlefield exists, huh? He leaped off the wall. Tran Jiao screamed. Brother, what is he doing? Aren't we leaving? The undead soldiers are fighting. Their screams echoed. Charge, protect our home. We made a promise to return. Liu Yifei swung his sword, wiping out the remaining zombies. He shouted in outrage. These are the spirits of our former heroes. How could the military treat them like this? He continued to roar. 65 years ago, they were abandoned by the military. They all fought to the death just to protect the homeland behind them. Throughout these 65 years, they've just been a bunch of numbers in history. No one remembers them. How could the zombie horde disappear on its own? He looked at the heroic spirits and said painfully. Their resentment turned them into heroic spirits, turning this battlefield into a special event, trapping the zombie horde here forever. He tightened his grip on his weapon. He thought while fighting, it's because they knew that once the level 3 mutants here were killed, their secret would no longer work. They wouldn't be able to fight for their descendants anymore. A massive bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Liu Yifei screamed, his voice full of outrage and determination. Lied to. Used. He flew into the air, surrounded by angry lightning from Moran, carrying all the hopes of the heroes of the past. Yet, they were used by the military hundreds, thousands of times. He slashed down, splitting the monster in two. His sword emitted a brilliant blue light. Not just this time. Even if I die, I will bring all of you home. Tran Jiao watched him with a look of disbelief. Brother, is he crazy? Does he actually want to fight the final level 3 mutant? Tran Dung frowned, thinking, this is really strange. If he wanted to fight a tier 3 mutant, he didn't need to wake those soldiers up. Most of all, he didn't need to help them. He should have been conserving his strength. Tran Jiao tugged at his sleeve, saying anxiously, brother, a tier 3 mutant is going to appear soon. Even if Liu Yifei is tier 3, there's a chance he won't be able to kill it. We should retreat first. Tran Dung thought to himself that this was indeed the best time to retreat, but once they left, they would lose their chance to recruit Liu Yifei. He decided, we'll wait a little longer. It only takes 10 seconds to leave. If he really can't kill that tier 3 creature, we'll still have time to pull back. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Tran Dung shouted, what? A giant shadow loomed over them. Is it here already? A massive mutant, as tall as a building, landed. The ground shattered, crushing the remaining immortal soldiers. Both siblings stared at the monster in horror. Is this a tier 3 mutant? Isn't that size just ridiculous? Liu Yifei faced the monster, a confident smile on his lips. I can only use space slash now, but I'm not sure how effective it will be. I can't attack it rashly, he panted, preparing for the battle. Focus, focus, focus. I'll use the skill when it gets closer to ensure success, he muttered, tracking the distance. 70 meters, 59 meters, 40 meters. The monster slowly drew closer. The monster raised its giant fist. Liu Yifei shouted, now's the time. His eyes glowed. He swung his sword, and a white beam of light sliced through space. Space slash, he declared, his voice echoing through the void. Everything went silent. Everything around him transformed into a monochromatic space. Is this the dimensional space? My time is moving completely differently from everyone else's. He realized the power of his new skill. Not only that, I can see through objects. His eyes now acted like X-rays, piercing through everything. He could see the giant brain inside the monster's head. I can choose to materialize my body at any location within this dimensional space. I can pass through anything. He appeared inside the monster's head, standing on its brain. So that's why the system said, inside the dimensional space, I can bypass all defenses. He swung his sword down. At this moment, I am invincible. His blade plunged deep into the monster's brain. A blinding blue explosion erupted from the creature's head. Its massive body began to disintegrate. Both siblings watched the scene with disbelief. A tier 3 mutant is dead? A super mutant capable of destroying an entire safe zone was killed? How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, I didn't even see anything. It was dead. On the ramparts, Tran Jiao covered her mouth, eyes brimming with tears of terror and regret. She stammered, brother, I was wrong. He is truly a tier 3 awakened. Moreover, he is a tier 3 who is stronger than both our father and grandfather. Tran Dung couldn't hide his shock either. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He agreed, his voice still trembling with astonishment. That's right. Since I was young, I've seen many tier 3 awakened, but I've never seen anyone at his level. Could Liu Yifei be at the peak of tier 3? A 1 in a million existence? Just then, a blue system notification appeared before everyone. Event ended. Please exit within 10 seconds. At the same time, as the heroic souls began to fade, another notification sounded, explaining everything. The relic battlefield will disappear forever in 10 seconds. Tran Dung exclaimed in surprise. The relic battlefield is disappearing forever? What does that mean? Suddenly, Liu Yifei staggered and fell to one knee, his body seemingly drained of all energy. The Tran siblings shouted in panic. Brother Liu Yifei! Liu Yifei didn't answer. He just quietly raised the necklace in his hand, looked toward the fading spirits, and with all his remaining strength, roared their sacred code. Maran! Maran! Hearing that call, all the remaining heroic spirits turned toward him. They smiled a serene and content smile and simultaneously saluted in a military fashion. A unified voice echoed through the space, filled with gratitude. Zuo Mai. Thank you. Tran Dung rushed over to Liu Yifei, confused, and asked, Brother Liu Yifei, why did you use the summoning spell? Isn't everything over already? Liu Yifei stood up, his expression serious. We'll talk after we get out. This place is about to vanish. Another system notification appeared. Dungeon cleared. Calculating rewards. The final board appeared before Liu Yifei. Dungeon completer. Liu Yifei. Completion. 70% base, 30% bonus. Total. 100%. Rank. SSS. Below was a list of acquired equipment, items, and materials. After being teleported out, the battlefield was just a pile of ruins. Liu Yifei. Progress 70% complete. Basic plus 30% bonus. Total progress 100% complete. achieved SSS level. Below were a series of equipment, items, and materials obtained after being teleported out of the battlefield, which was now nothing but a pile of rubble. Liu Yifei sat alone, staring into the void. He muttered, "After this battle, I've finally reached Tier 2 Advanced. I should feel happy, but right now, I feel so sad." He clenched his fists. "Besides letting the souls of these heroes rest in peace, what else can I do for them?" A special mission notification appeared. Event concluded. Final wish mission updated. You can now choose to continue this mission and return home on behalf of these soldiers, or you can choose to end the mission now and receive the rewards. Warning: continuing the mission will change the rewards. The oath necklace will also change. Please choose carefully. Liu Yifei looked at the notification, a determined smile on his lips. He said firmly, "Fine. Even without the mission, I would do it anyway." Just then, the Tran siblings found him. Tran Dung happily called out, "Brother Liu Yifei, it's great you're still here. We didn't enter the dungeon from the same location, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you." He stepped closer, offering a friendly smile. "I just transferred all the rewards I received from this dungeon to you. You should have received them by now." Liu Yifei just nodded in response. "All right, thanks." Tran Dung continued. "My sister and I would like to invite you to lunch. Can you make it?" Liu Yifei shook his head. "Forget the lunch. I need to do something else first. Can you help me with this?" "It would be my honor." Tran Dung immediately agreed without hesitation. "Brother Liu Yifei, please tell me what you need me to do." Liu Yifei looked him straight in the eyes and said seriously, "Help me check the hometowns of the soldiers who sacrificed themselves here. I want to visit them personally." Tran Dung immediately pulled out a communication device and ordered, "Vice Commander 2, find the hometowns of the soldiers in the relic legend and send them to me." A voice replied from the device, "Yes, young Master Tran." Just a few seconds later, Tran Dung happily said, "Brother Liu Yifei, I found them. It's 300 kilometers from Din Town. I will take you there by helicopter." Liu Yifei nodded in thanks. As the modern helicopter landed and Liu Yifei stepped on board, Tran Jiao pulled her brother's arm, her voice full of worry and reproach. "Brother, are you just going to let him go like that? And what about the relic battlefield disappearing? How are we going to explain that? You know how much the military values the relic battlefield. Even the right to summon was earned by grandfather." She continued to question him, her expression highly dissatisfied. "Ignoring the fact that you gave away all your rewards, are you also planning to help him cover this up?" Tran Dung turned to look at his sister, his gaze becoming deep and grave. "Sister, although this is a serious incident, as you just said, I don't just plan to help him cover this up. I will also take the responsibility on his behalf." He looked toward the departing helicopter and continued, "Furthermore, it's not just the rewards this time. If you gave him 10,000 or 100,000 credits, so what?" Tran Jiao still didn't understand. "Brother, I know he's strong, but up until now, he hasn't shown any sign that he will join our faction. Is it worth us trying to recruit him?" "It is worth it," Tran Dung affirmed. "I'll tell you this. First, we can't escape the responsibility for this incident. As long as our political enemies are there, they will do anything to dump all the blame on us. Instead of being passive, why don't we take the responsibility to grant Liu Yifei a favor?" His eyes sharpened. Besides, Liu Yifei asked for help finding information. This tells us something. He still doesn't have support from any military faction. Although he doesn't talk much, you can see he is a sentimental person. If we want to gain his favor, we must treat him with our most sincere hearts. On the helicopter, Liu Yifei quietly clutched the oath necklace, looking out the window. He wondered if the seniors were flying alongside him back to their homes. The helicopter landed at an ancient village, nestled on the side of a mountain, home to the Duan clan. Liu Yifei sought out an old woman sitting on the porch. He handed her a yellowed photo of young soldiers laughing radiantly and asked, "Grandma, do you still remember the warriors from 65 years ago? Those who participated in the defense of Din Town?" He pointed to someone in the photo. The old woman squinted, her trembling hands reaching out to take the photo. Suddenly, she began to shiver, tears welling up in her aged eyes as she stared at Liu Yifei. Her voice cracked with emotion. Iran?" Liu Yifei bowed his head, his gaze filled with sorrow, yet also a hint of relief, as he whispered to himself, "And for the souls that have departed, yes, they've come home. All of them have finally come home." A military officer, likely one of Tran Dung's men, approached quickly alongside an old man who looked like the village chief. The officer saluted respectfully. "Sir Liu Yifei, we have conducted an investigation. There are only 5 elders left who know what happened 65 years ago. Furthermore, We have provided the village with substantial resources to help improve their lives, the officer continued, pointing to the old man beside him. As for the memorial monument you mentioned, I have brought the village chief here. Liu Yifei nodded slightly, offering a faint smile. Thank you. The village chief hurriedly waved his hands, saying modestly, You are too kind, Sir Liu Yifei. Young Master Tran instructed me to do everything in my power to assist you. Liu Yifei turned to the old man, gestured toward a patch of vacant land, and spoke. Chief, I will personally send you 4,000 credits. Could you please build a memorial for the heroes there? The old man gasped in astonishment. 4,000 credits? You don't need to spend that much. Liu Yifei smiled. You can distribute the remainder among the children in the village. The village chief was deeply moved. He bowed deeply before Liu Yifei. Sir, please let me thank you on behalf of everyone in the village. I will ensure the names of all our heroes are carefully engraved. Liu Yifei quickly helped him up. There is no need for such formalities. Once everything was settled, Liu Yifei sat on the helicopter for the return trip. His gaze drifted far out the window as he muttered to himself, Seniors, you can rest in peace now. At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before him. Final wish quest completed. Reward received, 100 fame points. Below that was the information on the upgraded necklace. Completed vow. Blue tier. Necklace. Equipment attribute. All stats +1. Equipment effect. Health recovery. Mental energy recovery plus 33%. Equipped skill. Eternal faith. Restores 15 points of mental energy within 10 seconds. Item rating. A blessed necklace. Liu Yifei held the transformed necklace in his hand with a sincere smile on his face, saying with deep gratitude, Thank you, seniors, for blessing this necklace. I will wear it until the day all wars end. He looked at the fame point reward, his expression turning thoughtful. As for these fame points, they are a commodity that cannot be bought. Perhaps they will come in handy later. I can use them when I start building my own army. He suddenly thought of Tran Dung. Speaking of military factions, Tran Dung might be a good choice. After leaving the dungeon, he hadn't asked anything about how the dungeon had vanished. He had accepted all his requests. He seemed like a reliable person. Although he hadn't liked the man's way of thinking before, he believed Tran Dung truly knew nothing about the truth of the ruined battlefield. He would ask him more about the dungeon after returning. He would also demand more things from him. Inside a lavishly decorated, luxurious building, Tran Dung was sitting when he suddenly received a video call. He exclaimed happily, Brother Liu Yifei, are you calling me? Through the screen, Liu Yifei got straight to the point. I want to borrow 2 blue-tier swords from you, preferably ones with cooldown reduction skills. Are you okay with that? Tran Dung was slightly surprised. Borrow? He immediately waved his hands and laughed loudly. No, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, I will do my best to get them for you. You don't need to borrow them. Liu Yifei nodded. Then, thank you. The call ended. Tran Dung clenched his fist, his heart filled with excitement as he thought, Brother Liu Yifei reached out to me for help so soon. It seems he trusts me more now. If father and grandfather knew about this, they would be so happy. At a humble Lanzhou noodle shop, Liu Yifei checked his status board while eating. He muttered, Tran Dung is quite straightforward. I got 3 free stat points in the dungeon, not counting the stats the blue gear provides me. My base stats, excluding mental energy, which is already at 26, are Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Mental Energy 31. I don't really want to sell the items that give stat bonuses, and I don't have enough money to buy soul fruits. After my skills cool down and I receive the blue tier gear from Tran Dung, I will try to clear a few blue tier dungeons and earn some money. He looked into the distance, remembering his past life. When he was promoted to level 3, he had the chance to double all his stat points. In his past life, he had rushed to level 3 when his stats were only at 20. This meant he didn't have enough base stats after the promotion. His eyes became determined. In this life, I will raise all my stat points to 31 before I advance to level 3. By that time, the zombie horde will attack the Tianfeng safe zone. Suddenly, a cold and terrifying killing intent washed over him, causing him to drop his chopsticks. A black and red aura coiled around him, sending a chill down his spine. This is the killing intent of a level 3 user. He gritted his teeth as cold sweat poured down. Damn it. My ultimate is still on cooldown. I'll definitely die if that level 3 guy decides to attack. He stood up, quietly observing the crowded street. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? He quickly analyzed the situation. This was the inner city of the Kiegiang safe zone, and besides Tran Dung, no one knew about him. Could it be the level 3 commander from Chiet Gyang whose credit Tran Dung had stolen? Or had Tran Dung changed his mind? No. That's impossible. He thought of another, more terrifying possibility. Tran Dung wanted to recruit him, so there was no reason to kill him, and the Chiet Gyang commander didn't even know he was the one who killed the boss. Could it be Lin Lan from the Blood Eagle squad? Had she found him that quickly? With all his skills on cooldown, he couldn't rashly advance to confirm. He stood on the street, trying to keep calm. The top priority now was how to escape. Should he activate his lightning boots and take a gamble? Calm down. The fact that the opponent was following him without striking meant they were still hesitant. That meant they didn't know his skills were on cooldown. Making a run for it would only expose him, and they would definitely move to kill him. The best approach now was to pretend nothing was wrong and see if he could find a place to hide. That's right. An idea struck him. He saw the neon sign of a nearby bar and thought, in times like these, the people who can still afford to go to a bar, to drink, must be wealthy or powerful. A confident smile appeared on his lips. I'll go in there and use a decoy tactic. Inside the luxurious bar, Liu Yifei sat alone at the counter, quietly observing his surroundings. A beautiful young girl with partially red-dyed hair was slumped over the counter, looking bored. She muttered, "Ugh, seriously? Am I the only one who sees this, or is this bar full of grumpy old men tonight?" A bodyguard in a black suit and sunglasses approached and said, "Miss, after this drink, shall we go home?" "Get lost," the girl snapped. But then, her eyes suddenly froze. She saw Liu Yifei sitting alone at the end of the bar. Liu Yifei glanced at the girl. She was young, but had a rebellious look, dyed hair, heavy makeup, living it up at clubs. She was probably going through a rebellious phase. The girl suddenly stood up and walked toward. A teasing smile played on her lips. "Hello, handsome." Liu Yifei glanced quickly at her. Her earrings and rings were all blue-tier equipment. He glanced behind her, 4 high-level or peak-level 2 users. Behind her were probably her bodyguards. No one else here dared to provoke her, so she must have quite a background. The girl rested her arm on the bar, her body leaning almost against him. "Are you here alone? Want to have a drink together?" Liu Yifei kept his cold expression, but inside, he was calculating. The level 3 killing intent was still just outside. He turned to the girl and gave a forced smile. "I'd love to, but I'm a bit broke right now." The girl burst into laughter, a refreshing, confident laugh. "Ha ha. No problem. I've got plenty of money." She turned and shouted, "Bartender, 2 tonight we don't go home cocktails, put it on my tab." Then she turned back to Liu Yifei. Inside, he thought, "Sorry, but tonight I have to use you to get away." After all, not knowing my full capabilities, and with 4 high-level 2 guards in tow, even a level 3 user would have to think twice. She raised her cocktail glass, her eyes sparkling as she looked straight at him, her voice full of suggestion and invitation. "Little brother, do you have the courage to go to a hotel with this big sister tonight?" Liu Yifei hesitated slightly. He hadn't expected her to be so forward. "Well, Faced with the girl's bold invitation, Liu Yifei glanced over. A cold thought flashed through his mind. "Since you like being a hunter so much, then I'll pretend to be the prey for a while." Meanwhile, the girl's bodyguards were huddling together. One of them said anxiously to the one who seemed to be the captain, "Sir, Miss is about to leave with someone. Should we stop her?" The captain snapped, "Are you crazy? Don't you remember the trouble she caused us with the Lord last time?" Another bodyguard asked nervously, "So, what are we supposed to do now?" The captain growled, sweat beading on his forehead. "What else can we even do? Follow her, quickly. Make sure nothing happens to her." Liu Yifei let the girl take his arm as they walked out of the bar. He felt a lethal energy still clinging to him and thought to himself, "The killing intent behind me is still tracking us. It hasn't left yet. I have no choice but to go to the hotel with her and see what happens." The two headed toward one of the most upscale and luxurious hotels in the city. Inside a lavish presidential suite, the girl, Yan Yuqing, was drunk and sprawled out on the large bed. Liu Yifei took off his coat and mused. Yan Yuqing, no wonder she's the daughter of the commander of Safety Zone 31 and the chairwoman of the Jingrui Trading Company. A single night in a hotel like this costs half a normal person's annual salary. Memories of his past life came flooding back. In his previous life, when he was just a desperate refugee, he worked for the Jingrui Trading Company's security team, cleaning up zombies. He looked at the girl and said, "Technically, your father is still my boss." Hearing the mention of her father, Yan Yuqing immediately sat up and snapped irritably, "Don't you dare bring up that damn old man. He's the worst." She stumbled to her feet, her cheeks flushed, and looked at him with an inviting gaze. "Hold me." Liu Yifei sighed inwardly. It's clear she had an argument with her father. and she's doing all of this tonight just to spite him. How childish. Time to scare her a little so she'll fall into line. He suddenly stepped forward and pushed her back onto the bed. "Hey!" Yan Yuqing shouted, her expression a mix of panic and excitement. "Are you serious? If you are, I won't go easy on you." He planted both hands on the bed, leaning his face in close. A sinister smile bloomed on his lips, but under his intimidating gaze, the girl's confidence instantly vanished. She stammered in fear. "Actually, I'll go take a shower first." Yan Yuqing panicked, jumped up, ran straight into the bathroom, and slammed the door shut. Watching her back, Liu Yifei couldn't help but laugh. Just as expected, the most interesting prey always acts like a hunter. He stepped out onto the balcony, lit a cigarette, and thought, "She's just all talk. I doubt she'll be out of that bathroom anytime soon." He looked down at the street below. A level 3 killing intent was right downstairs, and that figure looked suspicious. But judging by the build, it didn't look like a woman. Could it be someone other than Lin Lan? Then who could it be? He pondered, recalling that even after 2 lifetimes, he still didn't have the answer. To the time he passed out before the awakening assessment. A total stranger taking the blame, something was wrong here. But if the person behind that incident was trying to kill him, they could have poisoned him back then. Why go through such a long process? He thought of his greatest enemy. Come to think of it, Lin Lan was severely injured last time. She must still be recovering. But it's possible she has connections with other hunting squads and hired another level 3 to kill me. Whoever it is, I need to find a way to lose the tail and get out of here. He opened the system interface and ordered, "Li Fuqi, get me a disguise as soon as possible. It has to be extremely realistic." Understood. Something that will make me completely unrecognizable. A chibi character appeared on the screen and replied, "Yes, master." A moment later, Liu Yifei walked out of the room, facing the bodyguards on watch. He said indifferently, "Your young mistress is drunk. Make sure she doesn't cause any trouble." With that, he turned and headed for the elevator, leaving the confused bodyguards behind. Inside the elevator, he activated the item he had just received. He equipped the disguise gear. A blue cube enveloped him. A few seconds later, as the elevator door opened, Liu Yifei had transformed into a completely different middle-aged man in a sharp suit. He calmly walked out of the hotel and blended into the crowd. He thought, "That level 3 didn't follow me. It seems the disguise worked perfectly. That was a close call. Now I need to reach level 3 as soon as possible, or I won't be able to handle all these enemies, both public and hidden." As for Yan Yuqing, I hope she takes care of herself in that hotel room. Yan Yuqing walked out of the bathroom and saw a note on the bed. She picked it up and read the words written on it. "I don't take advantage of others, and don't put yourself in dangerous situations. Thanks for tonight." 2 days later, in a ruined area, Liu Yifei thought, Trandung, just as expected of a kid, with military connections. He got me 2 pieces of gear in the blink of an eye. He held 2 new swords in his hands, the Blazing Fire longsword and the Fish Market short sword. Both were top-tier green-grade equipment. He channeled energy into the longsword, casting blazing fire. Flames erupted violently from the longsword, radiating an incredible heat. It consumed 270 points of spiritual energy per second. The temperature of the blade could reach 2,000 degrees. He shifted his energy to the short sword, casting Fish Market. A frigid blue aura enveloped the sharp blade. The icy aura radiated from the short sword. Liu Yifei analyzed its power. It consumed 240 points of spiritual energy per second. The sharpness of the blade could be compared to a laser beam. He stood amidst the rubble, the dual blades in his hands radiating 2 opposing energies. One hot, one cold. He confidently thought, "With my spiritual energy reserves, it's enough to handle a small-scale battle." He checked all his equipment in the system interface. These 2 swords, plus the lightning boots for lightning-fast speed, the blood crystal shield, the disabled leg armor, the tenacity of the vow necklace, and with all 3 of his ultimate skills, finished cooling down. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surging through his body. I can almost pass for a level 3 and enter the high-level dungeon, the Hellgate. He recalled the information about this dungeon. The Hellgate is an underground dungeon. Each time you descend a floor, you have to face attacks from zombies or mutants. Every 7 floors, there will be a special mutant acting as an elite monster. On the final floor, there will be a peak level 3 mutant to face. He thought of the main reason he chose this dungeon. Besides the abundant mutant rewards, there was a spiritual energy crystal material unlike any other dungeon. If he was lucky enough to find a large piece, it would be worth more than any green-grade equipment. A notification board appeared before him. "Do you wish to enter the Hellgate dungeon? Minimum level 4 required for entry. Current level, 2, intermediate. Dungeon difficulty, extremely high. Recommended to group with level 3s before proceeding. He clicked, agree. Entering Hellgate. Current number of participants, 40. After being teleported inside a vast cave, Liu Yifei stood on a high rock, his entire body enveloped in lightning energy. He resolved, success in maximizing my level 2 stats depends on this trip. Below, another group of awakened people was cheering excitedly as they saw the sparkling spiritual crystals embedded in the cliff face. There are so many spiritual crystals here. That's right. A single small spiritual crystal block is worth 8,000 credits. If you can bring back a few blocks, you'll live comfortably for the rest of your life. Just as they were about to rush in to mine them, a man wearing armor, who looked like the captain, spoke up to stop them. Stop it, Li Jubin. All the spiritual crystals inside the Hellgate can only be obtained from killing monsters. Even if you rip them out, you can't take them outside. Liu Yifei looked around, assessing the situation. There are 40 awakened people here this time. The military alone has 21 people. A man in a military uniform stepped forward and said loudly, "Stop wasting time. The clearing this time will be led by the military. You're all lucky to be here right now. My name is Wang Yangbing, colonel of the 7th Military Group, a level 3 awakened." He pointed to the dark tunnels around them. There are 18 tunnels surrounding us, and they are all full of zombies. If we survive, we will receive rewards. Each team will have 3 people entering different tunnels to maximize the rewards. Having more people in one team will reduce the rewards received. He continued explaining the plan. We will rendezvous at the 7th floor tunnel. Then, we will fight the elite mutant together. Wang Yangbing looked at the civilian players and said, among the 21 soldiers, there are 4 level 3s and 10 high-level level 2s. Therefore, you can form a 2-person team, follow one of the military awakened, and move together. 2 civilian players cheered. That's great. We got lucky this time. Wang Yangbing smirked and stated the conditions. But, to be clear, if you choose to follow one of our level 3 awakened, you must give us 70% of your rewards. If you choose a level 2 awakened, you will have to give us 50%. Of course, we will try our best to ensure your survival. He ordered. Level 3 awakened, step forward. Level 2 awakened, stay. Level 1 and intermediate awakened, stand back. You may start choosing right now. The soldiers replied in unison. Yes, Colonel. The civilian players started murmuring. Following the military seems like a good idea, but they ask for too much. I came here in the first place to get the rewards, but looking at these level 3 awakeners, it's definitely safer to follow them. Suddenly, a large man with a battle axe on his shoulder stepped out. He roared, I'm Yun Ming, a low-level level 3. I'm from the Demon Hunting Legion. I only keep what I earn, and only high-level level 2s are allowed to join. Liu Yifei observed from afar, thinking, I didn't think there would be other civilian, level 3 awakeners here, and he's even from the famous non-governmental Demon Hunting Legion. Another man with an arrogant expression also stepped out. Huang Kai, low-level, level 3. Yes, I will also only take 50% of what you earn, and only high-level, level 2s are allowed. Liu Yifei froze when he heard that name. Huang Kai, his presence, have I met him somewhere before? Suddenly, a familiar killing intent washed over him. Huang Kai turned and looked straight at him. Huh? Liu Yifei? Liu Yifei immediately recognized the killing intent. Could it be the mysterious level 3 guy who followed him 2 days ago? Cultivation groups wouldn't come to this kind of dungeon. With this many level 3 awakeners, he's here alone. I guess this is just a coincidence. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his gaze turning cold. It's too late to disguise myself now, but I have all my ultimate moves ready. It's actually great that I'm meeting him here now. I'll have to find an opportunity to kill him later. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also secretly calculating. Lam Fong, even though I lost you 2 days ago, you're right in front of me now. According to what I heard, he has a powerful skill. I'll have to wait until he uses his ultimate move. Before I try to kill him, Liu Yifei decided not to hide anymore. He stepped out, his voice echoing throughout the cave. Liu Yifei, low-level level 4, I'll take 40%. And there's no rank limit. The 2 civilian players looked at him suspiciously. He had no badge, and he didn't have the aura that a level 3 radiates. He looked too normal to be a level 3. Even though he took a smaller cut, going with him wasn't entirely safe. Huang Kai walked over, laughing contemptuously. Liu Yifei, are you really a level 3? Ha ha ha. I don't believe you. Impersonating a level 3 inches, this dungeon will only lead to death. While Huang Kai was mocking him, an army officer turned to ask Colonel Wang Yangbing, Colonel, your detection skill level is the highest here. Can you detect how strong Liu Yifei really is? Wang Yangbing narrowed his eyes at Liu Yifei. I can't sense it yet. But looking at the green tier gear he's wearing, he's probably really a level 3. Besides, what he said isn't wrong. Only a fool would fake being a level 3 here. A system notification appeared. The dungeon starts in 1 minute. Please prepare. Wang Yangbing shouted loudly. The mission is about to start. Everyone hurry up and find a team for yourselves. Immediately, the civilian players rushed toward the captains they had already targeted. Sir Huang Kai, please let us follow you. Yun Ming. I want to follow you, Colonel. Amidst the chaos, Liu Yifei stood alone, hands on his hips, scratching his head awkwardly. No one chose me? Huang Kai laughed gleefully, pointing straight at Liu Yifei's face. Ha ha ha, what level 3 awakener? No one believes you. He pointed at a group of level 2 military personnel, saying sarcastically, now you have to follow the level 2 awakeners of the army, or take those 2 pieces of trash with you. He was implying a young man and woman dressed casually, looking weak and out of place. Right at that moment, the pair walked toward Liu Yifei. The girl, a long-range mage, spoke first. Liu Yifei, my name is Lin Ka. I am a long-range mage. Can I form a team with you? A man, a psychic, continued. My name is Zhang Wen, a psychic. Liu Yifei looked at them, then nodded decisively. All right, you two will follow me. Both were overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Liu Yifei, Wang Yangbing declared. Now that all teams have been formed, each team should choose their own tunnel to enter. Liu Yifei pointed to a dark entrance numbered 18. Let's go. We're going into tunnel 18. First of all, tell me about your skills. Lin Ka explained. I am a mage. I can use my skills 3 times, but they are all skills I learned when I was level 1. So their power is very weak. Zhang Wen continued, patting the large spiritual guard gun on his back. Although I am a psychic, I have a spiritual guard gun. I can deal with level 1 mutants without any problems. Liu Yifei looked at them and gave a forced smile. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen immediately bowed to apologize. Both sighed. After all, we don't belong here, if it weren't for the sake of making a living. Seeing them discouraged, Liu Yifei patted their shoulders. Our team isn't weak. Rest assured, since I will be taking a fee from you, I will ensure both of you make it out alive. Both looked up at him, moved, and muttered, Mr. Liu Yifei. Suddenly, Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes. They're coming, he prepared himself. From the darkness of the tunnel, hundreds of zombies rushed out like a flood. Leading them were 2 level 1 mutants. Liu Yifei rushed forward and declared with startling precision, there are 273 zombies and 2 level 1 mutants. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen were stunned. How do you know exactly how many zombies are there? Lin Ka asked in astonishment. Zhang Wen whispered, his eyes glowing with admiration. This must be the ability that a level 3 person has. Liu Yifei dove into the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp blue sword energy radiated from his twin swords, easily tearing his enemies apart. He thought to himself, at first, it's simple enough. I need to save as much spiritual energy as possible. He glided like the wind, dodging attacks and counterattacking with precision. I'll try not to use any ultimate skills or equipment skills before I reach the 7th floor. Wow, he's so agile, Lin Ka exclaimed, her eyes never leaving Liu Yifei's back. He jumped onto the back of a beetle mutant and plunged his fisherman's sword into its head. Zhang Wen frowned. Then why do I have the feeling that he isn't using any spiritual power to fight? Those zombies? A system notification appeared. Floor 1 complete. Please enter floor 2. The scene changed, and they found themselves standing amidst a pile of zombie and mutant corpses. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen looked around, bewildered. It's over already? We didn't even have a chance to fight. Killed 1 level 1 ore mutant. Obtained 170 spiritual crystal fragments. Killed 1 level 1 2-headed wolf mutant. Obtained 210 spiritual crystal fragments. Mission completion reward. 100 spiritual crystal fragments awarded to all group members. Both looked at their reward screens in disbelief. We didn't do anything, but we received 60 spiritual crystal fragments. It seems like not only was it a good decision to come here, but we also chose the right person to follow. 1 spiritual crystal fragment is worth 10 credits. I've earned 4,800 credits. And on top of that, there's also the commission. 7th floor, at the rendezvous point. Wang Yangbing and the other groups had gathered. He frowned, looking around. We've been waiting here for 5 minutes already. Why hasn't Liu Yifei arrived yet? Huang Kai sneered. He's not a level 3. I said it already. He's a fraud. A soldier said. That's impossible. Even high-level level 2 awakeners are already here. Huang Kai thought maliciously. It seems like this brat couldn't even deal with the level 1 mutants without using his ultimate skill. When facing high-level Level 2 mutants, ha ha ha, he will be killed by my hands or by the mutants. Just then, a voice rang out from the tunnel entrance. We're here. Liu Yifei and his two teammates stepped out. Wang Yangbing stepped forward and said, now that we are all here to clear the 7th floor, we will need to kill at least 5 high-level Level 2 mutants to maximize the reward. 7. Level 3 Awakeners can fight 1 mutant. The others can form a group and fight 1. He glanced at Liu Yifei's group. Anyone who thinks it's difficult can seek help from us. You just need to share your rewards with us. Liu Yifei replied coldly. Thanks. But I don't think we will need your help. During the battle with the elite monsters, Lin Ka and Zhang Wen observed Liu Yifei. Zhang Wen remarked, on the previous floors, Liu Yifei was indeed very fast, but when he fought the crystal boss on the 6th floor, he clearly struggled. Although he is agile, his attacks are very weak. Lin Ka agreed. That's right. He might just be saving his strength. We will have to trust Liu Yifei. 8 high-level Level 2 mutants had awakened and were preparing to fight. Liu Yifei looked at the monsters lining up in a row and smirked. All the monsters are walking in a line? If I accidentally kill all the monsters before the others can make a move, that's fine, isn't it? On the other side, Huang Kai was preparing to fight, thinking, Liu Yifei, I'll find a way to kill you after I deal with this mutant. Liu Yifei glanced at Huang Kai and activated his Li Huo sword. He thought to himself, if I do this, I won't be able to kill Huang Kai. But to avoid any misunderstandings with the military for now, I can only let him go. He raised his flaming sword high and roared the name of his ultimate skill, Heavenly Light Scorching Slash. A massive wave of energy swept across the entire horde of monsters, turning them into dust in an instant. Colonel Wang Yangbing and the other soldiers stood frozen in shock. Did Liu Yifei wipe them all out in a single blow? No way. Even an average Tier 3 fighter couldn't take down one of those things with a single strike, Huang Kai exclaimed, horrified. Damn it. Lin Lan only said his ultimate move was strong, but she didn't say it was this powerful. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen stared at the scene in disbelief. Oh my god. Is that the true power of Mr. Liu Yifei? I knew it. He was completely holding back before. After unleashing the attack, Liu Yifei retracted his twin swords. He glanced at the spiritual crystals falling from the monsters and calculated, this haul must be worth about 50 to 60,000. Credits. After Liu Yifei cleared out the monsters, a series of reward notifications popped up. Tier 2 Peak Mutant Hydra destroyed. Reward: 680 spiritual crystals. Tier 2 Peak Giant Rotten Zombie destroyed. Reward: 720 spiritual crystals. Reward: all members receive 150 spiritual crystals as a reward. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen hugged each other in pure joy. Lin Ka shouted, Brother Zhang, tell me I'm not dreaming. Did we just hit the jackpot? Zhang Wen couldn't hide his excitement either. I'm not joking. We just earned 900 credits without doing anything. That's more than we've made in half a year. Colonel Wang Yangbing walked over, his expression full of amazement and respect. Mr. Liu Yifei, you were seriously holding back on us. That was truly impressive. Liu Yifei replied awkwardly. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't measure the strength of my technique properly. It just happened by chance. Huang Kai stepped forward, sneering sarcastically. Just happened by chance, huh? Come on. You wiped out everything and left nothing for the rest of us. I don't care how strong you are. There's such a thing as playing fair, especially in front of the military. Liu Yifei frowned, thinking to himself, this guy Huang Kai, is he trying to cause trouble on purpose? Is he using the military to test me? Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also secretly calculating. His ultimate move has already been used, so he must be feeling uneasy against the other Tier 3 fighters. Let's see if we can get under his skin a little. Liu Yifei decided to defuse the situation. Everyone, relax. We can still trigger more monsters. In this area, since the mandatory conditions haven't been met, that means more Tier 2 peak creatures for everyone. But let's just pretend the last wave never happened. Trigger another wave. And I promise I won't interfere. Huang Kai pointed his finger straight at Liu Yifei and roared, how dare you talk to us like you're better than everyone else? Are you trying to disrespect your Colonel Wang Yangbing with that attitude? Silence. Wang Yangbing barked. Internal conflict is the last thing we need during a raid. It's good to have such a powerful ally, but besides, Liu Yifei is right. We'll just need to trigger another wave. Huang Kai still didn't give up. He turned to Wang Yangbing. If Colonel Wang says so, but if we aren't compensated for that last wave, I'm afraid Liu Yifei will have to deal with another Tier 2 monster all by himself. The extra clear-out rewards should be used to compensate everyone. He crossed his arms. and turned to Liu Yifei with a challenging look. To keep everyone happy, Mr. Liu Yifei, you wouldn't mind dealing with another one, would you? Given the inconsistency between your previous performance and now, it wouldn't hurt to observe your combat ability further. Liu Yifei smirked, a cryptic smile on his face. Sure, I don't mind. He thought to himself, that jerk Huang Kai, he couldn't get the team to turn against me, so now he wants to use a Tier 2 peak monster to force my hand and drain my trump cards. I need to save my Sword Storm skill for the Tier 3 enemies on the 14th floor, and keep my Spatial Slash for emergencies. The final wave was triggered. 8 Tier 2 peak mutants were ready to fight. Liu Yifei looked at the monsters rising from the ground and thought, all right, this time I'll rely on my combat skills and equipment enchantments. Taking down one monster shouldn't be too hard, and maybe I can even trick Huang Kai into making a mistake. A giant crocodile mutant rushed toward him. He sighed. Oh, great. A large-scale defense-type mutant. His gaze became sharp. The optimal strategy now is hit and run until I exhaust it. The monster roared and charged. Liu Yifei dashed forward and delivered a diagonal slash to its back. He muttered, this isn't good. My power is still too low. One attack can't penetrate its defense and isn't dealing any real damage. Huang Kai sneered from a distance. Humph, I knew it. He's nothing without his ultimate. Once I'm done with this monster, you'll be next, Liu Yifei. The crocodile turned back and opened its massive mouth. Liu Yifei didn't flinch. He activated both swords, one with fire enchantment, the other with frost enchantment. He leaped into the air, dodged the monster's snap, and slashed the frost sword hard into its leg. Damn, this crocodile's skin is really thick, he muttered, as the sword only created a shallow cut. Even with enchanted blue-grade gear, I can't sever its leg in one blow. The monster roared in pain and whipped its massive tail. Liu Yifei was sent flying. Mr. Liu Yifei is in trouble. Lin Ka and Zhang Wen cried out in concern. Zhang Wen didn't hesitate. He raised his gun and shouted, Spirit Guard gun. Lin Ka also raised her hands. Ice spikes. A barrage of energy bullets and ice spikes embedded into the crocodile's thick skin. But it was like being tickled. The monster turned around, its bloodshot eyes firing a laser beam. The crocodile roared and charged. Our attacks aren't having any effect on it. This is it. We're doomed, they shouted in despair. Suddenly, Liu Yifei dashed forward, shielding them. The fire sword burned bright in his hand. He shouted, back off. I can handle this. Liu Yifei lunged, the dual swords in his hands emitting two opposing energies. He thought, even if I can't kill it in one blow after enchanting, the damage is definitely higher than before. He dodged the monster's attack and continued to strike from different angles. He made up his mind. I'll keep hitting and running until I can exhaust it. Meanwhile, in another area of the 7th floor, the other players were also fighting their own monsters. A swordsman shouted, Holy Slash! Zombie annihilation! A warrior holding an axe roared, Axe that splits heaven and earth! And another used a hammer, shouting, Golden Vase Hammer! Lin Ka and Zhang Wen stood from afar, observing with anxious and confused expressions. Lin Ka said, all the other Tier 3 players have already handled their targets, but Mr. Liu Yifei is still stuck in that prolonged battle. Zhang Wen agreed. True. Mr. Liu Yifei's combat style is so strange. Before, he took down 8 monsters with just one blow. He frowned, unable to understand. So why is he struggling against just one now? From a distance, Wang Yongbing's group was also watching the battle. He frowned, muttering, why is his damage so low? If it weren't for his enchanted blue gear, he'd be, at most, a Tier 2 peak fighter. This makes absolutely no sense. Liu Yifei glanced toward Huang Kai, sensing the hostile gaze. Now that everyone else is finished, Huang Kai is probably about to make a move. I need to be alert. Just as expected, a large figure lunged toward him. It was Yunming from the Demon Hunting Legion. He shouted, Liu Yifei, don't overdo it. I'm here to help. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes. He's here, wants to kill me, and take the monster as a reward? Yeah, too bad for you. I'm almost done. That's not happening. Lightning energy exploded beneath his feet. All enchantments activated. Lightning boots, flash step. He dashed at a terrifying speed, leaving a trail of blue lightning behind him. He appeared right on top of the crocodile, twin swords raised high. Fire, frost, gut ripper. At the same time, Huang Kai also rushed in from another angle, his hammer glowing. Golden Vase Hammer. Just as the hammer was about to descend, Liu Yifei raised his hand. A blood-red shield appeared. Defense, Blood Soul. The collision created a massive explosion. Huang Kai was pushed back. At the same time, Liu Yifei used the force to rebound and kick Huang Kai, simultaneously activating his leg armor skill. Leg blade, cripple. He did a backflip in midair, dodging the crocodile's attack. Huang Kai was sent flying back several meters. Wang Yangbing walked over and patted the angry Huang Kai's shoulder. Well, it seems like Liu Yifei doesn't need your help after all, Huang Kai. Huang Kai glared at him. He stared at Liu Yifei. You took down that crocodile, that's Lin Lan's damn gear he's wearing. No way, his spiritual energy can hold out for long. He'll soon have to retreat from this dungeon. I have to take him down before then. Liu Yifei turned to face Huang Kai. It seems like you won't be happy unless we have an argument today, wouldn't you say, Mr. Huang Kai? Wang Yangbing stepped in to intervene. Huang Kai, Liu Yifei has already handled the monster. Don't be greedy. Huang Kai brushed his hand away. Stay out of this, Colonel Wang. This is a personal matter between him and me. I don't know what you're talking about. But Liu Yifei gripped his sword hilt, because it was personal. He looked straight into Huang Kai's eyes, his voice cold as ice. Why don't we just settle this on the 14th floor? There's no need to waste everyone's time here. Huang Kai was stunned. What? You aren't just going to walk out of here like that, are you? Huang Kai stared at Liu Yifei, his eyes full of contempt and doubt, thinking to himself that Liu Yifei must have already wasted all his best skills. And now he's just relying on enchanted gear to make it through the next round? That's suicide. Is he actually a fool, or does he have more tricks up his sleeve? Facing the scrutinizing gaze, Liu Yifei smirked. A confident, defiant smile played on his lips as dark energy and lightning crackled faintly around him. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be there on the 14th floor. Huang Kai gritted his teeth, a golden aura enveloping him. Fine, we'll settle this on the 14th floor, if you can even survive until then. That's enough, Wang Yangping shouted, cutting off the tense confrontation. Everyone, pick a tunnel, and let's head to the next floor. 3 soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming. Yes, Colonel Wang. Tunnel number 9, level 10. Inside a narrow, dark tunnel, Huang Kai's team was struggling to hold off an relentless assault from a swarm of monsters. Fast, aggressive claws. Damn it, nothing but these annoying claw monsters. Ever since we entered the 8th floor, they've been everywhere. Huang Kai roared. Stay close, or don't blame me if you end up dead. Yes, sir. Huang Kai's 2 teammates replied in fear as another monster lunged from the ceiling. One of them was snatched by the creature. Ah! He screamed in pain as sharp claws dug deep into his shoulder. The other one shouted in horror. Damn it! Huang Kai, block it, he said. Damn it, another claw monster. Huang Kai swung his hammer, parrying the monster's attack from the front, while another hand lunged from behind. Behind you, sir! A teammate screamed. Damn it, Huang Kai muttered as another monster attacked from the rear. The remaining teammate hurriedly threw his hand out, firing psychic bullets wildly. After escaping the danger, Huang Kai turned back, furious. Damn it, that thing nearly gouged my eyes out. That's it. This time, I'm taking 90. The person who just saved him quickly protested. What? Sir, with all due respect, if it weren't for me just now, Huang Kai cut him off rudely. Wasn't that your ultimate skill? And that other one is useless now too. What else can you do now besides rely on me? This is a complete betrayal, the teammate shouted in despair. He continued to beg, Sir, if I leave now, I'm as good as dead. But if I return empty-handed, enough of this nonsense, Huang Kai roared. Do you want to live, or do you want money? Choose wisely. If there are no objections, then hurry up and follow me. He turned his back and walked away, leaving his 2 trembling teammates behind. They had no choice but to follow. When Huang Kai wasn't looking, they suddenly vanished, leaving him all alone. Huang Kai turned back and was shocked to see he had been abandoned. He looked up at the dark cavern ceiling, where countless red eyes were staring down at him. Meanwhile, in another tunnel, Wang Yangping's group was also struggling. A soldier screamed, The next floor is right ahead. But there are only 2 floors left, someone else said confidently. This dungeon is a piece of cake. Wang Yangping snapped, Focus and stay quiet. Just then, something lunged from above, killing a soldier. Watch out. A zombie ray is above us. Dodge, he screamed. Tunnel number 18, level 12. Liu Yifei's group was moving quickly and orderly. He commanded, Turn left, then right. Stay close. Don't get left behind. Ah! Help me! A scream echoed from another tunnel. Lin Qi said, Sounds like the other tunnels are in chaos, but we haven't encountered anything yet. Zhang Wen agreed. I know, right? Aside from being a bit out of breath, this path is much easier than the first 7 floors. Maybe our tunnel just happens to have fewer monsters, Lin Ke guessed. Zhang Wen shook his head. No way. It's definitely because of Liu Yifei. He must be sensing their presence, somehow, and avoiding them. Liu Yifei stopped abruptly. What's wrong, sir? Liu Yifei closed his eyes, blue energy radiating from them. He thought to himself, is there a way to avoid what's coming? He opened his eyes and commanded, Lin K. At 97 degrees, straight ahead, there is a vampire clinging to the ceiling. We can't bypass that one, he continued. In the second tunnel to the left, 16 meters away, there is a female blood demon hiding, and underneath the ground on the right, a bone-gnawing monster is heading straight for us. Zhang Wen exclaimed in horror, no way, he's not just sensing them, he can see through everything. Oh my god, does an ability like that really exist? Lin K couldn't hide her surprise either. Liu Yifei quickly commanded, I'll rush in first and take down the vampire. You two follow me in 3 seconds. After that, I'll lure the bone-gnawing monster away. We'll regroup at the third intersection on the right after 30 seconds. He dashed off like an arrow. Dual flaming swords. Dual sword enchantment? Both teammates shouted, go, go. He yelled as they ran after him. No matter what you hear, don't look back. A giant monster rose up. Both replied, yes, sir. Liu Yifei, level 14. The meeting point. Wang Yangping was waiting with the surviving soldiers. Everyone was in tatters and exhausted. He asked a group that had just arrived, where are your team leaders? An injured soldier, supported by his comrade, replied in pain, they're all dead. Who would have expected the low-level monster ambushes to be more dangerous than fighting the high-level ones? I had to burn through so many skills just to make it out with this agility class member at the meeting point on the 14th floor. Wang Yangping looked at his shattered army with a grim expression. This is bad. The higher-ups want a lot of spiritual crystals, but it looks like we won't be able to collect 10 of them. If we can't get them ourselves, we might have to resort to buying them from other level 3s. Suddenly, someone shouted, look, Yunming and Huang Kai are back. Yunming managed to bring someone with him. Both of them looked tattered and exhausted, especially Huang Kai. A soldier remarked, Huang Kai looks pretty pathetic. Huang Kai roared in anger, his face covered in blood. This damn dungeon. Where did all those rotten worms come from? Wang Yangping looked toward the entrance of Tunnel 18. Now, we are just waiting for Liu Yifei's group. If he can bring a few people out, we might still have enough manpower, but his combat ability is truly questionable. Hearing that, Huang Kai immediately snapped. Questionable, my foot. Since we're all here, I'll be straight with you. That guy is a fraud. Just a clown pretending to be a level 3 by relying on high-end gear. That monster-slaying trick earlier was just a one-time ultimate skill, nothing more. He pointed to his bruised face and shouted bitterly, I bet they've been wiped out long ago. I'd bet my own face on it. Just as he finished his sentence, 3 figures emerged from Tunnel 18. Liu Yifei stood in front, followed by his 2 teammates. All of them were unscathed. He smirked. Oh, well then, it looks like you're about to lose that ugly face of yours. Huang Kai and Wang Yangping exclaimed in shock. Liu Yifei, you're still alive? Wang Yangping added. Not only is he not dead, but he's not even injured. Yunming couldn't hide his surprise either. How is that possible? Were you guys not attacked? Lin Ke stepped forward, crossed her arms, and said proudly, Liu Yifei helped us avoid most of the mutants. Why do all of you look so miserable? Did you guys not avoid them? The surviving soldiers looked at each other, their faces filled with shame. One muttered, about that. Liu Yifei approached Huang Kai, his fish-scale short sword pressed against his neck. He smiled, a cold smile. Who was it that bet their own face on my team being eliminated? Huang Kai stuttered, cold sweat pouring down. You must have entered this dungeon many times already, so memorizing the path is cheating. Wang Yangping stepped in to explain. That's impossible, because the landscape of this generation's hell dungeon is randomly generated every time. He looked at Liu Yifei with sharp eyes, thinking to himself, he definitely has some special evasion skill. If I can get him to join the military, he would bring a lot of value to us. Huang Kai was also secretly analyzing. He isn't cheating then. Liu Yifei's strength is completely different from what Lin Feng described. I can't make a rash decision. I'll observe him more closely when the level 3 mutants appear. Liu Yifei retracted his sword, laughing. Ha ha. Huang, are you planning to go back on your word? Wang Yangping stepped between the two. Liu Yifei, we're going to fight a level 3 mutant in a moment. Why don't we focus on that first? Liu Yifei shrugged. Since Colonel Wang has said so, I will follow your orders for now. Wang Yangping gathered everyone. There are 2 entry-level level 3 mutants on this floor. The military will fight one, and for the rest of you, you will fight the second one. Once we're done, we'll get out of the dungeon. Yunming immediately protested. I don't agree with the group setup. The military has 4 level 3 awakeners and 6 high-level level 2 awakeners. He pointed at the civilian group. Our team only has 3 level 3 awakeners, and one of them might even be a fraud. Plus there are 2 useless level 2s out of the 5. Wang Yangping frowned. Huang Kai. The rank 3 imposter I mentioned once killed 8 rank 2 mutants in a single blow. Putting that aside, if you truly can't defeat it, we can still help you. It's just a matter of the commission fee. Liu Yifei smiled as he placed a hand on Colonel Wang's chest. We don't have any issues on our end. However, if you ever need help, feel free to call me anytime. Huang Kai and Wang Yangping were stunned by his confidence. How could he be so confident? He must still be hiding an ace up his sleeve. Liu Yifei's true power was truly unfathomable. Wang Yangping raised his hand. All right, let's begin. 2 giant monsters emerged from the ground. They were 2 steelback armored centipedes. From the cave ceiling, a giant monster that looked like a steel-clad centipede with sharp pincers was lunging down. At the same time, another monster emerged from the ground below, blocking every escape route. Wang Yangping could only scream in terror as the group was trapped between the 2 steelback armored centipedes. Completely overwhelmed and with nowhere to run, the civilian group charged into battle. Their attacks rained down on the monster's thick shells. Liu Yifei stood back and observed. One of the monsters whipped its pincers hard against Huang Kai's shield. Seeing Liu Yifei rushing toward his monster, Huang Kai shouted, Liu Yifei, are you planning to make your move now? I'm here. Liu Yifei yelled as he charged into the fray, his dual swords glowing. Meanwhile, Yunming also leaped high, preparing to unleash his attack. He roared, War Style, Spirit Energy Strike, and brought his weapon down hard on the monster. The collision created a small explosion, but the monster was only pushed back slightly. Liu Yifei glided forward, his dual swords creating a ring of brilliant yet deadly fire and ice, striking the monster's head directly. He activated his boot's skill. Lightning flashed as he appeared right above Huang Kai, using Huang Kai's cold head to vault into the air. He called out, Mr. Huang, move out of the way. Damn it. Liu Yifei, are you trying to get me killed? Huang Kai roared, but he was still pushed aside by Liu Yifei. Damn it! He shouted as he lost his balance and was almost attacked by the monster. He hurriedly raised his shield to block, but the monster's strength was overwhelming. Another strike landed, and he was sent flying back. His whole body went airborne before slamming into the ground. Liu Yifei glanced at him. Mr. Huang, are you okay? You bastard. You did that on purpose. Huang Kai roared in fury. Meanwhile, the other steelback armored centipede was also giving the military group a hard time. Seeing that Huang Kai was incapacitated, Yunming shouted, Mr. Huang, I'll protect you. Liu Yifei thought to himself. The 2 mutants are 200 meters apart. If I can draw them within a 100-meter range, I can kill both at once. Yunming shouted at Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei, focus on the mutant in front of you. I can't hold it off alone. Liu Yifei ordered a group of civilian players, all rank 2 awakened ones, come and support Yunming. One of them replied, leave it to us. Mr. Huang and I can keep it busy, but the monster was too powerful. It easily wiped out the rank 2 players. Huang Kai roared at Liu Yifei. Damn it. You sent all the rank 2 players away. We have no support here. How are we supposed to fight it? Liu Yifei replied calmly. If you can hold it for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Huang Kai gritted his teeth. I'll trust you this time. Once the mutant is dead, I'm going to fight you again. He activated his defensive skill. He's definitely still hiding something. I'll have to wait until he uses up all his skills. He roared while blocking the monster's attack. I've held it off. It's your turn, Liu Yifei shouted. 50 meters more. Block it one more time. Liu Yifei, you son of a... Huang Kai roared in despair as he was pushed back, his shield nearly shattering. Meanwhile, the other monster was also pressuring Wang Yangping's group. Liu Yifei shouted, Colonel Wang, watch your back. We're failing on our side. What? Wang Yangping turned in shock. He was caught by a surprise attack and sent flying into the air. Liu Yifei shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cave. Everyone, back off. I'm about to unleash my ultimate skill. Run now. He thought to himself. It's better to lie to them for now. I need to get both mutants closer together. He lunged forward, his dual swords radiating 2 powerful streams of energy, drawing the attention of both monsters. The hot and cold energies from Liu Yifei's dual swords collided violently against the steel-hard shells of the 2 steelback armored centipedes, creating ear-piercing metallic screeches and scattering countless sparks. Standing from afar, Wang Yangping gasped, cold sweat running down his temples. This power is completely different from when he killed those rank 2 mutants. What on earth is his real strength? Trapped between the two monsters, Huang Kai screamed in panic as he realized he had been tricked. This isn't an ultimate skill. He's just using us as bait. Just as the two monsters lunged at each other with Liu Yifei in the middle, Liu Yifei smiled coldly, his eyes flashing with a deadly light. He swung his two swords and shouted, "Two mutants, with Huang Kai in the middle, the time is now." Sword storm, explode. A terrifying vortex of energy erupted from Liu Yifei's position. Countless energy sword, slashes of fire and ice intertwined to form a destructive storm, tearing everything in its path. The power of the attack was so immense that it created a powerful shockwave, throwing all the soldiers and civilians standing nearby backward. One of the civilian side awakened ones, after struggling to stand firm, looked at the scene before him with an expression of both terror and admiration, muttering, "Terrifying power. Even if he stole both these kills, we couldn't say anything, because with that attack alone, he could have killed us all." He also added, trembling. His gaze toward Liu Yifei completely changed. It seems he's not just a beginner rank 3 anymore. He's likely an intermediate or even an advanced rank 3. Beginner rank 3 weaklings like us can't compare to him. Amidst the heart of the sword storm, Liu Yifei looked toward Huang Kai, who was desperately trying to defend himself, his voice full of sarcasm. "Mr. Huang, I told you to dodge. Why are you still standing there?" When the storm dissipated, only the carcasses of the two monsters remained. Liu Yifei stepped forward and picked up Huang Kai's shield and hammer, which had been shattered by the sword storm. He said with a pitying tone, "You died because of me. Rest in peace. I'll take good care of all this gear of yours." Wang Yangping and the remaining soldiers could only stand in silence, watching the scene. Sweat poured down like rain. Liu Yifei's power and ruthlessness had completely subdued them. Just then, a system notification appeared in front of everyone. Dungeon floor completed. Reward for all members, 300 soul crystal fragments. A personal reward will be calculated based on contribution. You may now choose to continue or depart. Wang Yangping stepped forward, his attitude having changed to one of respect. "Mr. Liu Yifei, if we continue, an intermediate rank 3 mutant will appear." He looked at Liu Yifei with a probing expression before making a decision. "Our military will exit the dungeon now, but with your abilities." Liu Yifei shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, "I'm tired too. Let's all just exit the dungeon. I only have the spatial blink skill left. I still need to save that for emergencies." Seeing Liu Yifei agree, he gathered everyone together. "All right, everyone, gather here. Before we leave, I have a few things to discuss with all of you." He looked toward the civilian group and made an offer. "The military wants to buy all your soul crystal fragments. The market price for each fragment is 10 credits. Our military is willing to buy them at 11 credits each." Hearing the generous offer, the civilians immediately cheered in joy. "That's amazing. We've made a bit more." The strong man in the civilian group nodded decisively. "I have no problem with that. I was going to sell them all anyway." Wang Yangping smiled with satisfaction. "Those who agree can come and trade with us, then you can exit the dungeon." Wang Yangping turned to Liu Yifei, who clearly had the most loot, his eyes full of anticipation as he asked, "And what about you, Mr. Liu Yifei? You have the most soul crystal fragments here, and the military is currently in great need of them." Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes and replied with a probing tone, "Why don't you tell me first why the military wants so many soul crystal fragments?" Wang Yangping explained honestly, as the image of a person being nourished by countless crystals flashed through his mind. "We need a large amount of soul crystal fragments to kickstart the Seed project, a project to help low-level awakened ones rank up. We've bought all the soul crystal fragments on the market, but we're still lacking a lot." Liu Yifei analyzed it inwardly, his sharp eyes flashing with calculation. Although soul crystals can indeed increase an awakened one's power, their consumption rate and efficiency are completely disproportionate. A beginner rank 1 needs 10,000 soul crystal fragments just to reach the intermediate level. To reach advanced rank 2 would cost at least millions of credits. Seeing Liu Yifei deep in thought, Wang Yangping called out with some anxiety, "Mr. Liu Yifei?" Liu Yifei snorted inwardly, his expression revealing clear disdain. The military is overspending just for that ridiculous Seed project." Liu Yifei raised his hand. I signaled Wang Yangbin to wait. "Hold on, let me think about this." I looked at the notification board in front of me, which showed a total of 27,000 soul crystal fragments. I've got 27,000 fragments. How about we just round it up to 300,000 credits for everything? Wang Yangbin happily agreed immediately. With a radiant smile, he replied, "Sure thing. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I was already planning to round it up for you. He seized the opportunity to ask, by the way, are you interested in running this dungeon a few more times? Liu Yifei answered firmly without a second's hesitation. No. Running the same dungeon repeatedly with the same group reduces the rewards. It's simply not worth it. Wang Yangbin lowered his voice to reveal a crucial piece of information. Lord Liu Yifei, if you are willing to take different people to clear this dungeon multiple times, you will attract the attention of General Tang. Honestly speaking, we are collecting all these soul crystal fragments just for General Tang's second son. He continued to explain the son's potential, accompanied by a power hierarchy chart that popped up. He has already entered the third sequence, S-rank solid type, but in my opinion, one day he will become a third-rank awakener. He might even break through the fourth-rank barrier. First sequence, SS-rank strength and agility type. Second sequence, SS-rank strength and agility type. Hearing this, Liu Yifei suddenly roared in anger, cutting him off. Shut up. Get out of here immediately after the transaction is finished. Wang Yangbin was startled, completely failing to understand why Liu Yifei had reacted so violently. He could only remain silent in confusion. After leaving the dungeon, Liu Yifei drove down the empty road, lost in thought. I thought I was making money fast enough, but compared to the resources the military provides, what I've earned is nothing. He put on his sunglasses, his expression turning cold. Those who benefit from the Seed Project have unstable power. Once they hit a real battlefield, they won't perform well. The military is wasting resources by doing that. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind. I thought I had enough resources back then, but thinking about it now, those resources were completely depleted. Compared to the current resources, what I used back then could only be considered dust on a giant mountain. Now, in this first sequence, no one is using more resources than me. Liu Yifei's eyes flared with intense determination. It's ridiculous. I must maximize my attributes and join the third rank test as soon as possible. When the time comes, I can enter the first sequence, and I'll have enough power to change the current situation. Arriving at his residence, a luxurious room with opulent furniture, Liu Yifei began his upgrade plan. He poured hundreds of jade-green spirit fruits onto the table, muttering, "Currently, all my attributes are at 26, except for willpower. The higher the attributes, the more spirit fruits I need to increase them." A status board appeared, confirming his stats. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yifei picked up a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. I'll eat them all first. I don't know if this is enough. He devoured them immediately. A notification board appeared, and his stats began to climb. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1. Liu Yifei kept eating without stopping. The notification board kept popping up as his stats rose steadily. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1. He let out a burp and rubbed his distended stomach. Damn it, I'm so full. He burped again. Eating the last one, he told himself with a determined look. Even if I feel like I can't stuff any more in, I'm almost at 30 points. I have to keep eating. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and bit hard into the final spirit fruit, struggling to swallow it whole. As soon as the last one was digested, a solemn notification appeared. Constitution +1. All attribute points have reached the maximum. Time to spin the gacha once. In front of Liu Yifei, a brilliant, lucky wheel appeared, filled with various equipment rewards. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? I can spin the gacha once for reaching max attributes?" Without hesitation, he reached for the virtual gacha button. "All right, here I go," he said with a hopeful voice. "I hope I can pull an epic gear set." The wheel began to spin at dizzying speeds. Liu Yifei clenched his fist, his eyes full of anticipation. Or an epic-grade sword would be fine too. Then my power would be doubled. The wheel slowed down and stopped. A blinding beam of light shot out, followed by a system notification. Received epic-grade equipment. Ring of Luck. Liu Yifei was a bit disappointed as he looked at the result. I didn't get a set, just a ring? He comforted himself. Well, that's fine. Ring-type equipment is also very rare. He picked up the black ring, which was set with a glowing blue gemstone, and wondered curiously, "Ring of Luck, does it have anything to do with willpower?" The item's detailed info board appeared. Ring of Luck, Epic Grade, Accessory. Equipment Attribute. None. Special Trait. Storage Space. Storage space. Provides a space of 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters. Cannot store living objects. Liu Yifei couldn't help but be amazed. A space ring? Even without attributes, the ability to store 1 million cubic meters is still very impressive. That means I could carry hundreds of nuclear warheads anywhere inside this ring. The info board continued to show the ring's skills. Equipment skill. Willpower conversion. Willpower conversion. You can convert willpower attributes into other attributes. Time limit. 3 seconds. Conversion limit. Rank 2. 5 points. Rank 3. 10 points. Rank 4. 20 points. Rank 5. 100 points. Liu Yifei couldn't hide his extreme joy, his eyes shining brightly. Willpower conversion. This ability is too overpowered. I'm currently at high level rank 2, which means I can convert willpower into any attribute I want while fighting. However, he stopped abruptly as he carefully read the conversion limits. Wait, there's a rank 5, beyond rank 3 and 4? He muttered in terror. Is rank 5 the limit of a human? Or are there rank 5 mutants out there besides the rank 4 ones? A final piece of information about the ring appeared, shaking him even more. Item appraisal. Exclusive equipment of the Luck World. The wearer will receive the Adventurer privilege when entering the Luck World. Warning. This privilege is SS rank. Use with caution. Liu Yifei stood still, a violent storm rising in his heart. What is the Luck World? I've never heard of it, not even at the final moment when humanity went extinct in my past life. Could it be a world where rank 5 mutants exist? He put the ring on his finger. His eyes filled with determination. This ring might be linked to a mysterious future. I can't sell it. He immediately called his assistant via a virtual screen. Li Fugui, sell the Golden Shield Warhammer and all other enhancement items. Use the credits earned to buy spirit fruits. The assistant, in a sharp suit, replied happily. Understood, master. A note from the system appeared, reminding him. Note. Regular spirit fruits cannot increase attribute points above 30. Reminder. If you want to continue increasing attribute points above 30, you will need to purchase high-grade spirit fruits. Liu Yifei immediately ordered Li Fugui to buy high-grade spirit fruits. With all the credits earned from selling the items, Li Fugui bowed and obeyed. Yes, master. Liu Yifei looked out the window, deep in thought. I'm about to reach the maximum attribute point of 31 for rank 2. The zombie horde from the Tianfeng safe zone will arrive in 2 days. The skills of my supreme form will be recharged by then. He stood on the corpses of monsters in the virtual space, dual swords glowing in his hands, his aura skyrocketing. I will upgrade all my attributes to the maximum today. After that, I can intimidate everyone when the zombies arrive. Then, I will demand to participate in the rank 3 test. I'm sure no one will be able to refuse me by then. Suddenly, Li Fugui appeared with a panicked expression. Master, I can't find any high-grade spirit fruits on the market. Liu Yifei frowned. What? Li Fugui explained. I heard that they have all been bought up by the military. Liu Yifei rested his chin on his hand, thinking, should I contact Chen Yong right now? He decided to make the call. The virtual screen showed Chen Yong's name and began to ring. The call was quickly connected. Chen Yong's enthusiastic voice rang out. Lord Liu Yifei, it's me, Chen Yong. Do you remember me? Liu Yifei calmly replied. Of course. Chen Yong thought to himself, this kid called me just as I was thinking about him. Could he have telepathy? Chen Yong went straight to the point. The Tiancheng merchant group just discovered a supernatural dungeon. A rank, that is currently forming. They want me to lead a team to conquer it, so I want to invite you to come along. The risk is low, but the rewards are huge. Liu Yifei was stunned. A rank? A supernatural dungeon that just formed? Chen Yong confirmed via the screen. Yes, Lord Liu Yifei. This dungeon currently only has a borderline. The mission system hasn't formed yet. Chen Yong smiled, holding up a finger to emphasize his point. So, it would be safer if we go there right now before it forms completely. If anything happens, we just need to run across the borderline, and we're done. Trandung analyzed the situation, adding, a supernatural rank. A dungeon usually contains many spirits, but this one is only partially formed. The rest of the spirits are still in the process of manifesting. He looked straight at Trandung, cutting him off. I understand what you're trying to tell me. Just get to the point. What are the terms? Trandung smiled brightly, offering an incredibly attractive deal. As long as you're willing to join us this time, even if we fail to conquer the dungeon, I will still pay you 10,000 credits. If we succeed, not only will 70% of the profits be yours, the Thienthon Trading Corporation will also pay you an additional 30,000 credits. Liu Yifei pondered, resting his chin on one hand. How generous. I suspect they want to create a conquest guide for future business. Dung offered a slightly awkward smile as his hidden agenda was exposed. Mr. Liu Yifei, you're right. If you have any other conditions, just let me know. Liu Yifei smirked knowingly. He held all the cards now. You're certainly very smart. Besides the benefits you already mentioned, I also want 20% of whatever they earn later, plus some high-level spirit fruit. After the deal was struck, a luxury car sped down a trail toward a remote valley, where an ancient village named Ha Boi was located. Sitting in the car, Liu Yifei looked out the window, secretly calculating. The zombie outbreak in Changjiang will begin in 2 days. My ultimate skill is still on cooldown. I will use this time to conquer a dungeon like this, a place where physical skills aren't required. The car braked hard in front of the village gate, leaving a long trail on the dusty dirt road. Tran Dung, who was driving, turned back to speak to Liu Yifei. Mr. Liu Yifei, we've arrived. Liu Yifei and his group stepped out of the car, facing another group waiting under the gloomy twilight of the village. A well-dressed young man stepped forward, wearing a social smile. You must be Mr. Liu Yifei. I'm the son of the vice president of Thien Thon Trading Corporation, Wang Zheng. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard all about you from Tran Dung. Wang Zheng pointed toward a bald, middle-aged man with a sour expression. Let me introduce you to some of my people. This is Fang He, a psychic-type awakener and quite agile. He's an expert I hired at a high price. The rest are my workers. Fang He snorted dismissively. Yeah, I'm just a mediocre, level 2. He glanced at Liu Yifei with jealousy and sarcasm. If we're talking about value, I'm nothing compared to the great Mr. Liu Yifei here. Wang Zheng quickly laughed to smooth things over. Ha ha, Mr. Liu Yifei, don't take it to heart. Fuang is a straightforward guy, but he has experience in conquering supernatural dungeons. He changed the subject, pointing inside the village. Now that the introductions are over, why don't we go inside and take a look? Liu Yifei replied indifferently. Fine. Suit yourself. Just as they were about to move, Fang He suddenly blocked Liu Yifei's path, speaking in a commanding tone. Listen to me. Once we're inside, you must follow the instructions I receive from my system. Don't think you're safe just because you're a level 3. Don't blame me if you die in there. Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. System instructions? Isn't this dungeon still forming? Isn't there supposed to be no system quest? Fang, he smugly pointed his thumb at himself. That's my ability. If I approach a clue, I get hints from the system. It's equivalent to mission intel. Liu Yifei secretly appraised this. Such a talent was quite rare, like knowing everything about a quest but choosing not to act on it. It seemed Tran Dung and Wang Zheng had prepared a lot for this dungeon. As they entered the village, Wang Zheng began to explain what they had observed. This place is by a river. The villagers here used to make a living selling water to the safe zone. However, we discovered their rickshaw wheels were rusted, which means they haven't been to the safe zone in a long time. He pointed at a villager, pouring water into an already overflowing jar. See? They don't realize they should be selling their water. The villager had a soulless expression, as if stuck in an endless loop. They kept taking water from the river and pouring it into the full jar. Suddenly, a man stepped out from the shadows of a house and asked, Soldiers, where are you from? Tran Dung stepped up, playing his part. We're the military from the Changjiang safe zone. Someone reported that the water source here is contaminated. Hearing this, the man's face immediately changed. He gritted his teeth. I knew it. That woman who died in the river will kill us all. Liu Yifei immediately pressed him. So the river really is contaminated, right? When did that happen? What was the cause? The man hurriedly waved his hands, stammering. No, I was just guessing. The river here is very clean. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, his voice becoming sharp and intimidating. If you don't explain everything right now, we will be forced to detain you. Under the threat, the man panicked and confessed. Sir, 7 days ago, Zhang Shui's death had nothing to do with us. She stole something and jumped into the river herself. That day there was a storm. The current was very strong. She was swept away in the blink of an eye. Tran Dung stepped forward to interrogate him. She jumped into the river after stealing something? You forced her to do it, didn't you? The man was terrified, repeatedly denying it. No, it really had nothing to do with us. It really didn't. Tran Dung took a step forward, pointing at the man who was backing away, growling. If it had nothing to do with you, why are you backing away? But Liu Yifei gave a slight signal from behind, secretly thinking, wait, don't act too fast. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, observing the smallest details that didn't escape his gaze. Although this guy looked normal, it was evident his hands had been soaked in water for a long time. If he really had something to hide, they would end up in a passive position if they acted now. Fang He, standing nearby, smirked with an expression of both surprise and slight admiration. I didn't think you'd react so quickly. Liu Yifei changed his attitude immediately. He smiled in a friendly manner at the man. Relax, sir. Where is the family of the deceased? Take us to them. If we truly find that this has nothing to do with you, we won't cause you any trouble. The man hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly, sweat still dripping down his temples. All right, then. He led the group to a dilapidated house at the edge of the village, then stopped, pointing ahead with a fearful expression. That's the house. Only her mother and daughter, Li Ru, are left. Her house is so cold, I can only take you to this point. The group felt a freezing gust of air radiating from the house, enveloping them. Liu Yifei shuddered and clicked his tongue. So cold. Why does it feel like winter in here? It seems there really is something wrong with this house. Upon entering, Liu Yifei immediately noticed the abnormality. Why are there so many jars and water stains in the middle of the house? An old woman with a hunched back was scooping water from a jar. The sound of flowing water echoed in the chilling silence. The group was startled by the old woman's sudden appearance. Liu Yifei cursed under his breath. Damn it. Fang, he narrowed his eyes, sensing the surrounding energy. Calm down. From what I feel, she's only being influenced by the dungeon, but she hasn't turned into a spirit yet. The old woman slowly turned around, her sunken, soulless eyes staring straight at them. Her voice rasped, weak and thin. Who are you? Liu Yifei quickly regained his composure, smiling to reassure her. Ma'am, we're here to investigate your daughter's suicide. Did someone force her to do it? If so, we will help you get justice. The old woman's wrinkled face twisted in agony. She repeated a single sentence like a madwoman. My daughter is underwater. You must help me find her. Underwater. You must help me find her. You must help me find her. Tran Dung leaned close to Liu Yifei's ear and whispered, Mr. Liu Yifei, it seems she has completely lost her mind. We won't be able to get anything out of her. Liu Yifei nodded, then turned to ask the old woman, Ma'am, where is your granddaughter? The old woman replied vaguely, My granddaughter? She's getting water at the river. She'll be back tonight. Liu Yifei turned to Fang He. Did you get any hints from your system? Fang, he shook his head, his expression serious. Not yet. My ability only activates when I'm near important. Clues. I speculate that her daughter, Li Ru, must be the key to this. Tran Dung suggested. So, should we go to the river to find her? Fang He immediately dismissed it decisively. No. Tran Dung frowned. Why? Fang. He looked confused and anxious, stuttering. It's getting dark. Why don't we just wait here? Liu Yifei's gaze became sharp as he observed Fang He. He thought to himself, this Fang he seems to be hiding something. He quickly pieced the clues together. Drowning. A missing body. Mother. Daughter. Getting water. Could it be that these people are taking water out of the river? Because the girl's ghost is influencing them to find her body in the river? Just then, a little girl with 2 pigtails appeared at the door, carrying some water. Fang, he recognized the girl immediately. Li Ru, you're back? Suddenly, Li Ru swung the heavy bucket toward them with supernatural strength. Liu Yifei reacted with lightning speed. He pinched his nose shut the moment a foul, fishy stench assaulted him, the unmistakable smell of blood. The bucket the girl was holding. For a split second, Liu Yifei's eyes flared with a mystical purple light. He activated his spirit perception, focusing all his energy on the bucket and the blood-red water within. A terrifying object emerged. Liu Yifei froze. It was a human tongue. Li Ru stood at the doorway, her voice trembling with fear but also bristling with suspicion. Who are you people? Fang. He quickly placed a hand to his ear, whispering urgently to the team. I just received a hint from the system. Don't provoke her. Liu Yifei immediately squatted down, trying to appear as friendly as possible. We're an investigation team from the Zhenjiang safe zone. Someone reported that your mother has gone missing. Hearing this, Li Ru shrieked in agony, her eyes burning with rage. My mother didn't go missing. My mother was murdered by the people in this village. They spread rumors about her and caused her death. Liu Yifei's expression darkened, his eyes showing genuine sympathy. I understand. We are so sorry for your loss. Do you know who caused her death? We can help you catch them. Li Ru pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Of course. I wrote down all of their names. Liu Yifei took the paper and said gently, All right, we'll go find your mother first. Then we'll go arrest these people. How about that? Li Ru's reply made Liu Yifei's blood run cold. Mother is already home. You don't need to look for her. You can go arrest them now. Liu Yifei was confused. Huh? We don't need to find your mother? Didn't her body drift down the river? What do you mean she's home? Li Ru stared at him, her gaze sharp as a knife. Are you hesitating? Were you lying about helping me? Liu Yifei forced a smile, trying to buy some time. He thought to himself that Fang He had warned him not to provoke her, but arresting the culprits right now was too hasty. He said aloud, "Of course not. We just need to handle some paperwork regarding their arrest. I promise you, we'll have them captured by tomorrow morning." Li Ru's eyes flashed with a bewitching purple light as a wave of dark energy enveloped her. "Fine. If you're lying to me, I'll kill all of you." The rest of the team, Tran Dung and Wang Zheng, just stood there in silence, cold sweat running down their backs. Liu Yifei stood up and made a decision. "We'll stay in this abandoned house tonight." Tran Dung and Wang Zheng would sleep together while the others split up. One of the people accompanying Wang Zheng asked anxiously, "Fine. But why do we have to split up in this situation?" "Fang," he snorted, explaining with an air of self-importance. At night, ghosts usually choose the strongest or the weakest to attack. We need to fight it to get more clues." Liu Yifei smirked and crossed his arms. "Oh, I see. So you hired me to be the bait?" Tran Dung and Wang Zheng hurriedly waved their hands in denial. Their faces went pale. "Sir Liu Yifei, you've misunderstood. That's right, Sir Liu Yifei. We hired you because you're very strong." Liu Yifei raised a hand, looking indifferent. "Whatever, I'm getting paid, so it's no big deal. I'll do my part." Tran Dung and Wang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, "Thank you for understanding, sir." Fang, he glanced at Liu Yifei with a malicious smirk, "Waiting until tomorrow to say that is fine. If you can survive the night, that is." He began to analyze the plan for the group. "Based on the current clues, we can deduce that Zhang Shui turned into a ghost after being killed by the villagers. But because she is still in the early stages, her abilities can only affect the villagers and her daughter to seek revenge. So, right now, we will do two things to resolve this event." Fang, he laid out the detailed plan. "First, we need to find Zhang Shui's body. I will investigate Li Ru's house tonight. If I don't find anything there, Liu Yifei can go search the river. Second, we need to help them get revenge. Once we find the body, we will arrest those people and hand them over to Li Ru." Liu Yifei frowned, feeling suspicious. "Isn't this too simple? It doesn't feel like the difficulty of an A-rank dungeon." "Fang," he snapped. "Simple? Have you forgotten that the dungeon is still forming? All the important clues are on the surface. Once the dungeon fully forms, we wouldn't even know that Zhang Shui was the first victim. Other villagers might have already turned into ghosts as well." Hearing this, the faces of Tran Dung and Wang Zheng turned pale with terror. They couldn't even breathe. "If we entered the dungeon at that point, luckily, we got here early." Night fell, and a crescent moon hung in the gloomy sky. Liu Yifei lay on the bed in his assigned room. With his hands behind his head, he thought. Although Fang He's deduction seemed reasonable, he still felt something was off. He recalled Fang He's evasive attitude earlier. The man had hidden some information when they were at the riverbank just now. He even suggested that he, Liu Yifei, go find the body in the river. Liu Yifei muttered to himself in the dark. The puzzle pieces began to fit together. Above all, his attempt to pick a fight earlier, the man clearly wanted him dead. That must have something to do with money. If that's the case, the river might be much more dangerous. His eyes flashed with sharpness. He's going to Li Ru's house alone tonight. Maybe there's something good there? That makes sense. If I don't die, and he doesn't go to get that item, then the item will naturally be mine. Thinking this way, everything became much simpler. He continued to dig deeper. Now, regarding Li Ru, the girl's behavior earlier wasn't like she was just being influenced. The image of the human tongue in the water bucket flashed in his mind. And that tongue in the bucket, even if a girl like her wanted revenge, there's no way she could kill someone on her own. Suddenly, Liu Yifei's eyes snapped open. He jumped out of bed, listening to the rustling sounds on the roof. It's here. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yifei released all of his spirit energy. His eyes flared with a brilliant purple light. Fine, let me see exactly who you are. Spirit energy, full power, manifest. A long-haired ghost floated upside down from the ceiling, her blood-red eyes staring right at him. Liu Yifei recognized her immediately. You are Zhang Shui. He instantly pulled a string of purple beads from his storage space. These were the grudge beads he had obtained in the supernatural dungeon last time. Finally, I get to put these to use, he roared, channeling his energy into the beads. As he funneled his spirit energy into the grudge beads, a status window appeared. Grudge beads. Attribute. Increases spirit attack power by 25%. Special effect. You can passively block one fatal attack from a supernatural entity. The item will be destroyed after the effect is triggered. Liu Yifei swung his sword, and a powerful wave of spirit energy, amplified by the beads, flew toward the ghost. Sword art. Slash. Zhang Shui's ghost let out an ear-piercing shriek as she was hit by the attack. Blasted backward, the ghost quickly phased through the wall to escape. Liu Yifei immediately gave chase. Where do you think you're going? The ghost flew over the roofs of the village. Her mournful screams echoed everywhere, causing the people below to panic and cry out, "Ah! Stay away!" Liu Yifei suddenly stopped when he heard screams coming from two directions at once. Huh? Trandung and Fang, his houses at the same time? Immediately, the rest of the team ran outside. Looking terrified, Trandung shouted, "Who was just screaming?" "Sir Liu Yifei." "What happened?" Liu Yifei turned back, his expression extremely grave. "A ghost just came to my place." Trandung and Fang, he might have been killed at the same time. Wang Zheng and Trandung were horrified. Killed at the same time? Then the ghost's killing ability isn't as weak as Fang, he deduced. Wang Zheng analyzed in a panic. Could it be that the ghost became stronger after we entered? Trandung was the weakest, so it makes sense that he was killed. But how did Feng He die? Liu Yifei looked into the deep night of the village, his eyes filled with seriousness. There might have been flaws in our previous judgments. This place is very dangerous now. Why don't you guys escape past the border first? I'll stay here and continue investigating. We'll meet again tomorrow morning. Trandung nodded but couldn't hide his worry. Thank you for your help, Sir Liu Yifei. We will leave right now. But Sir Liu Yifei reassured them, I have a life-saving item with me. Don't worry about me. Having said that, Liu Yifei stood still, quietly watching the group of Trandung and Wang Zheng rush out of the ghostly village. When he was finally alone, a mystical purple spirit energy enveloped Liu Yifei. He thought to himself, the grudge beads can only protect me once. I need to be more careful. He closed his eyes and focused all his mental energy. His spirit perception expanded, sweeping across the scene. He immediately discovered a clue. Trandung only had one leg left. He had been mind-controlled by the ghost and eaten. From the moment Trandung screamed until he was controlled and eaten, it must have taken some time. If so, the ghost couldn't have killed Fang He at the same time. His perception continued to search and discovered something even more terrifying. Fang He's corpse hadn't been eaten yet. There might not be just one ghost here. The iron shovel. That belongs to Fang He, who was trying to dig something out of the courtyard before being attacked. Liu Yifei focused his spirit energy into the ground. The important clue might be right under the surface. As his spirit perception pierced through the soil, a gruesome scene appeared in his mind. What is that? The corpse of a ghost in white? Taking a closer look, he spots something strange. Wait, she has 6 fingers. 6 fingers can be hereditary, but Li Ru doesn't have 6 fingers. This means she isn't Zhang Shui. So, who is she? Just then, a ghostly green eye suddenly opens within his spiritual vision. Damn it. Did she notice me already? A gigantic, long-haired ghost in white robes rises from the ground right in front of Liu Yifei. Its green eyes emit a deadly glow. He immediately connects the dots. Her eyes? Could it be the blue-tier item that Fang He was trying to get? There's no time to think. Liu Yifei raises the prayer beads. The grudge-filled beads channel spiritual energy. He roars, unleashing a web of purple energy from the beads toward the spider ghost. The white-robed ghost waves her hand, and a green energy blast, sharp as a blade, slices through his web. Liu Yifei is horrified to realize her physical form is far stronger than a mere spirit. The ghost's attack surges straight toward Liu Yifei. Just then, the prayer beads glow brilliantly, and a spiritual shield appears, blocking the strike. The ultimate skill of the grudge-filled beads has been activated. The shield shatters, but it saves him from a fatal blow. He knows he can't fight her. He must escape this place quickly. Lightning bolts wrap around his feet, lightning boots. Liu Yifei dashes off at terrifying speed. The white-robed ghost immediately gives chase. He runs for his life, crossing the hexagonal border of the dungeon by the skin of his teeth. Phew, that was almost the end of me. Even though I ran in a different direction than Chen Yong, I still managed to get out. As he runs, he looks back at the village and deduces that the white-clad female corpse is not Zhang Shui. It's possible she was swept here by the storm. If so, the real Zhang Shui might still be somewhere downstream. She might even be alive. He gazes toward the river's lower reaches, his eyes full of determination. I must search downstream before sunrise. The next morning, fog covers the entire village. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng's group have returned and are waiting outside the boundary. Liu Yifei hasn't come out yet? We can't contact him because of the barrier's interference. Should we go inside and find him? 2 of Wang Zheng's subordinates return, reporting with disappointed expressions. Boss, we couldn't find him. There's no sign of Liu Yifei here. There's nothing in Li Ru's house either. Wang Zheng and Chen Yong look at each other, unable to hide their panic. He's missing? How could that be? Suddenly, Li Ru's cold voice echoes from behind them. You guys, didn't you say you would help me catch all of them this morning? Why haven't you acted yet? The group jumps and turns around to face the girl's murderous gaze. Wang Zheng stammers, We're going right now. Li Ru smirks savagely, her green eyes flashing. Bring them all to the riverbank. I'll torture them there. Wang Zheng looks at Chen Yong, sighs, and says, let's go. Our only remaining lead is to help her get revenge. Let's finish this for her first. Fang. He is dead, and Liu Yifei is missing. We have no better options. Escorted to the riverbank, the villagers are tied up and screaming in despair. Zhang Shui's death was her own choice. That has nothing to do with us. We're innocent. We didn't cause her mother's death. Even if you are the military, you can't be this unreasonable. But Li Ru doesn't listen. Her green eyes burn with hatred. She raises a large pair of scissors toward a man. It's all your fault. You forced my mother to her death. Die! She roars and stabs the scissors hard into the man. He only manages to let out one scream of pain and terror. With incredible strength, Li Ru tears the man's tongue out and holds the scissors too. Not only will I kill you all, I'll cut out all your tongues too. Black blood splatters onto Li Ru's face. She breaks into a savage, extreme grin. Heh, who's next? The remaining villagers tremble in fear. One man hurriedly apologizes. The man named Zhang, the one Liu Yifei intimidated earlier, also stammers, begging, Li Ru, it's me, Uncle Zhang. I didn't actually say anything. Li Ru roars, cutting him off. It was you. You spread the rumors about my mother after she rejected you. A tragic scream echoes as a blast of dark energy erupts, swallowing Uncle Zhang whole. Witnessing the brutal scene, Chen Yong and Wang Zheng are stunned, panting. Can this really be done by a 10-year-old girl? I hope everything will be over after she kills them all. Li Ru turns to look at them with a demonic smile. The villagers lie gasping for air behind her. They aren't dead yet. Can you guys help me throw them into the river? Chen Yong and Wang Zheng look at each other, faces pale, but they reluctantly agree. Okay. After throwing the villagers into the river, Wang Zheng tries to ask Li Ru, are you done with your revenge? And what about your mother's corpse? If you need help, Li Ru laughs creepily. Yes, but you won't need to worry about anything else anymore, because my mother is here now. She says that all of you will have to die too. Right after the girl's words, a giant white-robed ghost rises from the water, roaring with a terrifying sound. The group can only scream, what? The ghost waves her hand, grabbing those trying to run. Ah, help me. Wang Zheng and Chen Yong are in extreme panic, turning to flee. Damn it, run, but it's too late. The ghost opens her mouth full of green energy, sucking them all in. Arg! Her energy is too strong, they can't escape. They are dragged into the ghostly mouth mercilessly. In a moment of desperation, Chen Yong pulls out a dagger. Boss Wang, even if I have to kill myself, I won't die in such a horrible and disgusting way. Wang Zheng only manages to shout his name in desperation. Chen Yong! The dagger falls from Chen Yong's hand. Just then, a blast of powerful purple spiritual energy suddenly appears. Liu Yifei emerges from the shadows, his hands radiating spiritual energy, saving a woman holding a child. He uses his power to pull Wang Zheng and Chen Yong out of the ghost's mouth, knocking it back. They both land on the ground safely. Chen Yong cheers in joy, Mr. Liu Yifei. Excellent. Liu Yifei looks at the woman he just saved, then turns to look at Li Ru's ghost, shouting in surprise. Li Ru, look, who is this? Who is she holding in her arms? It is the real Zhang Shui, holding the corpse of Li Ru. Li Ru's ghost freezes when she sees her mother and her own body. The girl's eyes well up with tears. Mom. In a surreal moment, Li Ru's ghost runs toward her mother, who is hugging the girl's corpse. Li Ru. As the two meet, Li Ru sobs uncontrollably. Mom, you didn't die. The one who died was me. Zhang Shui also cries, hugging her daughter's soul. But Li Ru, it was all my fault. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng are completely confused. Zhang Shui isn't dead? Then who is the white-robed ghost? Li Ru is dead? So Li Ru is also a ghost? What the hell is going on? Liu Yifei turns back to look at them with a serious expression. It's a long story. Let's step back first. This place is still dangerous. The white-robed ghost roars with anger and charges toward the mother and daughter. Li Ru's ghost screams, no, Mom! Immediately, a powerful green energy erupts from the girl's body, transforming her into a powerful combat spirit. Liu Yifei breathes a sigh of relief. Li Ru has finally awakened. We are much safer now. Li Ru's ghost confronts the white-robed ghost. Li Ru, Mom. With a scream full of resentment, Li Ru launches a powerful energy slash toward the white-robed ghost. The attack hits the mark, creating a violent energy explosion. Li Ru grabs the white-robed ghost's neck, biting down mercilessly. The white-robed ghost vanishes in a burst of green light. Liu Yifei explains the whole truth to Chen Yong and Wang Zheng. That day, it was raining very heavily. Zhang Shui accidentally fell into the water, but she was saved downstream. Li Ru went looking for her mother, drowned in the river, and accidentally turned into a ghost. Because her grudge was so deep, it started affecting the villagers. He continues. After Li Ru discovered the white-clad corpse in the river, she thought it was her mother. That is what happened. The only solution for all of this was to make them realize the truth and let them destroy each other. Both men are stunned. That means the villagers we arrested earlier were actually innocent? There were two ghosts? That's why Fang He and Chen Yong were killed at the same time. From the ghost that just vanished, an eye-shaped item glows green, flies out, and lands in Liu Yifei's hand. A notification panel appears. Demon Eye. Blue tier item. Item effect. Receive information and suggestions from the system about things in view. Liu Yifei picks up the eye and murmurs. This effect is a bit similar to Fang He's ability. I assume it helps enhance Fang He's abilities. That's why he risked his life to get it. Chen Yong and Wang Zheng bow in gratitude to Liu Yifei. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Liu Yifei, that we survived. The 10,000 credits that were supposed to be given to Fang He will be transferred to you. Liu Yifei responds indifferently. Thank you for that. He silently calculates his loot. I've earned about 70,000 credits this time. That's a huge number. But the more important issue is to get a high-level spirit fruit. He turns to ask them, his tone full of anticipation. By the way, the high-level spirit fruit that I want. Have you two found it yet? They both looked at each other with awkward expressions. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu Yifei, but you might have to wait a little longer for the high-level spirit fruit. Liu Yifei's expression darkened instantly. Why? Trandung quickly explained. To be honest, all the high-level spirit fruits on the market have been bought up by the military. They say it's being used for the Seed Project. Liu Yifei gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. The Seed Project again? It looks like I won't be getting it through them, unless I take action myself. He looked straight at Trandung and Wang Zheng, speaking with an enigmatic tone. Trandung, Wang Zheng, tonight I'll take you both to Tianfang to see a spectacular show. It would be better if you brought your fathers along. Both were surprised. A show? Liu Yifei clenched his fist, flashing a confident smile. Yes, a show about the zombie horde outbreak at Safe Zone 119. A luxurious military dropship landed on the pad. Trandung stepped off and asked a man in military uniform standing guard in surprise. Huh? Uncle Trong, why isn't my father here? The man, Deputy Commander Trong Li Ji Bin, replied solemnly. Commander Tran had urgent business to attend to. He told me to come here in his stead. Trandung smiled, showing no annoyance. All right, if you can represent my father, I don't think Liu Yifei will mind. Let's go pick up Wang Zheng and the others to head to Tianfang. At the headquarters of the Tianthan Trade Association, a modern skyscraper, slap. A sound of a strike echoed. Wang Zheng held his cheek, looking at his father in shock. Father, why did you do that? The vice president of the Tianthan Trade Association, Wang Tian, pointed at his son's face and roared in anger. I already gave you enough face by promising to meet Liu Yifei at Tianfang. Who would have thought you would dare to take the spirit fruits that were supposed to be given to the military in the capital? It's a good thing I found out early, otherwise, both of us would have suffered the consequences. Wang Zheng argued back. Father, Mr. Liu Yifei saved my life, but you didn't fulfill what you promised him. The military has ordered many spirit fruits from different merchant groups. Missing just a few won't make a difference. Wang Tian roared. Shut your mouth. You don't understand anything. He lowered his voice, explaining seriously. Son, you don't understand the situation. Beyond my position in the association, there is still the chairman above me. His face turned worried. Even if there was no one above me, we cannot risk pleasing a nobody by angering the military. He patted his son's shoulder, speaking in a softer tone. Even though Liu Yifei saved you in the dungeon, it was you who hired him to do it. Besides, it's not like we aren't giving them to him. It's just a matter of time. The sound of a dropship landing echoed from outside. Wang Tian said, All right, Trandung has arrived. Father will go with you to Tianfang first, and we will talk more about this after I meet Liu Yifei. He turned back, saying with a confident smile, If he is as strong as you say, Father will reconsider the spirit fruits. Wang Zheng was overjoyed. Really? Don't lie to me. At the Tianfang safe zone, the sky had turned a fiery red from the sunset. A message popped up on the central control screen. Commander Tia, the zombie horde will attack tonight. Please prepare everything as soon as possible. Liu Yifei. Commander Tianfeng, Xiaohai, looked at the screen with a skeptical expression. A week ago, Liu Yifei sent me a similar message. Even though I prepared defenses, I didn't see anything happen inside the Old Town area, he muttered to himself. Today, he sent another one. He even gave us such an exact time. I wonder, suddenly, a soldier ran in, panicked, reporting, Commander Tew, the zombie horde inside the Old Town is moving. They have broken the seal. They are charging toward the safe zone. There are many level 1 and level 2 mutants among them. We haven't detected any level 3 mutants yet. Xiao Hai slammed the table, stood up, and roared in shock. Was Liu Yifei right? Hurry, all personnel to your positions. Activate the defense systems. The siren wailed throughout the area. A zombie horde is coming. All residents outside the city, please retreat into the safe zone to find shelter. Soldiers began setting up defensive lines. Place a landmine every 15 meters. Set them in a triangular formation. Make sure the explosion creates a gap in the zombie horde so our awakeners can get in and kill them. Pour oil into the trenches. Hurry, faster. Countless missiles were launched from the safe zone, flying toward the approaching zombie horde. Standing on a high-rise building, looking down at the fiery battlefield, Liu Yifei calmly commented, Tianfeng isn't as easy to defend as that. Li Fuqi, standing next to him, naively replied, Huh, Master? From what I can see, they have prepared very thoroughly, haven't they? Liu Yifei turned his back on the chaotic scene, his voice still without a ripple. Although they are using everything they can, this is still too weak to deal with the mutants. He analyzed coldly. The entire safe zone only has about 2,000 awakeners, 1,000 in the rear, and only 600 awakeners on the front lines. Among them, there are 200 long-range awakeners. Fighting with this combat configuration is no different than suicide. Hearing his master's terrifying analysis, Li Fuqi panicked and stammered, Master, hearing you say that, won't all of them die? Liu Yifei turned around, his eyes flashing with absolute confidence. No, he said decisively. This time, they have me. On the ground, an announcement echoed across the battlefield. The first zombie horde has broken the perimeter. All military units, prepare to fight. Countless mutants, with gruesome shapes, flooded past the defensive line. From the air, the order was given. Soul Energy fighter jets, bomb the target. Countless bombs were dropped, creating terrifying explosions amidst the zombie horde. Watch out for the mutated zombie hawks. Long-range awakeners, focus on them. A commander screamed as the winged monsters attacked the fighter jets. A massive explosion engulfed a large area, throwing countless zombies into the air. On the ground, a suicide squad charged up. Cover us, close combat awakeners, follow me, charge. From a safe rooftop, Wang Zheng's group and Tran Dung observed the entire battle. Deputy Commander Trong Li Jibin looked toward Wang Tian, complaining, This Liu Yifei, he told us to come here and wait for 2 hours to see a zombie horde. Now the zombie horde is here, and he is nowhere to be seen. What the hell is he doing? Wang Tian sneered, showing contempt. He is obviously waiting for more dangerous mutants to appear. Otherwise, how could he show off his abilities in front of us? But I still haven't seen any level 3 mutants. It would be better if he didn't just kill those level 2 mutants, right? Tran Dung, standing next to them, also laughed. Ha ha ha, Chairman Vuong, you are really funny. Trong Li Jibin chimed in. I have the same opinion. He said he would give us a shock, but I think he wants to give us a good laugh instead. Ha ha ha. Unable to stand it anymore, Tran Dung said seriously, Uncle Trong and Uncle Vuong, both of us truly respect Liu Yifei. Please don't mock him. Trong Li Jibin patted Tran Dung on the shoulder, speaking in a condescending tone. Little Dung, Uncle believes in you. No matter what happens, we will wait until he is finished. After that, if he has anything to say, I won't interrupt. But I have watched you grow up since you were small, and I hope you have a broader perspective. Wang Tian also added, because a mid-level level 3 person can't take you far. He's right. Both of you are still young. Although a level 3 awakener is valuable, he is still not worthy enough to be treated like a god. Wang Zheng interrupted his father, his eyes full of determination. Enough, father, let's just watch. I believe, mister. Liu Yifei will not disappoint us. Below on the battlefield, a soldier was attacked by a zombie emitting green energy. He screamed in despair. Ah, no, save me. Another soldier spotted the danger and shouted, A high-level level 2 mutant. The rotting corpse has appeared on the left flank. Report this to Commander Teo. Commander Xiao Hai, without hesitation, swung his long spear and roared. Commander Teo is here. Charge. He charged toward the mutant. The spear glowed with a fiery red light. Slash. A powerful strike tore the mutant apart. Fantastic, he yelled. Charge. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Massive cracks appeared. Xiaohai's face turned pale. Damn it. This sound, I'm afraid there is one, or even two, level 3 mutants. A level 3 mutant in reality is harder to deal with than one in the dungeon. 2. Level 3 mutants will need at least 6 entry-level level 3 awakeners to take them down. He realized the dangerous situation and shouted, "Retreat! All military units, retreat back to the safe zone." 2 massive mutants emerged from the ground, blocking their retreat path. Xiaohai roared in despair, "Burn the trenches! We will hold the defensive line with our lives until reinforcements arrive. Hurry!" Just then, a figure appeared in the air. Countless blue energy sword strikes intertwined, descending like a storm. Sword storm. A sword strike hit the mutant, cutting deep into its hard shell. Commander Xiaohai looked up, stunned, unable to speak. Killing a level 3 mutant in one blow, who is that? Liu Yifei landed on the ground gently, smiling in greeting. "Commander Tue." Still shocked? He said, "Commander Tue. Long time no see." He turned to face the remaining mutant. "Listen clearly. We'll talk after I finish off this mutant." His sword erupted in blazing red flames as he let out a roar, unleashing his most powerful technique, Blade of the Heavens, one slash of destruction. The strike ripped the mutant to shreds. Commander Xiao stammered in utter shock. "Liu Yifei? That's really Liu Yifei? He reached Tier 3 in just half a month? He's way stronger than me. How is this possible? Have I wasted my entire life accomplishing nothing?" After the last mutant was wiped out, Liu Yifei sheathed his sword and said calmly to Commander Xiao, "Commander Xiao, I believe the soldiers can handle the cleanup now." He draped an arm around Xiaohai's shoulder with a friendly smile. "Come with me. I have something I'd like to discuss with you on the rooftop." Wang Zheng and Tran Deng's group were still stunned from the performance they had just witnessed. Wang Zheng turned to the others, his face glowing with pride and excitement. "Did you all see that? That is the true power of Liu Yifei. This is my first time seeing it too. He can't be compared to a typical Tier 3 awakened." Wang Tian muttered in bewilderment, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "He's truly extraordinary." Deputy Commander Trong Li Bin couldn't hide his astonishment either. "This power I fear even Commander Tran Kai Lai can't compare. Even compared to elite Tier 3 fighters. He would still be among the very best. No wonder he's so arrogant." Tran Deng pulled out a communicator and happily announced, "Liu Yifei sent a message. He's waiting for us in the Thianfong meeting room. Let's go." The magnificent Thianfong conference hall loomed under the night sky. When they entered, Liu Yifei and Commander Xiao were already seated. Tran Deng exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Commander Xiao is here too?" Liu Yifei smiled, crossing his arms over his chest. "I believe you all know each other, so I won't do any introductions. Please, sit. We are all friends here. Let's discuss this together." Commander Xiao looked at the newcomers, brow furrowed. The Deputy Commander of Safe Zone 119, Trong Li Bin, and the Vice President of the Thianthan Merchants Association, Wang Tian. His suspicions were correct. Liu Yifei didn't just have a powerful backer, he had factions supporting him. Trong Li Bin and Wang Tian spoke in unison, offering praise. "Sir Liu Yifei, you are as strong as the rumors say. Your power is rare, even among Tier 3 awakened. Indeed, we heard you helped Tran Deng several times. On behalf of Safe Zone 119, I thank you. Thank you for inviting me here." Commander Xiao sat on the side, his ears perking up. "Sir Liu Yifei? Did I hear that right? Or was it just their tone?" Liu Yifei smiled and raised a finger to correct them. "Honestly, everyone, my name is actually Liu Yifei, not Liu Yifei." The room fell into a dead silence. What? It turned out they really didn't know his real name. That meant no one was helping him from the shadows. Then how did Liu Yifei become a Tier 3 awakened in such a short time? Liu Yifei, he continued, breaking the silence. "As you can all see, my current strength is roughly Tier 3. Commander Xiao, please get me a power testing machine. I want to test it right here." Commander Xiao stood up, still feeling a bit bewildered. "Sir Liu Yifei, we've already seen your ability." Wang Tian and Trong Li Bin hurriedly chimed in with awkward smiles. "That's right. We all know you're a mid-level Tier 3. We have no doubts at all. Does Sir Liu Yifei really think we haven't seen enough?" Liu Yifei looked straight at Commander Xiao, smiling firmly. "No, Commander Xiao, please go get it." Xiaohai sighed and reluctantly agreed. All right." The others looked at each other, confused about what Liu Yifei was planning. "I believe Sir Liu Yifei didn't call us here just to prove he's a mid-level Tier 3. Isn't this unnecessary?" Tran Deng spoke up in his defense. "Uncle Trong, Uncle Wang, since we're already here, waiting a little longer won't hurt." Liu Yifei just smiled mysteriously. A moment later, Commander. Xiao returned with a shield-shaped testing device. The tester is here. Liu Yifei nodded his thanks. Wang Tian and Trong Li Jibin whispered to each other. He's definitely strong, but he acts like a spoiled child. Arrogance isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he's just wasting our time, trying to prove himself. Liu Yifei placed his hand on the tester. A surge of purple spiritual energy wrapped around his arm. The device glowed brilliantly. A line of text appeared. Tier 2, peak. The room felt like it exploded. What? Tier 2? Commander Xiao was so stunned he jumped out of his chair. Did I hear that wrong? Everyone turned toward the tester with expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Zheng stammered. You're not Tier 3? You're actually Tier 2? Wang Tian and Trong Li Jibin looked at each other, eyes wide. If he were a high-level or peak Tier 3, they wouldn't be shocked, but a Tier 2 person showing the power of a mid-level Tier 3? This was horrifying. Commander Xiao rubbed his head, his mind spinning. He's not Tier 3? Oh, right, I remember he did Tier 2 missions before. 4 of them, actually. He has mid-level Tier 3 power. And these people didn't help him at all? Damn it. Can someone lend me a brain? Tran Dung and Wang Zheng stammered, asking, Sir Liu Yifei, what is going on? Liu Yifei smiled and began to explain. I know it's hard for you to accept that I'm Tier 2. Half a month ago, I was discovered to have SS rank talent. But because I am a spiritual type awakened, I wasn't chosen for the seed project because I had low potential. Wang Tian's jaw dropped. SS rank talent? Liu Yifei became a peak Tier 2 in half a month and had power equal to a Tier 3? Commander Xiao roared in indignation. Low potential? If this is low potential, then those people in the seed project can all go die. Liu Yifei looked straight at the shocked people in front of him, his voice filled with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I invited you all here to prove myself and to propose a partnership. I believe you all understand that I can easily advance to Tier 3. I can certainly re-enter the seed project. I will change the military's prejudice against spiritual type awakened. I must obtain the title of the first string. He clenched his fist. A purple energy enveloped his body, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. I will defeat all those so-called seed geniuses. One by one. I will show the whole world who the real seed is. Wang Tian was the first to regain his composure. He smiled craftily. So, Sir Liu Yifei, what do you need us to do for you? Besides, may I ask what is really going on with your power? Liu Yifei chuckled, thinking cunningly, and replied with a mysterious smile. My true talent is the ability to convert mental energy into attack power. There is also a secret association behind me, but I can't tell you anything about it yet. He thought to himself, I'll just make some stuff up for now. As long as I don't tell them about the godly sword system, it'll be fine. Hearing this, the group seemed to have an epiphany. I understand now. That's why Commander Xiao slammed his hand on the table, cheering. Ah, I knew there was a secret force helping him. Liu Yifei stood up and made his proposal. Regarding our partnership, I want the 3 of you to form an alliance to serve me. I will be the one making the calls. You just need to help me as much as you can. When I obtain the title of first string, you will all be rewarded accordingly. He turned his back, smiling, and signaled, I'll be going first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. As the door closed behind Liu Yifei, he muttered to himself, analyzing each person's situation. Xiao Hai has been stuck at early Tier 3 for years. He has no way to level up. Wang Tian, as vice president, has always been suppressed by the president. And Tran Dung's grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China military region. Being stuck as a deputy must have bothered him for a long time. Inside the meeting room, the discussion became heated. Tran Dung urged Truong Li Jibin, Uncle Truong, what are you still hesitating for? With Liu Yifei's potential, he'll at least be a lieutenant general in the future. That position is much stronger than my grandfather's. Wang Zheng also turned to his father. Dad, why don't you agree with Liu Yifei? With his potential, we could become the #1 merchant corporation in Huaxia in the future. Truong Li Jibin and Wang Tian exchanged looks. Wang Tian asked, Brother Truong, what is your opinion on the secret association behind Liu Yifei? Truong Li Jibin pondered and analyzed. First, he couldn't have obtained the spirit fruit, so that association is definitely not linked to any official faction. Second, he has excellent foresight. He must have extensive experience. So, I am leaning toward the idea that he is a super powerful individual. Wang Tian nodded. You're thinking like me. Tran Dung grew impatient. Uncles, what are you talking about? At this point, Truong Li Jibin said, with a serious face, Tran Dung, you don't understand one thing. Although Liu Yifei's potential is huge, he imagined a powerful dark figure appearing behind him. He said, "But, if we stand on his side, it means we will make enemies of many high-ranking officials in the capital who support the Seed Project. For example, the person currently holding the title of First String, General Zhang Meng, the father of Zhang Yang and commander of the 3rd Military Group, is a high-level Tier 3 awakened." Wang Tian responded with a worried expression. "Exactly. They are all forces not to be underestimated. This is too big a risk to bet on Liu Yifei's potential." Commander Tio slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "Listen here, everyone. You might not believe me, but after hearing what Liu Yifei said, I've decided to take the bet. First, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. High risk always comes with high rewards. I've been stuck at beginner tier 3 for a long time, and honestly, I'm not satisfied with that." Wang Zheng also turned to his father. "I think what Uncle Tu said is right, father. Don't you always say, the bigger the wave, the bigger the fish? Are you satisfied with just being a vice president for the rest of your life?" Trandong grabbed Zhang's shoulder, Li Jibin looking at him with desperate eyes. "Uncle Zhang, since you are here today in the name of my father and grandfather, then you must know what they would do if they were here." 10 minutes later, the door opened. Liu Yifei walked in with a smile on his face. "Well, everyone, how did it go?" All three stood up, bowed, and said in unison, "We all agree to serve you." Liu Yifei nodded, satisfied, and handed them a list. "All right, allies, this is a list of everything I need. I hope you can all have these prepared by tomorrow morning. Besides that, please help me contact the military superiors in the capital. Tell them I want to start a Tier 3 test." Wang Tian took the list, unable to hide his admiration. "No problem. You had the list ready already. You're certainly not modest when it comes to using others. You really are material for great things, Commander Tio. Then I will go send your information to the capital." Liu Yifei nodded, though he still felt a bit apologetic. "Thank you, Uncle Tio." Xiao Hai sighed as he watched Liu Yifei leave. Standing on top of a building, Liu Yifei looked down at the city, glowing with lights. He clenched his fists, his heart filled with determination. "Finally, I have my own faction. One in South China, one in North China, and a merchant group. And next, it's time to do something big in the capital." At the Seed Project meeting room in the capital city, an old general said, "I believe you have all seen the report. Although it's hard to believe, North China's Deputy Commander Tran Kai Lai has confirmed it." Another person slammed the table and roared, "An SS rank genius who is a Tier 2 awakened with the strength of a Tier 3. And we missed him. If anything goes wrong this time, everyone sitting here won't be able to escape the responsibility." A white-haired general stood up. "General Duong, this is a serious matter. We must report it immediately to fix the situation." Another general agreed. "I agree with him. I also suggest sending a Tier 3 squad to escort Liu Yifei to the capital to ensure his safety. As for his rank, we can wait for the superiors to decide after he arrives." The initiator of the Seed Project, Yang Guoping, stood up and said in a firm voice, "Since things have reached this stage, that's the only thing we can do now. Just give Liu Yifei the special rank title first. It is an unforgivable crime that we didn't cultivate a genius like him sooner." A hand slammed down on the table. General Duong's Seed Project staff officer, Lu Zhen, roared, "Can we keep this information for now and not report it to the superiors?" General Yang Guoping slammed the table, pointing straight at Lu Zhen's face, and roared angrily, "Lu Zhen, you were the one who gave up on Liu Yifei when he was discovered to be SS rank. Now that this has happened, how dare you say the same thing again?" He gritted his teeth, his voice full of threats. "Lu Zhen, do you want to die?" Lu Zhen panicked, hurriedly raising both hands to defend himself, stammering an explanation. "General Duong, that is not what I meant. It's just delaying it by half a month, no. Delaying it even by a week would be better," he continued, his voice full of worry, as the image of a young man with a green aura appeared in his mind, the youngest son of General Zhang Meng, Zhang Yang, who is currently the #1 ranker, yet he still hasn't reached the peak of Tier 2. The whole room fell silent. Everyone understood the complexity of the situation. General Duong analyzed the image of Liu Yifei and Zhang Yang facing each other. With Liu Yifei's current strength, it was clear that he could promote to Tier 3. Once Liu Yifei becomes Tier 3, Zhang Yang will have to give up the #1 ranker title. High-tier resources for cultivation are only awarded to one person, but Zhang Yang has people backing him, especially those from the higher-ups. He looked straight at Lu Zhen, his tone both sarcastic and serious. "Staff Officer Duong, you are truly loyal and brave. 1 week is impossible. 3 days. I can help you keep the information secret for 3 days. I have given you a chance. If the Prince Zhang behind you still hasn't promoted to Tier 3 by then, don't blame us for making that decision. His eyes narrowed, full of warning. Besides, I will prepare for Liu Yifei to go to the capital. I advise you not to have any intentions of touching him, otherwise, even those backing you won't easily get away with it. Elsewhere, in the middle of a land full of glowing crystals, a young man with green hair was drinking an enhancement potion. It was the son of Zhang Meng, the #1 ranker, Zhang Yang. He complained to a figure standing behind him, turning back to snap at his father. I just reached high-level Tier 2, and now you are telling me to reach peak Tier 2 in 3 days? Are you kidding me, father? The commander of the 3rd Military Group, Zhang Meng, took a drag of his cigar and said coldly, I am serious, son. Do you remember that Liu Yifei is also SS rank? With Tran Hailai's support, he has reached peak Tier 2. He also has the strength of a Tier 3. Zhang Yang was stunned. You mean he wants my #1 ranker title? Zhang Meng exhaled a cloud of smoke. That's right. Although having Tran Hailai behind him is nothing to be afraid of, if he promotes to Tier 3 first, your #1 ranker title will certainly be lost. He put his hand on his son's shoulder and said decisively, I will send you to high-difficulty dungeons. Only this way can you catch up to him before the Tier 3 exam. As long as he is not the only one to pass the exam, no matter how strong he is, I still have a way to help you keep the title. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. I understand, father. I won't let you down. Zhang Meng smiled, satisfied. Great spirit. Rest assured, I will do everything to buy you as much time as possible. Liu Yifei is just a rookie. The road to the capital isn't as easy as he thinks. Returning to the Thianfeng safe zone, Liu Yifei sat in a high-tech room, looking at the pile of high-tier spirit fruits and an A-rank skill book in front of him. Having a faction really is different. They got these spirit fruits for me in such a short time. Tran Kai Lai even gave me an A-rank sword skill. This sword skill alone could bankrupt the entire Thianfeng safe zone. He picked up a spirit fruit, his eyes blazing with determination. I will raise all my attributes to the maximum level first. After eating all the spirit fruits, a series of notifications appeared. Consumed a high-tier spirit fruit. Strength +1. Burst force +3%. Consumed a high-tier spirit fruit. Physique +1. Endurance +6%. Consumed a high-tier spirit fruit. Agility +1. Speed +6%. His final status board appeared. Strength 31. Agility 31. Willpower 31. Physique 31. A powerful green energy burst from Liu Yifei's body. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power. So this is the feeling of having all attributes maximized. The spiritual power inside me is flowing faster, and I can utilize my attributes better. He picked up the skill book. Breakthrough. A-rank sword skill super jump. Deals a heavy attack to the target, accompanied by paralyzing and crushing execution effects. Immune to all control while executing the skill. Defense increased by 200%. He nodded in admiration. Just as expected from an A-rank sword skill, it can attack and defend at the same time. It's strong enough even without enhancement. He tossed the book into the air. Sword skill learned. Enhancement. A bright red flame erupted, enveloping the book and Liu Yifei himself. A system notification. Skill enhancement successful. Current skill. Heaven Collapse. SSS rank. Heaven Collapse. SSS rank sword skill. Skill effect 1. Fly towards the sky. Can choose any target within a 1 kilometer radius to lock onto. After locking, the target will be controlled and gain a lightning strike attack effect. After diving down quickly, it causes massive critical damage to the target. Skill effect 2. Immune to all control during the effect. Additionally, gain a spiritual shield that offsets damage equal to your spiritual power. Reserves. As long as the target's willpower is lower than yours, they cannot attack you. Skill rating. You will become the god of death. Liu Yifei couldn't help but be amazed at the power of the new skill. A 1 kilometer lock range? Incredible. Locking onto the target and being immune to attacks at the same time. This is equivalent to being invincible while activating the skill. During the Tier 3 exam in the capital, I will have to test its power. He looked at his 4 full skill slots. It's a pity that my sword skill slot is already full. My strength before reaching Tier 3 is already at the maximum level. That works too. Once I hit rank A, I can pull off some powerful moves even without these extra skills. Suddenly, a system mission board appeared before him. System mission. Collect 4 special materials immediately and utilize them. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Destroyer. Material 2. Body fluid of the human-faced falcon. Material 3. Spine of the Shredder. Material 4. Core of the Anomalous Ghost. Mission Reward. A skill fusion function that can merge 2 skills into one, including 2 SSS rank skills. They can be used without consuming soul power, and the skill cooldown is reduced to 12 hours. Additionally, you will receive 1,000 points of soul power. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes. It's rare for the Sword God system to issue a quest, and the rewards are quite good. It's just that these 4 materials, Liu Yifei pondered, analyzing the required materials. The Mountain Destroyer appears to be a peak rank, a mutant that emerged 27 years ago. It was killed by multiple peak rank A Awakeners. I haven't heard of the other materials. I'm afraid they might be ancient relics. His gaze flashed with steely determination. I can only obtain them once I become the first seed. Once I get access to the National Treasury, knock, knock. The door opened, and Commander Xiao poked his head in, happily reporting, Liu Yifei, news has arrived from the capital. Liu Yifei smiled. Come in, Uncle Xiao. Commander Xiao entered and formally announced, they said they would send people here to escort you to the capital tomorrow. Liu Yifei sneered. Humph, they know what's good for them. He immediately got to the point. What about the seed status? Did they grant me the title of first seed? Xiao Hai hesitated. They didn't mention it. They said they would temporarily grant you the title of special seed, and will decide on the rest after you arrive. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, already calculating. With his current strength, becoming the first seed was inevitable. I'm sure the people in charge of the seed project are afraid of offending those currently benefiting from the project. Xiao Hai tried to persuade Liu Yifei, General Tron, and I think you're being too impatient about getting the first seed title. The current first seed is Zhang Meng's son, and Zhang Meng has connections all over the capital. After all, we have the strength, and will certainly have a place in the capital in the future. Why don't we take a step back for now? Liu Yifei raised his hand to cut him off. If you do that, Zhang Meng's supporters will support you too. No, uncle, I understand what you mean. If a tree blocks the whole forest, the wind will destroy it. He looked straight at Xiao Hai, his voice sincere yet extremely firm. But I have my own reasons. It's very important. I can't tell you about it yet. I hope all of you trust me. Every step I take is carefully thought out. Xiao Hai fell silent. A powerful aura radiated from Liu Yifei, enveloping him in 2 streams of red and blue energy. As for the obstacles, he gritted his teeth. I will break them all myself. The next afternoon, countless modern combat starships landed at the airport. Thien Fong stood on the observation deck. Liu Yifei's whole group was overwhelmed. They're here. Look at that formation. They're all using the latest Soul combat aircraft. With these, they could easily turn Thien Fong into rubble in minutes. A giant command starship slowly descended, white smoke billowing from its engines. Everyone, get ready to welcome them. The hatch opened, and an elite squad in black uniforms stepped out. Their aura was overwhelming. Xiao Hai couldn't help but exclaim, such strong pressure. As expected from the elites of the capital, they were all awakeners of at least rank A. He hurried forward to greet them. Welcome, he continued, trying to appear friendly. Welcome to Thien Fong. You must be tired from the trip. I am. The elite squad walked straight past him without even glancing his way. Xiao Hai stood frozen. Deep down, he felt embarrassed and self-deprecating. Yeah, right. I'm just a small commander in a safe zone. They aren't here for me. The leader of the squad, a tall young man, walked up to Liu Yifei. You must be Liu Yifei, right? I am the captain of the 27th Air Squadron of the capital. I'm Lin Rui. You can call me Old Lamb. We are responsible for taking you to the capital military region. Liu Yifei shook his hand calmly. My name is Liu Yifei. Lin Rui silently assessed him. He's so calm. He doesn't look like someone from such a small, remote place. Liu Yifei signaled to everyone, Old Lamb, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. As Liu Yifei turned away, Lin Rui watched his back, feeling troubled. Seeing his aura, I'm afraid I can't carry out what General Zhang Meng told me to do. The image of General Zhang Meng with bloodshot eyes and a cigar appeared in his mind, along with the ruthless order. Lin Rui, on the way back to the capital, find a way to take care of him. On the high-speed starship, a pilot announced, Sir Liu Yifei, we will reach the outskirts of the capital soon. Another pilot turned around and said with a social smile, several high-ranking military officials have prepared a welcome party for you. I hope you can attend. Liu Yifei remained silent. He narrowed his eyes, having already figured it out. Is someone trying to delay my arrival at the Rank A exam? Lin Rui stepped forward, continuing to persuade him. Trust me, you'll receive many benefits if you meet them. I'm sure you're exhausted from the long journey. Liu Yifei smiled politely. Thank you for your kindness. but I'm afraid I have to decline the invitation. We'll talk about it again after I reach rank A, Lin Rui thought to himself, his expression awkward. General Zhang Meng told me to delay him. If the easy method doesn't work, the pilot and Lin Rui exchanged a glance. We'll just have to do it the hard way. A red alarm suddenly blared throughout the cockpit. Damn it, the Seoul combat aircraft is malfunctioning. We'll have to make an emergency landing nearby. Liu Yifei stared at them, his eyes sharp as knives. Yeah, they're doing this on purpose. That General Zhang is quite daring. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the pilot by the collar, and growled. I see more problems with your flying skills than with the plane itself. If you continue, I'm afraid we'll crash right here. If that happens, I'm afraid even the people behind you can't handle the consequences. So, get lost and let me take over. Lin Rui was completely shocked by Liu Yifei's decisiveness and courage. Did he realize something? He said the plane would crash. If we fight here, the plane will definitely crash. Even if he's a genius, how can a young man from such a small place have such guts? He signaled the pilot. Since Liu Yifei knows how to fix the plane, why not leave it to him? I'm only supposed to help delay time. There's no need to actually cause any real trouble. Liu Yifei sat in the pilot's seat, placing his hands on the console. I'll only show you this once. Watch carefully. He manipulated the console masterfully. Don't misremember the steps, or even worse, the target. The starship performed a spectacular maneuver, firing a burst of energy to stabilize the flight path. Lin Rui looked at Liu Yifei with a completely different gaze, full of respect. His decisiveness is rarely seen. Even among high-ranking officials, his future is limitless. I'm afraid I might have helped the wrong side this time. Fortunately, he was still able to fix it. He stood at attention and gave a military salute. Captain of the 27th Air Squadron, Lin Rui, salutes you. Captain Liu, Captain Lam, please take care of me in the future. The starship landed safely at the second military base of the capital. Just as he stepped down, General Yang Guoping personally came to welcome the young man. Are you Liu Yifei? I am the person in charge of the seed project, Yang Guoping. Liu Yifei shook his hand politely. My name is Liu Yifei. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yang Guoping tried to persuade Liu Yifei in a softer tone. Liu Yifei, we have specially prepared a party for you. There are many high-ranking officials present. They all want to meet you. But Liu Yifei was unmoved. He interrupted decisively. That's not important. I want to start the Rank A exam immediately. Both Yang Guoping and Liu Zhen were stunned. Huh? What? Right now? Liu Yifei looked them straight in the eye, reasoning sharply. You gave me the special seed title, but not the first seed, saying I needed to go through certain procedures. Isn't that because the superiors haven't truly seen my real ability and want to assess me? So, if I pass the Rank A exam now, wouldn't my true strength be clear? And wouldn't we not need to go through those procedures anymore? General Duong secretly admired him. This kid, he's right about that. He doesn't even want to waste another minute. He's neither humble nor arrogant. It really makes me want to respect him, Liu Zhen whispered to General Duong with a worried expression. This kid doesn't listen to anything. He wants to take the exam tonight. Zhang Yang is still in a dungeon. He won't be able to get here in time. Both generals spoke at the same time to persuade Liu Yifei. Why don't you take the exam tomorrow? You can show your skills to more people tomorrow. That's right. You should get some rest today and prepare for tomorrow. Liu Yifei crossed his arms, feigning a concession. Tomorrow works for me too. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you, General Yang. He thought to himself, the concession effect really does work. I've given them enough respect. I was planning on resting anyway. I can't just say it outright, or they'll refuse me again tomorrow. The concession effect, negotiation. Concession refers to the act of compromising or offering something of value to the other party during a negotiation to reach an agreement. Meanwhile, in another location, General Zhang Meng slammed his hand against the table in a fit of rage. He roared at Liu Zhen. What? Other than delaying the report to our superiors, you only managed to stall him for one night? Where is Lin Rui? I told him to bring Liu Yifei to me. Liu Zhen explained with a look of helplessness. That Liu Yifei, he doesn't even listen to me, or General Yang Guoping, let alone Lin Rui. At this point, there's no way we can force him to do anything. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. No, that won't do. I must notify Zhang Yang immediately. If there's really no other way, I'll have no choice but to sacrifice a few high-level soldiers I've sent into the dungeon to help the boy. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was meditating on his bed inside a luxurious room, surrounded by a magnificent halo formed by countless, colorful spirit crystals. I didn't think a temporary first sequence could receive this kind of treatment. A nation is truly wealthy at a time like this. Although these spirit crystals don't have much use for me, using them to adjust my state is not bad at all. He looked at a notebook titled Seed Project Benefits Manual. When I receive the first sequence, not only will I get 100,000 credits per month, he flipped through the notebook, his eyes flashing with anticipation. I could even receive a custom-made set of blue-tier gear and an epic weapon. I'll also be able to enter the National Treasury twice a month to take whatever I want. With this kind of standard and progress, I'll be able to reach level 4 in less than a year. The next morning, at the level 3 challenge tower, a huge crowd had gathered. Murmurs and discussions could be heard incessantly. I heard someone from the Seed Project wants to take the level 3 exam. My God, didn't the Seed Project just start recently? Who knows? It took me 15 years just to reach level 3. A group of elegant people entered, and the crowd cheered. The seeds have arrived. Liu Yifei stood in the crowd, observing those who had just arrived. Huh? Why do they all look like they're in their 30s? He smirked mockingly. They know their seeds can't reach level 3 in such a short time. So he sent all these peak level 2 elites here to participate. They're just trying to exploit the rules to steal the spotlight. Let's see what I do with them later. General Yang Guoping stepped onto the podium and declared loudly, I welcome all the military officials present here today. The level 3 exam will begin shortly. He looked down at the crowd below. All the seeds participating in the exam are here. Suddenly, a shout rang out from afar. Wait for me. Zhang Yang, covered in wounds but with eyes still burning with fighting spirit, pushed through the crowd. First sequence, Zhang Yang. Liu Yifei observed his opponent. He looks like he just came out of a dungeon. At least he's stronger than those who sent substitutes. But no matter how strong you are, the first sequence title today will definitely be mine. Zhang Yang stared straight at Liu Yifei and roared in hatred. Liu Yifei, to get here, 4 of my uncles died in the dungeon. They were killed by you. I will have my revenge one day. General Yang ignored the tension and declared the start. Since everyone is here, the exam begins right now. The first round for the power type awakened can enter now. Reach the 10th floor to level up. The higher you climb, the more rewards you receive. A global ranking board appeared. Not only that, if you can climb the global system ranking, you will also receive additional rewards. Opportunities are very rare, so make the most of it. Global Power Challenge Ranking. No. 1. Batman. North America. No. Due. Evan Allen. Eastern Europe. No. Tre. Russia. No. 7. Huaxia. Liu Yifei thought to himself, I didn't think Huaxia's ranking had fallen that far. Today, I will wash away this shame. Zhang Yang grabbed his battle axe and stepped forward. I'll go first. I'm a dual type awakened. I'll make it into the top 5 for this exam. Other people also excitedly joined in. I'm a dual type awakened strength and agility. I'll join too. Me too. Anyone else? Liu Yifei stepped out of the crowd, attracting every gaze. I'm Liu Yifei, a psychic type awakened. General Yang Guoping shouted in protest. Liu Yifei, this is a strength exam. Your psychic exam will be opened later if you're truly that impatient. I'll open it for you later. Liu Yifei crossed his arms and asked calmly, Is there any rule preventing me from participating? If not, then proceed. Not only am I joining the strength exam, I will also participate in 3 other types of exams. I will make all of you drop your jaws. On the podium, General Zhang Meng smirked at another general. He's planning to secure his position, isn't he? The other general asked. Oh, how so? Zhang Meng explained. It's a fact that in the level 3 exam, the test for psychic type awakened is the hardest in history. No one has ever passed that exam with their own attribute points. If he can climb to the 10th floor while taking the strength exam, he laughed gloatingly. He'll just be a nobody when compared to other power type awakened, but it's still better than failing the exam. Ha ha ha. The other general joined in. General Zhang. You're right. Down on the field, Zhang Yang looked at Liu Yifei with a look of contempt. You really think that with the same maximum attribute points, you can compare yourself to me? You're too naive. My talent allows me to break through my limits. And what about you? Liu Yifei roared, cutting him off. Shut up! A purple surge of psychic energy swirled around Liu Yifei. He pointed straight at Zhang Yang. Let's fight if you have the guts. Who do you think you are? I'll accept your challenge. As soon as the contestants entered the teleportation gate, a system notification appeared in front of Liu Yifei. Entering the strength challenge. Inside the challenge tower, you will face all kinds of enemies on the next floor after eliminating them all. Inside the strength challenge, all equipment bonuses will be void, and all other attributes will be significantly weakened. The battle begins after 10 seconds. Prepare yourselves. Standing inside the tower, Liu Yifei drew his sword and assessed the situation. All blue-tier enhancement items have disappeared, leaving only the basic functions. The 10th floor is for leveling up. The 20th floor and above I can make it into the top 3. The 23rd floor is the maximum level humans can reach after the apocalypse. His eyes flashed with determination. Then my goal is to reach the 24th floor. The first few floors are just a warm-up. I can easily pass them. He easily sliced a level 1 zombie hound in half. Level 1 zombie hound defeated. Past the first floor. Entering the next level. After 30 seconds, he continued to rush like a gust of wind, slicing a level 1 Iron Claw zombie. Only weak mutants in the first few floors. How boring. Level 1 Iron Claw zombie defeated. On the podium, General Yang watched the screens displaying the first 7 floors. Very easy. Everyone is progressing at the same speed. The difference will be seen after floor 7 or even floor 10. I wonder who will be the first to reach the 10th floor. General Zhang Meng pointed at a screen and proudly declared, Are you all blind? My son reached the 10th floor in such a short time. He laughed gloatingly and said to another general, and that Liu Yifei is still on the 8th floor. That's right. Congratulations, General Zhang. That Liu Yifei isn't as strong as the rumors say. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Liu Yifei was fighting slowly. After the first 7 floors, if you keep rushing, you'll just exhaust yourself. Those fools will never understand one thing. It doesn't matter who laughs the loudest. What matters is who can laugh until the end. A general announced. Due to the stronger mutants having a powerful magnetic field, all video feeds are cut off after the 10th floor. Zhang Yang's screen displayed, Zhang Yang, floor 11. General Zhang Meng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Excellent. My son's screen is the first to turn green. He continued to boast. Reaching the 10th floor in 10 minutes, we can say he cleared every floor in the blink of an eye. Liu Yifei is truly embarrassing himself by joining the strength exam. The other general also fawned. Ha ha ha. Of course. The first sequence will still be your son's, General. General Yang announced the latest results. The voice is emotionless. Wang Kai is the 11th person to pass floor 10. Liu Yifei is the 18th person to pass floor 10. And now, Zhang Yang is on floor 13. General Zhang Meng mocked, the 18th person to pass? His speed is almost catching up to a snail. Ha ha ha. One person just passed floor 10, and one person is already on floor 13. All of you must clearly see who is the better one. General Yang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Although he isn't a power type awakened, with Liu Yifei's reported strength, he shouldn't be this slow. Inside the tower, Liu Yifei is fighting a massive monster, his mind racing as he recalls his past life. He remembers that during the exam, its weakness was its back. He dodges the monster's strike and leaps onto its back. Just as I thought, he mutters, driving his sword deep into its weak spot. After destroying the monster, Liu Yifei stands amidst the rubble. I've reached the 12th floor. I haven't even used my stat reallocation yet. My spiritual power and stamina are still full. The 12th floor is cleared, and the next battle begins in 10 seconds. Please prepare. He tightens his grip on his sword. From here on, I can start using stat reallocation. I'll spend a bit of my spiritual power and stamina to rush to the 21st floor, and then I'll use my ultimate skill. Meanwhile, on another floor, Zhang Yang is panting heavily. Heaving, he gasps. After such a brutal fight, the 16th floor is finally clear. I have to be the first. I must keep going, only a few more floors left. I need to secure a high rank and shock everyone. I'm going to grind that Liu Yifei into dust. Other participants are struggling. Damn it. Why is it so hard at the end, right? Are the ones who reached the 20th floor even human? I can't go on. I'm only on the 14th floor. It doesn't matter. As long as we pass the 10th floor, we've completed our mission. General Yang looks up at the leaderboard. Unable to hide his surprise and growing admiration, he realizes most candidates have already exited, yet Liu Yifei remains. He's still persevering on the 15th floor. As a spiritual awakened, his performance is astonishing. General Zhang Meng sneers smugly and waves his hand dismissively at the general beside him. His limit is the 15th floor. Unlike my son, who's already on the 17th. In 3 more floors, he'll be in the global top 10. The sycophantic general hastens to flatter him, but another general notices something odd. Zhang Yang's speed has clearly slowed down after the 15th floor. Liu Yifei is the strange one. He's not slowing down. He seems to be speeding up. Am I hallucinating? Just then, the leaderboard updates. Liu Yifei, 16th floor. The general shouts in shock. Liu Yifei is on the 16th floor. I'm not hallucinating. He's actually accelerating. General Zhang Meng drops his jaw, unable to believe his eyes. He's caught up to Zhang Yang? How can that be? The sycophantic general looks visibly anxious. Is this just a coincidence, or is he going all out? He'll die on the 16th floor if he's not careful. An announcement echoes through the hall, the announcer's voice full of amazement. 17th floor. Liu Yifei has reached the 17th floor. A spiritual awakened has actually passed the 17th floor? Is this a joke? General Zhang Meng clenches his fists. He roars at the screen, showing his son. Son, keep it up. Don't lose to Liu Yifei. Inside the tower, Zhang Yang is fighting a giant skeleton frantically. Haha, die! But the skeleton is stronger. It releases a purple spiritual energy punch that sends Zhang Yang flying. He coughs up blood, panting. Ugh, I'm afraid this floor is my limit. I hadn't fully recovered from the last dungeon before entering the exam. I'm not in my best state. He grinds his teeth, trying to reassure himself. Forget it. I'm already in first place. There's no need to risk my life here. A green energy surge wraps around his battle axe, reinforcing all his spiritual power into the weapon. He leaps up, delivering a heavy, sky-crushing blow toward the skeleton. Shatter, you monster. Take this. After the devastating blow, he falls to his knees, gasping for air. Finally, he coughs, and without hesitation, chooses to leave the exam. A purple portal envelops his injured body. General Zhang Meng rushes over. My son. Zhang Yang looks at his father with pride. Father, I did it. I passed the 18th floor. I'm the first one. General Zhang only stares at his son in silence. Zhang Yang notices his father's strange expression. Father, what's wrong? He turns back to look at the empty stands, his voice full of confusion. I passed the 18th floor. This is the best result Great Shai has had in 2 years. Why is no one congratulating me? He looks up at the leaderboard and freezes. Liu Yifei, 19th floor. Wait, Liu Yifei is on the 19th floor? General Zhang Meng says in a heavy voice. 3 seconds before you exited, he had already reached the 19th floor. Zhang Yang coughs up black blood from anger and shock. He screams in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How could he reach the 19th floor? I refuse to believe it. The system must be broken. You all must be seeing things. General Zhang Meng places a hand on his son's shoulder and says bitterly, as hard as it is to believe, we've confirmed it. The fact is, starting from the 15th floor, his clear time for each floor dropped to 1 minute, just like how you were doing before the 10th. Zhang Yang collapses completely. No way, how could I lose? I'm a strength awakened. I have SS rank talent. Was the sacrifice of my uncles all for nothing? General Zhang Meng hugs his son, trying to comfort him. Don't think like that, son. Don't doubt yourself. You had too little time to prepare this time. This is just a temporary setback. It's no big deal. Besides, you're not weaker than Liu Yifei. If we had more time to prepare, you could definitely have reached the 19th floor. Suddenly, a cheer erupts throughout the hall. Liu Yifei, 20th floor. He passed the 20th floor. Damn it, 20th floor? Doesn't that mean he's in the top 10 now? General Yang Guoping can no longer sit still. He roars out an order. Quickly, notify Deputy Commander Xia. Yes, General Yang. He looks up at the leaderboard, pride welling up in his heart. What a miracle. We have such a genius. A top military commander must be here. Inside the tower, Liu Yifei faces a massive green-skinned octopus-headed monster. They're all tier 3 mutants, he says. After the 20th floor, if I don't use weapon enhancement and my ultimate skill, it's a bit hard to deal with them alone. He dashes off like a lightning bolt. He shifts 5 points of willpower to agility. Nomadic strike. He dodges the green energy orbs the monster fires at him. He thinks to himself, even though it can't catch me after I boost my agility, I can't just run around and do nothing. There's no way I can beat it without taking any damage. He rushes toward the monster, trying to stop it from gathering energy. I'll stop it from spitting poison. As he approaches, he immediately changes tactics. 5 points of willpower shift to strength. His sword bursts into red flames. He unleashes a powerful slash at the monster. He is pushed back by a wave of green energy, but maintains his footing. 5 points of willpower is too little. I can't swap strength, agility, and stamina all at once. This is getting annoying. He charges in again. Luckily, it can't spit more poison now. He gathers spiritual energy and shifts to strength. Liu Yifei roars, a crimson energy enveloping his sword as he strikes the monster's head. He spins in the air, his sword carving a brilliant arc of fire, breaking through with countless intertwined slashes. He tears the monster to pieces. Meat grinder. He lands on the ground, his flaming sword plunged into the floor. 21st floor cleared. Next battle starts in 1 minute. Please prepare. Liu Yifei exhales a long breath, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes flashing with confidence. I did it. Humph. From now on, I can use my ultimate skills. At the same time, in the stands, two high-ranking generals have just arrived. Deputy Commander Fang and Commissioner Hu walk in with an imposing aura. General Yang hurries to greet them. Commander Fang, you've finally arrived. What's the situation? He points to the leaderboard. Liu Yifei passed the 21st floor just a minute ago. He's still in the tower. Commander Fang Hao narrows his eyes, unable to hide his shock and interest. Good heavens, he's still going? Just then the leaderboard updates again. Liu Yifei, 22nd floor. Commissioner Hu points at the screen, shouting in extreme excitement, a golden energy bursting around him. Commander Fang, Liu Yifei just broke through the 22nd floor. 22nd floor. Third place on the global leaderboard. General Yang quickly tries to calm him down. Commander Fang, please don't get too excited. No one here can withstand your energy fluctuations. Commander Fang Hao regains his composure and coughs. Cough, apologies. I lost my cool. I'm one of Great Shia's geniuses too. I only just passed the 21st floor back then, and it took me half an hour. But Liu Yifei cleared the 22nd floor in 1 minute? How did he do that? He analyzes it with a look of disbelief. By the way, Liu Yifei performed averagely before the 15th floor, but after that, he suddenly sped up. All floors took less than a minute to clear, but on the 21st floor, he slowed down, and then he cleared the 22nd floor in a flash. This doesn't make sense. The other generals begin to whisper, I heard he's a spiritual awakened. Is the information about him wrong? One general mutters, looking dejected. Because there are those willing to do anything just to win. Commander Fang Hao roared with an imposing voice. I'll overlook their petty actions, but if anyone dares to hinder our nation, I won't let them off easily. Hearing that, General Zhang Meng broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, is Commander Fang talking about me? Even though I've done a few things, I wouldn't dare to do something like changing information. Commander Fang stared fixedly at the scoreboard, his face tense. He's been in there for almost a minute, and Liu Yifei still hasn't given up? According to the rumors, on the 23rd floor, he has to face grade 3 mutants alone. The exam isn't like the battlefield. You can't use anything other than your own strength. He roared as a fiery red energy enveloped him. Slash of the heavens, he shouted in extreme excitement. The person at the top of the global leaderboard is on the 23rd floor. With Liu Yifei's speed, has he already surpassed him? Commissioner Hu also cheered. That's right. Liu Yifei is definitely the world #1 now. General Zhang Meng and his supporters completely collapsed, sighing, it seems the title of world #1 has been lost beyond any doubt. We wanted to help everyone reach grade 3 and forget about Liu Yifei, but looking at it now, we are the ones being forgotten. Commissioner Hu wiped away tears, his voice filled with pride. It's been 37 years, if I remember correctly, since the #1 ranking of the strength exam. Bach Wave from North America has held the top spot for 37 years, and it's been 15 years since Dai Ha even made it into the top 10. Commander Fang was also moved. That's right. Now Dai Ha can finally feel proud. Commander Fang grabbed General Duong's shoulder. Excellent. Now relay this information to the Supreme Commander. Liu Yifei deserves to be treated with the highest privilege. Prepare yourself for when Liu Yifei comes out. General Duong nodded. Yes, Commander Fang. The 3 highest-ranking generals stood before the teleportation gate, waiting for the return of the new hero. Commander Fang looked at his watch, his face full of anxiety. Another minute has passed. Why hasn't Liu Yifei come out yet? Is he trying to climb another floor? But if he starts the next round, he won't be able to get out anymore. There will be intermediate grade 3 mutants on the next floor. Those monsters are not to be. His face suddenly flashed as he realized something. He turned to General Duong and roared in a panic. Yang Guoping, hurry up. Think of a way to call Liu Yifei out. He doesn't need to continue. Besides, call a medical team here. The 3 generals answered helplessly. The trial tower blocks all signal transmissions. There is no way to contact him. The 3 generals clasped their hands in prayer. Oh God, please don't do anything rash. Stop climbing the tower. If anything bad happens, we're all done for. The countdown began. 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Just as the clock hit 1 second, a notification appeared. Challenger Liu Yifei has finished the strength trial. The 3 generals cheered in joy and relief. He stopped. He stopped. Commander Fang Hao looked at the empty teleportation gate and roared in confusion. Then where is he? Why hasn't he come out? The exam is over. Why is there no worldwide announcement? Another general explained. It seems he signed up to not exit and proceeded directly to the next agility exam. The worldwide announcement will only show when he exits the exam. The agility trial portal started. Please prepare. Standing before another purple teleportation gate, Liu Yifei calculated silently. Although I want to clear 2 more floors, reaching the 23rd floor has already secured the top spot for me. I need to conserve the space slash and heaven's collapse for later, just in case. He touched the portal, and a hidden rule appeared in his mind. Besides, there is a hidden rule for the Grade 3 exam. If a participant takes multiple exams in one go, the results will be cumulative. If I exit now, the bonus rewards will disappear. I must get these rewards. As soon as he stepped in, a notification board appeared. Agility trial. Monster maze started. After 1 minute, the reward will be decided based on completion time. There are monsters hidden inside the maze that will attack you. You cannot fight back. You can only dodge. Finding the exit is the only way to pass this trial as quickly as possible. Liu Yifei checked the Global Agility Exam leaderboard. Agility trial. Global leaderboard. No. 1. Miyamoto. Fujiyama. Hung and Military Region. 1 minute and 9 seconds. No. 2. Gauss. On, Military Region. 1 minute and 23 seconds. He analyzed, Miyamoto's talent is being able to merge with objects. As long as he can merge into the walls, he can keep running. As for Gauss, aside from having agility talent, he also has calculation talent. He can accurately calculate the escape route. All of the top 10 on the leaderboard are SS rank. Clearly, that's not enough with just my attribute conversion. In another place, a woman wearing a stylized cheongsam was observing the situation. She is the A-rank agility genius, Huang Lin Vu. Now, everyone's eyes were fixed on Liu Yifei. Although it felt bad, it wasn't necessarily a terrible thing because Daiha's top personnel had gathered here, and above all, Liu Yifei had already defeated Zhang Yang. The agility trial started. Find the exit as soon as possible. Huang Lin Vu rushed into the maze, filled with determination. As long as I beat Liu Yifei in this match, I can at least receive the second-place streak title. That also counts as me bringing honor to the Tinjiao safe zone. She analyzed the situation. This is a complex maze. I can't break through the walls with my ability either. The best method to find the exit is to always stick to the right side of the wall. Although it will take more time, this is the best method I have right now. As for the monsters attacking her, she kicked the head of a Sakuke snake. The snake sprayed a stream of green toxic gas, but she dodged it easily with her S-rank agility talent. Dodging them was no problem. She glided past the monster's attacks gracefully. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei was in another area of the maze. Although this maze was complex, looking at the completion time, its size might not be that large. He charged straight forward, slashing through the monsters, blocking his path. Just need to dash toward the center of the maze and use space slash to teleport to the exit. Damn it. The closer to the center, the more mutants there are. He expertly dodged the monster's bite. He said, "It's a good thing I can dodge them using muscle memory." Memories from his past life flooded back. I've fought them. Countless times in my past life already. The ability to fight them has been carved into my bones. Huang Lin Vu was struggling more. A giant octopus monster attacked her. Damn it, these mutants are getting harder and harder to deal with, she roared. Cyclone! A powerful gust of wind was shot out. She quickly glided past its tentacles. She flew up, facing it one-on-one. Suddenly, another monster appeared. Damn it, another one. When she shouted Cyclone again, she was struck by a tentacle, but still managed to dodge the fatal blow. Although I'm a bit injured, I managed to dodge it. I'm running out of stamina. I must run faster. The exit must be right ahead. I must beat Liu Yifei. A panoramic view showed the maze was a complex, circular structure. Liu Yifei was fighting many monsters at once by himself. Liu Yifei finally reached the center. Finally, I'm at the center. This place is a real mess. He swung his sword, and a blue energy enveloped him. Space slash. I need to find the exit quickly. In the stands, Commander Fang Hao asked impatiently, "Why can't I see the situation inside the exam?" Another general reassured him, "Commander Fang, please rest assured. The agility exam will be very fast. It will take at most 5 minutes before the results are announced." That's right. Liu Yifei knows his limits when considering his performance in the previous exam. Commander Fang sighed. "I'm just afraid that the more arrogant he is, the easier he will break when facing a defeat. Look, Zhang Yang is a classic example. It feels like he's completely useless now." The other general replied, "Liu Yifei is a psychic-type awakener. That kind of thing probably won't happen." Zhang Yang eagerly asked his father, "Father, will he lose this time?" "He will lose, right? He will lose, won't he?" General Zhang Meng replied decisively. He will lose. He will definitely lose this time. He will lose. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the big screen. Huh? There's a signal coming in. Someone has passed the trial. Is it Hoang Lin Vu? She has the strongest talent this time. Just over a minute? Doesn't that mean we have another person on the leaderboard? The screen displayed the result. Liu Yifei, 1 minute and 8 seconds. Zhang Yang spat out a mouthful of black blood from shock and anger. The whole grandstand exploded in amazement. It's Liu Yifei again? What? 1 minute and 8 seconds. Another world record. Good lord, how many more surprises are you hiding from us? At the same time, Hoang Lin Vu appeared at the finish line, covered in injuries but still confident. She looked around. She didn't see anyone else. No one had come out of the trial yet. Liu Yifei hasn't come out yet either. I'm the first one. 2 minutes and 1 second. I did it. She smiled, her heart filled with pride. Although I'm not too outstanding, at least I can make it into the top 20 of the global leaderboard, right? But then she looked up at the scoreboard and went silent. Liu Yifei, first place. I lost. I lost to him even more miserably than Zhang Yang. A senior general, perhaps a member of her family, rushed over and slapped her hard. Hoang Lin Vu. Suddenly, the crowd was buzzing. Look, the commander-in-chief is here. Good God, this is the first time I've ever seen the commander-in-chief in the flesh. The commander-in-chief of the Great Xia, Li Xuanguo, entered with an imposing aura. Liu Yifei has caused quite a stir. This time, Commander Fang Hao reported hurriedly. Sir, Liu Yifei has just become the top-ranked contestant on the agility trial leaderboard. Li Xuanguo looked around. Huh, where is he? Fang Hao replied. He is still in the tower, participating in the physical endurance trial. Li Xuanguo's expression suddenly turned furious. Absurd. Hurry up and override the system to bring him out. The other generals were stunned. But, then he laughed. Haha, I'm just kidding. Just to ease the tension. Liu Yifei must be a monster. Let's observe him from the sidelines. Quite the joker, aren't you? Haha. Commander Fang Hao forced a laugh, sweat streaming down his face. Ha, ha. Sir, you do love to joke at inappropriate times. To ease the tension? Your joke only made us even more anxious, sir. Inside the trial, Liu Yifei was checking the physical endurance leaderboard. Physical endurance trial leaderboard. No. 1. Southeast Asia, Arnau, tank value, 1.3 T. No. 2. North America, George, tank value 0.7 T. No. 3. On. He analyzed. The tank value of the top-ranked person is nearly double that of the runner-up. I suspect he has some sort of secondary life force ability. A notification window appeared. Entering physical endurance trial. The trial is divided into zones, with mutants of different levels placed in different areas. You cannot attack inside the trial. The more damage you endure within a specific time, the higher your ranking will be. The time limit for this trial is 10 minutes. You may exit the trial at any time. Exiting means failing the trial. Liu Yifei looked ahead. A wasteland filled with monsters divided by zones. All the monsters in front were weaklings. The stronger the monster, the further ahead they were. There was a 10-minute time limit, and he could only defend. He gritted his teeth in determination. That means if he wanted a good ranking, he would have to head toward the more difficult areas. Switching his willpower to agility, he dashed off, dodging the weak monsters. As long as I can dodge the attacks in front and dash straight into the level 3 mutant zone, then activate Heavenly Court Collapse to absorb the damage. For a few seconds, my ranking will be high. In the gallery, Li Xuanguo asked Fang Hao. Fang Hao, do you think Liu Yifei can take the top spot in the physical endurance trial? Fang Hao replied cautiously. Sir, although I would love to see such a miracle happen, reasonably speaking, that shouldn't be possible. You know that those with physical talent can be judged by their appearance. For example, General Qin Feng and Zhang Hai both look very masculine, but Liu Yifei doesn't fit that standard. On the other hand, Wang Kai has joined this trial. Li Xuanguo laughed heartily. Fang Hao, you're overthinking it. Ha ha ha. Theoretically speaking, if it were before, could you have predicted that Liu Yifei would become the top person in both the agility and strength trials? Fang Hao was silent. Li Xuanguo excitedly slapped his own face. I am certain he will definitely be number 1 in the physical endurance trial, and above all, he will be the prime candidate to reach level 4. If I'm wrong, I'll slap my own face. What's wrong with doing that? Fang Hao gave a forced laugh. All right, sir, you can stop slapping now. Liu Yifei had reached the peak level 2 zone. He was struggling to fend off the attacks of a giant stone monster. I'm almost there. But this zone is a bit of a hassle. He dodged a heavy blow. Switching to physical endurance, he braced himself and took a massive punch like Saitama from the monster. He was pushed back, coughing up a mouthful of black blood, but remained standing. The monster continued to use its unwashed foot to stomp on his head, but luckily, the monster was blind. It missed him by about 2 palm widths, kicking up dust everywhere. He covered his face, afraid of inhaling the smoke. Another monster bullied him, hitting his shoulder and drawing blood. He cursed. "Damn it, my left arm is disabled." He retreated. "I need to get out of the peak, level 2 zone and think of another way." He called his assistant. "Li Fuqi, help me pick up the sword." "Yes, master." He observed the area. There was a giant but sluggish zombie elephant in the peak level 2 zone. It used its trunk as its main weapon. An idea flashed in his mind. "I can use it to get through this area." Immediately, he dashed toward the elephant. "If I can successfully provoke it, I can use its power to fly across this area." But the trunk wasn't just for show. He shouted, "Switch to physical defense." The elephant whipped its trunk hard toward him. The elephant's powerful flick sent Liu Yifei flying over the heads of the other monsters. He landed in the peak, level 3 zone, cheering in joy. "I did it!" He stuck his sword into the ground to keep his balance, his body covered in wounds. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. "My physique is truly lacking. If I get hit one more time, I'm a goner." A giant earthworm monster emerged from the ground. Liu Yifei stood straight up, his eyes burning with fire. Now is the time to see the true power of Heavenly Court collapse. If I really can't take the damage, my only option is to exit the trial. The monster lunged toward him, its giant mouth opening, ready to swallow him whole. Liu Yifei raised his sword to the sky and roared, exploding with all his soul power. The monster wrapped its body around him, but a blue energy shield formed around him. He thought confidently, "A thick shield. I can always rely on the system's SSS rank sword skills." His tank value numbers began to soar. Tank value. Uxipilkuno la colmete. Tank value, 1.15 T. Tank value, 1.23 T. My tank value has far surpassed the world leader. Why hasn't the 10 minutes ended yet? He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with tension. My soul power is running out. The shield can't hold any longer. I still need to use the super jump effect and a lightning fast attack, but I can't attack mutants. He used the skill's effect to escape, then dove into the ground like a meteorite before springing up like a spring. A notification window appeared before him, sweat streaming down his temples. The 10-minute trial has ended. Do you want to exit? Yes? No? He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, 10 minutes. Without hesitation, he chose yes. All the generals in the gallery held their breath as they looked at the leaderboard. Liu Yifei, tank value, 1.74 T. The entire gallery erupted in cheers. Liu Yifei, the number 1 in the physical endurance trial. He even surpassed Arnau by 30%. He crushed him, absolutely crushed him, becoming the head of all 3 talents. This is a miracle. Only Li Xuanguo kept his calm, but inside, his heart was also churning. I suspect there's a problem with Liu Yifei. He laughed and said to the others, "He's not a human, he's a god." "Ha ha ha. I'm just kidding." Commander Feng Hao forced a laugh. "Sir, you're joking again." In the lounge, Liu Yifei sat in meditation to recover. Only the willpower trial is left. I need to readjust my state. Although my left arm is currently crippled, the willpower trial doesn't require me to fight. A notification appeared. Please start the next trial in 1 minute. 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 57 seconds. 7 seconds. He stood up and sighed. I intended to get the secret reward, but the system won't let me rest. Then let's start the next trial. Whatever happens, this is my home turf. Please choose your trial method. 1. Standard willpower trial. In the standard trial, you can use your abilities normally and fight the enemies. The result is determined by the number of monsters killed and the time taken. After completing 7 rounds, you will pass the trial. 2. Advanced willpower check. In the advanced trial, you cannot use any abilities except your rank B talent. All your enemies are created from your memories. After completing 7 rounds, you will pass the trial. He pondered. The first willpower trial is the one I have tried the most in my past life. It is also the method I used to level up in my past life. But now, all my abilities are on cooldown, and I can't use my left arm to fight. I can only choose to participate in the advanced trial. He reached out and chose advanced trial. The advanced trial began. Liu Yifei found himself standing in a familiar corridor. The first memory created was the Tianfeng safe zone. This feeling is too real. A familiar figure rushed toward him. Liu Yifei, you've come just in time. Hurry, a horde of zombies is coming, let's fight together. But Liu Yifei coldly swung his sword. I'm sorry, Uncle Tu. Commander Tu was startled. Huh? What are you doing? A sword strike hit him, making him stagger. Liu Yifei whispered into his ear. Although it's very hard to distinguish you from the real person, I have to do this just in case. I suspect you are a monster created from my memories. You stand there watching the projection of Xiaohai's memories vanish. Are you not going to reveal your monster form? Is the system trying to test my guilt and my ability to handle mental stress? I didn't think you'd do that. A portal appears. You say with a hint of sadness but full of determination, I'm sorry, Uncle Liu. Although I feel a bit sad, I can't stop here. Next round. The scene changes. You find yourself in the middle of a chaotic battle. Trandung is being grabbed by a giant octopus monster. Big brother Trandung, hold on. Trandung turns to you and screams in despair. Liu Yifei, help me. Trandung is surrounded by mutants. I've never begged anyone before, but please, take my little sister and go. I'll hold off the mutants. Without a moment's hesitation, you rush forward and slice through Trandung's projection. The remaining Trandung screams in disbelief and agony. Liu Yifei, why? You brush past him, your voice cold. Even though you two look very similar, it's still not enough to confuse me. You turn back. I'm sorry. Next round. The scene changes again. You face a sexy woman in black clothes sitting on the ground. Water, huh? You shout defiantly. Come here, you scum. Didn't you say you wanted to sleep with me? She smiles seductively. Anyway, I won't resist. My shield is gone too. I'm giving you a chance right now. You raise your sword. For many awakened psychic types, this round could actually be very difficult, but for me, it's much easier than the previous two. Killing you doesn't make me feel guilty. You strike down with your sword. After destroying her, you stand up. The system is clearly underestimating me. Next round. A beautiful woman in a bathrobe appears. Liu Yifei. Even though I usually seem rebellious, that's just because I'm trying to provoke my father. She slowly takes off the robe, but this is my first time. I hope that you reach out and cover her eyes. Yan Yuqing, thank you for your kindness, but please close your eyes. That is the greatest respect I have for you. You act decisively. Next round. The ruins of a building appear. A teacher holding an axe is trying to protect his students. Don't be afraid, kids. I'm here. I will definitely get all of you out. You find yourself wearing a student uniform. This is the classroom. When you were 14 years old, the door is kicked open. Painful memories come flooding back. Your eyes widen in terror. And that time, everyone else died. I am the only survivor. You look at the girl sitting next to you. A teardrop rolls down her cheek. That was also the last time I saw my deskmate, Wang Can. I still remember that one day, when she got a piece of bread, she didn't want to eat it and gave it to me. Wang Can's projection grips your hand, her voice trembling with hope. Liu Yifei, you'll protect me, won't you? You'll take me to a safe place, right? You look at her, your heart full of pain and helplessness. I want to get you out too. I wanted to get everyone out. You push her hand away and step back. Anguish is evident on your face. But regret is regret. Today, I didn't have the chance to do anything. But if I take you out today, I'll fail my exam, and you won't truly come back to life. Wang Can asks blankly, Liu Yifei, what are you talking about? Tears stream down. You rush over, both hands tightly gripping her throat, screaming in torment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. She only manages to gasp your name weakly. You collapse beside her lifeless body, holding your head and screaming in despair. Damn system. Please, don't kill me with my own emotions. From the shadows, voices ring out other memories of your classmates. Ah! Liu Yifei choked Wang Can to death. He's mutated. Run! You stand up, your eyes glowing with purple murderous intent. 3 psychic control kill. No one will leave alive. After destroying all the memories, you turn your back on the ruins, your voice full of sorrow, but also extremely determined. Everyone, I'm sorry. No matter how cruel it is, I can only move forward. If there really is an afterlife, next round. The scene changes again. You find yourself in a dilapidated house. Your little sister is crying beside your mother, who is lying motionless on the floor. Mom, what's wrong? You mutter to yourself, looking exhausted. Friendship, relationships is the 6th round family? How much further does this exam go? Your little sister turns around and sees another woman walk through the door. The little girl cheers happily. Big brother, Mom, you're finally back. She rushes over to hug you. Big brother, I'm so scared. You stroke her hair, trying to comfort her. Don't be scared. Ye Xiao An. I'm here. Mom will be fine. The little girl looks up and smiles innocently. Yes, with you here, I'm not scared. But immediately after, she pulls her arm away and stabs you straight in the stomach. You stagger back, clutching your wound. Black blood flows from her hand. She tilts her head and asks naively, "Big brother, why aren't you hugging me? Did I do something wrong to make you angry?" You swing your sword, tears rolling down your cheeks. "I'm sorry, Ye Xiao An. It's all Big Brother's fault. I'm sorry. Please don't blame your big brother." After slicing through your little sister's projection, you turn to your mother, who is sitting up. "Ye Xiaoan, my Ye Xiaoan. Liu Yifei, why are you doing this?" Without hesitation, you swing your sword again. "Mom, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." You collapse, your body trembling. "I've killed my entire family. Is there only one round left?" You look up at the sky and scream in absolute agony. "What else do you have for me? Bring it on." The mental pain is so great that you curl up. A deep red energy envelops your body. It seems to be tearing your mind apart piece by piece. You fall, sinking into a deep body of water. Your consciousness gradually fades. "Am I dead?" Someone's voice echoes in your mind. "Liu Yifei, Liu Yifei, wake up. You succeeded. Wake up. We need you." You slowly open your eyes to find yourself lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by many military officials. You cough, cough, cough. He's awake. He finally woke up. You sit up, clutching your head in confusion. Huh? Where am I? What is happening to me? Wasn't I still in the grade 3 will exam? A young general steps forward, explaining joyfully. "Liu Yifei, you succeeded. You fell into a coma right after passing the level 4 exam. We were all very worried. Luckily, you've woken up. We still have hope." You respond blankly. "Oh." You look at the familiar faces around you. Fragmented memories begin to piece themselves together. 4? Level 4? Coma? All of you? Suddenly, you realize a horrifying truth. I've returned to my past life? At the moment before the capital was taken down? You stare at your hands in amazement, feeling life surging back. You mutter, "My left hand has completely recovered. The wound on my stomach is also gone. Not only that, the energy inside my body also feels stronger than ever." A massive blue energy suddenly erupts from your body, spreading throughout the hospital room, forcing everyone to kneel. A commander covers his eyes against the incredible pressure. Sweat pours down, but his mouth breaks into a hopeful smile. So this is the pressure from a level 4 awakened one? Even a level 3 peak person couldn't withstand it. But we finally have hope. Suddenly, a soldier runs in a panic, shouting, "Commander Lai, the front line can't hold anymore. That level 4 mutant has broken through our defensive line and is leading a swarm of zombies inside." Commander Lai immediately turns to you, his expression tense and worried. "Liu Yifei, how are you feeling? Can you fight? If you need more rest, we will use our lives to buy time for you." You look around blankly, your mind blank. What the hell is happening? A horrifying memory flashes in your head. An image of you fighting a grotesque mutant. Wasn't I dead when I fought that level 4 mutant? Memories continue to appear, showing your comrades saving you. No. At that time, I wasn't completely dead. I was saved by a few level 3 people. You recall the excruciating pain of trying to break through after returning. I forced my will core to break and tried to break through to level 4. After that, I fell into a coma. But why don't I remember anything about this? A severe headache strikes. You clutch your head and grimace. Is this a side effect of forced breakthrough? You stare into space, your eyes glowing with blue light in confusion. Everything I experienced after reincarnation, was it just a dream? Or has that dream merged with my current memories? Unable to bear the chaos in your mind, you clutch your head and scream in pain. The surrounding energy becomes uncontrollable. What on earth is real? Commander Lai quickly creates a green energy shield and shouts loudly. "Liu Yifei, you still can't control your new power. Don't use it indiscriminately. Rest. As long as you recover, we will have hope." With a determined look, he turns to the other soldiers. "Everyone, follow me to the front line and fight. We must buy time for Liu Yifei." You pant heavily, trying to force the chaotic energy in your body to settle down. Calm down, you grit your teeth, muttering to yourself. "I must calm down." You slowly stand up from the hospital bed, your eyes full of determination to find the truth. "At least I must leave this room." Outside, the scene is a chaotic sea of people. Everyone is scrambling to escape, as an announcement blares over the loudspeaker. The front line is collapsing, and the underground bunker is the only safe place left. Panic and selfishness are written on every face in the crowd. "Let me in first. I have a family." Suddenly, a winged mutant swoops down from the sky. It snatches a screaming man. Argh! Help me! A mutant from the front line made it here. Save me! Another man, who just awakened his powers, knocks a civilian aside with a cruel, savage look on his face. He roars, "Get out of my way! I'm an awakened! Anyone who blocks my path dies." He tramples the victim lying on the ground, screaming in anger and despair. Why now? Right when I just became an awakened, chaos erupts as other awakened begin, attacking the common people as well. A man with a mohawk lunges forward, shouting, "You stupid civilians! How dare you stand in the way of us, the awakened? Die! Get out of here!" Another, wielding a sword, slashes into the crowd, yelling their twisted ideology. "I'm an awakened too. You civilians should just die. We are the hope of humanity, and useless people like you have no reason to live." Suddenly, brilliant blue energy beams descend like lightning, striking the awakened who are causing chaos. The blue rays continue to punish those slaughtering the innocent, disintegrating them in an instant. The crowd of civilians looks up in shock and confusion. One person stammers that from the top of a ruined building, a proud figure stands, his body enveloped in a powerful blue aura. A soldier recognizes him and shouts in extreme joy, "Master Liu Yifei." Liu Yifei looks down at the chaotic crowd below, his voice cold but authoritative. "Everyone, get into the shelter in an orderly fashion. If any of you kills again, you will be dealt with like a monster." He turns around, his gaze fixed on the burning city and the swarms of mutants flying in the sky. He raises his hand, blue energy converges as he shouts, "Spirit Sword, coalesce!" A giant energy sword forms, radiating overwhelming power, slicing apart the mutants flying nearby. Liu Yifei grips the sword tightly, feeling the surging power within his body. He thinks confidently, "This level 4 power feels so real and strong. This time, I truly feel invincible." He adds, "It's time to face that level 4 mutant at the front line." He dashes off, leaving a long trail of smoke as he heads straight for the most intense battlefield at the front. A commander is leading the remaining soldiers to fight off the monster horde. He yells, "Men, advance, plug this breach for me." A soldier is pounced on by a monster, his arm is bitten off, but he shows no fear. He screams wildly, "Don't think only you monsters know how to bite. Even if I have no limbs left, I still have this mouth." He lunges at the monster, savagely biting and tearing at it. He laughs maniacally while being crushed. "Ha, ha, ha, your flesh tastes rotten, you bastard." With his final breath, he yells their undying motto, "Humanity will never die." Witnessing their comrade's sacrifice, the other soldiers become equally frenzied. One of them screams, "Brothers, our commander fought to the death. We will be just like him. We will die while charging forward." Li Xuanguo says, "Everyone, we only have one chance to attack. If we can kill that level 4 mutant, or even severely wound it, we still have hope to turn back and stop the zombie horde. If we fail," another general interrupts, his eyes full of hope, "Leader, even if we fail, we still have Liu Yifei. He is our last hope." Commander Li sighs, his expression full of regret. It's a pity that Liu Yifei still hasn't been able to fully control his power. Commander Fang Hao blames himself. "It's all our fault. If we had discovered Liu Yifei sooner," Li Xuanguo laughs loudly, trying to lift everyone's spirits. "Ha, ha, if there were a cure for regret in this world, I'd have heaps of it. Enough. Stop overthinking. We're about to reach the monster. Prepare to attack." They charge out of the base, facing a colossal, pitch-black mutant with terrifying tentacles. Li Xuanguo orders, "Do it now. Get into formation. Aim for its head." A young soldier watches the 7 generals working together and shouts with pride, "With the 7 top warriors of the Great Xia fighting together, they can move mountains and divide the seas. Once this level 4 mutant dies, we will have hope." The 7 of them simultaneously unleash their strongest techniques. Solar Archer Arrow, Void Slash, Heaven Breaking Palm, Die. All the powerful attacks hit the mutant simultaneously, creating a horrific explosion. Li Xuanguo grinds his teeth, watching the total assault hit the monster. He shouts in anger, "Damn it! Did it dodge?" The mutant swings its tentacles. Commander Zhang Hao and the other commanders scream in despair and terror. "Damn it! Why is the power gap between us so massive?" Immediately after, it fires a destructive beam of purple energy, swallowing all the remaining generals in a horrific explosion. The soldiers below witness the scene, their faces turning pale with horror. One stammers, "They're dead, they're all dead." Not even 3 seconds later, another collapses, screaming in despair, "We're finished. We're doomed. Why? Why? Why is this happening?" In a high-tech command center, Two officers stare tensely at the monitoring screens, unable to believe what just happened. The Supreme Commander of Great Sha, Chu Tian, looks at the screen with a pained, exhausted expression. He orders, Li Xuanguo and all of them have sacrificed themselves. Notify Liu Yifei. Tell him to retreat with the final group to preserve hope for humanity. He picks up the microphone, his voice full of despair and resignation. Prepare for the worst. I will make one final broadcast to the whole world and end this all. A female officer rushes over to stop him. She yells, Wait, Commander. She points at the screen, saying joyfully, Look, it's Liu Yifei. I see Liu Yifei. On the screen, a figure wrapped in blue energy is rushing toward the mutant at terrifying speed. Liu Yifei appears before the monster, wearing a confident and defiant smile. He says, We meet again. Level 4, mutant. He lands on the battlefield, enveloped in a powerful blue energy. The surviving soldiers cheer in joy and hope. He's appeared. Liu Yifei is here. The zombie horde, which was attacking wildly, is forced to retreat in fear under the overwhelming pressure radiating from Liu Yifei. Seeing that, a soldier shouts excitedly, lifting the spirits of his comrades. Look! The zombie horde is retreating under Liu Yifei's pressure. Another cheers. Brothers, charge! The boss monster stands tall, unwavering. Liu Yifei frowns, sensing something abnormal. He thinks, the zombies are retreating, but the level 4 mutant is still here? Even if I am level 4, this shouldn't be possible, right? He narrows his eyes. A terrifying hypothesis flashes through his mind. What if all of this is fake? What if this is part of a trial? What can I do to pass this trial? Should I kill this level 4 mutant and fulfill my unfinished wish? From my past life, a soldier screams, cheering him on, pulling him out of his thoughts. Liu Yifei, kill it. Before it can do anything, kill it. You are our last hope. Liu Yifei reaches out, his heart full of conflict. If I want to, I can end this disaster at any time and make everything go back to being okay. Regardless of whether this is a trial or not, as long as I kill it, the regret in my heart will be erased. But suddenly, a familiar, warm voice cuts through his thoughts. Nin He! He turns back and is stunned to see apparitions of his mother and younger sister standing on a nearby building. His sister waves, calling out, Big brother! His mother smiles gently. Nin Hai, why are you still hesitating? Kill it, and we will be reunited. His sister adds happily, Big brother, kill that monster, and we can live happily ever after. Another apparition appears, a beautiful girl with long hair. She says with a longing voice, Liu Yifei, as long as you kill that monster, I will return to your side. Liu Yifei closes his eyes, then laughs sarcastically. Ha ha, is this system trying to get me to act? Just by doing all of this? He summons a mysterious black sword, his gaze becoming sharp and decisive. I think I know what this final trial is about. Since everyone wants this all to end, then I will end it. He returns to the real world. In the trial waiting room, the generals stand waiting impatiently amidst the falling snow. General Duonglang looks at his watch. It's been nearly 9 hours. Why hasn't Liu Yifei come out yet? Another retorts, there's no way. He passed the previous trials in the blink of an eye. Could something have happened? An older general begins to analyze. Impossible. If Liu Yifei chose the first trial, he would have been out a long time ago. If he chose the second trial, he must have absolute confidence in his will. He continues. Regardless of which one he chose, he should be able to pass them easily, unless he has been exhausted by all the previous trials. Someone agrees. He's right. Let's wait a little longer. Trong Manha suddenly speaks up. Everyone, pay attention. Sirs, there might be another reason why Liu Yifei still hasn't come out. The bearded general turned back to look at him, pressing him with a stern expression. Zhang Meng, what do you mean? Explain yourself. Zhang Meng stepped forward, his face deadly serious. He spoke to the silver-haired commander-in-chief. Sir, my hypothesis is critical. It concerns our nation's interests. I hope you can issue the highest-level order to cut off all communications here. We must ensure not a single piece of information leaks out, he emphasized with a steel-edged tone. His eyes were sharp. Not only that, but everyone present must be placed under Level 1 lockdown. Commander Fang Hao immediately protested vehemently. He grabbed Zhang Meng by the collar and roared, Zhang Meng, what are you talking about? At the cost of locking down so many people? Zhang Meng didn't flinch. He looked straight at the commander-in-chief and vowed loudly, Sir, if what I'm about to say isn't important, I'm willing to resign immediately. The commander-in-chief fell silent, his eyes contemplative as he weighed his subordinate's vow. Seeing this, Zhang Meng called out urgently, Sir! After a moment of consideration, the commander-in-chief made his final decision. He waved his hand and gave the order decisively. Issue Order 4. Seal off this area immediately. We are entering Level 1 security state at once. A massive red energy barrier enveloped the entire base. The system announced, protective shield activated. Only after the order was issued did Zhang Meng begin to explain his theory. Sir, I believe Liu Yifei managed to take the top spot in all 3 challenges because he found a loophole. It isn't because he possesses overwhelming talent. No matter the challenge, he didn't use his own strength to overcome it. That explains why he was trapped in the challenge he felt most comfortable in. Commander Fang Hao still didn't believe it. He growled, Zhang Meng, you're just spewing ridiculous theories. Zhang Meng immediately retorted, don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? He began to recount an event from the past. There was once an awakened one in North America with the ability to copy items. Although the copied items had no effects, they could be accepted by the NPCs in the dungeon. With this ability, he farmed all the dungeons and obtained a massive amount of resources, until he accidentally revealed his ability and was wiped out by the system. Only then did we realize that the divine system could also make mistakes. Zhang Yang, Zhang Meng's son, the one who had lost to Liu Yifei earlier, spoke up with a triumphant look. My father is right. Liu Yifei definitely found a loophole. I am not a loser. I have never lost to him. Zhang Meng continued to propose to the commander-in-chief, his eyes full of calculation. Sir, if Liu Yifei comes out, I suggest we interrogate him. If his method can be replicated, Huaxia will gain a massive advantage. Commander Fang Hao couldn't take it anymore. He shouted angrily, Sir, isn't it too early to make such assumptions? Liu Yifei is still inside the challenge. We truly want to interrogate him the moment he comes out? This is too cruel. We can't, the commander-in-chief raised his hand, cutting off the argument. He declared decisively, Stop talking. I have my own decision. We will wait until Liu Yifei comes out. Back inside the challenge, Liu Yifei was rushing toward the monster, while the illusions of his family and friends were screaming, cheering him on. Liu Yifei, kill it. Brother, kill it. Liu Yifei gay, kill it. He looked at the familiar illusions, his eyes filled with sorrow but immense determination. I'm sorry, I don't believe humans should always obsess over how to fix their past mistakes. Regardless of how good the past or future seems, he suddenly turned his sword point back and roared decisively. I don't want to live inside an illusion. He drove his sword straight into his own stomach. He braced himself, gritting his teeth against the extreme pain as he ended his own life in this illusion world. In his final moment, he shouted his belief and resolve. Even if reality is cruel, I will face it and change it. Because the only thing that's truly real is looking forward. Liu Yifei stood tall, the black sword in his hand emitting an aura of darkness. He muttered to himself, his voice mixed with bitterness and determination. It's a fact that I died miserably in my past life. Even though I'm still afraid of failing again. He raised his sword high, channeling all his strength and will into it, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. But in this life, I will destroy you completely. A massive blue energy orb erupted from the sword, swallowing the entire illusion world in a destructive light. As the light faded, a series of system notification panels appeared before his eyes. Willpower challenge completed. Current world ranking. Number 1. After completing the challenge, you receive special rewards. Your achievements will be announced to the entire world. Rank 1. Strength challenge. Received +3 strength points. Strength attribute tripled after reaching level 3. Total 68 points. Rank 1. Agility challenge. Received +3 agility points. Agility attribute tripled after reaching level 3. Total 68 points. Rank 1. Stamina challenge. Received +3 stamina points. Stamina attribute tripled after reaching level 3. Total 68 points. Liu Yifei's body floated in mid-air as the notifications kept appearing. Rank 1. Willpower challenge. Received +3 willpower points. Willpower attribute tripled after reaching level 3. Total 68 points. Overall rank 1 bonus, received +10 universal attribute points. All attributes increased to 78 points. Received talent, rage power. Received talent, overload agility. Received talent, indomitable stamina. Received talent, mental pressure. Completed secret challenge. Received +4,000 reputation points. Received title, perfect being. After equipping, you can trade auxiliary items for free. You also receive Tier A privilege. Item reward. Choice of Tier 4. Blue grade item or Epic grade item. Exchange 1. Received special item. Epic grade regeneration potion. Received special item. Time key. Epic grade. Received talent reward. SSS grade. Willpower talent upgraded to Mental Storm. Mental Storm. Plus 100%. Willpower attribute increase. Received telekinesis, mental shield, and mind-bending capabilities. Talent cooldown, 24 hours. Back in the waiting room, a purple spatial portal slowly closed. Liu Yifei knelt on one knee on the ground, his whole body exhausted. The commander-in-chief exclaimed in immense joy. "He's out." Liu Yifei cleared the challenge. "He's number 1. He is the only person in the world to clear the level 3 willpower challenge." Liu Yifei gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. He muttered, "I can't take it anymore. Where's the global announcement?" Immediately, a massive beam of light from space shone down onto Earth. The system's voice echoed across the planet. Global announcement. Challenge tower rankings updated. Strength challenge, no, 1. Huaxia Theater, Liu Yifei. Agility challenge, no, 1. Huaxia Theater, Liu Yifei. Stamina challenge, no, 1. Huaxia Theater, Liu Yifei. Willpower challenge, no, 1. Huaxia Theater, Liu Yifei. The whole world was shocked. Huaxia, Liu Yifei? Top of everything? Liu Yifei slumped over, his body twitching from exhaustion, but a satisfied smile bloomed on his lips. "Humph, you stupid system. I didn't do all of that just to get nothing." Seeing him collapse, Commander Fang Hao panicked and shouted, "Liu Yifei, Liu Yifei, where is the medical team? Don't just stand there, go save him." A medic quickly checked Liu Yifei and reassured the deputy commander, "Deputy commander, calm down, he's okay. His left arm is just fractured, and he used too much willpower. He'll be fine after a few days of rest." The commander-in-chief and the other generals let out a sigh of relief. He placed a hand over his heart. "Phew, what a relief. I almost died of a heart attack." Zhang Meng spoke up again with a suspicious tone. "Humph, number 1 in every category, yet only slightly injured? How is that possible?" "Sir, you should reconsider what I said earlier. I suggest we use spiritual power to wake Liu Yifei up and interrogate him immediately." Commander Fang Hao angrily pointed at Zhang Meng's face. "Zhang Meng, you dare cross the line? If you want to touch Liu Yifei, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Zhang Meng didn't back down. He shouted back, "What? Is Commander Fang disregarding national interests and acting on emotion? If my theory is true, Liu Yifei will just be a sacrificial pawn." Fang Hao roared. "You!" The other generals hurriedly intervened. "Sir, I don't suggest doing that. If he's wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable." Another added, "That's right, sir. Liu Yifei performed brilliantly, and now we're doubting him? If we do this, not only will we disappoint Liu Yifei, but we'll also gamble Huaxia's future on a risk." The commander-in-chief made his final decision, his eyes full of authority. 3 days. We will wait for 3 days and see if he wakes up soon. After that, I will decide what to do. Take him down and look after him. Do not harm him." Zhang Meng watched the stretcher carrying Liu Yifei away. He muttered venomously, 3 days, huh? Then I'll wait. Liu Yifei, do you dare to wake up?" 3 days passed, and the generals were still keeping watch by Liu Yifei's hospital bed. "Commander Zhang, I am reporting that over 117 nations are asking about Liu Yifei. How should we respond?" The commander-in-chief had been deep in thought. It has been 3 days, and Liu Yifei still hasn't. Zhang continued to apply pressure. "Commander, even the best doctors in China say that Liu Yifei has completely recovered. The fact that he hasn't woken up yet means he must be feeling guilty. I propose we begin a mental interrogation of Liu Yifei immediately." Fang Hao angrily pushed Zhang's hand away. "I do not agree. We already agreed on 3 days. Deputy Commander Fang, are you planning to break your word?" The commander-in-chief roared, cutting off their argument. "Enough! It would be a huge mistake to just sit here and do nothing," he ordered. Zhang wore a triumphant smile and shouted, "Bring the equipment. Start the mental interrogation on Liu Yifei." Medical staff pushed a machine over with a strange-looking helmet. As they entered the command room, Fang Hao desperately rushed to block their path. "No, Commander, we cannot treat Liu Yifei like this," Zhang coldly asked. "Deputy Commander Fang, are you planning to commit treason?" The commander-in-chief looked at Fang Hao with a complex expression, his voice full of discomfort. "Hao, I don't want to do this either. But this concerns our national security." Fang Hao could only remain silent in helplessness. Then he roared in frustration, "Get out!" A medical staff member was checking Liu Yifei's condition and attaching electrodes to his chest. Zhang approached the hospital bed, his eyes glowing red with madness. He wore a wicked smile as he picked up the interrogation helmet, preparing to place it on Liu Yifei's head. As the helmet was placed, Liu Yifei let out a pained groan and sweat began to bead on his forehead. Suddenly, he bolted upright, looking around in confusion. Zhang was startled and backed away. Liu Yifei asked in a raspy voice, "Where am I?" The other generals burst into joy and relief. "He's awake! He's finally awake! Thank heavens, you're finally awake!" The commander-in-chief laughed loudly and ordered happily, "That's wonderful! Quickly, get those things off him." Deputy Commander Fang Hao hurriedly ran over, shoved the machine aside, and said, "What do you think you're doing?" "I am the Deputy Commander of China, Fang Hao." He turned to Liu Yifei and introduced them kindly. "Liu Yifei, I am sure you haven't met him yet. This is the highest Commander-in-Chief of China, Li Shuangguo, and this is Council Member Hu. I believe you have already met General Zhang." Liu Yifei removed the helmet from his head, examined it suspiciously, and asked, "Huh? I'm asking, what is this thing? It doesn't look like medical equipment at all." Council Member Hu stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Liu Yifei, since you are awake, we have a few questions for you. What is your talent? Can you open your system interface and show it to us?" Liu Yifei's gaze turned cold. He thought to himself, "I see, I get it now. These people are really something. Instead of congratulating me, they are interrogating me? How ridiculous." It was a pity he couldn't reveal his sword god system, or he would be wiped out of existence. He looked at Council Member Hu, his voice cold. "Council Member Hu, does the military not know about my talent? And when did the military start demanding that awakened individuals show their system interfaces?" Both Li Shuangguo and Council Member Hu became awkward, stammering and unable to speak. "No. Zhang stepped forward, pointing directly at Liu Yifei's face, his voice harsh. "Liu Yifei, we suspect that something is wrong with your trial results. Did you pass all the challenges by using a bug? This is very important. I hope you will cooperate with us. Don't try to hide anything. Otherwise," Liu Yifei calmly replied, his eyes sharp as knives. "A bug? You are all questioning me? You think I cheated?" Fang Hao hurriedly explained, "Liu Yifei, it's not what you think. Let us explain." But Li Shuangguo stopped him. "How? We cannot just let this slide. Liu Yifei, I apologize. We truly suspect that you used a bug because your performance was just too outstanding." The Commander-in-Chief continued in a tone that was both soft and threatening. "First of all, we are all very happy that you brought such honor to China. Secondly, we hope you understand that even if you used a bug, this bug is also very valuable to us. But here, as commander, I promise that as long as you are honest, you will still be the top-ranked individual." Zhang immediately objected. "Commander, we cannot let Liu Yifei off so easily. Once awakened individuals from other countries contact him, the consequences will be unimaginable." Li Shuangguo barked, his eyes sharp and cold. "Enough, Zhang. If you say another word, you won't be able to hide your true intentions anymore." Zhang could only remain silent in his anger. He gritted his teeth and thought, Liu Yifei doesn't dare show his system interface because he is definitely lying. He definitely used a bug. Even if that's the case, the commander is still giving him the title of the top-ranked individual? Then didn't I do all of this for nothing? Liu Yifei lowered his head and offered a bitter smile. "Haha, clearly the problem is with Zhang. I understand the perspective of those in power, but I still feel disappointed in people. This time they doubted my talent. So what about next time? I can't let the same thing happen to me as in my previous life." He lifted his head and looked straight at the generals. "All right. I will let you all know what that bug is. Deputy Commander Fang, could you bring me a talent testing crystal? I want the highest grade one." Commander Fang Hao didn't hesitate. He immediately ran off. "Sure, I'll go get it right now." Zhang sneered to himself. Opening the system interface only takes a few seconds. Why bring a testing crystal? Is he trying to prove to everyone that he is an all-talented awakened one? Even if he was SSS rank in every talent, he couldn't have topped all the challenges. Regardless of the test results, that still won't prove you didn't use a bug. Liu Yifei turned to look at Zhang with a cold gaze. "Zhang, Officer Zhang, is it? After I finish testing, if you still have any questions, come and ask me." Moments later, Commander Fang Hao pushed a cart. He looked at them defiantly. "This is the bug. Are you all satisfied now?" Commander-in-Chief Li Shuangguo laughed heartily, while Commander Fang Hao shouted in triumph, "Oh my god, I told you, he didn't use a bug." The other generals were still reeling. They stammered, "SSS rank? Does such a rank really exist in this world? I thought that was just a legend, a godlike rank. Unbelievable." Zhang's face turned as pale as a corpse, cold sweat dripping down his temples. He muttered in utter horror, "I'm done for. I'm really finished. I can understand you all. It's just that I heard that when choosing the top-ranked individual, besides a trial, I still need to participate in a one-on-one duel with the other candidates. Is that right? Council member Hu hurriedly waved his hands and smiled. Liu Yifei, you don't need to do that. You are strong enough. Didn't the commander already say you are the top-ranked one? Liu Yifei ignored him and turned to look straight at Zhang, with sharp eyes. Officer Zhang, I heard your son, Zhang Yang, was the previous top-ranked individual. I am a fair person. I don't like accepting any special privileges. Zhang Yang is truly strong. Why don't we have a proper one-on-one duel? To make things fair? He turned to Li Shuangguo and declared loudly, Commander, according to the law, a person with a lower rank is permitted to challenge someone with a higher rank. I will decline the top position you bestowed upon me. I will challenge the top-ranked individual, Zhang Yang, to a duel to the death. Zhang panicked and shouted, Liu Yifei, what do you mean? Li Shuangguo was silent. He thought to himself, that kid is sharp. He's ruthless. I said I would reward him. And now he's pushing me into a corner. Although Zhang really did do wrong, killing his son is going a bit too far. Zhang clutched his head, his heart torn apart. I must endure this. I can't make things worse, or I will be abandoned by the commander. My only choice now is to yield to him and give the commander an out. He forced a fake smile, his voice trembling. Liu Yifei, the top position is yours. Your talent far surpasses my son's. I will renounce the top position on Zhang Yang's behalf. Also, regarding what just happened, I apologize. I said those things because I was worried about your safety. It was all just a misunderstanding. Liu Yifei coldly replied, Officer Zhang, you are too kind. We should do things by the book. I don't want any AI claiming that I, Liu Yifei, am an arrogant man who breaks the rules. He clenched his fist, throwing a provocative look at Zhang Meng. Zhang Yang is truly excellent. We'll see who's better in the arena, won't we? Zhang Meng froze, sweat pouring down his face, his whole body trembling with fear. Councilman Ho stepped in to mediate. Commander, since Liu Yifei wants to follow the rules, why don't we do as he says? But Liu Yifei just promoted to grade 3. He'll need time to adapt to his power. After 3 days, and once the match concludes, we will announce the rankings and award the prizes. Is that understood? Li Shuangguo thought to himself. Old man Ho is truly an old fox. He is usually so cautious. Even Hao Zi hasn't said a word yet, but he is already defending Liu Yifei. It seems he must have a reason for doing this. But it's good that we have 3 days to prepare. We'll go along with Ho's plan. Zhang Meng gritted his teeth, screaming internally, My son and I have been abandoned? No, no, Liu Yifei, I won't let you kill my son. If you intend to kill him, I'll make sure you die first. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei also thought coldly. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 15 years, but not waiting even a single day is an insult to the enemy. Don't worry, Zhang Meng. I will see to it that you and your son are reunited in the afterlife. On a windy balcony, Li Shuangguo asked Old Man Ho, Let's be honest with each other. Why did you agree with Liu Yifei? Councilman Ho replied seriously, Commander, have you forgotten about the national dungeon that begins in 10 days? He continued to explain that previous losses had severely impacted their reserves. Our combat strength is at stake. This dungeon is vital to us. If we don't have enough spirit energy reserves this time, most of our fighter jets will become scrap metal. Li Shuangguo realized the problem. You want to let Liu Yifei participate this time? Councilman Ho nodded. That's right. The 4 participants won't just need to deal with the mutants inside the dungeon. They will also have to contend with other grade 3 awakeners from other nations. So, why don't we test just how strong Liu Yifei is? And whether he has the guts to kill? Because killing a living person is completely different from killing a mutant. Li Shuangguo added worriedly. But Old Man Ho, once Zhang Yang dies, Zhang Meng might go insane. I'm afraid of the trouble he might cause. Councilman Ho confidently replied, That is why I gave him those 3 days. That is for Zhang Meng to prepare for his son. Secondly, it gives us time to prepare 2 contingency plans based on the outcome. Li Shuangguo laughed. Ha ha ha, you really are an old fox. You are quite cautious indeed. Councilman Ho reminded him, Commander, besides this, we should inform the world that Li Yifei is SS rank. Otherwise, I fear that everyone will come looking for him. Li Shuangguo nodded. We will follow your plan. Go ahead and lift the information blackout. In a dark room, Zhang Yang sat huddled in a corner, sinking into despair. He lifted his head when he saw his father enter, his voice full of hope. Father? Father, are you back? Have they checked Liu Yifei's talent? Did he cheat? He lunged, clinging to his father and asking frantically, Father, did he really find a bug? Is he being imprisoned? Am I still the top-ranked one? Zhang Meng could only sigh. Zhang Yang screamed in despair. Sigh? What really happened? Tell me, Zhang Meng said heavily. We tested him. Liu Yifei did nothing wrong. It's just that he challenged you to a death match in 3 days. Zhang Yang couldn't believe his ears. No, how can he have no issues? Are all of you wrong? He backed away, his whole body trembling with fear. Wait, father, did you just say a death match? Him and me? No, I won't go. I can't. What if I just give up the top ranking? I don't want it anymore. Doesn't he want to be on top? I'll yield it to him, Zhang Meng said helplessly. I already told him that. But he insists on having a match with you. Zhang Yang screamed in terror. He refused? He wants to kill me. Fear turned into madness. He shrieked, Father! Zhang Meng, kill him! Kill him before the match starts. Since he wants me dead, you have to go kill him right now, Zhang Meng said with frustration. I want to, but killing him now is impossible. There is a team of 5 Grade 3 Awakeners constantly guarding him. Zhang Yang frantically suggested, Then what about his family? Go threaten him. Zhang Meng shook his head in frustration. The military has already sent people to protect them. We wouldn't make it in time. Zhang Yang collapsed in despair. So, I'm surely going to die? Zhang Meng hurriedly held his son. Yang, you are my son, but I won't let you die, he reassured him. I have already contacted a few top-tier Grade 3 Awakeners. When the time comes, they will save you. I have dedicated many years of my life to the nation. No matter how much the higher-ups value Liu Yifei, they will turn a blind eye to this. Zhang Yang regained some hope. So, father, is there any way to help me win? Like some gear, perhaps? Zhang Meng sighed, extinguishing his son's last hope. Sigh. Those are useless. The match doesn't allow the use of gear. Zhang Meng wore a sinister smile, whispering to his son, Although we cannot rely on outside forces, we still have one way. Liu Yifei said he would follow the rules. We can use those very rules to defeat him. Zhang Yang asked curiously, How, father? Both father and son laughed viciously. Zhang Meng's eyes flared with red light. During the match, not only that, we have hired marksmen ready. Ha ha ha. Being strong won't help you, Liu Yifei. Even a strong dragon struggles against venomous snakes in their own den. 3 days later, Capital Military District Arena. A massive crowd gathered around a high-tech arena surrounded by a hexagonal energy shield. Li Xuanguo and other generals sat in the honorary stand. An officer reported, Commander, we have finished all arrangements. 3 top-tier Grade 3 referees are present. The shield area for the arena is also prepared. The competition can start at any time. Li Xuanguo calmly commanded, Good. Notify the referees. Liu Yifei stepped into the arena in a white outfit, facing the 3 referees. They stared at him and whispered, Is this the Liu Yifei that everyone has been talking about lately? Rumors say he is extraordinarily strong, but he doesn't look weak. He looks too thin. I feel like I could kill him with 1 finger. Unbelievable. He looks like he just grew up. The head referee, Luke Van Chao, stepped forward and handed Liu Yifei a paper. Liu Yifei, this is the name list for this death match. If there are no issues, you may begin the match. Liu Yifei asked with a confused look. Huh? Wasn't I only challenging Zhang Yang? Why do I need a name list? He looked at the list and was even more surprised. Besides Zhang Yang, there are 9 other Grade 3 Awakeners challenging me, and Zhang Yang is at the bottom of the list? Luke Van Chao explained. Sir Liu Yifei, now that you've seen the list, by law, you can challenge Zhang Yang, and at the same time, other seated candidates can also challenge you. If you cannot pass all 9 rounds, Liu Yifei interrupted, waving his hand confidently. I understand. Let's get started. He turned around, raised the list high, and shouted toward the stands. All of you participants on this list, you can all fight me at the same time. I want to defeat you all. The crowd was stunned. What? Did I hear that right? No matter how strong he is, that's too arrogant. Isn't he asking for a team deathmatch? If all of them go all out, even a Grade 4 Awakener couldn't handle it. Luke Van Chao panicked internally. The higher-ups wanted to save Zhang Yang, so they agreed to this list. But they never said this would happen. Zhang Yang cannot die, and neither can Liu Yifei. What should I do now? Councilman Ho hurriedly ran out, shouting, Liu Yifei, don't be reckless. If you don't agree to the match, you can decline. But this match won't affect your top-ranking title. Liu Yifei turned back, his voice full of authority. Is there any rule that says I cannot challenge all of them at once? If not, then let's begin. No matter how much trash there is, it's still just trash. Commander Fang Heo laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, he's quite crazy, I like him. While Councilman Ho could only mutter, You are just inviting more trouble for yourself. Chief Commander Li Xuanguo made the final decision. Since it is Liu Yifei's request, we will do as he says. Referees, remember to intervene when necessary, he thought to himself. This kid is just like me when I was young. Although I like him, being too sharp is not a good thing. I learned many lessons when I was young. He should also learn more from this experience. Luke Van Chow understood. He thought, the commander clearly wants us to protect Liu Yifei. He raised his hand and shouted, since the commander has agreed, all 10 seated candidates, including Zhang Yang, please come to the stage. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and roared in fury. He's humiliating me. I'm going to kill him. I'll definitely kill him. Zhang Meng quickly held his son back and whispered, Dong Yang, this is a good thing. The more arrogant he is, the better your chances of winning. Let others fight him first. Drain his mental energy, and then you can land the finishing blow. The 10 fighters took their positions on the massive arena. The system announced, the deathmatch is about to begin. Please prepare. No one on the arena is allowed to use any items. All equipment will be disabled. Countdown starting. 9, 8. The audience in the stands started buzzing with excitement. This is the first time I've seen something like this happen in Huaxia. How long do you think the fight will last? 3 to 5 seconds. Maybe 2 at most. I bet it'll last 10 seconds, because Liu Yifei isn't the number 1 in speed or physique. I guess he won't last long. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Immediately, all 9 fighters lunged toward Liu Yifei. Zhang Yang shouted from behind, kill him, charge and grab him. Liu Yifei swung his sword, and a massive blue blade aura swept across the arena. He roared, and the sword aura exploded. Screams echoed out. The fighters in the front were blown away. They shrieked in terror. We can't dodge or block it. We've been tricked. Zhang Yang turned pale with fear and yelled, save me. The mercenaries rushed in to attack him. One of the mercenaries, who was rigged with a giant hammer on his shoulder, lunged forward and shouted crazily, Liu Yifei, I'll die with you. Liu Yifei slashed with an X-shaped sword strike, easily blocking the man's suicidal attack. His body was split in two. A terrifying explosion engulfed the mercenary, creating a massive fireball. Liu Yifei sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Tsk. You even carried a small nuclear bomb? What a pity. You won't even get the chance to show it off. Zhang Yang was blown back by the shockwave of the explosion. He knelt on the ground, weakly gasping, save me. Meanwhile, Zhang Meng screamed frantically from the stands. Referees, don't just stand there. Go save him. The referees tried to rush in to intervene, but were blown back by Liu Yifei's sword aura. One of them screamed in terror. This speed and energy, is this really the power of a Tier 1? Level 3? Another referee roared to his teammates. Focus on him. Ignore whether the others die or not. Zhang Yang must survive. Otherwise, we'll all be fired. Zhang Yang ran away in a panic, tears streaming down his face. He screamed miserably. Save me, Dad. Save me. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. A voice rang out. Don't worry, Zhang Yang. But then, he only managed to let out a gasp of shock. Huh? Right in front of the referees, a dark aura flashed by and decapitated Zhang Yang. A referee stood frozen, stuttering. Zhang Yang is dead? How could this be? In the stands, the generals were also stunned. Commander Fang Hao roared in shock and anger. What the hell? He killed all of them in one move. This combat power and killing intent, another general asked. Did anyone see how Zhang Yang was killed? Li Shuangguo replied with a grim expression. No, we saw nothing. He was clearly behind the protection. Someone else muttered. It felt like time froze for a second. Was it just my imagination? In that moment, Liu Yifei used a special skill. His eyes glowed with purple light, and he coldly declared, Humph. No one can protect the person I want to kill. Potential? No. I want you all to know that I am extremely powerful right now. Zhang Meng dove onto the arena, cradling his son's headless body. He howled in extreme agony. Dong Yang. No. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot with hatred, lunging toward Liu Yifei. You animal, I'll kill you. Liu Yifei just sneered contemptuously. Humph. You've come at the right time. I was actually afraid you might run away. Zhang Meng launched a punch with green energy shaped like a tiger. He roared, Tiger Fist, die. Liu Yifei calmly watched the incoming attack and thought to himself, although you're almost at the level of a peak, level 3, and much stronger than me, I bet you can't kill me, and in fact, you're the one who will die here. At that moment, Commander Fang Hao dove from the stands, blocking Zhang Meng's attack with a fiery dragon-shaped punch. Zhang Meng stopped. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Zhang Meng was knocked back after a terrifying collision. He gritted his teeth and roared frantically. Fang Hao, get out of my way. If I can't avenge my son, I'm not a real father. Fang Hao warned him with a stern face. Zhang Meng, if you stop right now, the commander might still forgive you. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. But he sighed to himself. Although I really want to kill this guy, I still have to play my part. Zhang Meng hesitated, gritting his teeth loudly, while Liu Yifei just watched coldly. He thought, he's hesitating? That won't do. He wore a provocative smile, gave Zhang Meng the middle finger, and shouted loudly, "Ha ha, in a death match. You can't run away. Your son was useless enough. I didn't expect you to be just as useless. You two are truly father and son." Zhang Meng completely lost his mind. He yelled at Fang Hao, "Get out! I'm going to kill this brat." Fang Hao unleashed a lightning punch. A giant golden dragon appeared behind him. He roared, "Zhang Meng, you're seeking your own death." Zhang Meng was blown away, vomiting a mouthful of black blood. He crawled on the ground toward the stands, weeping miserably. "Commander, that was my son. He was my only heir. For the sake of all the years I've sacrificed for this nation, Commander, I beg you, please, seek justice for me." Li Shuangguo looked down in silence, thinking, Zhang Meng has already conceded. Is it really necessary to go this far? Liu Yifei appeared behind Zhang Meng, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Old man, how dare you beg for mercy? You're asking for justice now? You're only begging for mercy because you realized you can't kill me, aren't you? Are you dreaming?" He smiled coldly. "There's a saying, you shouldn't back someone into a corner, but today, I'm going to do exactly that." He leaned down, looking straight into Zhang Meng's eyes, his voice full of threats. "You want to kill me? Now, I'm giving you a chance. I'm standing right in front of you. Do you dare? Do you believe that if you even scratch me, your whole family will be in danger? Not even your family pet will escape." Zhang Meng shrieked in helpless madness, his whole body erupting with green aura. "Ah, you animal, I'll kill you. You're dead." Fang Hao looked at Liu Yifei with admiring eyes. "Liu Yifei, you've given me enough chances. I won't let you down either." Both of them seemed to have reached a silent consensus. As Zhang Meng lunged, Fang Hao burst with power, his eyes flaming. He roared, "Today, I'll show you the difference between a true peak level 3 and a fake peak level 3. Liu Yifei was pushed back by the pressure of Fang Hao's power. He analyzed it. The difference between levels is indeed exponential. Now, I can easily defeat any awakened one of the same level, and even a mid-level tier 3. But if it's a peak level 3 or a high-level tier 3, my chances of winning are almost zero." Commissioner Hu hurriedly explained to the commander-in-chief, "Sir, Liu Yifei was in danger just now. I was too worried, so I accidentally." Commander-in-chief Li Shuangguo waved his hand, his tone full of majesty. "What you did was a desperate act. We should hold a grand funeral for General Zhang Meng." He turned to look at Fang Hao with sharp eyes. "Fang Hao, do you think I'm so senile that I've lost my mind? Both you and Liu Yifei are acting. Do you think I'm blind? Well, it doesn't matter. Fortunately, old Hu has already prepared a plan for this situation." Liu Yifei clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Commander and Vice Commander, for saving my life and seeking justice for me. I am incredibly grateful. Only by dedicating my all to this nation can I repay this debt." Li Shuangguo narrowed his eyes, thinking, "You're really pushing your luck, aren't you? This kid is really not simple at all. Since you want to be famous, I'll grant you that wish." He raised his hand and announced clearly to everyone, "Starting from tomorrow, the inauguration ceremony for the new leader will be held tomorrow." At the capital square, the crowd below was stunned. "What? I haven't recovered from the shock of Liu Yifei killing 9 seed candidates in the blink of an eye, and now Zhang Meng is dead too." Everyone in the stands was still reeling. Things keep happening one after another. I feel like my heart can't take it anymore. This Liu Yifei is truly ruthless. I'll definitely make sure not to offend him in the future. An inauguration ceremony at the capital square? This is a national-level ceremony. Huaxia is about to undergo a massive change. Zhang Meng's 2 subordinates, Lan Rui and Du Zhen, turned pale with fear. Now that General Zhang Meng is dead, I won't be able to escape either. Phew, thank goodness I was smart enough to back away earlier. Otherwise, I would have been dead too. Li Shuangguo turned to Commissioner Hu and said, "Old Hu, I'll leave the preparation of the ceremony to you. It must be magnificent. Also, ensure the news of this match, including all of Liu Yifei's powers and abilities, are not to be leaked. Anyone who reveals what happened today will be branded a traitor." The council member replied sternly, "Understood, Commander." The next day, at the Capitol Plaza, 3 aircraft soared through the sky, trailing vibrant plumes of smoke. A spokesperson solemnly announced from the high podium, The military officially appoints Liu Yifei as the new leader of the SEED project. Furthermore, due to his outstanding achievements in topping all global challenge rankings, the military has decided to grant him additional rewards. The rewards are as follows. His clearance will be elevated to S level. The initial A-level resource quota will be increased to an unlimited quota, 3 million. Credits will also be awarded to him each month, and an additional 10 million credits will be granted each year. His eligibility for epic grade gear will be upgraded to legendary grade. His divisional rank will be raised to deputy military region level, and his title will be promoted to major general. At the same time, Liu Yifei was promoted to honorary member of the standing committee. In the crowd, familiar faces were present. Wang Tian muttered, 21 gun salutes. This level of pageantry is almost at the commander's level. Xiaohai laughed loudly. I still remember the day Liu Yifei stormed into the Tianfeng exam room. 1 month ago, I never expected this. Chen Kailai said happily. Yesterday, I was informed that I'd be getting a raise, all thanks to Liu Yifei. Li Shuangguo asked, Liu Yifei, do you have any other requests? Liu Yifei thought to himself, the rewards are already generous enough. If I ask for more, I'll be crossing the line, but if I don't speak now, I won't have another chance in the future. He looked straight at the commander-in-chief and said, Commander, I hope to participate in the Triennial Military Conference taking place in 2 days. Li Shuangguo frowned. He thought, this kid, he's putting me in a tough spot. Behind him, Fang Hao and the council member whispered, Liu Yifei is only 18. What does he know at this age? Why would he want to attend such a major event? The kid has talent. He should be eager to fight, rather than attending those dull conferences. Li Shuangguo patted Liu Yifei on the shoulder and said, no problem. You're already an honorary member of the standing committee. You can choose to listen in on the conference. Of course, if you have any good suggestions, the military will be glad to consider them. Liu Yifei smiled and replied, thank you, Commander. He thought determinedly. Consider it? No, I need them to do it. If I want to prevent the disaster that happened in the East Sea, I'll need the military's power. Right now, I must do everything carefully. Commander Fang Hao called out cheerfully. Liu Yifei, come with me. Liu Yifei was surprised. Oh? The military complex? An armored military vehicle was pulling into a modern, dome-shaped base hidden among the trees. Fang Hao introduced it. Starting today, you will live here. This place is not only safe but also surrounded by rare plants. This place is incredibly luxurious. This sealed metal house is the meeting room. I brought you here today to give you a secret mission. Although, strictly speaking, you only just reached Tier 3, and we shouldn't do this. We can't find anyone more suitable than you. Uncle Fang, please just tell me what the mission is. There is a state-level dungeon with a difficulty of A, named Zombie Nation. Each nation has agreed to allow only 2 Tier 3 Intermediate Awakeners and 8 Tier 3 Basic Awakeners into the dungeon. Aside from dealing with the mutants inside and completing the main tasks, you will also have to deal with other Awakeners to obtain more spiritual energy mines. Liu Yifei was stunned. He thought to himself, I was already in this dungeon in my past life, but it wasn't a state-level dungeon, and it didn't have any spiritual energy mines. A system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Mandatory mission. Enter the Zombie Nation dungeon and seize the highest authority within. After completing the mission, you will be rewarded with an S-class war weapon, the design blueprints for a special space aircraft carrier. Commander Fang Hao said anxiously, Liu Yifei, although the mission is very dangerous, the combat team will prioritize your safety, even if you fail the mission. Liu Yifei decisively interrupted, raising his hand in a military salute. Uncle Fang, I accept it. I am not afraid of risks, and I believe the mission will not fail. Good, Fang Hao replied happily. You accepted it very quickly. I wasn't wrong about you. Before you leave, you can go to the National Treasury and take whatever you want. Liu Yifei stood alone on the balcony, thinking, aside from the mandatory mission, the space aircraft carrier design blueprint was an item. It must be mine. It is 17,000 meters long and 34,100 meters wide. It has a weight limit of 10,100 tons. It can carry 214 fighter jets, powered by spirit powder, and has 26 spirit cannons. It is also equipped with 2 main cannons at the bow and stern. It can carry 7,000 people, and is equipped with spirit energy shields and an automatic locking system. He laughed excitedly, his eyes lighting up. This is cheating. Just looking at the description is enough to shock me. If this thing can really be built, wouldn't I be able to dominate the entire world? I must have it. He walked through the night, blue energy surrounding his body. After reaching Tier 3, the system gave him 2 additional skill slots. There are still a few days left for me to prepare. I need to increase my strength as much as possible. Now that I have the title of Project Leader, I will go to the National Treasury and choose 2 S-level sword skills. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura, the presence of a peak Tier 3 person. Based on the speed at which they were approaching, they were not friendly. He broke into a sweat, warily looking into the darkness and shouting, "Who's there?" A woman with pink hair in a tight leather suit lunged from the shadows, throwing a kick toward him and shouting, "Personal Bodyguard 009 reporting for duty." Her face landed, hugging Liu Yifei intimately. Liu Yifei was stunned by the sudden physical contact as the girl said, "I am responsible for protecting you closely, Liu Yifei." He used his hand to push her face away, asking in confusion, 009? A personal bodyguard? Who sent you here? Besides, who told you a personal bodyguard? Commander Fang Hao sent me here. I just learned that from the study materials today. Liu Yifei frowned and asked back, "What study materials?" The girl stammered, Then she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. The bodyguard girl stumbled on the ground, muttering an annoyed, "Ugh." Immediately afterward, she stood up, rushed over, and puckered her lips, trying to kiss Liu Yifei unexpectedly. Shocked, Liu Yifei hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" The girl froze, her expression strangely blank and confused. Liu Yifei sighed, filled with frustration. He thought to himself, these superiors sigh. Are they afraid that because I'm young, I might do something foolish? Am I really being underestimated? He decided to find the truth. His eyes flared with violet light as he activated his ability, Observe. A mental image appeared in his mind, 2 antennas connected to a chip inside her brain. There were also electronic circuits inside her body. Her original brain had withered and died. Every thought and action she took was executed by the chip. Compared to a human, she was more like a machine. He looked at the girl with a complex gaze, his voice softening. 009, how did you end up like this? The girl grabbed Liu Yifei's hand and placed it on her forehead. He placed a finger on her forehead, activating the electronic circuits inside. A system notification rang in Liu Yifei's head. Fingerprint identification successful. Unlock complete. Command update complete. Another memory flashed. The scene of Commander Fang Hao sitting by the hospital bed of a young girl 009. The girl said weakly, "Father, don't cry. I'm dying anyway. Instead of dying meaninglessly, I want to donate this body. If the experiment is successful, I can continue to contribute to the nation in the future. I have always known that you worry about the future of humanity." Fang Hao sobbed, his voice full of pain. But Fang, this kind of experiment is thousands of times more painful than death. Furthermore, there hasn't been a single successful case. Even if the experiment succeeds, your soul will vanish. You will completely become a machine. How can you expect me to accept that? The girl raised a weak hand to wipe the tears from her father's face. Father, you told me stories about the heroes of our nation. Even if their bodies have died, their spirits live on. She smiled resiliently. Why can't I do the opposite? Father, my soul dies, while my body continues to fight. Compared to dying in regret, what can this little bit of pain do to me? Fang Hao could not hold back his tears. He collapsed, sobbing. The girl shed tears as well, but still smirhed. He was silent, his heart full of thoughts. He muttered to himself, Deputy Commander Fang Hao, Uncle Fang, how important am I to you that you would do this? What were you thinking when you told her to protect me? The name 009 surely must be a name you came up with on the spot. Are you trying to suppress your feelings for your daughter? He ordered decisively, 009, obey my command. The girl immediately stood straight, replying mechanically, I am here, 009. Forget everything about protecting me so closely. From now on, you just need to stay near me and follow my orders. The girl's eyes lit up with a blue glow as she replied, Understood. Liu Yifei turned and walked away, the girl following silently behind him, making a silent vow to herself. Now, follow me to the military's primary research center to acquire an S-rank sword skill. Uncle Fuang, how could I let my personal feelings interfere before the task is finished? Even though I don't fully agree with what you're doing, I still want to thank you. I will pay back your debt one day, because you believed I was the hope for the future. I swear, I won't let you down. They arrived in front of a Yifei. We only have 4 S-rank sword skill manuals left here. We have many more A-rank skills. Would you like to look through those instead? Liu Yifei replied firmly, No need. Just take me to the S-rank skills. But Liu Yifei stared straight at him. Director Wang, tell me if you have something to say. Wang Xiaotian nervously explained. Sir Liu Yifei, I didn't mean to hinder you. You know, There are many Grade B awakened individuals in the capital city. With the number of S-rank skill manuals we have left, it could cause a lot of trouble. Liu Yifei said, I understand, but let me take a look first. Wang Xiaotian had no choice but to comply. Very well. 4 skill manuals were placed on the table. Death Strike consumes 5,000 mental energy. After entering a near-death state with health below 10%, you can use this skill once to deal 100% power damage. After killing the target, recover 30% HP. Hellfire consumes 6,000 mental energy. Drive your sword into the earth. After a 1-0 second channel, cause a volcanic eruption. Death Saint Slash consumes 8,000 mental energy. Unleash a circular slash. After killing the target, you can imprison their soul and release it, capturing the target's pre-death strength for 3 seconds. Annihilation consumes 8,000 mental energy. Continuous channeling. After 10 seconds, deal damage higher than your current rank. While channeling, you cannot move or use any other skills. Liu Yifei stared at the 4 skill manuals, rubbing his chin, muttering to himself. No wonder these are the ones left over. Death Strike can only be used when I'm in a near-death state. Hellfire can only be used in specific locations. Death Saint Slash costs a staggering 18,000 mental energy. What kind of person has that much energy? And Annihilation has a 1-0 second channel time, which means I'll be a sitting duck while using it. Director Wang smiled hopefully. So, Sir Liu Yifei, would you like to take a look at the A-rank sword skills? Their effects can rival these S-rank skills. We have 800 types for you to choose from. Liu Yifei completely ignored his suggestion. He suddenly placed his hands on the Death Saint Slash and Annihilation manuals. A powerful blue light engulfed them. Director Wang's jaw dropped in shock, cold sweat running down his temples. He stammered, did he just learn both Death Saint Slash and Annihilation? Sir Liu Yifei, what are you doing? Liu Yifei turned back, offering a casual smile. I apologize. I'm short on time, and honestly, I'm too lazy to go through all the A-rank skills. Director Wang could only respond with a confused, Liu. Yifei waved his hand, strolling away and leaving the director in a daze. Thanks for your time, Director Wang. I'm heading out. The director muttered in extreme confusion. Short on time? Lazy? What does that mean? Wang held his head, panic setting in. The skills a Grade B awakened can learn are limited. Doesn't he have the same restrictions? Then why did he learn those 2 skills so recklessly? Meanwhile, Liu Yifei walked away confidently. He thought to himself, the system classifies these as S-rank even with such massive flaws. That can only mean their power is ridiculously high. Death Saint Slash can imprison souls, and Annihilation can overpower ranks. I have enough mental energy, and with the Sword God system by my side, why wouldn't I take the gamble? A system notification appeared before his eyes. Skill enhancement successful. S-rank skill, Death Saint Slash. Upgraded to SSS. Rank Sword skill. Immortal Asura. S-rank skill. Annihilation upgraded to SSS. Rank Sword skill. Wrath of the Immortal God. Immortal Asura. 4 8-hour cooldown. Skill effect. Consumes 20,000 mental energy. After killing a target, you can choose any dead soul within 100 meters and turn them into a zombie for 10 seconds. The zombie's combat ability is the same as before they died. Wrath of the Immortal God. 4 8-hour cooldown. Skill effect. Consumes 20,000 mental energy. Summon a Grade 4 Phantom for 10 seconds to inflict destructive damage on the target. System note. Wrath of the Immortal God is terrifying. Liu Yifei clenched his fists, his face filled with satisfaction. The Sword God system didn't let me down. Sword Chi Burst deals area damage. Heaven Breaker Strike kills elites. Dimension Slash allows me to assassinate. Heaven Fall helps me tank. Now, with Immortal Asura, I can summon zombies. If I walk into a horde of zombies alone, I can quickly create an army from the zombies themselves. He continued to contemplate in the security hallway. The Grade 4 Phantom from Wrath of the Immortal God, even if it were a peak Grade B awakened, they would definitely not survive a blow from it. Besides being able to use them without mental energy every 48 hours, I can also use them with mental energy whenever I want. This means I have skills of my own, separate from what the system provides. He stopped, staring into the void. I really want to test them out right now, but the National Dungeon opens in 2 days. I'll try to hold off until then. Suddenly, a woman and 2 men in suits blocked his path. The woman raised her voice. You can use them, but you must leave a combat power record before leaving. Liu Yifei looked her straight in the eyes and asked, is that a rule? Yes, and it is mandatory, she insisted. Director Wang hurried over. trying to explain, I apologize, Sir Liu Yifei. This is our general manager, Wan Ru. She wants you to leave a record of these two skills' combat power as a reference for the military. It's not really mandatory. It's up to you. Since you're doing this for the country, too, Wan Ru shouted, interrupting him. Nonsense. Rules are rules. He must leave a record, and not just these two. All of Liu Yifei's skills must be tested. Director Wang cursed internally. You idiot. If you're looking to pick a fight because of your useless son, don't drag me down to die with you. Liu Yifei responded coldly with a single word. I refuse. Wan Ru was stunned, then she screamed. Once you've accepted the military's resources, you have a responsibility to accept the tests. Blood tests, bone power tests, and muscle activity tests are all mandatory. Who do you think you are just because you're a star? You dare defy a military order? Liu Yifei's gaze turned icy. He thought, she's looking at me as if I'm some kind of lab rat. She talks as if she's doing all this for the country. I wonder how many awakened individuals she has exploited for her own personal gain. Even without the sword god system's limitations, I wouldn't let you get away with this today. He summoned his sword, a black aura radiating from it. You intend to force me, even when I don't want to? Wan Ru roared in anger. Liu Yifei, how dare you? Director Wang tried to intervene. Sir Liu Yifei, Director Wan didn't mean that. You should go ahead first. But Wan Ru blocked his path, pointing straight at Liu Yifei's face. Get out of the way! Liu Yifei, you're not going anywhere. He is defying a military order. My detention of him is completely legal. I'm not afraid, even if this news reaches the commander. Liu Yifei smirked dangerously. He grabbed the throat of one of Wan Ru's subordinates. It seems Director Wan is threatening me. Then, don't blame me for using you as a test subject. A blue energy flashed. Huh? What is happening? The man was slammed to the ground violently. Number 09 appeared, 1 foot pressing on the man's head. She looked toward Wan Ru and asked, Liu Yifei, the threat has been eliminated. Do you want me to kill her? The scene showed the man lying motionless under number 09's feet. Do you want me to kill him? Tears and snot streaming down her face, she pleaded desperately. No, don't kill me. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Director Wang hurried over, pleading, Sir Liu Yifei, please spare Director Wan. She knows her mistake now. On her behalf, I apologize to you, sir. Please spare her. Liu Yifei thought to himself. Though I really want to kill her, I already killed Zhang Meng 2 days ago. If I kill another, I might run into trouble. Liu Yifei coldly ordered. All right, that's enough. Don't kill her. Kick her out of the way. She's blocking my path. 09 immediately replied. Understood. She unleashed a powerful kick, sending Wan Ru flying straight into a metal wall. Wan Ru slammed into it with a terrifying thud, collapsed to the ground, and lost consciousness. Blood flowed from her mouth, her spirit seemingly departing from her body. Director Wang panicked and stammered. Director Wan Shi Liu Yifei responded coldly. 09 calmly explained, my apologies. I miscalculated her flight distance, and I overestimated her shock absorption capabilities. Liu Yifei turned to Director Wang. He smirked in a chilling way. Haha. Yes, Director Wan accidentally threw herself into the wall and died. This has nothing to do with you, sir. Director Wang nervously forced a laugh, thinking, damn it, this kid is quite the bully. It's best I don't provoke him. Liu Yifei waved his hand. Then, I'll leave the rest to you. We'll be heading out now. Yes, sir. Director Wang hurriedly bowed. Director Liu, please leave everything to me. Goodbye, sir. As they left, Liu Yifei asked, did I cause you any trouble? 09 replied coldly. Not at all. Besides, she wasn't a good person anyway. Her death was deserved. I wanted to kill her regardless. I don't care if the higher-ups are afraid of me now. 2 days later, at the National Committee Conference, in a large meeting room filled with high-ranking officials, Liu Yifei walked in, drawing all eyes. Liu Yifei, my God, did this kid actually show up? He only came to watch for fun, right? No way. Look at those papers in his hand. Could he actually be putting forward a proposal? What a joke. What can a kid like him possibly do? He's just putting on a show. He calmly walked to an empty chair. He sat down next to an elderly man. That man was Minister of the Armed Forces of the East China Sea Theater, Fang Deng, who growled, Liu Yifei, you killed my wife, Wan Ru. Even if I don't kill you today, I will strip you of all your privileges. A female secretary approached, smiling, and said, Mr. Liu Yifei, your serial number is 119. You are an honorary commissioner. This is the agenda for this conference. Please read it carefully. During the conference, outside contact is prohibited, and revealing any information discussed in this conference is strictly forbidden. Liu Yifei closed his eyes, thinking, in my previous life, I was the one chairing this conference for many years. I'm already too familiar with all of this. But now, I have to act as if this is my first time here. How annoying. The secretary continued. In this conference, you have the right to vote once the main proposal is presented. If you wish to make any proposal, you can press this button, but please think carefully before pressing it. Liu Yifei waved his hand. I understand. Relax. Besides submitting my proposal, I won't be pressing it. I don't need you here to take care of me. You can leave now. The secretary replied, surprised. Very well, Mr. Liu Yifei. She turned away, but she turned back with a look of shock. Wait, you said you wanted to make a proposal? Do you really intend to do that? She panicked, thinking, my God, the commander-in-chief told me to explain everything to him clearly to prevent him from doing anything. Stupid. She hurriedly ran off, muttering, this isn't good. I must report this to the commander-in-chief immediately. Am I some kind of monster? Commander Fang Hao came and sat next to Liu Yifei, asking teasingly, what is it? Did you set your sights on that receptionist? Is 09 not enough to satisfy you? Liu Yifei was surprised. Uncle Fang. He smiled and replied, Uncle Fang. To me, 09 is worthy of the best man in the world. I just told the receptionist I wanted to make a proposal, and she ran off. Fang Hao looked blank. Huh? Is that why you wanted to sit next to me? You really want to cause a stir, don't you? Tell me, what do you want to propose? Liu Yifei winked. You'll know when the time comes. I promise it won't be anything bad. Fang Hao laughed loudly. Ha ha, you really know how to keep me curious. He leaned in and whispered, Liu Yifei, as your senior, I suggest that whatever you want to propose, it's best you keep it to yourself. The military and the government are always checking and balancing each other. Liu Yifei confidently replied, I understand, Uncle Fang. Relax. Fang Hao looked at an inscription on the wall. Maron, go home. He thought to himself. Liu Yifei. I believe that the man who closed the ruins battlefield and brought the soldiers home wouldn't do something to harm the nation. You are also someone worthy of Fang Fang. Li Xuanguo stood on the podium and declared, I declare, the 13th Survivor Congress is officially starting. Now, I will announce the proposals to be discussed today. 1. Neighboring nations have invaded our national borders and plundered our resources. The military plans to use 30% of our military force to fight back. 2. 4. Conflict between descendants of the Awakened and civilians is becoming increasingly intense. 3. The North American theater is re-entering the C-shaped island chain. They are preparing to build an overseas military base. 6 hours later, Liu Yifei reflected. There are a total of 8 proposals. 6 of them involve other nations. That is why the Great Xia had a period of weakness before the disaster in my past life. That is why they need someone like me to enter the national dungeon, Li Xuanguo announced. Now it is time for the Council Commissioners to bring forward their proposals. Members are free to speak now. After the voting concludes, we will enter the review process. 2 images appeared on the big screen. Serial number 119, Honorary Commissioner Liu Yifei, requests to make a proposal. Serial number 23, Minister of the Armed Forces of the East China Sea Theater, Fang Deng, requests to make a proposal. A man laughed loudly. Liu Yifei really wants to make a proposal? What a joke. Another added, you want to do whatever you want because of your current fame and privileges, right? I can only say you are too young and too naive. A man with a scar on his face spoke up. Liu Yifei, are you mistaken? If it is a mistake, sit down right now. Don't hinder me from impeaching you. Liu Yifei smirked. Oh, impeaching me? How? He thought to himself. I haven't even brought up the proposal about the East China Sea yet, and he already knows about me? Is this information that 09 obtained according to my instructions? It couldn't have been leaked. Fang Deng stood up, pointed at Liu Yifei, and shouted, Commander and all council commissioners present. 2 days ago, Liu Yifei went to the first research center and killed Director Wan. She was my wife. This is ridiculous. He clenched his fists and roared in outrage. No matter how strong his talent is, he cannot disregard the law. Therefore, I propose to strip all privileges and resources that Liu Yifei has obtained as a leader. Liu Yifei sneered, thinking, ha ha, so he is the husband of that useless director. Then now, I have nothing to worry about. Li Xuanguo panicked and asked, huh? Liu Yifei, did you do that? Liu Yifei stood up, wearing an arrogant smile. I'm afraid Minister Fang is mistaken. I did indeed go to the research center to get 2 sword skill manuals, but I didn't kill anyone at all. Director Wan died because she was too excited when she saw me and accidentally tripped, then hit her head on a tree and died. Fang Deng was so angry his face turned red. He roared, "You bastard! What did you just say? Do you dare say that again?" Liu Yifei calmly repeated. I said, "When your wife saw such a charming young man as me, she couldn't control herself and hit her head on a tree and died." He sighed. "It's such a pity for her. She must have never met a good man in her life." The auditorium became chaotic. Everyone was whispering, "Is this true? A serious conference like this has become a stage for a play like this? Family scandals shouldn't be spread outside? Fang Deng is actually telling the whole world about it himself." Li Xuanguo coughed once, trying to stabilize order. "Ahem. Please pay attention to the discipline of the hall. Minister Fang, please resolve your personal matters yourself." Fang Deng pointed at Liu Yifei and yelled at Commander Fang Hao. "Commander!" It wasn't, as Liu Yifei said. He is a petty person abusing his power. He should be impeached. Fang Hao stood up and roared angrily. "Fang Deng, how dare you?" Liu Yifei calmly placed a hand on Fang Hao's shoulder. "Uncle Fang, I can handle this myself. If Minister Fang doesn't believe me, he can go ask Director Wang himself." He turned to Fang Deng, his voice full of authority. "Your proposal is not worth discussing. Now it is my turn to speak. By the way, my proposal also involves you. I propose to remove Fang Deng from his position as Minister of the Armed Forces in the East China Sea Theater." He stood up, his voice echoing throughout the auditorium. "At the same time, I demand the mobilization of all armed forces in the East China Sea Theater to immediately evacuate all 670 million civilians in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast, because in about 17 to 23 days, a sea monster invasion will occur on the coast. The level of invasion will be level A." The entire hall erupted into chaos once again. "Are you kidding me? Do you even know what you're talking about? Where did you get that information? The East Sea? Have you even been there? This proposal is even more ridiculous than Fang Deng's." Fang Deng laughed hysterically. "Ha ha ha, the brat is lying. Stop talking nonsense. It's been 45 years. Has the East Sea ever seen an A-rank sea monster invasion? Did you dream all of this up?" Commander-in-Chief Li Xuanguo slammed the table and roared, "Quiet. Stay silent. Liu Yifei, since you dared to put forward this proposal, you'd better give me a good reason." Liu Yifei remained calm and read aloud from the documents in his hand. "In Sector C-13 of the East Sea War Zone, there has been a 1.9% increase in spiritual energy in the water over the past 2 months. This is the largest increase recorded in 45 years. In Sector D-51, there have been about 43 underwater earthquakes. In the last 6 months, 7 earthquakes reached B+ rank. This frequency is also the highest recorded in 45 years. At Resource Port Number 2, seawater monitoring equipment has malfunctioned 13 times since last year during maintenance periods. 3 combat teams went missing, and 20 engineers died in a D-rank incident. The cause remains undetermined." He looked up, staring straight at Fang Deng. "The rate of sea monster attacks in the East Sea has increased by 195.7% compared to last year, the highest in 45 years. Furthermore, Fang Deng broke out into a cold sweat, panicking internally. How does he know so much about the East Sea? Liu Yifei slammed the files onto the table. "All the information mentioned comes from the East Sea Safe Zone. If the military doesn't believe me, you can verify it yourselves. If any information I provided is faked, I am ready to face the consequences." Li Xuanguo turned to Fang Deng and asked in a stern tone, "Minister Fang Deng, are those statistics true?" Fang Deng could only stammer. He gritted his teeth, thinking desperately, "It doesn't matter if I admit it or not. I'm going to be taken to a military court for negligence of duty anyway. No matter what I do now, I'm dead. I might as well kill Liu Yifei right here and avenge my son." He roared madly and lunged toward Liu Yifei. "Liu Yifei, I want you dead." Liu Yifei calmly stood up and easily blocked his punch. "Oh?" He kept charging. Liu Yifei commanded, "Commander Fang Hao, go, intercept him." The second punch landed. "Fang Deng, have you lost your mind?" Fang Deng shoved him away, his eyes glowing with a blue light. "Cut the crap. I'm dead anyway, so today I'll cripple him." Commander-in-Chief Li Xuanguo stood up in anger and roared, "Damn it! Causing trouble at the conference? Are you rebelling? Guards, arrest Fang Deng." She dashed between the two men, having detected a rank 1 threat. An intense battle broke out. Liu Yifei ordered, "Uncle Fang, step aside. I will handle this myself." Fang Deng and Fang Hao unleashed 2 opposing streams of power. Fang Hao roared, "No need. I can end this with just 1 punch." He unleashed a flaming punch toward Fang Deng. He shouted, 09, block it. 09 appeared in front of Fang Deng. She said, gotcha. She delivered a knee strike knockout from 09's position. Fang Deng fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Threat neutralized. Threat removed. Fang Hao asked anxiously, Liu Yifei, are you okay? Liu Yifei smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm fine, uncle. You all acted so fast that I didn't even get a chance to show my skills. The hall plunged into shock once again. Whoa, under 5 seconds? A top-tier Tier 3 general was taken down? Of course. Vice Commander Fang is one of the 10 strongest people. Even that female bodyguard's combat power is nearly at the peak level. Didn't the commander also order Fang Deng to be executed on the spot? What? Clearly, Liu Yifei is now classified as a national strategic asset, but Fang Deng has lost completely. Li Xuanguo coughed, trying to regain his authority. Ahem, quiet. Clean up the area. The conference continues. Regarding Liu Yifei's proposal, this issue is very important. All members are free to discuss. For 3 minutes before the vote, the members began to debate fiercely while 09 dragged Fang Deng's body away. From Fang Deng's behavior just now, Liu Yifei's evidence was not faked, but even if the data is accurate, it does not mean a sea monster. Tide will definitely occur. If no disaster happens and we evacuate in a rush, it will be a significant loss. But what if the disaster really happens? 3 minutes later, Li Xuanguo announced, time is up. Now, let's start the vote. The results appeared on the big screen. Votes in favor, 14. Against, 1. Abstentions, 104. Li Xuanguo slammed his gavel and loudly announced, the motion has been passed. After this meeting, experts will be sent immediately to the East Sea to prepare evacuation plans and verify the actions. The next day, at a military complex, Liu Yifei's residence, Commander Fang Hao arrived for a visit, followed by 2 soldiers carrying a large metal trunk. Liu Yifei, this afternoon you will go to the Lian Liu Earth Dungeon. It's a restricted dungeon for those above mid-tier 3, so 09 won't be able to accompany you. Liu Yifei smiled and replied, don't worry, Uncle Fang. I understand the rules. Fang Hao pointed at the trunk. This trunk contains the legendary grade equipment that the nation promised as a reward for you. Inside the box were the A-rank materials he had requested from the treasury, the heart of the mountain destroyer and the broken corpse. The human-faced falcon caused over 60,000 deaths in the south-central China war zone 27 years ago. It is said that even with 4 high-level Tier 3 experts acting, the monster still escaped. As for the magic ice core, it is rumored to be a product of supernatural entities. I have notified the 7th Research Institute, which is responsible for the 3 major incidents, to investigate, but it will take time, Liu Yifei said. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Bring everything in. I will familiarize myself with these items first, and we will deal with the rest after I return from the Lian Liu Earth Dungeon. The trunk was opened. Inside was a beating heart and a string of hexagonal blue beads, but the remaining materials could only be collected slowly later on. It seems upgrading the Sword God system won't be possible for a while. He picked up the 2 items and absorbed them into his body. A notification popped up. Special materials used. Upgrade progress. 2 out of 4 materials. 1. Heart of the Mountain Destroyer. 1 out of 1. Material 2. Void Hexagonal Crystal. 0 out of 1. Material 3. Broken Corpse Vertebrae Beads. 1 out of 1. Material 4. Magic Ice Core. 0 out of 1. By the way, this legendary set, even the trunk was unique. He placed his hand on the trunk. The system notified. Beep. Identity verified. Opener. Honorary A+ Commissioner, Liu Yifei. He received the legendary set, Tear-Shedding Gauntlets. He received the legendary set, Elemental Windblade, Tear-Shedding Greaves. Equipment attributes, Agility plus 12. 4 equipment skills. Corpse Destruction. Blood Explosion. Consumes 500 to 700 energy points. Equipment rating. A masterpiece for creating blood and carnage. Elemental Windblade. Equipment attributes. Strength plus 9. Agility plus 9. Equipment skills. Burning Fire, Extreme Chill. Includes combo effect, Raging Flame. Consumes 700 energy points to deal an additional 175% fire damage, leaving a wall of fire for 10 seconds. Frost. Consumes 900 energy points to release a frost explosion in an area. Liu Yifei picked up the sword, feeling its power. Whoa. This set feels like my blood is boiling, along with the chill of ice and fire. It's so intense. I need some time to adapt. He stabbed the sword into the ground. A flame erupted. Raging Flame? Just a light stab and it's already emitting heat like lava? He shouted, Switch! The sword was instantly enveloped in frost. The ground around him froze, turning extremely cold. He smiled with satisfaction. This set is on par with an SSS rank ultimate move. With this, along with my 6 ultimate moves, I can now unleash 7 or 8 powerful attacks in one go. Compared to this, his old burning flame sword was just a glorified heater. He opened his system panel. Since he was ranked first on all systems last time, the Sword God system rewarded me with a draw. I can use it today, right now. His attack damage had already exceeded the limit. His strength, agility, and willpower were no longer lacking. The only weakness was his endurance and defense. If he hadn't dodged Fang Deng's punch earlier, he decided he would draw a defensive item. A lucky spin appeared. He pressed the button, drawing now. With the upcoming Lian Leo Earth dungeon, survival is the top priority. A blue light covered his body. Received epic-grade equipment. Modified Type 3 infantry combat suit. Liu Yifei looked at the suit that had just appeared, surprised. Huh? This is an epic-grade combat suit? It's not even metal armor. It looks more like fabric. Is this system teasing me? Modified Type 3 infantry combat suit. Equipment attributes. Physique +7. Speed +3. Equipment effect. Rule shield. Immune to bullets, immune to explosions. Fire resistance up to 3000 degrees. Cold resistance down to -95 degrees. Reduces artifact damage by 33%, relic damage by 33%, and long-range damage by 33%. Adaptive form. Underwater durability. Radiation resistance. He put the suit on and was amazed. This lightweight combat suit is basically a mobile fortress. He clenched his fist, feeling its newfound power and its ability to grant immunity all at the rule level. It's truly unbelievable. Even if you combined all the high-level gear I had in both this life and my past life, they wouldn't compare to this. The equipment skill, Infinite Hell, is incredible. After killing a target, their soul is imprisoned within the combat suit and can be released later to block damage. The power of the blocked damage depends on the strength of the soul trapped within. Throughout its existence, this effect can stack infinitely. Equipment rating. One of the artifacts worshipped in the Spirit Fire world. This ordinary combat suit has evolved into an extraordinary item after absorbing the blood of countless high-level life forms. Warning: you may be targeted by entities from other worlds, leading to relentless pursuit. Conversely, you may be revered or feared by specific beings. Use it with caution. Liu Yifei looked at the ring on his hand and pondered. Infinite Hell combines perfectly with the skill, the Lord of Hell's supreme judgment. One is for soul locking and defense, the other for soul harvesting and attacks. But this Spirit Fire world, it matches the information about the Spirit Fire ring. Where is it, I wonder? If this world can produce an artifact like this, its gods must be at least level 5. If its original owner finds out I have this, will they hunt me down? He tightened his fist, his expression full of determination. Forget it. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Besides, I didn't steal it. If anyone wants to settle the score, they should go find the Sword God system. I'm fully prepared, and it's almost time to head to the 6 Earth Link dungeon. Capital Military District. Air Force Base. Inside a hangar, a soldier asked impatiently, "Captain, it's almost 11 in the morning. Where is that kid, Liu Yifei? We still need 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't show up soon, we're going to miss the opening time," another person reassured. "Just wait a little longer. He'll be here soon," Captain Ming Luo said sternly. "When he arrives, mind your language. Don't call him that kid. Call him Commissioner or Sir. He outranks all of us now." Team member Zhang Kai-ming argued, "Captain, I'm just worried. He could have come earlier to coordinate with us." Team member Huang Yun chimed in, "Coordinate what? Didn't the higher-ups already say? Our mission is secondary. Protecting his safety is the top priority." Another soldier was surprised. "What? It changed again?" Team member Liu Bin said irritably, "Then why are we even going to the 6 Earth Link dungeon? Isn't it to compete for resources? If he's afraid of danger, he shouldn't be going." Another person sneered, "Ha, ha, so he goes, but still needs to be protected? Talk about wanting the best of both worlds." Deputy Captain Zheng Cheng suddenly spoke up. "He's here," another soldier muttered. "What a grand entrance." Liu Yifei walked in, followed by 6 men in black. "Damn it! 6 high-level level 3 experts are escorting him? Isn't that ridiculous? Ha ha. It's even more over the top than a legend." Ming Luo stepped forward, raised his hand, and saluted Liu Yifei. "Sir, I am the captain for this mission." Ming Luo, "Would you like me to summarize the situation?" Liu Yifei replied in a friendly manner. "Captain Ming Luo, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Liu Yifei. Please, go ahead with the briefing. This mission includes 10 people. Deputy Captain Zheng Chang and I are mid-level Tier 3, while the others are entry-level Tier 3. We have 3 long-range specialists and 4 melee warriors. I have dual attributes, strength and agility, specializing in offense. Deputy Captain Zheng Chang has rare dual attributes, agility and willpower, specializing in reconnaissance. Our main objective is to protect as much ionic ore as possible. Of course, killing awakened individuals from other war zones is encouraged if the opportunity arises. Liu Yifei asked. Understood. Can you share the dossiers of the awakened individuals from other war zones? Ming Luo replied, Of course, but sir, don't you want to review the dungeon details first? Oh, I've already gone through that information. Ming Luo handed him a file. This time we will be facing 6 other nations, Nation H, Nation L, Nation C, and Southeast Asia. This will be one of the most intense competitions in recent years. Liu Yifei skimmed through the file. Dai Hua, Yi Tiao, Li Tai, Jidong, Ya Feng, Jin Wu. Who are these nobodies? So you've never heard of them? Ming Luo hurriedly explained, wondering if he was underestimating them or if the big shots just liked to show off. Liu Yifei, sir, I know you are very strong, but we must not underestimate them. We have faced them before. Even among our previous teams, many mid-level Tier 3 members were killed by them. Liu Yifei's gaze turned cold. He crumpled the file in his hand. You're saying they killed many of our people? Then this time, I will make them pay in blood. A massive blue spatial gate opened inside a harbor. Awakened groups from other nations were arguing. Nation Z should receive 40% of the rewards from this operation. 40%? 30% is the maximum. The awakened from Nation H are mostly peak Tier 3, except for 2 people. A muscular man, the captain of Warzone L, Dai Hua, roared, Stop arguing. The distribution of rewards is crucial. We will distribute the rewards as we did before. The important thing is, we cannot let the Huaxia Warzone take any resources. As long as we can lock down their spiritual energy sources and weaken their air forces, the entire Huaxia safe zone will become our playground. Everyone agreed. Captain Dai Hua continued. He's right. If we sow fear into them, they will be too terrified to send any more awakened to participate in state-level dungeons. We must be much more careful this time, because since Huaxia has lost many times, they might send their strongest awakened. Here. Yes. All of their previous captains died at our hands. They are all cowards, so why should we be afraid? That's right. They are different from us. Their country is vast with many people, but their powerful awakened have to stay within their borders to protect their citizens. Those with talent, potential, and good backgrounds wouldn't risk their lives coming here. A white-haired man, the captain of Warzone H, Jin Wu, sneered. They are just a bunch of A-tier talented awakened. I could kill them all by myself. Someone else flattered him. That's only natural. Captain Jin Wu is on par with a high-level Tier 3, but there was a global announcement a few days ago. An all-powerful head was born in Huaxia. Jin Wu replied with contempt. So what? Not to mention whether Huaxia would allow him to come here. Even if he did, what can a newly awakened Tier 3 do? A man surrounded by a red aura laughed wickedly. That's right. If Liu Yifei actually dares to come, I wouldn't mind decapitating him and turning it into my trophy. Others hurriedly stepped back. Keep away from this psycho killer. Nobody knew if he would suddenly attack everyone here. Deputy Captain of Warzone R, Ya Feng, licked his lips, his eyes glowing red. I already have 6 pig heads as trophies from China, the first in the world. They are all well worth collecting. A notification board appeared. The Huaxia Warzone has entered the Zombie Nation area of the state-level dungeon. 60-second countdown starts. Please enter before time runs out. Zombie Nation. A state-level dungeon that cannot be reset. Difficulty. A. Dungeon Introduction. This dungeon is a parallel world where technology has developed to a very high level. The rules of this world are almost identical to reality. The progress of NPCs in this nation does not include awakened individuals, but their technology is advanced. They have developed many combat suits and machines that can rival the power of Tier 3 awakened. There has been no large-scale zombie outbreak, but small-scale outbreaks have occurred. Dai Hua roared. Get here. Let's go. Kill them all. Liu Yifei held his head. Surrounding him were awakened from other nations who had been knocked out. He murmured to himself, I'm already in a state-level dungeon? Just as expected from a state-level dungeon. Even with high willpower, the teleportation still makes me dizzy. He looked surprised to see other teams trapped in hexagonal energy spheres. Huh? What is this? The current environment is a temporary space. This environment is used to confirm the number of entrants. Attacks are disabled in this environment. 30 seconds after confirmation, the teams will be sent inside in order of the average level of each team. Sent inside in order? Huh? We aren't inside yet? In my past life, there was no such rule for this dungeon. They haven't woken up yet. A voice came from another sphere. Huh? An unfamiliar face from Huaxia? You woke up quite early, haven't you? That person thought to themselves, I thought I was fast enough, but why do I feel like he was even faster? There's no way. According to my senses, that kid is just an unstable level 3, tier 1. Liu Yifei looked toward that person and said, SS tier willpower. This awakening speed is astonishing. Oh, you're awake? Ming Luo woke up and asked, Zheng Cheng, what is this temporary space, Trin Than? This is the time-based advantage I mentioned. The dungeon offers compensation to the weaker teams. The teams with the lowest average level get to enter the dungeon out. Do you see this? Minlak's team members were stunned to see that the other teams could communicate with each other. Damn it. Don't they have isolation barriers between teams? They've cooperated before based on a verbal agreement, and this time, they even used a rare alliance item. So, the previous intelligence the Ilatel was wrong. We're in trouble. Dai Hoanyat Dieu laughed savagely. Ha ha ha. You Chinese pigs, have you finally realized you're about to die? Did your superiors not tell you about this? Oh, I forgot. You're all trash. Even your intelligence is wrong. Liu Yifei kept a calm expression as he analyzed the situation. Their alliance is useless as long as there are no high tier. Level 3S. No one can kill me. 60. Level 3S? Is that supposed to be a lot? Regardless of how many there are, they are still just trash. But this means there is a spy in our team or in the upper ranks. Dai Hoa Not Dia roared, offering a disgusting proposal. If you kneel down and beg, I might consider letting you die with your bodies intact. Otherwise, I'll turn all of you into fertilizer. He pointed toward Hoang Van. Or, you can choose to hand over your female members in exchange for a whole corpse. But my technique is excellent. I will ensure that she has the best time of her life. Hoang Van couldn't take it anymore. She roared and rushed forward. You bastards, I'll kill you all. But a team member held her back and shouted, Stop! A black man from the National E-Theater laughed loudly. Don't you want the ore? You can trade them with us for women. That idea isn't bad. Another man from the National Y Theater licked his lips crudely. I have to say, all your awakened women look very delicious. Dai Hoa Not Dia turned to Minlak, his smile becoming even more sinister. Do you still remember Truong Vi from Huaxia? I heard she was the most beautiful woman in your army. Do you know how long I played with her after we caught her? Didn't you love her so much, Minlak? Minlak gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with rage. He continued, She was the most outstanding awakened one in your team in recent years. She was beautiful and admired by many. I'm sure you wouldn't even let a single strand of her hair be harmed. What a pity. Do you know how many people she slept with? The thought of her begging us to let her go before she died makes me a little sad. She was still waiting for you to save her, but you rats abandoned her and ran away. Ha ha ha. Dong Da Fong picked up a skull and licked it morbidly. The taste of her still lingers in my mouth. Ha ha ha. Minlak couldn't endure it anymore. He let out a heaven-shaking roar. Shut up. He rushed forward, pouring all his anger into one punch. I'll kill you all. Don't touch her. Give her back. His entire team followed him, screaming in desperation. Captain, we probably won't survive this time anyway, so why don't we just enter the dungeon and fight them? Liu Yifei shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the temporary space. Silence. Minlak, calm down and use your head. He stood in front of his team, enveloping them in a purple energy shield, and said coldly, A level 3 awakened one can detonate their body whenever they want. How could she possibly be humiliated by anyone? Dai Hoa Not Dieu looked at Liu Yifei with a more serious expression. He thought to himself, that kid isn't simple. He's right. Is it because he doesn't know Truong Vi that he can analyze the situation so clearly? Or Trin Than tried to reassure Liu Yifei and the team? I know that, but Liu Yifei, please be assured. We know what is important. We will protect you no matter what. If you encounter any danger, use the item the military gave you immediately. Get revenge for us the next time you meet them. Liu Yifei was speechless. He thought. We haven't even gone in yet. And they've already given up? Regardless, I'm too lazy to explain it to them. I'll just kill the other teams myself. Dong Da Fong whispered to Dai Hoa Not Dieu. Dong Da Fong, are you deaf? Did you hear Min Lok call that kid Liu Yifei's name? I didn't expect that the head of the world's leader would finally be mine. A system notification appeared. Confirmation time ended. Huaxia Theater Team, please enter the dungeon. Teams from other theaters may enter after 6 hours. As soon as the system notification appeared, Minlak clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. 6 hours earlier, we still have a chance. But another team member shook his head pessimistically, with a bitter smile. Ha ha ha. This dungeon is still too merciful to the weak. It's truly shameful. Before the space portal completely closed, Liu Yifei turned back toward the furious Dai Hoa Not Dieu. He shouted provocatively, "Hey, you fat pig, don't you like eating garbage? When you get in here, I'm going to shove your head up your own ass." Liu Yifei flashed a cocky smirk and gave the middle finger to the stunned crowd. He declared coldly, "And all of you too, even if you all kneel down and beg. I won't let you die easily. I'll cut off all your reproductive organs and feed them to the dogs." The people from the other theaters were boiling with rage. They roared, "That brat is threatening us?" Another guy laughed with utter disdain. "Ha ha ha, a level 3 rookie. Where does he get the guts?" Another joined in. "Ha ha ha, truly a newborn calf that's not afraid of the tiger." Amidst the chaos, Dai Hoa Not Dieu narrowed his eyes. He felt something was wrong. He muttered with suspicion, "Something isn't right. That kid is surprisingly calm." Kim Vu, the white-haired man, patted Dai Hoa's shoulder and said with a faint smile, "Captain Dai Hoa, rather than paying attention to that kid, it's more important that we get to enter. Besides, they have 6 hours to hide and cower anyway." Ha ha ha. Dong Da Fong, with red eyes, licked his dagger morbidly. He growled, "You guys are overthinking it. Even if that Liu Yifei hides underground, I can still cut off his head." Immediately after, the entire Huaxia team was sucked into a blue light. In front of them appeared a giant notification board. Countdown for other theaters to enter the state-level zombie dungeon. 05, 59 to 32. Mission 1. Find the professor at the Institute of Genetics. Collect 10 pieces of anomalous data from the last 3 months. Mission 2. Collect 10 mental energy ores. Minimum quantity must not be lower than 1,000 kilograms. Scores can increase based on the amount collected. Mission 3. Find the protagonist of this world, Lam, Dong Thui. After finding him, you can choose to start the next phase of the mission. Note: after completing all 3 missions, you can choose to leave the dungeon. After killing an awakened one from other teams, you will receive a 1.2% increase in mission points and other special rewards. As their vision cleared, they found themselves in the lobby of a high-tech building. Ye Nin immediately issued orders with a tense expression. "Everyone, hurry. Ye Nin, find a system that can connect to the internet and pinpoint the coordinates of these NPCs. We must complete all missions and escape before the other teams arrive." "Wait!" Ye Nin suddenly spoke up, stopping the team. Ye Nin turned around, shouting furiously, "Ye Nin, what are you doing? If we do that, we'll all be wanted by the NPCs." But Ye Nin coldly declared, "I am taking command now. I will lead you all to victory." Ignoring the objections, Ye Nin approached a futuristic Mercedes-Benz sports car. A piercing siren immediately wailed, "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" The team started arguing. "We should go find the NPCs, and not mess with the authorities in this world." Another retorted, "No, we should use force to reach the pinnacle of this world." Ye Nin placed his hand on the car's control panel, his eyes flashing with a murderous glint. He thought to himself, "If I can trap them, I'll be the only AI who can escape when the time comes. That will be the moment I start the massacre." A robotic voice chimed in. "Password confirmed. Starting up." The team gasped in shock as the alarm abruptly cut out. Ye Nin stuttered, "The alarm is gone?" "Ye Nin, did you control this car? How did you do that?" Ye Nin calmly sat in the driver's seat. He turned back and said firmly, "That's a military secret. I can't go into details. Time is running out. Get in." Ye Nin was still hesitant, muttering to himself. Ye Nin pulled out a special card and held it up in front of Ye Nin. He said with authority, "The Special Ops Team. From now on, command will be transferred to me for this mission. Obey my orders." Ye Nin and the other members were stunned. They realized it was the Supreme Military Command Privilege Card. Ye Nin narrowed his eyes, asking, "Are you trying to disobey orders?" Ye Nin immediately bowed, his voice full of awe. "I wouldn't dare. Get in the car." Once everyone was inside, a female member whispered with admiration, "He's so badass. We were supposed to protect him, but he's charging straight into danger." Hoang Van sat beside her, smiling hopelessly. "It doesn't matter anymore. None of us will survive this time anyway." The car shot off like a lightning bolt. On the dashboard screen, the text appeared. Current destination set. 91. Champs. Élysée Avenue. Laser Mansion. Ye Nin sat in the passenger seat, watching Ye Nin maneuver the car with practiced skill. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Your handling is so smooth, what on earth is going on?" Ye Nin focused on driving. In his mind were plans far greater than the system's insane doomsday missions. The priority was completing the Godsword system's mission. Only then could he obtain the blueprints for the space battleship. This was crucial for turning the tide in the war against the apocalypse. After all, no matter how strong his personal power was, facing a world-level zombie swarm would just be like a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, a new system notification appeared before Ye Nin. Mission update. Seize the highest authority in this instance. Change the progress and future of the world. The higher the level of change, the greater the authority you can seize. Warning. Avoid killing the protagonist of this instance, Lam Thui. Ye Nin narrowed his eyes, a green flame flickering in his gaze as he quickly analyzed the situation. The protagonist cannot die. The fastest way to change the world's progress is to seize power. Moreover, after seizing power, we can better control the Six-Nation Alliance. According to the system information provided by the external Devil's Eye, heading to the governor's mansion seems to be the fastest way. Ye Nin seemed to grasp his intention, asking with a sharp look, "Ye Nin, are you trying to control the leaders here and use their power to help us deal with those guys?" Ye Nin turned back and gave a confident smile. "Exactly. That is my plan." One team member named Trong Kai-min protested vehemently, his face panicked. "This is too absurd. It will definitely fail. Not to mention those 60 rank 3 warriors, and whether we can successfully control the army or not, we can't even confirm their spawn points. An ambush is impossible." Ye Nin calmly raised his hand, and a 3D map of the city appeared. He explained clearly, "What's difficult about that? Just use triangulation. First, the system won't separate us too far from the enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a competitive instance. Second, the distance from the mission objective cannot be too far, or the entire time will be spent just traveling." He zoomed in on the map, pointed to their location, and continued, "Take us as the center. Multiply the maximum speed of an awakened by 3 hours. That is basically the range where they will appear. Then, overlap that with the minefield range, and the area can be narrowed down again." Ye Nin pointed to the circled area on the map, frowning. "But this area is still too big." Ye Nin nodded in agreement. "After all, we can only threaten them when they appear, so we must attack immediately. The two main NPCs in this mission are Professor Club and the civilian boy, Lam Thu." He pointed to 2 different spots on the map. He reasoned sharply. "The professor is in the lab. Lam Thu is likely in Chinatown. Take the midpoint of the 2 and connect it to the previously narrowed range. This is the area. Do you remember where we spawned? The parking lot. In other words, the system will try to avoid having awakened beings seen by ordinary people. Therefore, the only places they could appear are the suburbs, roads, and parks in this area." The team fell silent, completely convinced by Ye Nin's logical analysis. Someone exclaimed in shock, "The reasoning is so clear. So, it wasn't a rash decision." Another whispered with admiration, "These calculations are truly thorough. I completely underestimated him before." The car continued to speed away. Ye Nin's voice echoed in the car, reaffirming his argument. "The reason we can be so certain is mainly thanks to the external tips from the Devil's Eye." 1 hour later, the car screeched to a halt in front of a magnificent mansion. Ye Nin commanded, "We're here. Get out immediately." Sirens wailed everywhere. "Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" Fully armed soldiers rushed out, pointed their guns at them, and shouted, "Who are you? Don't move!" Ye Nin stood in front of the team. A purple energy enveloped them. He commanded decisively, "Attack! Take them all down. Try not to kill anyone. Don't worry about them. Contacting the outside world. I've already cut off the communication network here with my mental power." With that, a surge of dark energy billowed from Ye Nin's body. Ye Nin was the first to rush forward, shouting, "Wind slash!" The soldiers were terrified to see their superhuman power. The commander yelled, "It's a monster! Fire! Fire!" The order was carried out on the spot, and a dense rain of bullets began to fall. The other members didn't waver either. They unleashed their skills in unison. Ice Heart, Soul Fire, sharp ice pillars rose from the ground, freezing several soldiers. She radiated a deep purple energy from her hands. Being too righteous isn't good either. Let's add some negative energy curses. The remaining soldiers immediately clutched their heads in pain, losing their ability to fight. Trong Kai-min laughed loudly as he easily took down a soldier. "Haha, a rank 3 fighting against ordinary people is truly a downgrade." It's been a long time since I had this much fun. If only the Six Nation Alliance were this easy. You think things are that simple? Ye Nin smirked and rushed straight into the mansion. Inside, another team of soldiers equipped with electromagnetic guns was waiting and fired as soon as they saw him. Ye Nin didn't dodge at all. He even said with interest, "The perfect time to test the defensive capabilities of my new battlesuit against your electromagnetic guns." A series of energy bolts struck Ye Nin, but it felt like nothing more than a massage. He shrugged and smiled, saying, "Mem NDT0. It feels like I'm getting a massage." The soldiers stared in horror. He's immune to electromagnetic rounds? How can that be? Ye Nin drew his sword, his gaze turning cold. "All right, I'm in a hurry today. No time to play with you all." Storm Thunder Sword. Extreme cold element. But don't make it too cold, just enough. He swung his sword. A chilling blast spread across the lobby. As the rest of the team ran inside, they were stunned by the scene before them. Ye Nin anxiously called out, "Hurry! Ye Nin, are you sure there's no danger inside?" Then he paused, stuttering, This. It doesn't just look dangerous, it's also very artistic." The entire guard force in the lobby had been frozen into vivid statues, each in their own pose. Seeing Liu Yifei, he wasn't sure if it was safe inside. Then he froze and stammered, This doesn't just look dangerous, it's actually quite artistic." Every single guard in the hall had been frozen into lifelike statues, each in their own unique pose. At the end of the lobby, Ye Nin was leisurely sitting across from an elderly man who appeared to be the leader of this place. He said, "Nice to meet you, Governor Beth. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, you won't be harmed." The governor looked at him with a terrified expression. Trembling voice, "Joyful to see me. The 100 elite guards at my mansion were taken down in mere seconds. This can't be humanly possible. Even those genetically modified ones couldn't do that." The governor, sweating profusely and shaking, raised his hands in surrender, stuttering in terror. "Don't kill me. I'll cooperate with whatever you want, but I need to know who you are and why you're coming after me." A faint purple energy flickered from Liu Yifei's hand, creating a soft, sizzling sound in the air. Liu Yifei explained calmly, a golden object hovering over his finger. "We are from the future, having traveled back 15 years in this world. Our mission is to prevent the crisis this world is currently facing. So, don't worry, we're not the bad guys. Look, we haven't even killed any of your subordinates. At most, we've only restricted their actions." Liu Yifei's gaze suddenly turned icy, the image of the Six Nation Alliance flickering vaguely behind him. He growled his command. "Finding you was easy. I need you to mobilize all armed forces of Oba province within 3 hours, and mobilize all Skynet systems to help me find these people and wipe them out. They are also time travelers, but they came here to destroy this world." The governor's eyes widened, his expression one of utter confusion. He muttered in disbelief. "People from the future? A crisis? Is this a movie? Or a reality show? Am I dreaming?" Smack! Liu Yifei slapped the governor hard across the face and asked coldly, "Are you awake now?" The governor clutched his cheek, nodding frantically. I'm awake. Please, don't hit me anymore." The governor tried to argue with a miserable look. "But I'm only the governor of one province. I can't mobilize that many units." Liu Yifei cut him off immediately. "Then, how many can you mobilize? How many Class A combat machines can you deploy?" Liu Yifei calculated in his head with a confident expression. "Class A machines are only comparable to entry-level Grade 3 Awakeners. If you can mobilize dozens, or even hundreds, we might still have a chance." The governor replied timidly. "At most, 3 Class A machines. There are more Class B units, about 120 or more. I can command the Class B machines, but once they're deployed, whether they attack or not depends on their own judgment. I don't have the authority to order them." A team member sighed. "Damn, this is completely useless." Mingla turned to give an order. "Liu Yifei, take someone to the nearby manor and bring a girl named Anna here." Before Liu Yifei could answer, the governor screamed in a panic. "Ah, don't touch my daughter." Liu Yifei stood up and looked down at the governor with a commanding gaze. "Under Federal Law 78, you have the right to enter a state of wartime and directly mobilize all armed forces. The 3 armed forces of Oba province include at least 60 Class A machines and 2,400 Class B machines. Just organize a drill, declare it an anti-terrorism operation, any excuse will do. But if you don't do it honestly..." The governor broke out in a cold sweat, his face deathly pale with fear. "No, it's not like that. To do what you say, the main AI server has to approve it. I can enter a wartime state, But if the main server doesn't approve it, the subordinates won't listen, and there's no way to trick the main server. Liu Yifei handed him a tablet and ordered decisively. Just mobilize them. Issue the order right now. Within 3 hours, gather the province's troops at these coordinates. Also, send engineers and technicians to fill these coordinates with surveillance equipment. The governor took it, trembling. All right. Liu Yifei wore a mysterious smile. Lines of data flowed across the tablet in the governor's hand. As for the main server, I'll handle it. Luckily, in my past life, to cooperate with an NPC to complete a plot, I obtained the backdoor command for the main server. The governor stared at the tablet with an unbelievable expression. He thought to himself, he can control the main server? Could he really be a time traveler? Just then, 2 team members escorted a beautiful blonde girl into the room. Smack! The governor jumped up and yelled desperately, "What are you doing? What happened to my father? Anna, let my daughter go." Smack! Liu Yifei impatiently slapped the governor again and growled, "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." The girl named Anna was stunned. "Father? Dad? What's going on?" Liu Yifei turned to face Anna directly, his voice as cold as ice. "Listen here. Your father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated his political rivals. That's a capital offense, but as long as you help me find Lin Rui within 6 hours, I will spare your father's life. Don't try to deceive me. I know you two are classmates. I even know the detail that he secretly likes you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lin Rui's safety. We're here to protect him." 4 hours later, at National Highway 077, Oba Province, a fleet of 6 Nation Alliance warships hovered in the sky. One guy sneered, "Heh, this empty place? I told you guys there wouldn't be any ambush. You overestimated those pigs too much." Another chimed in, "Yeah, they must have been scared to death when they heard we were coming." Another added angrily, "Damn it. They were threatening us before, but now they're hiding? Go into the city, summon the high-level managers to help us find those pigs." Dai He Diao landed on the ground. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. A sense of unease rose up. Something's not right. Are these surveillance cameras too dense? And the soil has been freshly dug up. A strange humming sound began to echo from underground. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A series of disc-shaped mines with red lights, flashing, erupted from the ground. Dai He Diao screamed in a panic. "Is this an ambush?" The mines exploded, creating massive columns of dust and smoke that obscured vision, while a powerful squadron of fighter jets dived from the sky, causing the 6 Nation Alliance group to look up in utter astonishment. Dai He Diao gritted his teeth, his expression full of resentment and confusion. Is that the army of this world? How could Huaxia mobilize such a large-scale military force? From above, a voice rang out through the loudspeakers, ordering decisively, "Squadrons 1, 3, and 7, deploy toxic smoke bombs immediately." The drones launched bombs that created a green smoke covering the enemy. The Alliance group began to cough violently. One man clutched his throat and shouted in pain, "Gak! Is this nerve gas?" Dai He Diao roared, his eyes flashing purple as he concentrated his energy. "Hurry! Those with mental abilities. Form a collective defensive psychic shield. Now!" A huge purple aura quickly formed, enveloping the entire formation and completely neutralizing the deadly gas. But before they could even catch their breath, the second wave attack order rang out. Squadrons 2, 4, and 6 deploy airburst bombs. Electronic Mech Legion, start the assault. A barrage of fire erupted. The ground combat machines simultaneously pointed their guns at them. Countless bombs and energy beams rained down like a storm, creating a sea of fire that engulfed the entire area, causing the Alliance group to scream in despair amidst the flames. Dai He Diao yelled loudly, trying to stabilize the formation. Grade 3 newbies, focus on defense and fire support. Intermediate, Grade 3S, charge with me. He poured all his power into a massive punch aimed at the ground. Roaring with power, heavenly soul slash. Whoever blocks my path will die. Jin Yu, the white-haired guy, wasn't to be outdone. He easily swept away a machine with his staff and sneered, "Heavenly wave strike. It's been 7 years. I've been intentionally holding myself back at intermediate grade 3. Guess why?" The other members of the Alliance also proved to be incredibly powerful, easily destroying combat machines. One guy said contemptuously, "Even if a Class A machine can rival an entry-level grade 3, it's still just trash in front of us." Another agreed. "Exactly. Not to mention those weakling Class B ones in the back." Another one roared, "Thinking you can kill us with this? You're too naive." Dong Ye Feng, the psychopathic murderer, hovered in the air. A purple energy enveloped him. He looked down at a drone and laughed coldly. You think flying up there means you can escape me? He had a special spatial ability. He lunged down like an arrow, unleashing a beautiful rapid-fire combo attack. Golden Dragon Dance. From a hidden location, Liu Yifei's team was watching the battle on screen. Mingle said anxiously, "This isn't good. Our combat strength can't even compare to them. Even if we manage to take down a few weaker entry-level Grade 3S, we still can't handle the rest." Liu Yifei stood with his arms crossed, his expression completely calm. He said confidently, "It's fine. We never relied on these machines to win completely anyway." Mingle turned and asked, confused, "Then what are we relying on?" Liu Yifei placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, wearing a mysterious smile. "What we're relying on." He drew his sword with a shing. The blade flashed with a cold blue light. He declared loudly, "Is this sword in my hand?" With that, Liu Yifei walked out onto the battlefield alone. Mingle called out in a panic, "Liu Yifei, wait!" "Liu Yifei, this is too reckless, too dangerous." Mingle ran to block him, insisting, "If anyone's going, we'll go first. Otherwise we can't guarantee your safety." Liu Yifei looked at him calmly. "Then come with me." He glanced at the squad and ordered coldly, "But I only need you to guard the perimeter of these machines. Don't let a single one escape." Mingle was still hesitant, but Liu Yifei turned and walked away, his voice echoing with authority. "Disobeying orders will be punished by military law." He dove into the heart of the battle like a whirlwind, causing an enemy to jump in shock. "Huh? Someone's breaking in." Liu Yifei's eyes flared, and he tightened his grip on his sword. A voice rang out, filled with killing intent. "Predator mode, activated. Clear out the trash first." Another enemy recognized him and shrieked in terror. "It's Liu Yifei from Wuxia." Liu Yifei swung his sword, creating a massive storm of blade energy that swept away everything in its path. Daiho Nat Diu saw the blade storm rushing toward him and screamed in horror. "Liu Yifei." He hurriedly activated all his defensive power. A purple energy shield enveloped his body. Another enemy was blown away, moaning in pain. "Activate full defense." The other members of the alliance also struggled to hold their ground. Their shields constantly shook and cracked under the power of the blade storm. They could only moan and cough in despair. The entire alliance formation was submerged in a sea of blade energy, their defensive shields shattered like glass. Liu Yifei's team stood behind, watching the scene in total shock. One person stammered, He took out an entire group of Tier 3 rookies in just one move? He even injured a mid-level Tier 3. Another whispered in awe, "Why did he forbid us from interfering? With this kind of godly combat power, he's even more terrifying than the legends." A third person still couldn't believe it. How did he do that? These Tier 3s aren't like Zhang Yang and the others. Min Lak, with a grim expression, offered his assessment. Perhaps it's because the battle machines drained a lot of energy from those low-level Tier 3s. The real danger is just starting. Everyone, get ready to rescue him at any moment, even if it means disobeying orders. We must ensure he survives. As the blade storm dissipated, the survivors of the Alliance roared in fury. One screamed, "You killed my brothers. I'll kill you." Another cursed, "You bastard. We're going to gut you and feed you to the dogs." Another bellowed, "You dare kill members of the death squad? Liu Yifei, you're a dead man." Daiho, Nat Dia, and Kim Vu roared in anger, charging toward the machines that were still firing. "Get out of the way. Do you want to die?" Liu Yifei stood alone in the desolate battlefield, facing the charging crowd. He coldly declared, "Then come on in." He used the tip of his sword to draw a straight line on the ground. His voice, cold as ice, echoed everywhere. "This line, this is your death boundary." Immediately, he swung his sword, creating a massive, glowing blue, crescent-shaped slash. He shouted, "Moonlight Slash." Amidst the chaos, Dong Dafong suddenly lunged out from the smoke, his body engulfed in an evil, black and red aura. He roared, "Humph! Liu Yifei, your head will be mine." From behind, two members of Liu Yifei's team supported him. They shouted, "Ice Arrow! Heartfire!" Dong Dafong easily deflected the two incoming energy blasts with his twin daggers. He let out an annoyed grunt. Ugh. He suddenly realized something was wrong when both attacks targeted him. He wondered, "Huh? Are they aiming for me? Something's not right." Liu Yifei moved unexpectedly. He used his sword to block both energy blasts and absorbed them, creating a cross-shaped explosion of ice and fire. He yelled, "Storm Thunder Sword! Elemental Wrath!" Dong Dafong laughed sinisterly and called out to the others, "Liu Yifei only has those two big moves. Don't worry, let's gang up on him. Obviously, the final blow has to be mine." Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation in his mind. How is he so sure I only have 2 moves? If he knows, why reveal it now? And why did they keep their distance and announce their move earlier? The remaining soldiers followed Dong Defang's lead, roaring as they rushed toward him. He's out of tricks! Kill him! Liu Yifei just smirked and thought to himself. Out of tricks, huh? He raised his sword to the sky. A massive wave of dark energy billowed from behind him, forming a giant phantom with glowing red eyes. He declared, "Then let me show you what else I've got." The phantom of death gradually emerged, filled with countless screaming souls and skeletons. A system notification appeared. Energy consumed, 20,000, remaining 35,000. He roared, "Ultimate move, Death Realm." Dong Defang was swept into a vortex of dark energy. He screamed in terror, "What the hell is this? Entering the void? Is this a trap? How could this be?" From afar, 2 members of Liu Yifei's team stared in disbelief at the scene. One stammered, "This is Minlax." Eyes went wide, filled with amazement and admiration. Is this the #1 talent of the 4 elements? But he's too powerful. Hoang Van couldn't hide his surprise either. In my entire life, I've never seen a skill like this. Not just the skill, the energy output is insane, at least 20,000 points. Unbelievable. Dai Ho, Nat Dio, and Kim Vu, the only ones to escape the range of the skill, looked at Liu Yifei with hatred. Dai Ho roared, "Today, you Hua Xia pigs, not one of you will leave this place alive." Kim Vu also shouted, "Brothers, rush him." Liu Yifei, "I'll kill you." Liu Yifei stood firm in the center of the skill. He smirked, "Humph, my move isn't finished yet, and you're still able to bark?" 3 giant phantoms of death rose from the ground. He continued to channel the Death Realm, Soul Ascension. He pointed his sword, now empowered by countless souls, toward Kim Vu and ordered the specters, "Go, kill Kim Vu for me." The 3 phantoms of death rushed toward the panicked Kim Vu, while Dai Ho Nat Dio could only stand and watch in horror. When everything ended, only Liu Yifei and Dai Ho Nat Dio remained on the battlefield. Liu Yifei strolled over and asked casually, "Dai Ho, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" Dai Ho Nat Dio was sweating, but he still tried to act tough. He gritted his teeth and replied, "Because their power wasn't enough to kill me?" Liu Yifei flashed a provocative smile and said, "Wrong, because I said I would personally shove your head up your own ass. I, Liu Yifei, always keep my word." Humiliated, Dai Ho Nat Dio let out a heaven-shaking roar. His entire body erupted with a brilliant orange energy. Liu Yifei didn't flinch. He also swung his sword. A giant dragon made of ice and wind was created. He shouted, "Storm Thunder Sword." Elemental embodiment. Dai Ho Nat Dio roared and threw a powerful punch. The orange energy condensed into the shape of a ferocious tiger. Tiger Soul Fist. The 2 earth-shattering energy blasts collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The equal power forced both of them to retreat. Liu Yifei didn't give his opponent any time to rest. He immediately switched techniques, swinging his sword to create a fiery red phoenix. Storm Thunder Sword. Elemental Phoenix Rage. The brilliant phoenix screamed, lunging straight toward Dai Ho Nat Dio at lightning speed. Dai Ho Nat Dio braced himself and screamed while his 2 arms transformed into massive golden energy wings. Nirvana Shield. The fiery phoenix slammed into the shield, creating a terrifying explosion, but the shield stood firm in an amazing display of strength. Liu Yifei smirked, a look of interest flashing in his eyes. As expected of a berserker physique, the defensive capability is truly impressive. But that's okay, I'll play with you a little longer. Suddenly, countless dark shurikens flew from nowhere, attacking Liu Yifei from behind. He grunted. Another sneak attack from that Dongda. Fong, huh? But this time, he was prepared. A small dagger carrying massive purple energy appeared, easily blocking all the shurikens. He mocked, "Do you think you're the only one who can control objects with your mind?" Psychic power, full defense. From the sky, a worried voice rang out. "Liu Yifei, that's just an illusion. You've been tricked." Dai Ho Nat Dio had appeared in the air at some point, throwing a giant punch that fell like a meteor. Star-shattering fist. Liu Yifei let out a contemptuous snort. He braced himself, causing the ground around him to crack. "Humph? Ganging up on me? Then I'll show you what it means when all schemes crumble before absolute power." He raised his sword, and a wave of purple-black energy enveloped it. His eyes also turned a mystical purple. Heavenly fall. Absolute defense. Finally, Dai Ho's punch collided with Liu Yifei's energy shield, creating an even bigger explosion than before, but the shield didn't budge. Dai Ho exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" He couldn't believe his eyes. "How can a Tier 3 rookie have such defensive power?" Liu Yifei coldly declared, "This move isn't over yet." A ray of purple energy shot from the shield straight toward Dai Ho. The energy beam turned into countless sword blades, pinning Dai Ho to the ground. He roared in pain and fear. Heavenly fall. Impact lock. I can't move. How is this possible? Even while hiding in the void, Dong Jiafeng was enduring terrifying pressure. He thought in horror, even when hiding in the void, I can still feel this pressure. Jin Wu. You were already heavily injured before this. He panted, leaning on his sword for support. I possess the power of a high-level Tier 3. Do you think these half-baked Tier 3 zombies could exhaust me? Keep dreaming, Liu Yifei. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. But suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently, and sharp stone pillars erupted. He groaned. Ugh, what is this now? He was swallowed by a beam of purple light, letting out a desperate shriek before vanishing. Liu Yifei stood there, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. He thought to himself, I only used the heavenly severance for defense before. I never expected that its offensive power would be no weaker than the sword storm. His team, standing from afar, was completely stunned. Min Lak stammered, Liu Yifei, just how many trump cards does he have? Is he even human? Pushed to the corner, Dai Hoa Not Dieu let out a final roar. His body bloated, transforming into a giant with bulging muscles. Berserker transformation. Liu Yifei just looked at him calmly. So, this is your trump card? Dai Hoa Not Dieu? In his new form, he growled. Liu Yifei, I only use this form when fighting high-level Tier 3 opponents. Today, you will die by my hands, and that will be the honor of your entire life. Liu Yifei just laughed coldly. Oh, really? I don't think so. Well then, let me show you. Dai Hoa roared and lunged toward him. He threw a punch that felt like it would shatter the heavens. The power of the attack was so massive that Liu Yifei's entire team was blown away. Min Lak screamed in panic. Oh no, I've never seen Dai Hoa Not Thon like this before. Liu Yifei is in danger. Ugh, I can't even get close. Liu Yifei was sent flying. He muttered while trying to steady himself. Ugh, this destructive power rivals a Tier 3 intermediate to high-level mutant. Luckily, my new combat suit absorbed the damage, or that punch would have been devastating. Dai Hoa Not Dieu didn't stop. He unleashed a massive wave of energy, sweeping across the battlefield. Liu Yifei raised his hand, and a purple-gold energy vortex appeared before him, fully absorbing the attack. Infinite Hell, Soul-Binding Zone. Absorb damage. Dai Hoa Not Dieu was stunned. He roared in disbelief. Soul-Binding again? Using the gold zone to absorb damage? How is he doing that? Liu Yifei leaped up, hovering in the air. He said in a challenging tone, Are you done with your big moves? Then it's my turn. His whole body was enveloped in a blood-red energy flow. He shouted, Divine Wrath. A system notification appeared. Consumed 20,000 soul energy. Remaining, 4,800 soul energy. He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a Tier 4 phantom. He looked at the newly summoned phantom with a bit of disappointment. I thought a Tier 4 fake would be at least 10 meters tall, but it's the same size as me. Will this even be effective? Dai Hoa Not Dieu laughed mockingly, pointing at the phantom. Ha ha ha. He just threw his own soul out? But he couldn't win with the original. So the soul is going to do it? What a joke. He was still laughing when he suddenly froze, muttering in panic. A big joke. Liu Yifei's red phantom had appeared behind him at some point, unleashing countless slashes at terrifying speed. Before Liu Yifei's eyes, the giant body of Dai Hoa Not Dieu shattered into pieces within a radiant red halo. Liu Yifei stared at the scene, murmuring in utter disbelief. A one-hit kill? Although it looks exactly like me, is it even stronger than me? His entire team was frozen in place. One person stammered with a terrified expression. Is this we won just by lying there? Was he not letting us join the battle because he was afraid of accidentally killing us? Amidst the thick dust, Liu Yifei stood there, his sword still shimmering with cold energy, while his red phantom sat leisurely on the giant head of the defeated Dai Hoa Not Dieu. The phantom raised its hand toward Liu Yifei. Its voice spoke up unexpectedly. Please, Liu Yifei gave a knowing smile and asked back, Huh? You know what I want to do? The phantom replied with a mysterious smile as its body gradually dissolved into the air. Of course, because I am you. Liu Yifei looked at the disappearing figure, murmuring with a touch of regret. What a shame. You can only appear for 10 seconds at a time. Let's just assume you are my future self. He turned and kicked the head of Dai Hoa Not Dieu hard, growling with satisfaction. Humph. Dai Hoa Not Thon. I said I would shove your head up your butt, and I kept my word. Hiding in a dark corner, Dong Jiafeng trembled, his face deathly pale. So terrifying. Everyone was wiped out except for me? No, I have to escape, but at least I must bring this information back. Liu Yifei's eyes flashed with a purple light. He glanced toward the shadows and sneered, still one hiding in the darkness. Before, I didn't have time to deal with you. Now, humph, Dong Jafeng, come out right now. He swung his sword, a blazing flame enveloping the blade. He shouted, psychic power, all-out team. Furious flame, pursuit. A fire serpent lunged out, chasing Dong Jafeng, who was fleeing in a panic. He roared in desperation. Planning to run? I said I would kill your entire team. Do you think I was joking? Min Lak switched attributes, maximum agility, furious flame scorching. Oh no. He can't see me, but he can feel my general direction. He's using fire to force me out. From behind, Min Lak yelled anxiously, Liu Yifei, don't chase him. Dong Jafeng still has hidden trump cards. Liu Yifei, your soul energy is already dangerously low. But Liu Yifei didn't slow down. He retorted decisively. Letting him live and return is far more dangerous. The fire attacks became more relentless. Dong Jafeng dodged while screaming in fear. His fire attacks are too fast. No, if this continues, I'm dead for sure, he gritted his teeth, deciding to gamble one last time. His eyes burned red with determination. He had used many big moves, relying on his senses. His soul energy was nearly exhausted. Instead of exposing my back to the enemy, I'll risk everything and charge, even if this move comes at a very high price. But if I can actually kill Liu Yifei, even if it's a life for a life, this mission won't be a failure. His whole body erupted with purple-red life flames. He lunged toward Liu Yifei like a moth to a flame, burning his own life essence, breaking the void. Die, he confidently declared as his speed skyrocketed. In this life-burning state, my attack power is stronger than a typical high-level Tier 3. Even if you're fast, you can't be faster than my supersonic blade. With a maniacal laugh, he roared, Die, Liu Yifei. But responding to him was a calm smile from Liu Yifei. Dong Jafeng froze, thinking, why is he smiling at death's door? His blade pierced through Liu Yifei's body with unbelievable ease. He panicked. Wait, why was there no resistance when the dagger pierced his body? The image of Liu Yifei before him vanished like purple smoke. Dong Jafeng realized in horror, damn it, it's a phantom? How is that possible? Could it be he also has spatial skills? But how can a skill be used without consuming soul energy? Before he could regain his senses, the real Liu Yifei appeared right behind him, swinging a fatal slash. A purple light flashed, cutting across Dong Jafeng's legs. He collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from the wound, but he still tried to stand, howling in pain. I'll kill you, Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei's team hurried over. Min Lak shouted, Liu Yifei, are you okay? Everyone, let's kill Dong Jafeng together. Two team members immediately raised their weapons, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Ice arrow, heart fire blast. Suddenly, Liu Yifei lunged forward, using his own body to block the two energy blasts. He shouted, Stop, keep him alive. He used his bare hands to punch through the two attacks, then turned to scold his bewildered teammates. I said stop. Why are you still shooting with everything you've got? This is not afraid of a strong enemy, only afraid of teammates who act like idiots. Ha ha ha. The archer hurriedly lowered his weapon, apologizing with a regretful expression. Liu Yifei, I didn't mean to. I was too worried. I didn't have time to pull back the attack. Min Lak stepped up to question him with a suspicious look. Liu Yifei, you said to keep him alive to extract information? It's not that I don't, but even if we get it, how do we know if it's true? It's better to just kill him quickly to avoid all future trouble. Liu Yifei ignored Min Lak. He pointed his sharp sword right at Dong Jafeng's throat, his voice cold as ice. Speak, who is your mole within the Huaxia team? Dong Jafeng let out a savage laugh, his sharp teeth showing full of defiance. I won't tell you, go ahead and kill me, Min Lak shouted in panic. Liu Yifei, are you mistaken? How could there be a traitor among us? Everyone has gone through a rigorous background check, and all methods of communication are monitored and recorded. Don't listen to his provocations. Liu Yifei gave a mysterious smile. He reassured the team, everyone, stay calm. Whether there is one or not, we will know after I interrogate him. Min Lak was still hesitant. Liu Yifei looked down at Dong Jafeng, who was kneeling on the ground. He spoke with a mocking tone. Dong Jafeng, if you wanted to die, you could have self-destructed normally. The reason you didn't is that your last ultimate move drained all the energy needed for self-destruction, right? Now, you're just a lump of meat. Even if you can't bring yourself to commit suicide. Hearing those words, Dong Jafeng's face paled. His eyes widened in horror and despair. Liu Yifei pressed the blade of his sword against Dong Yafeng's arm and slashed down once. He shrieked in agony. Ah! Ah! If you speak now, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, no problem. I've read books about ancient Chinese torture techniques like Lingqi, the death by 1,000 cuts. Liu Yifei moved the blade toward his face and asked coldly, "Shall I carve up your face next?" Dong Yafeng finally broke. He screamed in a panic, "Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk!" Trembling, he pointed his finger at one of the people in the infiltration team, Zhang Kaiming. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Kaiming in shock. One man couldn't believe it. He lunged toward him and shouted, "Is it really Zhang Kaiming? How could this be?" "Zhang Kaiming, what did they give you? How could you betray the brothers who fell for us?" The one who spoke was the man who had fired the fire snake orb earlier. He roared with fury. A purple fire snake lunged toward Zhang Kaiming. Soulfire, die. Enveloped by the flames, Zhang Kaiming let out a miserable shriek before being burned to ashes. Dong Yafeng watched the scene with a satisfied smile. He asked Liu Yifei, "Are you satisfied now? Can you give me a quick death?" Liu Yifei turned away, his cold voice echoing from behind. Satisfied enough. But don't be in such a hurry. Someone else is going before you." Dong Yafeng looked puzzled. Huh? Suddenly, a flash of sword energy surged, aimed directly at someone else in the team. Liu Yifei appeared right in front of Zheng Cheng, the vice captain, and blocked his attack. Zheng Cheng was horrified. "Risking your life to save the king? Did you think I wouldn't notice?" "Liu Yifei, you fap." Liu Yifei thrust his sword straight into Zheng Cheng's stomach. Ming Le was stunned and shouted, "Ack! Ugh, Liu Yifei, have you lost your mind? The traitor was Zhang Kaiming. Why did you attack Zheng Cheng?" Liu Yifei pulled out his sword and said coldly, Who told you there was only one traitor?" Ming Le and the others were dumbfounded. "You mean? That's impossible." Liu Yifei turned to the dying Dong Yafeng and explained, "You really thought Dong Yafeng would confess so easily?" "No, that was just sacrificing a pawn to protect the hidden piece." Dong Yafeng stammered. No way. You're just guessing." Liu Yifei slashed a line across his throat and smirked. "Even if I was guessing, your reaction just now confirmed my suspicions, didn't it? If you weren't the mole, shouldn't you have gloated or acted innocent? Now, your existence means nothing to me." Ming Le still tried to defend him. "Dong Yafeng is very cunning. Maybe this was his way of trying to frame him." Zheng Cheng clutched his wound and shouted righteously, "I, Zheng Cheng, have always been loyal to the country and my conscience." "Liu Yifei, how dare you slander me?" In a flashback, Liu Yifei remembered. "How dare you? Huh? You were very careful not to leave any communication evidence, not even contacting Zhang Kaiming directly. So, how did you pass messages? By leaving traces on your targets through long-range attacks. Remember when Dong Yafeng ambushed me but made a lot of noise beforehand to lure you and Zhang Kaiming to attack? At that moment, Zhang Kaiming's attack hit me, and your attack hit Dong Yafeng's arm. This piece of flesh I cut off bears your mark, and with your soul energy infused in it, it's proof of your connection. But in previous missions, I bet he has even more evidence on him." Hearing this, Zheng Cheng bowed his head and offered a bitter smile. "You're right, I am a traitor too." Ming Le was stunned. Zheng Cheng, why?" Liu Yifei looked at him coldly. "But I'm curious, why did you become a spy?" "I've checked your file. It's perfect, spotless. At 54, you lost both your parents and were saved by the army. You had no ties, no one to be threatened for. At 56, you joined the army to save a logistics team. You, a level 1, lured away a level 2 mutant. At 26, you became level 3 and were chosen for the special forces, having fought 13 border battles, nearly dying twice." Liu Yifei looked straight into Zheng Cheng's eyes, his voice filled with disappointment. "The old captain treated you like a brother. Zhang Wei treated you like a brother. Don't you hate them? I'm curious. What did Area R promise you to make you betray? Your own comrades?" Zheng Cheng lowered his head, his voice filled with bitterness and determination. "If I said I never thought about betraying my country, would you believe me? On the contrary, I just wanted to make one final effort for the Huaxia region." Liu Yifei raised an eyebrow, somewhat interested. "Oh, that's a new perspective." Zheng Cheng snapped his head up, screaming in utter helplessness. "Liu Yifei, you're right. I have no weaknesses. I don't want anything from them, and I hate those scum, more than anyone among you. I wish I could kill them all every day, but I couldn't. To save more comrades, I had to be their dog." Ming Le couldn't take it anymore. He lunged forward, kicking Zheng Cheng hard, roaring in anger and pain. "Zheng Cheng, what the hell are you talking about? Betraying us was for our own good? How can you face Zhang Wei? How can you face the old captain? Zheng Cheng clutched his wounds, laughing madly through his tears. Captain, if I hadn't done that, do you think you'd still be alive? Last time, the old captain, the strongest, Zhang Wei, they all died. Do you know why no one came looking for us after that? It's because I was their dog. Since we couldn't win anyway, it was better to let fewer people die. He clutched his chest, his voice full of torment. Have I, Zheng Cheng, ever been afraid of death? But I'm afraid of watching my brothers die, one by one. Mingla tore his shirt open, revealing countless jagged scars. He screamed in despair. You think I didn't want to save everyone? I couldn't. We're like pigs in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few can the rest survive. Liu Yifei placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice full of confidence and resolve. But this time is different. This time, I can lead you to victory. Zheng Cheng looked up at Liu Yifei with complicated eyes. Yes, Liu Yifei, I really didn't expect this. If only I had met you sooner. Liu Yifei, I'm truly happy. Zheng Cheng's entire body erupted in purple flames. He smiled peacefully. You've appeared, and now I can die without regret. Take my compromises with you. Goodbye, comrades. I miss you, old captain. Zhang Wei, I'm going to go apologize to them first. Live well for me. Protect Liu Yifei. Protect the future. Old Z, you bastard, you coward, you Li Zibin. The whole team cried out in despair as his body vanished into nothingness. Liu Yifei stood there, a purple flame flickering in his eyes, lost in thought. The tragedy of the weak being hunted by the strong has never stopped. Whether it's from foreign nations, alien races, or monsters. If my rebirth this time cannot save us from the apocalypse, such tragedies will only continue. His gaze became more determined than ever. To stop the cycle of tragedy, there is only one way. To become overwhelmingly strong, strong enough to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. He turned to look at his remaining comrades. Let's go. There are still other missions waiting for us. They returned to the manor Lei Ming, the governor of Oba Province's mansion. When they arrived, Mingla asked in surprise, Huh? Why is it so quiet here all of a sudden? Not a soul in sight. Suddenly, countless combat machines and soldiers appeared from nowhere, surrounding them. Mingla shouted, ordering the team to defend. Protect Liu Yifei. A blue energy shield was erected, blocking the enemy's gunfire. Liu Yifei swung his sword, a cold aura radiating outward. He said with interest, This isn't the kind of force the governor's mansion could mobilize. It must be from a higher level. Perfect timing. I was just wanting to have a word with your president. He swung his sword and shouted, Absolute freeze. A massive ice wave surged outward, freezing all the machines and soldiers within range. Mingla laughed loudly, patting a teammate's shoulder. Captain, Liu Yifei doesn't seem to be the one who needs our protection. The other agreed. You're right. Liu Yifei ordered. Everyone, step back a little. Don't cause too many casualties. We need to leave room for negotiations. All right, let's get to work. Trample the wind. The whole team responded in unison. Understood. Liu Yifei stepped into the courtyard alone. The area was completely frozen. He lunged toward the governor, who was standing stunned at the end of the path. He pressed his sword to his neck and smirked. Governor Brad, I didn't expect you to still dare to play games. The governor waved his hands hurriedly, stammering, It's not my fault. It's not my fault. He knelt down, crying and explaining. You caused too much noise, Liu Yifei. My superiors sensed something was wrong and sent people on their own. I really didn't call them. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen. They even used me as bait. Liu Yifei looked down at him with suspicion. Oh, is that so? The governor hurriedly begged. Sir, everything I said is true. Please spare me. I will cooperate with everything. Just then, Anna led a young man wearing glasses and carrying an axe inside. She pleaded, Please don't kill my father. I beg you. I've brought Lin Rui. The person you are looking for is here. The governor shouted in a panic. Anna, it's dangerous. Come back here, quickly. The young man named Lin Rui raised his axe, watching vigilantly, and asked, You, what are you trying to do? Liu Yifei looked at him, smiled, and asked, Lin Rui, do I look like a villain in your eyes? Lin Rui did not hesitate. Huh? Of course you do. Liu Yifei explained patiently. It might seem that way from your current perspective, but that's not the truth. Otherwise, you would see that I haven't. Lin Rui was stunned. The image of himself becoming a great leader flashed in his mind. The future leader of humanity saving the world from the apocalypse? Are you really talking about me? Are you really from the future? Pop. Anna rapped him on the head and snapped. Lin Rui, do you really believe in that? Lin Rui rubbed his head but turned to Anna with a serious expression. Anna, I think what he said might be the truth. If not, How can you explain his abilities? He whispered to Anna, but it was still loud enough for Liu Yifei to hear, and with his combat power, he could easily kill us with a single strike. Why would he bother lying to me? Besides, I've always had a feeling that I was meant to do something great in the future. Liu Yifei laughed loudly and praised him. Exactly. You are very brave, and quite smart too. Not worthy of being the savior of the future. Brave, kind, a little silly, and quite delusional. You really are a perfect example of a passionate protagonist. Someone like you is the best fit to become a representative. Lin Rui scratched his head shyly and asked, but I don't have any abilities right now. What can I do to save the world from the apocalypse? Liu Yifei reassured him. Don't worry. With abilities like mine, you will have them sooner or later. Now, all you need to do is follow me, and wait for my arrangements. Lin Rui happily saluted in military style and responded loudly, Yes, sir. Ming Le rushed in, his voice full of panic. Liu Yifei, a large number of fighter jets are heading this way, and there are even nuclear missiles aimed at us, too. They probably all came from the Federation headquarters. Even if we are strong, there is no way we can fight against an entire civilization. Liu Yifei commanded calmly, then grabbed the trembling governor. Everyone, stay inside and wait for me to return. Governor, I need you to cooperate with me and play along, okay? The governor nodded frantically. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Please don't kill me. Outside, 10 fighter jets hovered in the night sky. A powerful voice rang out from the loudspeaker. Warning. You have been surrounded. Surrender right now. Release the governor immediately. Liu Yifei grabbed the governor by the neck and shouted in response. I am Liu Yifei, and I demand a direct conversation with the President of the Federation. If you don't want to destroy this world, then do as I say. At the Federation Central Conference Room, President Bai Huang was watching the situation through a large screen. He muttered with a skeptical look. Destroy the world? Is this a movie? An aide reported, Mr. President, Governor Brest is still in their hands. But President Bai Huang dismissed it cruelly. Don't worry about him. Useless fools, they leaked the orders. They deserve to die. Send the order. If they don't surrender within 10 seconds, start the indiscriminate bombing. If necessary, launch the nuclear missiles. The final warning was issued. The robotic voice sounded cold and detached. Warning. Invaders, you have 10 seconds to surrender, or we will begin indiscriminate bombing. Warning. Fighter jets have locked onto targets. Warning. Nuclear missiles have locked onto targets. Governor Brest, the Federation will forever remember your great sacrifice for the safety of the Federation. Hearing those words, the governor's face turned pale. His eyes widened in horror and despair. What? The Federation has abandoned me? Mingla said anxiously. This is a disaster. I thought that after eliminating the rivals, the mission would go smoothly. Lin Rui stood nearby, muttering in confusion. Am I really about to die? This doesn't match what he said about the protagonist's development. Liu Yifei pushed the useless governor aside. He said nonchalantly, Governor, it seems you aren't as useful as I thought. Go back and wait. It's just one nuclear missile, right? I'll handle it. He held up a device that looked like a transparent phone and continued. Although my combat suit can withstand all forms of ballistic attacks, he swiped his hand across the screen, his gaze turning icy. I still need to consider the lives of Ming Le, Lin Rui, and the others. Since ordinary threats don't work, let's truly use the destruction of the world as a threat. He stood alone in the courtyard, facing the fleet of fighter jets that were locking onto targets. At the conference room, an aide screamed in panic. Mr. President, it's bad. Our nuclear missile system has been hacked. The nuclear strike has been cancelled. President Bai Huang was stunned. What? How is that possible? Immediately, a series of glowing red alerts appeared on the main screen. Alert! Jin Province has been targeted by a nuclear missile. Alert! Entong Province has been targeted by a nuclear missile. Alert! Huijiao Province President Bai Huang muttered in extreme terror. More than 700 provinces. No, that's impossible. I only have control over half of them at a time. His aide confirmed with a trembling voice. Mr. President, this is real. We have also just been targeted, and we cannot regain control. But what that person said about destroying the world is true. They really don't look human. Finally, the president had to succumb. He yelled, Stop them, make them stop. I agree to negotiate with him. Immediately send a special plane there to bring them to me. A soldier replied, Yes, sir. A luxurious aircraft landed in the courtyard of the mansion. A delegation of officials stepped out. Liu Yifei's whole team stood there, completely overwhelmed. Someone muttered, What on earth is happening here? Can Liu Yifei do things like this? Lin Rui whispered with admiration. This kind of power, is this the power I will have in the future? How amazing. Mingla exclaimed, Captain, were all our previous combat strategies wrong? This level of efficiency is insanely high. Liu Yifei sat down and replied calmly, we are travelers from the future, but in 1 year, the entire world will face a disaster and be plunged into an apocalypse. He explained further, while images of a devastated world appeared. A large number of zombies and mutants will appear. Countless people will perish at the hands of the undead, and the Federation will collapse. By the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity will have waged a nuclear war to fight the zombies, and civilization will have been reduced to rubble. But the disaster still won't be able to be stopped. However, by the 6th year, we developed a time machine and traveled back in time to change everything. He held out the transparent device, which was showing a video clip of fighting monsters. This is a recording from the future where we fight the monsters. You can analyze the authenticity of the content. Therefore, we are saviors, not invaders. The president was shocked. You are saying that in the future, there will be man-eating monsters? This is truly terrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is somewhat convincing, but how can I believe that you are really here to help us and weren't sent by those monsters? Liu Yifei wore a sinister smile. He said, you don't have to believe me, but I can truly blow all of you up. There is no apocalypse. I am the apocalypse. The guards immediately raised their guns. The president hurriedly shouted, stop, otherwise we will open fire. Liu Yifei just lightly snapped his fingers. All of the guards' guns were controlled by a burst of purple energy, pointing directly at the president. He said coldly, I am telling you this to save time. I don't have time to waste. If you don't cooperate, you'll be wiped out anyway. Instead of being destroyed by monsters, it'd be better to be destroyed by me, at least then. Your deaths will be quick. Minlak suddenly stood up, perfectly playing the part of the good cop. Liu Yifei, I believe the president is just having a hard time accepting this. I know you don't want to see humanity perish again. I also know this is our last chance. But I still want to beg you, please. Give them a little more time. He grabbed the president by the collar and screamed desperately. Stop hesitating. There's no turning back for us now. The last time we risked our lives to come back, it was because the Federation didn't trust us, and the rescue mission failed completely. This time, a group of monsters traveled back in time with us. They're the very ones we killed in the suburbs during our previous mission. Minlak shook the president violently. His eyes were bloodshot. Lord Liu Yifei was also deeply disappointed by the Federation's top brass from the previous campaign. During that operation, one of his comrades had died. Surrounded by your people, Liu Yifei covered his face, helplessly thinking to himself, ugh, Minlak's acting is hard to describe. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Should have picked someone with better acting skills. Minlak held up a vial of blue liquid and continued his act. If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next time. Naturally, we've brought along a genetic serum that extends lifespan and enhances physical strength. Once you drink it, you will gradually become as powerful as we are. The president's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took the vial and declared loudly, I believe you. This time, I will cooperate fully. Minlak turned back and gave a thumbs up to Liu Yifei, signaling that the mission was accomplished. Liu Yifei thought to himself, ugh, good thing he brought some enhancement serum. Just as expected, along with threats, he had to use some temptation as well. The president stood up and bowed respectfully. Respected savior, how should we cooperate with you? Liu Yifei crossed his arms and commanded, first, I need the Federation to step up the mining of psychic ore as much as possible. Second, bring Dr. Crook here to assist me in investigating the source of the apocalypse. The president replied happily, is it really that simple? I will take care of it immediately. Liu Yifei smiled with satisfaction. This mission is too easy, isn't it? With the Federation's backing, mining is basically no different from working in my own private mine. A system notification appeared. Zombie Nation, Level 1 missions complete. 4 missions of the next stage. The world's primordial apocalypse continues. Liu Yifei did not hesitate to press continue. He thought to himself, the initial missions of the apocalypse system are considered complete, but the Sword God system's missions haven't progressed much. It seems that seizing power and controlling the protagonist was just a small step in changing the course and future of the world. The key lies in finding the origin of the apocalypse and nipping it in the bud. Once that is done, not only can I obtain the blueprints for the space carrier, but I can also turn this place into a farm in the real world. After that, Liu Yifei and his team gathered. He assigned tasks decisively. Minlak, Huangvan and Lam Thui. Come with me to see Professor Crook. Luban, Take the others with the military to the mines to supervise the ore extraction. The team replied in unison. Yes, Lord D. Liu Yifei. We will complete the mission. Liu Ban and the others chatted happily. Before, at most, we could only control a few merchant guilds. Then we had to scavenge for resources ourselves, struggling to mine whatever we could. But this time, all we have to do is supervise, and we'll earn billions, even tens of billions of tons of energy ore. Exactly. Thanks to Lord D. Liu Yifei's decision, the era of being choked by other battle zones is about to end. I wonder if the military will be so excited they'll pass out on the spot when we return. Ha ha ha. Dai Liu Yifei's group arrived at the Federation Gene Research Institute. An elderly man, short and plump, in a white lab coat, stepped out to welcome them. Lord Dai Liu Yifei, hello. I am Professor Crook, the lead researcher at the Federation Gene Research Institute. Dai Liu Yifei looked him straight in the eye and asked, Professor Crook, I need you to answer a few questions. He held up 3 fingers, listing the questions one by one. First, what exactly are you researching? Second, have there been any anomalies or problems in your research? Third, are you conducting any unauthorized research of your own? Professor Crook broke into a sweat and hurriedly explained, all my research complies with Federation law. There are 2 main projects. The first project is genetic enhancement to improve the physical capabilities of mecha pilots. The second project involves top-secret Federation classified matters. D. Liu Yifei held up a special card. I currently have the highest level of Federation declassification. Security protocols do not apply to me. The professor was stunned. A direct order from the president? Okay. The second project is the Human Primordial Project. We are simulating the evolution of humans. Dai Liu Yifei muttered to himself. Human primordial, apocalypse primordial. He turned to the professor and asked, what exactly is the primordial? A long hallway with countless test tubes filled with blue liquid. He pointed to the tubes and introduced, for example, this one has zombie genes fused into it, this one has spider genes, and this one has snake genes fused into it. These are considered relatively successful test subjects. Dai Liu Yifei's team was horrified by the sight. Min Lak said with disgust, Ugh, they actually allow human experimentation like this? Hoang Van whispered, This is too cruel. Lam Tui couldn't believe it. I never suspected the Federation would actually allow this. The professor turned back with a sinister smile. All of this is to make humans stronger. Besides, these are just experiments on embryos, not real people. Dai Liu Yifei looked him straight in the eyes and asked, Crook, these are the successful test subjects, right? So where are the failures? The professor replied, the failed test subjects and mutated specimens are still inside, in the most restricted area. He led them to a massive metal door marked Zone B. When the door opened, the whole team was stunned by what they saw inside. Inside the restricted area were rows of larger storage tanks, inside which bizarre, deformed creatures were floating in blue liquid. Min Lak covered his mouth. Trying to suppress his nausea, he blurted out with disgust, Ugh, this is even more disgusting than the mutants. Dai Liu Yifei stepped closer to a tank, staring at the creature inside. He asked in a cold voice, What is this? The professor smiled proudly and introduced, Oh, this is a specimen codenamed Breaking the Cocoon. We were inspired by the way caterpillars transform into butterflies, he explained passionately, his face full of fervor. We wanted to see if we could create a test subject with a dual organ system. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before it becomes a butterfly, it wraps itself in a cocoon and melts back into cellular fluid, and somehow, this fluid reorganizes itself into the organs and structures of a butterfly. Even though it's just a puddle of liquid, it somehow knows which part should form the head, and which part should form the body. A crazed light flashed in his eyes behind his thick glasses. Not only that, if you cut open the cocoon after it hatches, it will turn into 2 halves of a butterfly. The top half will be the head and the bottom half will be the body. If you cut it vertically, one side will just have half a head. It's hard to imagine, but it seems their cellular fluid just knows what it's supposed to be. Even more interesting, if you insert a straw into the cocoon, it will hatch into a butterfly with a straw running through the middle of its body. He pointed to another tank, where a deformed butterfly was being formed. And if you mix cellular fluid from 2 different cocoons, it somehow creates a butterfly with a head growing out of its abdomen. They are completely unaffected by the chaos of mixing. They can still hatch successfully. Lam Thui couldn't take it anymore. He rushed over, grabbed the professor by the throat, and roared in outrage. Even after conducting such inhumane experiments, you're actually still proud of yourself? The whole team rushed over, and Min Lak shouted, Isn't this the prototype of the mutants? Hoang Van added, We've found the source. Let's just kill this bastard, blow this place up, and end it once and for all. The professor tried to explain. The brain cells of the subjects, these test subjects aren't fully developed yet. They can't even feel pain. Liu Yifei stopped them with a serious expression. Everyone, calm down. I don't think this mission is as simple as it seems. You think it's easy just because I took control of the Federation so effortlessly. But that alone was far from simple. For us, perhaps, but my instincts tell me that no matter how disgusting this place is, it's not the true source. The professor hurriedly fawned over Lord Liu Yifei. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. These rotting carcasses here are incapable of causing any kind of viral outbreak. Liu Yifei frowned and asked, the ghost eye didn't pick up any warning signals. So, this probably isn't the root cause. Crook, is there anything else besides this? The professor stammered, his voice laced with anxiety. No, nothing else at all. A purple glint flashed in Liu Yifei's eyes. He muttered, no, something's not right. Using his spiritual detection, a burst of purple energy erupted from his body. He shouted, you're lying. There's another facility underground. He used his power to shatter the floor, creating a massive hole. The group fell into another space below and groaned in pain as they landed. Liu Yifei looked around, realizing, this is an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but then it was buried. He turned to the trembling professor and sneered, Heh, you still dare to lie to me? Before their eyes was an even more horrific sight. Hundreds of naked human bodies lying scattered across long metal tables. Liu Yifei interrogated him. These bodies haven't been dead for more than 48 hours. How do you explain that? The professor screamed in despair. Why are you pushing me like this? Don't you know? Everything here is for certain powerful figures whose bodies are frail and need organ transplants. Lin Rui was stunned. He pointed at a body that looked like a child, his voice trembling with fury. You are secretly murdering people and harvesting their organs? These aren't just your experimental embryos. They are living, breathing children, just like us. How could you bring yourself to do this? And here I was thinking I wanted to join the Federation. They're nothing but a bunch of hypocritical scum. The professor tried to justify it weakly. It really has nothing to do with me. I just follow orders. Besides, they aren't considered real people. They're mass-produced like livestock, just like farm animals. Humans don't just eat them, they even strip their fur and skin. Liu Yifei grabbed him by the collar and roared in anger. Shut up. Where is the production line? Take me there. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of another metal door guarded by a team of armed soldiers. The commander blocked them and said sternly, Lord Liu Yifei, there's no need to look here. I know you're searching for anomalies, but this is definitely not the place. I can assure you of that. Liu Yifei impatiently brushed them aside and shouted, Get out of the way. The soldiers were sent flying, screaming in pain. They went inside, and Liu Yifei asked the professor, Is this the place? The professor answered, trembling, Yes. Liu Yifei used his power to blast open the heavy metal door. Inside was a giant containment tank filled with green liquid and hundreds of human bodies being cultivated. The naked bodies floated in the tank, connected to each other by cords that looked like umbilical cords. Some bodies were fully developed, while others were still in the fetal stage. Ming Lei, Lin Rui, and Huang Yun gasped in horror. Do they even know what they're doing? The people of this world have gone insane. This is a blue system notification window appeared before Liu Yifei. Viral infection source detected. Viral infection source detected. Large quantity of viral infection sources detected. He stared at the tank, analyzing. The embryos here don't seem to have consciousness, but in reality, they constantly devour their own kind in a cycle. In a sense, this is just another version of a zombie. He turned to the professor, his eyes flashing with a threatening purple light. How long have you been doing this? How much material have you produced? Where else is this happening? The professor replied, shaking. This production line has been operating for years, producing millions of units. So far, there's nowhere else. Just here, Lord Liu Yifei. Although this production line seemed unethical, it was very useful. He continued to boast. Many of our professors, experts, warriors, doctors, and even senators have been reborn through this technology. Liu Yifei grabbed his collar once more, ordering in a low voice. 3 minutes. Yes, I want a list of everyone who has received an organ transplant. If you can't do it, I'll kill you and have someone else do it. The professor collapsed to the ground, stammering. This yes, Liu Yifei muttered to himself, calculating. Millions of materials converted into beneficiaries that must mean tens or even hundreds of millions of people. These people are spread across all sectors, even at the highest levels of the Federation. Every single one of them is a carrier of the original virus. The professor, in a state of panic, muttered to himself, "To get the list and kill all those top officials, would they believe it? And would they be willing to die? How could that be possible? If we truly want to resolve this crisis, it seems the only way is to destroy this world." Mingla asked Liu Yifei, "Do you suspect this is the source?" Liu Yifei answered with certainty, "Not just suspect. I am certain." Mingla asked, "What do we do next? Destroy this place immediately?" Liu Yifei shook his head. "It's too late. Too many people have already had organ transplants. Destroying this place now would only alert them," Lin Rui suggested eagerly. "Then let's convince or threaten the Federation to hand everyone over for execution." But Liu Yifei immediately opposed it. Convince them? That's no different from asking them to commit suicide. Impossible. Threaten them? If they're already doomed, who cares about the threat of a nuclear bomb? Lin Rui turned to Liu Yifei, his voice full of urgency. "Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? But you're so strong. You could easily take them all down." Liu Yifei explained patiently, "My time is limited. I can't wipe them all out in such a short time. If even one person escapes, the catastrophe will still break out. And if I take action, the military will definitely sever ties with me. Social instability will be no different from the apocalypse." Lin Ting patted Liu Yifei's shoulder and suggested, "If the public approach doesn't work, what about a secret one? Even if we can't stop it, delaying it is good, right?" Liu Yifei pondered and replied, Let me think." He looked out the window, his gaze distant. "If we can delay the apocalypse, it would be considered a significant change in the timeline. As long as we can change the timeline, there's still hope to seize power and get the blueprints for the Sky Carrier." Liu Yifei turned back to look at Lin Rui, his eyes full of trust. "Lin Rui, are you willing to become a savior in the shadows?" Lin Rui replied excitedly. "Me? A savior in the shadows? That sounds cool." Liu Yifei explained the plan. "Exactly. On the surface, I will continue to cooperate with the authorities to maintain order, and you will act as a dark knight, saving this world." Lin Rui hesitated slightly. "But I don't have superpowers like you guys." Liu Yifei smiled, placing a glowing blue sword into his hand. "Don't worry, I can awaken your potential soon." He threw a set of high-tech gear at him. Liu Yifei injected an enhancement serum into Lin Rui's neck. The boy screamed in pain. "Ack! What is this?" Liu Yifei explained. "This is a type of enhancement serum. It can increase your strength. Here, put on this gear." 2. Lin Ting put on the gear, and a flow of blue energy enveloped his body. He gasped in amazement. "This power. This gear, it feels even more powerful than a war machine." A notification window appeared in front of him. Detected. Early activation. Individual model does not match apocalypse scenario. Repairing error. Lin Rui looked blank. "Huh? What is this? It looks like a game control panel. What doesn't match? What error is being repaired?" Immediately, a bright red warning screen appeared in front of Liu Yifei. "Warning, you have violated system regulations. Please recall all system-provided equipment from unawakened NPCs within 10 seconds, or you will be forcibly designated as an NPC in the dungeon." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it! The apocalypse system is preventing me from giving equipment to NPCs?" He hurriedly shouted, "Lin Rui, give the equipment back to me." Lin Rui was confused. "Huh? What's going on?" Liu Yifei didn't have time to explain. "No word system." Liu Yifei said to Lin Rui, who was struggling to take the gear off. "Stop taking it off." Lin Rui looked blank. "Huh?" Liu Yifei explained vaguely. "Oh, you had a slight rejection reaction earlier, but it's fine now." Right then, Professor Crook rushed in, holding a tablet. "Phew. Sir Liu Yifei, I've brought the list you requested. It's all here." Liu Yifei took the list and ordered decisively. "Issue my order. Lockdown. The entire experimental base. All researchers, projects, and vehicles entering or leaving. Everything must be under surveillance. Until further notice, not even a fly is allowed to leave." He turned to the nervous professor. "Don't worry, it's just for monitoring. Yes, it's also for your own safety." They boarded a flying vehicle. Liu Yifei ordered 009. He drove straight to the federal government building. Lin Rui replied firmly, "Understood." In the car, Ming Le asked with a worried look, "Liu Yifei, are you planning to trick the president into gathering everyone on the list so Lin Rui can assassinate as many as possible? But can Lin Rui do it alone? Is he stronger than before?" "But," Liu Yifei interrupted, "this time, Lin Rui is only helping us put on a show. The killing will mainly be done by us." Huang Yun was surprised. "Us? Didn't you say before that we couldn't expose ourselves or clash with the military?" Liu Yifei smiled mysteriously. That was then, but not now. What if we disguise ourselves as monsters? Just think about it, Huang Yun exclaimed with excitement. Oh, I get it. 2 birds with 1 stone. Amazing. Liu Yifei closed his eyes and ordered the system. Li Fuqiang, help me purchase 4 disguise props and 1 illusion prop. A child's voice echoed in his mind. Understood, Master. At the presidential meeting room, the president spoke with anxiety. Mr. Liu Yifei, regarding the experimental base. There might be a slight misunderstanding. It is true there is a misunderstanding. Although the experiments are quite cruel, they have nothing to do with the virus. Liu Yifei just gave a faint smile. That's good, that's good. He looked at the computer screen. He continued, the party that was replaced with kidneys at the base 2 years ago, I cannot alert him or make him suspicious. He turned to the president and produced a suitcase filled with serum. But, Mr. President, I have discovered that the physique of those who have been altered might attract monsters to attack in the future. To prevent a tragedy, I hope you can convene a global conference and gather the important figures on this list. I have brought many types of serum from the future. They can not only solve this problem, but also enhance strength and extend lifespan. The president was overjoyed. Is that true? I will arrange it as soon as possible. At the Federal Conference Plaza, a major event was underway. Security forces were tightened. A commander ordered his soldiers. Pay close attention to security. Half of the Federation's top officials are here. Political and business elites, including several public figures, will be attending. This conference must go off without a hitch. The president stood on the podium and introduced him formally. Let us give a warm welcome to the envoy from the future, Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei, in his disguised form with glasses, stepped onto the podium and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all reviewed the documents provided by the military. The doomsday crisis is upon us. To protect your unique physiques from future monster attacks, I have decided to distribute the serum. Suddenly, a massive purple-red spatial vortex opened in the sky above the plaza, and a hideous giant snake monster crawled out, letting out a ground-shaking roar. The president was terrified, stuttering, Damn it. They've broken through? We're too late. What are we supposed to do now? Liu Yifei, in his disguise, reassured him. Unfortunately, my teammates are all at the mine. But don't worry, Mr. President. I won't let them harm you. Huang Yun, disguised as a monster, charged out and shouted, Curse you! Crush them! A purple energy stream filled with skull spirits erupted from her hands. Those present in the plaza were hit by the energy, screaming in agony as their bodies disintegrated. Ming Le, also disguised as a monster, was not to be outdone. He unleashed a powerful spinning kick. 8 styles. Foot of reason and balance. The kick created a red energy net, slicing through everything in its path and sending people flying in all directions. Liu Yifei, disguised as a monster, swung his sword and shouted, Wind and lightning sword, elemental. A massive blue cyclone of sword energy was created, sweeping through the guards. The security forces fired back weakly. Shoot! Shoot! But the cyclone of sword energy easily swallowed both them and their weapons. The giant snake monster spat out a stream of blue energy, wiping out the rest of the defense force. Liu Yifei, the real one, watched the scene with glowing eyes, clenching his fists in excitement. When will I possess this level of destructive power? Liu Yifei, in his true form, patted Lin Rui on the shoulder and instructed him, Lin Rui, because tonight's mission involves heavy killing, we will temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. You, disguise yourself as me and act the part, okay? When our time limit expires, everything will be handed over to you. For your convenience, you can sometimes disguise yourself as a monster and sometimes as me. But in a timely manner, you must certainly eliminate all those who are infected. Lin Rui nodded firmly. Got it. I understand. The president asked anxiously. Mr. Liu Yifei, are you not going to take action? We are counting on you. Liu Yifei, disguised as Lin Rui, patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Mr. President. I will certainly protect you. A monster lunged forward, letting out chilling hisses. Lin Rui dashed out to block it, shouting, Die, monster. The monster dodged the attack and tried to flee. Lin Rui chased after it, shouting, You're the last one. He unleashed a powerful move, thinking to himself, I can use one more ultimate move without spending any divine rage. This slaughter is nearly complete. I'll leave the final cleanup to you to kill each other. Hell's Lament. Waves of vengeful spirits flew out from his body, attacking the survivors. The president looked at the scene before him in horror, unable to speak. A final monster roared in anger. You bastard. I'll kill you. It flew into the sky, heading toward the experimental base. Liu Yifei thought, I can't destroy the experimental base, but a monster can. It spat out a massive orb of energy, destroying a portion of the base, then laughed savagely. With this lesson, I believe the people here won't dare to restart organ replacement easily. After all, organ replacement here turns you into a target for monster attacks in the future. Haha, Liu Yifei observed from a distance, thinking, this attack will temporarily spare the president so he can control the situation. Once Lin Rui completely eliminates the infected, we will kill him then. By that time, Lin Rui can also become a puppet ruler of this world, serving me. A system notification appeared. Current scenario progress has been altered. Original scenario protagonist Lindsay activity reduced by 49.1%. Original scenario antagonist Nemo's death delayed. Activity reduced by 87.2%. Original infection rate 10.17%. Current infection rate 23.3%. Total progress altered 53.2%. Attempting to seize highest authority. Immediately after, a bright red warning appeared. Error. Anomaly detected during system process. Unknown error detected. Warning. Scenario authority seizure. Cleanup protocol starting immediately. Liu Yifei felt a powerful surge of energy targeting him. He gasped in surprise. Huh? Is the Doomsday System angry? A massive blue beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him. He screamed in agony. Ah! Starting cleanup protocol. His body was trapped in an energy net. He continued to howl in torment. Black energy surged from his body, shielding him from the giant beam of light. He gasped for air. Ugh! What is this? Liu Yifei collapsed to the ground, moaning in pain as a black and blue energy orb hovered above his head. The energy orb spun violently, absorbing and expelling wisps of pitch-black energy. The orb gradually stabilized, revealing ancient characters and complex lines of code flowing within it. A system notification appeared. Error. No anomaly detected. System self-check passed. Alarm cancelled. Scenario checkout starting. Liu Yifei slowly stood up, still dizzy, and wondered, was that black and gold light the Sword God system? Did it just clash with the Doomsday System's termination protocol? He recalled the earlier warning and thought to himself, it seems the previous incident was also due to the intervention of the Sword God system. I always thought the Sword God system was just a sneaky, clumsy cheating tool. I never suspected it could be this powerful. He looked down at his body, not a single wound. No wounds. That dark gold light appeared out of thin air. Even the Doomsday System couldn't handle it. This is insane. The Doomsday System controls the life and death of all survivors like a god. He suddenly became excited and shouted into the air, hey, big guy, since you're so amazing, why don't you just end the apocalypse? Hey, Sword God System Sword Bro? He tried more intimate names. Little Sword? He sighed in disappointment. It completely ignored him. Looks like I'll have to fend for myself. A checkout notification appeared. Checkout complete. Current scenario completion. 100%. Pre-training completion. 19.7%. Current rating. SSS. Rewards. Soul ore 10 tons. Contribution points. Plus 110. Bonus to all stats. Reputation bonus. Equipment rewards. Bloodlion back claws. Roaring head helmet. Blue elemental scepter. Strategy angel blue. Skill rewards. Enhanced learning rank B. Scenario exclusive. Mechanical synchronization rate rank A. Scenario exclusive 4. Received reward. Exclusive license rank SSS. Plot jump. 1 plot jump available when entering the next scenario. You can forcibly enter any future plot. Cannot reverse. Received item reward. Battlefield antagonism. Item level. Blue special 4. Item description. Once used in the zombie national scenario, all members of the team receive a +3 boost to all stats. Their status recovery is 35% faster, and they gain 2 forced team-ups. Upon entering a scenario, you can enter ahead of time, bypassing the power difference for up to 4 hours. This item can be used in other scenario worlds. However, it retains these special effects without the stat bonuses. Liu Yifei considers the rewards. They are plentiful, but not very useful for him right now. However, the blue-tier gear and skills can be given to Lin Rui to help him progress. The main battlefield items can be given to Ming Luo to help him lead the team next time. The notification panel for the main battlefield items flashes repeatedly. Another notification appears with flashy effects. National Zombie Scenario License successfully obtained. Liu Yifei is annoyed. Is it flashing like this just to show off? Do you really need to be so arrogant? The ring on his hand flashes with a blue light. The entire 10 tons of soul ore that the Doomsday system just rewarded him with are sucked dry by the ring. He is surprised. Huh? The ore awarded by the Doomsday system has all been wiped out? A new notification from the Divine Sword system appears. Mission accomplished. All S-rank strategic weapons and the Sky aircraft carrier blueprints have been sent. Please check your inventory. Countless blueprints and high-tech documents fly out from mid-air. He looks at the massive pile of documents and sighs. Do I really need this many? It will take a century to read through all of this. I need to think carefully about who to give these technologies to first. After leaving, he muses. Although I don't mind giving them to the military, it could cause unnecessary infighting and trouble. It's safer to find people I'm familiar with. From his past life, Huang Ziqian and Chu Tian, a final system notification appears. Beep, beep, beep. Detection that the scenario process has ended. This scenario has no experimental value. System detachment detection is in progress. He is surprised. Huh? Detach the system? Detach what? What does that mean? The scenario license has changed to Current Scenario Owner, Liu Yifei. Current license level, highest. License functions, 1. Active activation. You can activate the scenario at any time with no limit on the number of uses. 2. Issue missions. You can issue missions of any level. Customizing content and rewards. 3. Self-supplied reward items. 4. Scenario time acceleration. You can control the flow of time as you wish, with a range of 10x. 5. Create NPCs. Consuming NPC materials. You can customize any type of NPC and create them. 6. Control the weather. He can't believe his eyes. Damn. Is the Doomsday system handing over control to me? So, seizing the scenario license means I've gained control over the entire scenario? Hundreds of licenses. From now on, this is my world. I am God here. As long as there is enough energy, I can create 1 million warriors in the blink of an eye. He looks closer. Wait. These licenses don't seem to include zombies. Does that mean the zombies are not part of the original scenario? He smiles confidently. Either way, it doesn't matter. With these licenses, it's more than enough. When other factions enter here in the future, I will definitely make them regret it. He looks out as Ming Luo and the others finish loading the ore, and I have given instructions to Lin Rui. It will be time to leave soon. The East Sea Monster Tide. I wonder how the external evacuation plan is going? At the border military base meeting room, a tense meeting is taking place. A man objects. Increase Liu Yifei's compensation standard? I don't agree. The chairman of the Border Peacekeeping Committee, Xiao Tianming, a peak level 3 individual, speaks loudly. Everyone, are we really holding a meeting today just to discuss a dead man? There are many important issues to discuss. Is Liu Yifei's family's compensation really worth putting on the agenda? Another man objects. Chairman Xiao, be careful with your words. What do you mean by discussing a dead man? The task force commander, Zheng Yuan, a high-level level 3, explains. We are discussing how the military should handle Liu Yifei's potential death appropriately so as not to discourage our soldiers. It's not assuming he is already dead. Chairman Xiao sneers. Heh, Commander Zheng, stop lying to yourself. It's been half a month outside. Even if time moves slower inside, it has already been a few days. 6 against 1, even a high-level level 3 would die. There is no way Liu Yifei and the others survived. He continues to criticize. How many times has your special task force failed? In my opinion, we should give up fighting in scenarios. We should compete for resources in the real world. That way, we won't lose too many people. Commander Zheng grumbles. That's because the difficulty is too high. Our intelligence team made a big mistake. This is not Liu Yifei's fault. Chairman Xiao says condescendingly. Commander Zheng, don't be too agitated. I'm just saying that since survival is impossible, instead of wasting resources to compensate Liu Yifei's family, we should save those resources for people who can actually contribute. He adds, with a blurred shadow with glowing red eyes behind him. Besides, I remember, Liu Yifei was the first seed, right? Now that he is dead, that position should belong to Wang Kai, right? The resources Liu Yifei took should also be returned to the military for redistribution. After all, we can't let a dead person occupy resources and positions, right? Slam. Commander Zheng slams his hand onto the table and roars. Chairman Xiao, you are going too far. Chairman Xiao just smirks. What? Are you going to hit me? An older person speaks up to stop them. Enough. Let's end the discussion here. A first seed represents a new star and the reputation of the military. It is better to replace him sooner rather than later. If not, once the news spreads, we will become the laughingstock of the world. The oldest commander concludes, regarding Liu Yifei's compensation, we will follow national standards. Yes, of course, all of this is based on the confirmation of Liu Yifei's death. I will report this to the commander-in-chief. At the harbor exit of the national zombie scenario, a group of people are waiting, whispering excitedly. It's been half a month. Do you think Dong Yafeng and the others have finished off those Chinese pigs yet? Another person responds contemptuously. Duh. Do you think they are as useless as you? The ones who went inside are elites. Another one laughs out loud. Haha, I bet those pigs were scared to death inside. Another one confirms. Exactly. Yes, according to our spies, the Chinese military internally believes that their people are all dead. Another group is celebrating early. Aha, come to think of it, this mission was easier than before. After this time, I bet China won't dare to enter again. Ha ha ha. One echoes. That's right. Once our people come out, it will be time for us to prepare for war. Without soul ore, China will gradually retreat, step by step. Another adds with a face full of greed. Women, resources, land. We will have everything we want. Suddenly, the spatial gate begins to shake. One exclaims, "Look, the gate is moving. Our heroes are about to come out. Hurry, call for reinforcements. We will need a lot of people to transport all the soul ore this time." Another one smiles sinisterly. Besides the ore, Dong Ya. Feng will probably bring back a few heads. Right? Ha ha. One excitedly raises a camera. I will record it. We will send it to the Chinese pigs later. But as the gate opens, a notification panel appears that leaves everyone stunned. Scenario ended. Current number of survivors. 0. The crowd stares wide-eyed, stuttering in extreme horror. 0? 0? How could that be? But why? Meanwhile, at the Chinese harbor, the exit of the national zombie scenario, a group of officers are preparing to retreat. One asks, Colonel Chen Ming, are we retreating now? Shouldn't we wait a little longer? Chen Ming responds firmly, snapped his fingers, and a massive mountain of multicolored spirit ore appeared before their eyes, leaving everyone gaping in shock. Zhao Hongtu and the remaining soldiers could only stutter. In my entire life, I've never seen so much ore. Did they raid a mining zone? No, they must have raided at least 10. Zhao Hongtu rushed over, asking urgently, Liu Yifei, didn't you clash with the factions from the east and the south? Was our intelligence wrong? Didn't they cooperate against you? How did you even survive? Liu Yifei just smirked. What? Do you think we survived just by luck? Ming Luo stepped forward and addressed Colonel Tran Min. Colonel, I've met you before. You're one of Chairman Six's men, aren't you? Let me tell you something. We didn't just bring back a massive amount of resources, but Liu Yifei also led us to wipe out every single one of those other factions. Hearing this, Tran Min's face turned pale. The first batch of replacements has also been submitted. Liu Yifei isn't just alive, he's achieved a great feat. If Liu Yifei finds out about all this, no. I need to find a way to notify Chairman Six immediately. Liu Yifei stared straight at him, his eyes sharp as blades. Colonel Tran, your reaction. Why is it different from everyone else's? Did you want us to die in there? Tran Min startled, hurriedly waving his hands and offering a strained smile. How could that be? Liu Yifei, you're overthinking it. He thought to himself. No. I have to come up with a reason, to stall him and buy time for Six Tianming to handle the fallout. He said, I acted this way because the East Sea evacuation plan, the one you proposed, was cancelled. I was very worried. Liu Yifei grabbed him by the collar and roared. What did you say? Cancelled? Why? Tran Min explained with difficulty. A high-level representative was sent to thoroughly investigate the East Sea incident, but they found no evidence of an impending attack. I don't know the details. Why don't you go to the East Sea and see for yourself? Liu Yifei turned and ordered his team, led by Ming Luo. Everyone, come with me to the East Sea. Hoang Van reminded him. Liu Yifei, by protocol, we should report to the capital first. Besides, I suspect Tran Min and his group are plotting something. Liu Yifei brushed it off. There's no time. The lives of 7 million survivors in the East Sea come first. We'll report on the way. We've made a massive contribution. The superiors won't blame us for anything suspicious. As for them, we'll deal with it when we return. On a jet flying over the East Sea, Liu Yifei sat in his seat, deep in thought as he looked out the window. At most, there are only 4 to 6 days left before the sea monster outbreak. The proposal was clearly approved, but things didn't go as I expected. Internal obstacles in this peaceful era are even greater than before I was reborn. He continued thinking. Before my rebirth, the reason I could gather so many people was perhaps because it was the apocalypse itself. Now, It seems if I want to save the world, I must first climb to the pinnacle of power to hold supreme command. I have to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible. With my current authority and resources, I can at best reach the peak of Tier 3 inches 3 months. But reaching Tier 4, he recalled an important figure from the past. I need to activate the Transcendence Plan ahead of schedule. After the apocalypse fully erupted in my past life, humanity only managed to hold out for 2 years thanks to the Transcendence Plan. If I remember correctly, the lead researcher from my previous life, Professor Tun, is from the East Sea Safe Zone 3. Once this East Sea evacuation is complete, I must find him as soon as possible. He initiated a video call and ordered decisively, Uncle Tiu, Uncle Tran, Uncle Vuong, I need you all to mobilize all available forces and come to the East Sea to support me. The people on the other end were stunned. Huh? What happened? Liu Yifei said urgently. There's no time to explain. If you trust me, set out immediately. Then he hung up. Inside the six-family mansion in the capital, a man said frantically to Six Tianming, Six Tianming, what are we going to do now? Not only is Liu Yifei alive, but he also made a massive contribution. The commander-in-chief and the others are all very happy. Vuong Lu Suang, director of the Military Intelligence Bureau, paced the room with extreme anxiety. He's a persistent enemy. If he finds out what we did, while he was away, he continued to mutter, damn it, this is really like seeing a ghost, but I have no idea how he managed to do it. Six Tianming reassured him. Director Vuong, don't be too panicked. Didn't Tran Min say Liu Yifei went to the East Sea? We still have time to cover our tracks. Just return the assets we seized from Liu Yifei's home. Vuong Lu Suang said with an awkward expression. Six Tianming, I'm afraid I can't return them. Those high-level spiritual fruits, my son ate them last night. Not only that, his younger sister is really difficult to deal with. I had no choice but to tell her that Liu Yifei was dead. She couldn't handle the shock. She's probably in the hospital now. Six Tianming grabbed him by the collar and roared in anger. You idiot! You've completely broken the rules. Vuong Lu Suang asked cunningly. Six Tianming, should I send someone to the hospital, with flowers and a fruit basket to console his sister? Six Tianming pushed him away and ordered. Besides that, we need to prepare scapegoats first. If Liu Yifei wants to investigate, just say that temporary workers did it. Vuong Lu Suang hurriedly agreed. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Six Tianming said with a sinister expression. Beyond this obvious method, we also need a backup plan through the black market, just in case. Vuong Lu Suang asked, what do you mean? Six Tianming explained. He didn't report back and instead went straight to the East Sea safe zone. He has too much merit. But not knowing how to restrain oneself is always a fatal flaw for military leaders. If he oversteps his bounds, taking him down will be as easy as pie once he falls. At the conference room in the East Sea safe zone, a man handed a card to another, saying, Thank you, Commander Li, for clearing the name of the East Sea and sparing us from the relocation. These credits are just a small token of gratitude. Tonight, we've prepared a seafood banquet to reward you properly. The man addressed as Commander Lai replied modestly, Commander Lai, you're too kind. A man with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. Liu Yifei is just blowing things out of proportion. A tear? A monster tide? Ha ha, as if it's that easy to happen. Suddenly, the conference room door was kicked open. A guard roared, Who is that? How dare you barge into the East Sea Safe Zone's conference room? Liu Yifei and his team entered, leaving the two men stunned. Liu Yifei declared with a cold expression, accompanied by two female team members. I am reopening the investigation into the East Sea security issue. I expect full cooperation from all of you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Commander Lai protested. Liu Yifei, the East Sea Safe Zone has already been thoroughly investigated. We've compared all the anomalies you mentioned in the meeting. No, there are no issues. The results were reported yesterday. You can check them yourself in the capital. The other person also spoke up. That's right, Liu Yifei. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, according to Article 27, Section 33 of Military Regulations, if you illegally infiltrate a military base to investigate classified information, I have the authority to execute you on the spot. With just one command from me, hundreds of awakened soldiers will Liu Yifei held up his Tier A privilege card, cutting him off. I have a Tier A permit. Ming Luo, take your men and search. I want to see all the records within half an hour. Focus on aquatic zones and military deployment files. Ming Luo replied decisively. Yes. Half an hour later, the team gathered before a wall of screens. Liu Yifei concentrated intensely. A purple energy enveloped him, complete mental focus, top-tier multitasking. The other two scoffed. Trying to act all high and mighty? Instructing experts like an outsider? Do you even understand those data reports? If we couldn't find any anomalies, how could you? Is this how you use a Tier A permit? I will definitely report this to the capital. The military must revoke his permit. Liu Yifei pointed out the irregularities. Area C7 had a small earthquake a month ago, and you all concluded it was normal seismic activity without considering monster migration. On that day, the temperature at the tidal power station rose by 3.9 degrees, and you dismissed it as equipment failure. Commander Lai countered. The issues you raised might exist, but if they could be explained by ordinary theories, there would be no need to blow this up into a monster earthquake-tide crisis that happens every year. If we panicked over every little thing, the East Sea safe zone wouldn't need to exist anymore. Liu Yifei, let me be clear about why this isn't just a monster tide. A few days ago, I personally led a squad of 30 rank, 3 warriors to search more than 300 nautical miles offshore, and we found no signs of sea monster gatherings. Liu Yifei pointed at the screen. No signs of sea monsters? Then explain the battle that broke out near the sea area 4 days ago. Monitoring equipment detected a rank 3 battle, and the time and location of the battle match another military deployment record. The record states that 4 days ago, at 3 a.m., 7 rank, 3 warriors were sent on routine patrol, but only 4 returned. So, where are the 3 missing ones? People dying during routine patrols? The other 2 broke into a cold sweat, thinking, damn it, he actually noticed that vague deployment record. Stay calm. This involves top-secret national security. We cannot reveal anything. Liu Yifei pointed to a spot on the map. At these coordinates, I saw a laboratory. What are you people doing there? He stood up, his eyes sharp as daggers. Either you take me there, or I go myself. Commander Li roared. You don't have clearance. That is an A+, easily taking down the 2 soldiers trying to block his path. So the real problem is there, isn't it? Everyone, stand still, Commander Li shouted. Stop Liu Yifei, but don't kill him. Liu Yifei turned and ordered his team. 09, Ming Le, clear the way for us. The whole team charged into the fray, easily knocking down the soldiers blocking their path. Other soldiers panicked, trying to stop them. We have to stop them. One reported, Commander, we can't stop them unless we use lethal force. 10 minutes later, Liu Yifei, Ming Le, and 09 stood before a massive door labeled Underwater Research Facility Entrance. 09 confirmed. This is definitely the place. A female commander stepped out to block them, her voice full of warning. Liu Yifei, I am warning you for the last time. This has nothing to do with sea monsters. Even I don't have unrestricted access here. If you force your way in, you will face the consequences. If you end up in a military court, don't say I didn't warn you. Liu Yifei ignored her. He ordered decisively. 09, break it open for me. 09 did not hesitate to obey. She lunged forward and smashed the door to pieces. Inside, a scientist was standing in front of a giant machine. He turned around when he heard the noise and roared in anger. What kind of bastard dares to break into my research facility? Liu Yifei stepped in and ordered, I need to know everything that happened here in 1 minute. The scientist, Yuan Xiao, replied arrogantly, Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, this project was personally approved by the former commander 14 years ago. Even if Li Xuanguo, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, came here in person, he would still have to treat us with respect. Liu Yifei, losing patience, ordered, 09, take him down. I want full control of this place in 1 minute. 09 lunged forward, easily knocking Yuan Xiao down. Yuan Xiao lay sprawled on the floor, screaming in anger and helplessness. You lunatics! You are all crazy. You're done for, you little bastard. I will report this to the military, just you wait. Liu Yifei coldly ordered, 09, gag him. 1. 09 replied decisively. Yes. She used a shoe to gag Yuan Xiao. Liu Yifei looked into a nearby tank, where a human was being merged with an octopus. He muttered, sea monster transformation, gene extraction, biological fusion, embryo selection. You are merging sea monster DNA with human infant embryos? Ugh. Yuan Xiao tried to scream through the shoe. So what? If we can integrate the power of sea monsters, we can create awakened warriors. Stronger than us. We didn't use survivors for experiments. All of this is legal. Liu Yifei gritted his teeth. A terrifyingly familiar feeling washed over him. These familiar events, these familiar words, this is nothing short of a national zombie disaster all over again. Indeed, human ignorance and arrogance are nothing new under the sun. He pressed his sword against Yuan Xiao's neck, growling. Now tell me what really happened 4 days ago. Did you let a transformed specimen escape? Speak or die. Yuan Xiao trembled, finally giving in. You shouldn't know about this. All right, I'll tell you. 4 days ago, yes, a transformed specimen escaped, but it's not a big deal. It's still in its infancy. It doesn't have the ability to attack. Liu Yifei roared. No ability to attack? Then what happened? To the 3 missing rank, 3 warriors. Don't tell me they fell into the sea and drowned. Yuan Xiao looked at him with pity. Liu Yifei, if I tell you the truth, you're as good as dead. Are you sure you want to know? Don't talk nonsense. Liu Yifei shouted. Those 3 didn't die. They were imprisoned, because they saw something they shouldn't have. The mother of that transformed specimen was created using the former commander's genes. Liu Yifei was stunned. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. What did you just say? A special mission notification appeared. Special mission activated. A-rank sea monster attack. The mother. Mission summary. A transformed infant has escaped, infected others, and is currently leading a monster tide. Instinctively, it is searching for its mother. The first wave of sea monsters will arrive in 4 hours. Mission objective. Evacuate the East Sea survivors. Completion rate depends on the number of people saved. Mission reward. 1,000 reputation points. Level 1. Spiritual fluid. Hint. Killing the mother will significantly slow down the monster tide. Liu Yifei thought to himself. 4 hours left? I wanted to collect enough evidence to force the military to cooperate, but now it seems there is no time for that anymore. He pondered. Slow it down by killing the mother? With my current strength, that's impossible. Even the current Supreme Commander-in-Chief couldn't do it. Now, the only option is to evacuate by force and hold on for as long as possible. He turned to Order 09. 09, contact Xiao Hai, Chen Kai-lei, and Wang Tian immediately. We are going to forcibly initiate the East Sea evacuation plan. Minglo worriedly tried to stop him. Liu Yifei, deploying the military without permission is no different from treason. Even if your judgment is proven correct later, it won't absolve you. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Liu Yifei replied resolutely. Mingla, we understand everything you're saying. The best move for me right now would be to leave and act like nothing happened. By doing that, I would still be the top genius of the Great Xia, with unlimited potential for the future. Not only that, once the disaster breaks out, my previous warnings would bring me immense reputation and praise. Everyone in the military would regret not believing me. Even if millions of survivors died tragically, no one would blame me. Instead, they would. Mingla interrupted. If you prevent this tragedy, then what's the point of being reincarnated? He looked straight at Mingla, his voice full of sincerity. Mingla, you can decide for yourself whether to join me in this risky endeavor. Even if you choose to withdraw now, I won't. The whole team raised their hands in a salute. Mingla spoke for everyone. Lord Liu Yifei, please don't misunderstand. You saved our lives. We will follow you through fire and water. Just give the order. Liu Yifei smiled gratefully. Thank you, everyone. 09 just looked at him silently, without saying a word. Suddenly, a dense electrical grid covered the entire area. Commander Li and the others appeared, their bodies wrapped in currents. Liu Yifei, you knew things you shouldn't have known. Today, no one is leaving this place alive. I may not dare to kill you, but if you try to use force to escape and die in this electrical field, that's not my fault. Liu Yifei, do you understand now why I didn't dare to continue investigating? There's plenty of food and drink here. I suggest you stay here and wait for orders from your superiors. Liu Yifei, they hurriedly set up layers of defenses. Extreme cold, spiritual barriers, elemental shields. But Liu Yifei appeared right in front of them. He swung his sword, easily shattering every layer of defense. The other 2 were stunned. What? What just happened? I couldn't even see how he did that. Liu Yifei held his sword to their necks, his eyes glowing terrifyingly. Don't move if you don't want to die. Turn off the electrical field immediately. Don't stall anymore. Commander Li broke into a cold sweat, speechless. Commander Li roared, holding his radio. Don't harm the representative. Turn it off. As the electrical field disappeared, the team charged out of the hallway. Mingla, with an urgent tone as they climbed into an air vehicle, he asked, Liu Yifei, what are we going to do now? Liu Yifei ordered decisively. 09, pin down Li Lei. Ming Luo, grab the remote controller. Everyone else, cut off all external communication from the East Sea safe zone. Ming Luo quickly snatched the controller, while 09 easily subdued Li Le. Liu Yifei tossed a stash of money to Ming Luo and said, There's plenty of food and drinks in that representative's quarters. Stay there for now. Now, take back the remote controller and reactivate the electric field. Swallowing the remaining soldiers inside, Commander Li roared in frustration. Activate the electric field. No one is allowed to leave. Liu Yifei, you bastard. Liu Yifei faced him and ordered, Commander Li, hand over your entire command of the East Sea safe zone to me. Li Le yelled, What? Liu Yifei, are you actually rebelling? You've got guts. Do you know who is backing me? Even the current commander-in-chief has to show respect to the old general behind me. He continued to threaten, I hold an irreplaceable position in secret research. If you dare lay a hand on me, you're dead. Liu Yifei just sneered. An irreplaceable position in secret research, huh? What kind of position is that? Lila boasted. You aren't qualified to know. Liu Yifei narrowed his eyes, realizing the truth. Something was wrong. Yuan Shao must have lied about the mother body. The old general was indeed a mother body, but the child escaping this time might not be his. Yuan Shao probably said that to scare me away. He recalled events from his past life. In my previous life, the main target of this sea monster tide was the East Sea Safe Zone capital. It was only attacked after the apocalypse broke out again. If this tide was triggered by the child searching for its mother body, the target is likely Li Le. He activated his skill, Ghost Eye Scan. A data panel appeared. Ghost Eye Scan complete. Name: Lila. Identity: Commander of East Sea Safe Zone. Status: hidden. One of the mother bodies of the fusion project. Total: 2. Liu Yifei smiled coldly. As expected, I originally had no plans to kill you, but now it seems you have to die. 09 appeared behind Li and finished him off instantly. A system notification popped up. Ding! Level a sea monster attack. East Sea Safe Zone. One mother body eliminated. Sea monster tide delayed by 3 hours. Note: the first wave of sea monsters will reach the zone in 6:51. Evacuate East Sea survivors immediately. Liu Yifei thought to himself. Even though it's only delayed by 3 hours, it's still better than nothing. At least more survivors can evacuate. He ordered his team, Ming Luo, will split up. You head to the outskirts of the safe zone and join up with Chen Kai, Luo, and Xiao Hai. Lead them into the city and handle the orderly evacuation. If you encounter any trouble, contact me via system video. Understood? In the remote wilderness of the East Sea Safe Zone, 3 men were standing with a large troop. One asked, Commander Chen, Commander Xiao, why did Liu Yifei call us here? I have a bad feeling about this. The other replied, I'm not sure. I just hope it doesn't take too long. We can only be here undercover. If we linger, the higher-ups will notice. The third man added, you'd all better prepare yourselves. If it were a minor matter, there wouldn't be such a large mobilization. But even if it's a big problem, it shouldn't be an issue. After all, Liu Yifei just made a huge contribution. A military helicopter flew toward them. Is that a military helicopter heading toward us? Is that Liu Yifei? Ming Luo stepped out and delivered the orders. Lord Liu Yifei has ordered us to lead the troops into the East Sea immediately. Evacuate all survivors. He will take over the East Sea for 1 hour to assist with the evacuation. The 3 men were stunned. What? They roared in disbelief. Lead troops into the city? Take over the East Sea and evacuate? Isn't this treason? Is this a military order or Liu Yifei's personal decision? Ming Luo explained, there is no military order. This is Lord Liu Yifei's level, a disaster that is about to erupt in the East Sea. We are responsible for evacuating the survivors. The risks are truly great, but I believe in Lord Liu Yifei's judgment. Time is running out. Please decide quickly. The 3 men pondered. Whether we succeed or fail, we won't have a good ending. Liu Yifei had a bright future ahead. Why would he do this? Someone spoke up. Xiao Hai. You're right. Who here has a brighter future than Liu Yifei? If he is willing to give up his future and take this risk, how can we hesitate? Since we have chosen to follow him, we must share the burden. Truly, since ancient times, real men have sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause. At the East Sea Safe Zone, Liu Yifei asked, 0909, look. Does this place feel a bit like the world before the apocalypse? 09 replied, I have never seen the world before the apocalypse, but it sounds wonderful. Liu Yifei looked down at the bustling city below, his voice full of regret. Everyone thinks that life is getting better and better, and the apocalypse is nothing more than a distant legend. But sadly, all of this will soon be destroyed. Suddenly, a storm brewed, and thunder rumbled. A warning echoed throughout the city. Alert! A level a sea monster tide is approaching. All survivors in the East Sea Safe Zone, evacuate immediately with the support of the military. Warning, all survivors, evacuate right now. Liu Yifei looked at the chaotic scene below. He told himself, to truly end this, the road is long and difficult. 09 placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him. You can do it. Liu Yifei nodded with determination. Yes, I can do it. Now is not the time to be sentimental. 09, I have an important mission for you. Search every research institute in the East Sea safe zone and find a researcher named Sun Li. He shouted to 09. Bring him to me safely. Yes, he is the key to the future of humanity. 09 replied without a hint of hesitation. Yes. 4 hours later, at the capital's military conference room, an emergency meeting was taking place. Someone slammed the table and roared, "He is rebelling! It's outrageous!" The commander-in-chief sat at the head of the table, his face full of disappointment. I was just thinking about how to reward Liu Yifei when he returned, and now he's creating a mess like this. Lu Tianming stood up to report, Commander-in-Chief, I just discovered that the East Sea safe zone has lost contact. After checking via satellite, that was when I realized Liu Yifei had rebelled. He thinks that just because he made contributions, he can act recklessly. He then gritted his teeth, listing Liu Yifei's crimes, killing the East Sea commander, seizing control of the area, and evacuating survivors without authorization. Such a traitor cannot be forgiven, no matter how strong he is. Commander Chen stood up to refute. Commander-in-Chief, I admit Liu Yifei's actions were extreme, but what if Liu Yifei's prediction is correct? What if the sea monster tide is really about to erupt? Satellite monitoring showed that in addition to the evacuation, Liu Yifei was also mobilizing troops to the defensive line. He truly believed that the sea monster tide is coming. Lu Tianming sneered, so you mean a commander who has guarded the East Sea for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital, 34 senior researchers, 600+ disaster alerts, and even Liu Yifei's childhood trauma, are all less credible than him? He continued his attack. According to psychological experts, Liu Yifei has fallen into a state of paranoia and lost the ability to think rationally. To minimize the losses, I suggest leading troops to stop Liu Yifei immediately. If necessary, execute the decapitation plan. Commander Chen roared in protest. This is too extreme. An older man spoke up to intervene. Let's pause the decapitation plan for now. First, stop Liu Yifei. The commander-in-chief made the final decision. If possible, try to capture him alive, and we will decide his fate later. Lu Tianming smiled wickedly. Understood, Commander-in-Chief. On the way, Lu Tianming thought to himself with malice. Liu Yifei, I was worried you would come back to settle scores with me. Who would have thought you'd be stupid enough to walk straight into hell? Ha ha ha. Capture him alive, huh? Accidents do happen in combat. A stray bullet would be quite normal. At the coastal defense wall of the East Sea safe zone, 29 minutes before the monster attack, Uncle Wang asked Liu Yifei anxiously, Liu Yifei, are the sea monsters you mentioned really coming? Time is running out. But other than the rain outside, there's no sign of them on the sea at all. Liu Yifei replied with certainty. They will come. Their speed is extremely fast, and they will erupt in the blink of an eye. Uncle Xiao said, Liu Yifei, if they really appear, our outcome might be a little better. But if not, he sighed. Even if I am right, the result will only be slightly better. That is what's truly disappointing. Uncle Chen comforted him. It has been like this since ancient times. We don't need to think too much about it. As long as we act with a clear conscience, when the monsters come, we will hold our position here. Or, Liu Yifei explained, the scale of this attack is massive, and the forces we have deployed will not be enough to stop them. As long as we can buy enough time for all the survivors to evacuate, that's already a blessing. Uncle Chen asked again, what about the East Sea safe zone? Liu Yifei looked toward the city, his gaze filled with determination. The East Sea safe zone must be abandoned. Uncle Tran shouted in protest. What? It took over 15 years to build the East Sea into what it is today. The higher-ups will never agree to this. Liu Yifei explained. That is precisely why we are not reporting it, or asking for their permission. If we cling to sunk costs, we will suffer even greater losses. All three men looked out at the sea, silent before the thousands waiting to be evacuated. A helicopter flew in, 009. She dropped a man wearing a lab coat. She reported, Sir Liu Yifei, I have brought the person you requested. The man screamed in fear. Save me. Liu Yifei smiled. Wonderful. 009 landed gracefully. She explained. When we found him, he was being chased by some low-level awakened individuals throughout the streets. They were trying to rob the black box he was carrying. Sir, my name is Tonlich Than. I am just a temporary gatekeeper at the research institute. Please don't kill me. This thing isn't mine. I didn't steal it. Liu Yifei laughed loudly. A gatekeeper, huh? Haha, no wonder I couldn't find you on the list earlier. Don't worry, how could I ever have the heart to kill you? He smiled, thinking to himself. Finding Tun Lich Than is just as valuable as saving all the survivors in the East Sea. This man, who looked so timid, would play a role equivalent to a divine artifact after the Great Catastrophe. He recalled that in his previous life, this man had developed spiritual energy refining technology, which helped extract pure spiritual energy from spiritual ore for human use. Even ordinary awakened individuals could become powerful after absorbing it. This was the legendary project of the apocalypse. In this life, with the National Zombie Mine, there was an endless supply of spiritual energy ore. He looked at Tun Lich Than with satisfaction. I can support him in developing it as fast as possible, and help me advance to level 4. He ordered 009, arrange a dedicated helicopter to take him to Uncle Fuang and ensure his safety until I return. 009 replied, Yes, I will send someone to protect him. Tun Lich Than asked hesitatingly, Sir, when you say protect, do you really mean protect in the way I understand? 009 grabbed him and said, Let's go, Mr. Tun. I will escort you to the aircraft. They will take you to a safe place. Tun Lich Than screamed as he was dragged away. Ah, save me. 009 returned to report, Sir Liu Yifei. Everything has been arranged. Liu Yifei nodded his thanks. Suddenly, a group of people in military uniforms appeared. The leader declared, We are the Border Peacekeeping Army, affiliated with Headquarters 3. By order of Commander Liu Min, all rebel forces must stop resisting immediately. The survivors must stop the evacuation. You have been deceived. The military never issued an evacuation order. There is no monster attack in the sea. Uncle Tran and Uncle Tio were horrified. The higher-ups sent people. Liu Yifei growled in frustration. Damn it, these useless fools finally showed up to make trouble. Uncle Tran, keep an eye on the sea. Leave these people to me and 009. The leader of the newly arrived troops, a large man with a giant battle axe, roared, Liu Yifei, I am La Thon, Deputy Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Army. By order of Commander-in-Chief Luke, I am here to arrest you. He pointed his axe at Liu Yifei and declared, Your evacuation leader, Xiao Hai, has been captured. Your evacuation plan has failed completely. If you know, his shield shattered. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, these bastards really want to kill me. Just wait until I retaliate. A warrior mocked. Liu Yifei, you are just one lunged from behind. He jumped into the air, avoiding a heavy punch from another warrior, but he still took a few hits, making him groan in pain. He muttered to himself, I will save my ultimate move for later. Besides, I still have an ace up my sleeve, the strongest will-based attack. It seems I will have to reveal it today. It might not be effective against sea monsters, but against awakened individuals. It is extremely effective. He spread his arms. A massive wave of purple energy erupted from his body. A psychic storm, a storm of spiritual energy, swept across the battlefield, making all the enemies scream in pain. One tried to resist. That's a will-based attack? Activate psychic barrier. Shield, another one shouted. It's activated, but his psychic impact is too strong. We can't block it. How can this be? This is supposed to be a weak ability. I can't even move my own body. 009 seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful spinning kick. The kick sent all the stunned enemies flying. Liu Yifei and 009 stood there, looking at the enemies lying scattered on the ground. 009 said, With that blow, they will be stunned for about 2 minutes. Suddenly, Uncle Tran pointed at the sea and shouted in horror, Look! The sea? Is that the monster tide? Is it really coming? A warning blared from the monitoring system. Beep, beep, beep. High-speed moving objects detected. 1.034. Beep, beep, beep. 6. High-speed moving objects detected. 771. Thousands of giant sea monsters were rushing toward them. Liu Min's soldiers were stunned. One stammered, What? The sea monster tide has actually erupted? Liu Yifei was right. What do we do now? Hurry, inform Commander Luke. Liu Yifei ordered over the radio, Min Lak, immediately drop the 2 reserve nuclear bombs directly below you. Stop the first wave of the monster tide. Min Lak replied, Understood. 2 nuclear bombs were dropped into the sea. A terrifying explosion occurred, creating a massive water column. Uncle Tran shouted, Liu Yifei, you detonated nuclear bombs? The East Sea will be uninhabitable from now on. Liu Yifei yelled loudly. When you see the number of sea monsters coming, you will understand why I had to sacrifice the East Sea. This is just the beginning. Even nuclear bombs can only delay them. The whole team stood on the defensive wall, ready to fight. Liu Yifei ordered. Yes, sir. He turned to Lathan. Lathan, right? Can we continue the evacuation plan now? Release Xiao Hai and order the city to support the evacuation. Afterward, fight the sea monster tide with your lives. If you survive, I will not pursue this matter further. Lathan gritted his teeth and replied, Fine. At the East Sea Command Center, Luke Tianmin was leisurely drinking tea. He asked through the screen, How is it? Have you captured Liu Yifei? Or have you killed him? Ha ha ha. The liquid in his cup suddenly vibrated violently. He was surprised. Huh? A subordinate reported with a panicked expression. What did you say? The sea monster tide has actually erupted? Liu Yifei detonated nuclear bombs in the East Sea? Luke Tianmin laughed sinisterly. Heh, what an unexpected turn of events. Even if Liu Yifei was right and repelled the monster tide, the radioactive pollution in the East Sea is a crime sufficient for him to face the consequences. At the capital's meeting room, tension filled the air as high-ranking generals and commissioners sat around a long table. Everyone's face revealed a serious expression. Commander-in-Chief Li Huyenquak slammed his fist onto the table, roaring with an urgent expression. Ladies and gentlemen, the monster tide in the East Sea has truly erupted. Time is running out. We must quickly discuss a response plan. Furthermore, we need to reach a final verdict on Liu Yifei's case. Councilmember Ho reported sternly on the response plan. The 6 major military districts are mobilizing high-level awakened individuals to assist. 27 safe zones near the coast have also prepared. To accommodate the survivors, the councilman raised one finger, his gaze firm as he added, As long as the front line can hold for 2 hours, the casualties can be kept under 7%. Commander Fang Heo laughed heartily. Then there's nothing left to debate. Liu Yifei has saved millions of lives. This is a great achievement that covers up the military's negligence. That part is too easy. We just need to announce that all of Liu Yifei's actions were part of a military operation. As for the third-rank officers sent to arrest him, just say they were sent to provide support. After the disaster ends, we will reward Liu Yifei as a national hero and praise him grandly. Liu Tianming stood up abruptly, his face full of rage, pointing his finger and saying, Deputy Commander Fang, are you joking? He issued a fake military order and mobilized the army on his own. He detained the delegates, all based on a baseless hunch. He challenged the military. Every one of these charges is treason. Not to mention, he detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea without authorization. Just because he succeeded, we have to overlook all of this? Liu Tianming continued to shout, his expression full of suspicion. If we leave him alone now, what if he does something crazier next time? For example, killing us. Are we just going to turn a blind eye? What about the law? Where is the nation's authority? And who can guarantee that? His prediction wasn't just blind luck. He didn't provide any concrete evidence at all. A young, green-haired officer sneered and spoke up in support. I support Liu Tianming's opinion. We can't erase these crimes, or chaos will ensue. I suggest we stick to the original plan. Detain Liu Yifei and publicly announce that the military discovered issues with him. His actions had nothing to do with saving the East Sea. As for the fact that he saved people, we can reduce his sentence, but his subordinates must be strictly punished. Commander Fang Hao couldn't take it anymore. He slammed both hands onto the table and roared in anger. Shut your damn mouths. You are all just talking nonsense, aren't you? The front line is fighting for their lives, and you're only thinking about making arrests. Is saving people a crime now? Is issuing a warning also a crime? He leaned forward defiantly. He pointed at his opponent. If he hadn't dropped that nuclear bomb, would you have gone into the sea yourselves to drag those monsters up? As for nuclear pollution, it can be managed over time. But the East Sea commander and the military delegates kept insisting there was no problem. And what happened? Aren't they the ones who deserve to die most? He pointed directly at Liu Tianming, who was so angry he was stuttering. Since ancient times, generals on the front line may not follow every order. Can't you even understand this principle? You, committee member Hu spoke up to stop them. With a serious expression, Enough. Stop arguing. I say we compromise. It is true that Liu Yifei acted without orders, but he did actually save people. If it weren't for his reckless gamble, what kind of outcome would we have faced? Even if we detain him and take credit for the rescue, do you think we can fool the public and the soldiers? We didn't trust him. That was our mistake. And when we are wrong, we must admit it. We cannot continue to lose the trust of the people. Li Shuangguo made the final decision. his voice full of authority. Since that is the case, announce to all military regions that Liu Yifei's actions were completely in accordance with military directives. From now on, the command of the Beast Tide level A in the East Sea is temporarily transferred to Liu Yifei. He added one final sentence before declaring the end of the meeting. After he returns, if he provides concrete evidence, those responsible will be strictly punished. The meeting ended, and Commander Fang Hao walked away, satisfied. As they stepped out of the meeting room, the purple-haired female assistant whispered, "Commander, you never intended to punish Liu Yifei from the start, did you?" This meeting was just to silence the old faction. Li Shuangguo glanced at her with a light smile. "You've become sharper. That's right. After all, I also have to take part of the responsibility for the situation in the East Sea. When a mistake is made, one must admit it, but when struck, one must stand tall." The female assistant pondered and said, "Liu Yifei is truly outstanding. I still don't know how he managed with that warning. But Commander, don't you think he bears a strange resemblance to that person from 15 years ago?" Li Shuangguo immediately raised a finger to signal silence, his expression becoming strangely serious. "Hush, that is a taboo. Do not sow fear." At the East Sea headquarters, Liu Tianming smashed his desk in anger. "Damn it, is this their so-called compromise? That old fox Li Shuangguo and his new faction are clearly targeting me. It seems they have completely forgotten how the old commander died in those years." His eyes narrowed, full of coldness and calculation. "Regardless, this time I will not risk my life on the front line. Whether Liu Yifei lives or dies depends on his own abilities." Meanwhile, at the East Sea defensive line, the intense battle with the Beast Tide had begun under the pouring rain. Liu Yifei stood on the coastal defense line, his voice firm and echoing everywhere. The sea monsters flooding in now all have spiritual energy shields. Conventional artillery is no longer effective. Now, I have full command of the East Sea campaign. All awakened, immediately form battle lines at the coastal defense perimeter. If a sea monster approaches, do not engage it head-on. Their vitality is too high. Spread out the formation and take them down one by one. Remember, our main task is not to win, but to stall for as long as possible. Liu Yifei's eyes flashed. He roared a decisive order. 009, come with me to the sea. We will take down the third-rank sea monsters to slow their advance. 009, with her agile figure in a tight-fitting combat suit, replied with a crisp, yes, and shot forward after him. Liu Yifei dove like an arrow into the middle of the screaming monster horde. He shouted, "Clear the scum at the front." He swung his blue energy sword, which exploded violently, creating a terrifying storm of sword energy. The sword storm swept away countless monsters in his path. Another awakened, exclaimed in amazement and admiration, "This firepower, a single strike equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. With such talent, we definitely chose the right leader." Right after, he spotted a new danger and shouted, "Some sea monsters are sneaking in from the right flank. It's time for us to get serious and stop them." Liu Yifei unleashed his powerful technique, a brilliant golden light tearing through the sky. Heaven-splitting light. 009 was no less impressive. She unleashed a powerful attack into the middle of the monster horde, dragon-piercing kick. In the midst of that, 009's system sounded an alarm. Detected high-level third-rank giant whale. She remained unfazed, her eyes full of determination, shouting, "Let me handle it." She rushed forward, her body spinning in the air, delivering a powerful kick. Nameless whirlwind kick. Bam! The giant whale wasn't injured at all. Instead, it opened its giant mouth and emitted a deafening sonic wave. The sound wave spread, causing soldiers nearby to clutch their heads and scream in pain. Ah, this sound is unbearable. It's shaking my internal organs." 009 was also severely affected. She let out a groan. Urgh. Her body lost its balance, and she was thrown away. Just as she was dizzy, another danger arrived. Detected third-rank giant crab attack from behind. She gritted her teeth, trying to regain her agility to perform an evasive maneuver, but bad luck had not let her go yet. Another giant black shadow descended from above. She spotted a high-level attack from above. 009 looked up, her face clearly showing despair. There's no way to dodge. In the split second of extreme peril, Liu Yifei suddenly appeared, grabbed her, and roared, 009, space-cutting slash. A purple space energy burst, slashing the monster descending upon them, saving 009 from a fatal blow. 009's deep blue eyes looked at Liu Yifei, her voice full of self-reproach. "As a bodyguard, I have failed in my duty." Liu Yifei turned back, his gaze resolute. "I never considered you just a bodyguard. You are my teammate." The word teammate echoed in 009's mind, making her heart tremble. A warm emotion spread throughout her body. Liu Yifei smirked, his voice pulling her back to reality. Stay focused. These sea monsters are much tougher than the creatures, mutated at the same rank. Yes, teammate, 009 replied, her voice filled with a new strength. But I don't know why. I suddenly feel full of energy. She and Liu Yifei rushed in at the same time to attack the two giant monsters. Suddenly, a soldier shouted, "Huh! The giant whale is retreating." Everyone was astonished. What? No way. It's a high-level third-rank sea monster with immense vitality. Right after that, all three high-level monsters retreated simultaneously, forming a tactical circle around Liu Yifei and 009. Liu Yifei gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with terror as he realized the truth. Damn it, they are not only intelligent, they also know tactics? In my previous life, I only heard that this battle was extremely brutal, that the East Sea fell, and every effort to retake it failed. But I never knew this was the reason. The three giant monsters, as if given a signal, simultaneously launched a coordinated attack from three different directions. Liu Yifei had no choice. He stood in front of 009 and activated his strongest defensive skill, Heavenly Court Collapse, Defense. A crimson energy shield materialized, blocking the three destructive attacks. Their attack power is too high. We can't hold them back, Liu Yifei shouted. I need to counterattack to have a chance at winning. No. 09. Stay behind me, she replied firmly. Yes. Liu Yifei. A surge of brilliant red energy erupted as he soared straight into the sky. Combining their strength, the red energy enveloped them, transforming them into a spearhead shooting forward. Heavenly Court Collapse. Their fists locked together, unleashing a massive, combined energy punch. Carrying the power of destruction, the Heavenly Court Collapse was executed. Liu Yifei shouted decisively, "Now, finish that giant shark off." Energized by his encouragement, "No." 09 replied enthusiastically, "Roger, partner." She dove like a flaming meteorite, landing a critical blow on the giant shark's head. It created a terrifying explosion on the sea surface. Immediately after downing the shark, the two suddenly found themselves surrounded by a school of giant, glowing jellyfish. Their purple tentacles hung in the air, threateningly. Liu Yifei gritted his teeth, his expression grave. Damn it. It's a school of level 3 Portuguese man-o'-war jellyfish. Fighting them at sea puts us at a huge disadvantage. He turned to No. 09. His voice resolute. No. 09. Break through the encirclement and retreat immediately. I'll dive down to hunt the giant whale. It's highly likely that it's the mastermind behind this attack. If we kill it, the monster tide will collapse. She nodded firmly. Roger, partner. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yifei dove straight into the deep water, his body piercing through the jellyfish perimeter beneath the surface. His eyes sharpened as he activated his ability. Full-scale spiritual scan. Let's see where you can hide. With my level 3 upgraded combat suit, even if you dive to the bottom of the ocean, I'll find you. He quickly located the giant whale, but it was now surrounded by an army of battle-hardened shrimp soldiers. Liu Yifei sneered. You've sent your strongest warriors elsewhere, haven't you? Do you really think you can stop me with just these shrimp soldiers? Keep dreaming. The whale roared, and a powerful blue energy surge radiated out, enveloping the shrimp army, their power skyrocketing. Facing the formidable army, Liu Yifei didn't flinch. He unleashed his full power. Divine Fury, Stage 4. Liu Yifei's 5 illusions dashed forward like the wind. Once I kill you, your forces will be leaderless, and then I will use your very own soul to wipe out your monster tide. The giant whale responded by opening its massive mouth, firing a barrage of blue energy spheres toward Liu Yifei. But those energy spheres were easily neutralized by Liu Yifei's red aura. He thought contemptuously, your so-called strongest attack is nothing to me. He raised his sword high, his whole body a crimson phantom, and roared with killing intent. Die! His sword, wrapped in destructive energy, plunged deep into the crown of the giant whale's head. The crimson divine fury energy spread from the wound, rapidly corroding and destroying the monster's massive body from within. Even after winning, Liu Yifei had to acknowledge his opponent's strength. It truly lives up to the name King of Sea Beasts. That power was impressive. He looked down at the disintegrating monster. His gaze was cold. Unfortunately for you, you met me today. He coldly uttered one word, disappear. The crimson energy flared even more violently. The clone vanished as the monster was completely killed. The red aura around Liu Yifei also dissipated. He let out a breath and thought to himself, ah, it looks cool, but lasting only 10 seconds is too short. Immediately after, he shot up from the sea, hovering in midair, observing the entire battlefield from above. The sword in his hand now emitted a cyan glow. One more move, and the rest will be up to my team and the level 3 soldiers the military sent to capture me. Hell's Judge, he roared. His soul awakened, and the cyan energy from the sword poured into the carcasses of the dead shrimp soldiers, transforming them into glowing warrior souls. He swung his sword, commanding his spirit army to charge toward the chaotic monster tide. Mighty sea beast souls, turn back and fight against your own kind. Meanwhile, No. 09 was struggling within the dense encirclement of the jellyfish. She gritted her teeth. These level 3 jellyfish monsters are really too annoying. Their electrified tentacles attacked from all sides, forcing her to constantly stay on the defensive. They didn't just attack from a distance with their tentacles, they also surrounded her, obscuring her vision. Worse yet, every time she severed a tentacle, it grew back immediately, making it impossible to wipe them out quickly. She began to grow anxious as she felt her energy running low. At this rate, forget about breaking through. Even my spiritual energy reserves will be drained. She gathered her strength to unleash a powerful swirling attack, creating a temporary opening in the encirclement. Sweat beaded on her forehead. A faint red symbol glowed. She thought in desperation, if I can't replenish my energy soon, I might die here. Suddenly, multiple tentacles whipped her at once, causing her to scream in pain, exhausted and wounded. No. 09 collapsed on the sea surface, her body trembling. As the purple electric tentacles still surrounded her, a tear rolled down her cheek. She whispered in despair, I'm sorry, partner. This time, I won't be able to complete the mission you gave me. I also won't be able to see the world after the apocalypse. Suddenly, a giant cyan spirit whale surged up from the water, roaring with a deafening sound. Standing tall on its head was Liu Yifei. No. 09 looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment and hope. Wait, partner? Yes, you've returned. Liu Yifei leaned down and reached out his hand to her, his voice urgent. No. 09, come with me. Hope flared in her eyes as she grabbed his hand, her voice resolute. Yes, partner. Both rode on the back of the spirit whale. It was like a giant battleship sweeping through the battlefield, followed by smaller shrimp soldier spirits, forming a powerful army. No. 09 looked at him with a playful smile. Partner, should I activate the blushing and heart-pounding effect right now? Liu Yifei frowned and snapped. Unnecessary. If you could delete those useless knowledge files, that would be better. Yes, she replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, on the main defense line, the battle was still raging intensely. Artillery roared, but the giant monsters kept advancing. A warrior was facing a giant, tentacle monster. He swung his weapon with all his might. He panted, sweat soaking him. I never expected a peak level 2 sea beast to be much harder to deal with than a mutant of the same level, but I've fought on countless battlefields. I am no rookie. Suddenly, from the sky, a thorny spherical monster dove down, firing countless sharp spikes at the soldiers. Blood splattered as the spikes pierced their bodies. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. The warriors roared in despair. Damn it, these sea beasts are ridiculously tough. Our high-level warriors are suffering heavy casualties. There's no other choice. We have to take them down one by one. Look at their numbers. Maybe today, we will all die here. A commander shouted, trying to regroup the formation. Concentrate all firepower on this. Level 3 octopus, first. The warriors poured all their strength into unleashing their most powerful attacks toward the giant octopus. After a fierce battle, they finally brought it down, but everyone was exhausted. A soldier gasped, just one. Level 3 monster cost us so much effort, and there are still countless level 2 and peak level 2 ones left. This is no different from throwing our lives away to fill a bottomless pit. That female commissioner, what the hell kind of decision was this? Liu Yifei was completely right. Without him, things would be even worse. A high-ranking officer roared angrily. How dare you speak out against your superior? At that moment, a black and blue sea dragon, its body wrapped in lightning, dove down from the sky. Another soldier, regardless of rank, shouted at the officer, I'll say it again. He completely messed things up this time. The situation is so dangerous, yet he isn't even here. Anyway, we're all going to die. So who cares about superiors right now? Help me lure that electric ray over here so we can kill it together. Just as the sea dragon was about to attack, a rain of cyan spirits poured down from the sky,